run it one more time with a different song. Welcome into the YouTube fam. I'm glad to see y'all. This is my favorite one right here.
I'm thinking I'm proud.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm thinking I'm proud.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Joshua. Here we go. Welcome in. I missed y'all. It's been too long days. Maddie's hour tonight, y'all. If you don't get up out your seat, out your bed, move them feet for about 5 minutes. You know you ain't exercised today.
Some people say we got a lot of anger.
What's up, Fresh from Florida?
Some say it's nerve, like we some kind of danger. But I say we think and we deserve. For a century we were silent, now it's our turn. We've been rebuked, accused, of no concern. Treated bad, talked down, till we gon' burn.
Hey.
Say it loud, say it I'm paid. Say it loud, I'm thinking I'm proud.
One more time.
Say it loud.
Y'all keep sharing the live out. Make sure you send your heartbeat. Let TikTok know y'all for real up in this room.
We sang in churches, prayed from the pews, but the thoughts we had came from folks with no clues.
What's up, Ryan? What's up, Geraldo Dove?
We tired of the
Harold of
fairy
Dove.
tales. A living by beliefs that
What's
always
up?
fail. We ain't waiting for salvation from somebody else. We the proof, we the truth, we freeing ourselves. Hey.
Say it loud. Say it loud. Say it loud.
Hey, Dan.
Say it loud. Rise from the soul, we rise from the sound.
We rise in me water.
Rise from the soul,
What's up, Mardu?
We rise in me water.
Daniel. What's up, Love Bug?
We rise.
Hey. How that left ear doing, Daniel?
They washed our brains and thoughts they stole.
What's up, Mo Sunshine?
Yeah, drum in the chest, truth in the crown. Our thoughts are free, can't hold us down. Yeah.
Thank you, happy and free. Hey.
Y'all ready? Say it loud. Say it loud, say it loud, say it loud, say it loud. Shut up. I say it loud. Come on, say it. Come on, say it. Come on, say it. I say it loud. Say it loud.
What's up, y'all? Love Bug? Rodney, what's up? Hey, this motherfucker make you move.
Come on now. Brains up, power in the mind.
We ain't done yet.
We build, we rise, we proud. We think, we build, we rise, we proud. We think, we rise, we proud. We think, we build, we rise, we proud.
Come on.
We think,
Come on.
we think,
Come on.
we rise, we proud.
Come on. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Yeah, yeah. Come on.
We rise, we proud.
That, like, you could be in any type of fucking mood. And that song, right? For real, Clinton, y'all saw me all the way over there doing the two-step. Like, I think I got a headache from shaking my head so damn much. No, that's my shit. That's my jam right there. I don't know what Oso talking about. Number one is okay. Number one is okay. That one right there, that's my shit. But yeah, the pastor didn't show up to the funeral. He sent the eulogy by paper.
Wow.
Fired.
It's crazy. Yeah.
That's past crazy. That's just disrespectful.
hmm
Wow.
But but this is where we are. Right, he had one job. This is where we are today. Like, they don't. I think that, like, it's almost as if they've gotten to this place to where they know the people don't really expect shit from them or the God, and they could just be these fucked up individuals, and people are still gonna sit in the seats because it's not goodness, it's not um, blessings, it's not Evans that's keeping them in the seats. It's fucking fear.
Right.
So they don't
Absolutely.
have to do like that. Is so crazy.
That's wow.
It's crazy. But yo, Maddie, how are you, love bug?
Pretty good. I'm pretty good. I'm excited to be back,
Yeah, we missed
actually.
you.
I was bored, and I was bored all Wednesday.
Well,
Happy to be
you
back.
had important work. Important. You had important work to tend to. Um,
Wow. Almost hit her with a 2x4.
the two by four.
Yep, it's a piece of wood.
I don't get it.
Maybe that's too country for you.
Have you? Yeah, I was gonna say, don't also me now, okay? Like y'all, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. What is two
It's
by four?
probably
I thought you was talking about your cat.
two. Why would I name my cat
I
two by
don't know.
four thicker?
People name their pets all kind of stuff. That meaningful stuff.
His name is Pinguino, or Ping for short.
Peen? Wait, you named your
Ping, not peen like a penis. Ping,
oh
like Mulan Ping.
I thought you said pain. I was saying you did what?
No.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, but we was worried about we was worried about you. Because like we was ready for Maddie's hour, but we're glad that you're back. Um, yeah. Your mom is funny.
My mom's funny.
Yeah.
She's gonna be knocked out. But she's gonna be to keep on.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely stay on her about hydrating, but her telling me to whoop your ass if you act bad in the live. I considered it for a second, then I was like, no, I'm good. She's a good
Oh, wait a minute.
kid.
Wait
No,
a minute.
I'm
Cause
joking.
I don't even be doing that. Now,
I'm
if you was
joking,
talking to
boo.
me 2 or 3 years ago, then yeah, but
No, she raised a good kid.
yeah, she's fine. The first thing she said after I got done getting on her was like, 10 orders I need to fill. First of
What?
all, first of all, ma'am,
Can she
I don't
take
care
credit?
about that. No, she would not. I don't know what's her deal. Like, she's always been like that since I was little, though. Like, it's always work and kids. She's never like took a day at all. It's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But whenever I hit some money, she's gonna take some days. 'Cause I'm gonna give her the money to take some days.
That's what's up. I told her she raised a good kid. She did really good with you. And I promise not to ruin ya. Only make you even better.
And she
And she
told me I
thank you.
sound more articulate now and I can explain
What?
things a little better.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
saying, 2, 3 years ago, Maddie you would have hated her.
It's all about growth. Y'all can barely hear me. Hold on, YouTube. YouTube, are y'all having it's low? The sound is
You just came closer to the mic. Whatever you did, we can hear you better now.
low? Oh, okay. What about now? YouTube, can y'all hear me better now? What? I know my computer reset. It did a whole reset on its own, but the
Yeah,
volume is turned
it's
all the
better
way.
now.
It's better
It's
now.
better now.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Awesome. Sigma, hi. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? Let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, you're deconstructing, or an atheist.
Okay. Hold on. I'm having trouble hearing my new earbuds. So you said my age. Can I just say 40 plus?
Yeah,
Would
that's
that be?
fine.
Would that suffice?
Yes. And
I think
then,
I think
are
I
you?
think
And
you're back low again. I'm sorry, Sigma. I think you're back low again.
It's back low again. Y'all, I
You know
don't
what's going
know.
on.
It's got to
Is your
be hot.
sensitivity or your mic up?
No, I haven't touched
Me?
anything.
I don't know what that means.
No, not you, Sigma. I'm talking about Thinker.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
okay. I'm like,
uh,
what's wrong? What I do? I
uh,
didn't touch
I have
anything.
not touched anything. Let's see. Audio. Let me see. Is this
I am
better?
having a hard time hearing her
Oh, it
sometimes.
looks like it was turned down. Is this better?
Yes, yes,
So
yes, Mother
Okay.
Thinker.
somehow
For now.
when
For
TikTok,
now.
well, no, when TikTok reset, like my system reset on its own, and somehow it turned the volumes down when it reset
Oh,
the
so
system.
TikTok did go down for a little bit there.
No, I'm talking about before the live. They did
Oh,
a yeah. My computer
oh, well,
did.
we were having trouble
I'm sorry.
getting
Can I let
logged
me give me
in,
just a
so
second? 1 second. My computer did a reset. By how it updates on its own. And it did that prior to the live, and I had to relaunch everything like 4 minutes before I went live. So I guess with the relaunch, it reset all the volumes. You know what I'm saying? Um, but no, it's still low to YouTube?
a little bit. I can hear the other people a little better, but it's not
No,
horrible. I can
Sigma,
hear.
Sigma. Give me just 1 second. I'm talking to the YouTube
Sure,
audience.
sure.
Just one moment, okay?
Oh, I'm gonna mute. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Uh, is it still low on YouTube though? It sounds low on YouTube. Hold on.
Like, it sounds like we're like our volume is turned up more than yours. It's why like when Sigma talks, I can barely hear you. I think that's what's going on. I don't know. Like before I got on stage, could hear you at like the same volume as Mr. Nelson, but when I got on stage, it's like it went lower.
I know the primary microphone is turned up to 100, and then the audio is at 51, and the background music is at 33. Um, device volume, I don't know, y'all. Maybe it'll fix itself. Um, I have no idea. It's better. Okay, awesome, awesome. Sigma, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, there we go. That is a wonderful question. 3 months ago, 25 years ago, I stopped going to church and deconstructed from my Christian upbringing.
I just need
Well,
to
it took me
know.
25
Hold on,
years.
Sigma. I don't want you to give me your
Mhm.
your life story. I just need to
Okay, I'm sorry.
know. Yeah, I just need to know, how do you identify the
Am
devil?
I a believer?
Yeah,
You said,
Sigma.
am I a
Well,
believer, right? That's your
right.
question.
Like, are you a believer in the God that we are discussing, or are you an atheist?
I don't know what God you're discussing because I don't believe in most other people's gods.
Okay, so why are you on
Christian
my stage
God.
right now? Why did you request?
Um, because of you have a couple things here. I'm interested. Do you think
What?
religion is toxic in our society? Yes. Can your testimony
No, no, no,
convince
no,
me
no,
of
no.
your God's
No, 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 no,
powers?
no. It
I would
doesn't
say
work
yes.
that way, Sigma. It doesn't work
Okay.
that way. Okay.
Oh, I'm
Um.
sorry. You asked me if
Yeah.
I believe or not. I'm trying to
Oh
answer your
God.
question.
Okay, Sigma. Who did you come from YouTube? Like, are you from YouTube? Like, I see you keep saying that you're new to TikTok. Did you see the live on YouTube? Is that why you're here? Like, it's gonna work if you and I do not talk at the same time. Okay?
You
Are you?
really have to watch it because people are having trouble hearing her.
Let me send you an invite to unmute, since I know you're new to TikTok and you probably don't know how to unmute. Do you see that notification there? Okay, so it's gonna work if you and I
Yeah.
don't talk at the same time. Okay. And
Mhm.
the way this works is it's a discussion with people who believe in the God of the Bible, with people who either are deconstructing that belief or atheists. Okay. And you would pick one topic. So I'm trying to see if you qualify for the conversation.
Roger. Thank you for clarifying.
Mm. Which
So your
which one?
question is, do I believe in the God of the Bible?
Mm-hmm. Or
Yes.
okay. And which one of the topics up here did you want to discuss?
Number one, number two, and consent should be I can't read. I lost my glasses. Consent should be asked before evangelizing. Yes, I agree with all of those. And 18 plus, good.
18
I
plus.
agree with all those.
No, no, no. I'm not asking you if you agree.
I
Which one
would
do you
speak
want to
about any
discuss?
of
This is
those.
you that you
If okay, if I had to
Sigma.
choose, do you think religion is toxic in our society? Yes. Let's talk about that.
Did
I
you find
believe
us on
religion in
YouTube?
our.
Sigma. Did
No,
you
no,
find
no.
us?
My
No,
buddy,
no, no.
no, my friend. Sorry.
Sigma. I'm the host. Okay, not you. Okay. I don't want to have to raise my voice, but I've already asked you not to talk while I'm talking. Okay. I would like to have a
Goodbye.
conversation with you. Okay. Goodbye. What the absolute fuck?
I didn't understand none of that shit.
I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of funny. He was like going down the list and he was like at 18 plus. That's good.
I was like, I don't know, like, was he a troll or was he really that green? Like, I don't know the fuck that was. Um, y'all keep sharing the live out. It is Maddie's hour tonight since we didn't get to have Maddie's hour on Tuesday night. So 18 plus. Um, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, I can't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that I don't. I'm trying to be nice. I've decided to be nice while they're doing their testimonies. Give them an opportunity to tell their testimonies. Uh, Captain Jalen. Okay, going once, going twice. All right, goodbye. I feel like that name was a troll.
Beautiful patience thinker, because I was expecting you to just be like, shut the fuck up and put him on mute.
Who the captain guy?
No, it was what was his name? Oh my God. It feels
Oh,
like ages
Sigma.
ago. Yes. I was
Yeah.
I was ready for it too, and it was so funny. I was just over here giggling. It wasn't funny, but it was at the same time.
Like I don't know why he thought that he was going to like control the conversation. Like who the fuck does that? And then runs when you're told like, "Hey, you're not the host here. Like you don't run this. Like you're constantly typing in the chat, I'm new here. I'm new here." What in the hell makes you think that you're going to run it? You know what I'm saying? Like you that you even can or should.
Yeah.
That's
And
some fucking audacity.
I literally responded to him in the chat of him saying that he was new, and I said, "That's okay, friend. Don't interrupt." And he still proceeded to do it. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, relaxing. So Lil, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Finally, TikTok's specialized team got back with me, and they're looking into why it's saying that I don't have super fans. Well, it says I have 70 super fans now. So I don't know. I don't know how they're calculating that. Like if you gotta like send a heart me or what to activate the super fan badges or what. But they're finally looking into it. I messaged with them today. What's up, Solia? How are you?
I'm good. I am just want to come on real quick. I am deconstructing, and I just wanted to like almost like personally thank you because you're actually one of the reasons why I started. I came across like following your content, and so I listen to these quite often. I'll never really get up and talk, but I just wanted to say hi and say thank you, and I'm just grateful that I did end up coming across this community because it's opened up a lot for me. So yeah,
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Why do I feel like I've talked to you before though? That you've been on stage before?
I've accidentally requested a bunch of times in
Oh,
my sleep.
not not you been feeling familiar because of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's probably what it is because that's usually what happens to me. But yeah, I mean, usually I'm just listening because just learning and hearing the conversations. And it's just, I'm really like embarrassed to listen to some of these people because it just sounds crazy. Like they're defending, slavery, defending, killing babies. And I just, I always felt like what they were telling me wasn't true as far as like Bible and church and stuff like that. But I guess maybe because I'm also like neurodivergent, when they try to tell me these things, it's like I could just never reconcile it. And it just never made sense to me at all whatsoever. So I'm just like, I don't really understand what I feel like it would have probably made it better for me if they would have just said, "Oh, these are just stories we're making up to uh, express like opinions or express moral values or something like that." But excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm a little sick too. But I just I thought that my like upbringing really impacted that because I from middle school sorry from second grade all the way through middle school I always had black female teachers, and I was exposed to like African folk tales and things like that before I even knew about God. So if y'all would have came to me and told me that this Bible was just something like that, I'd have been like, okay. But it's the fact that they're saying it's true, they want it to be true. Like it's insane to me, and the contradictions and just the hypocrisy, like it's just wild. Like I never understood like being able to dismiss your own intuition, your own connection to earth or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like why would you trust somebody else over yourself? I never really got that. Lean not to your own understanding. Never never got it because it just doesn't make sense to me. Like
Exactly.
2 plus 2 always has to be 4. Like you can't just, and I'm not a, because I said so kind of person. So when you tell me that the Bible is good because God, or the God is Bible, or God is good because the Bible says so, like that's absolutely ridiculous. There's a lot of books that say a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that I have to, take it as true. And I've just been listening to people's conversations, and these Christians come up, and it's just so disheartening for me because not only do I feel embarrassed for them for defending these things, but I also feel like bad, you know what I'm saying, because they're living this life anticipating death. You literally are living to die every day, and it doesn't make any sense. So
There was a guy on Pink Beard's live yesterday
mhm,
who was basically saying, like, Bash was asking him, why does he believe the claims in the Bible? And he said, oh, because it was inspired men of God who wrote it. He was like, right, they're human, right? Because I had already asked him in the comments why he was there, because he was like, why
yeah,
would you listen to a non-believer? And he said to me that he was there to learn how to defend his faith. And I said, well, your Holy Spirit must not be smart enough to give you that without listening to atheists. Like
yeah,
your Holy Spirit needs to learn from atheists to tell you how to defend the shit he told people to write. And
which
he
is
was like,
crazy.
this he's like, this was written from inspired men of God. I said, are you an inspired man of God? He said, yes, but I'm not an author of the gospels. And I said, like, that's just dumb. And then so he goes on stage and he's talking to Bash, and Bash asked him, like, why do you believe the claims written by these men? And he just kept saying, because I do, because it's true, because God said so,
That's so
because
ridiculous.
because it's written in the book. Like he just kept giving answers like that, and I'm like, damn, this the Holy Spirit? Is this? Cause it is. And so
Yeah,
his
that's
name
so
his name
crazy.
was BG. He was irritating me so bad I just named him Brain Gone, because that's like literally what it sounded like as he's talking. Like dude just has had no brain whatsoever. But
Yeah.
I sent Fee and Christina a video today where this professor of religion was talking about how the Bible is orchestrated, how the New Testament is orchestrated, and this Jesus character, what he who he was and what he represented. Now the professor was talking about him as if he know for a fact that Jesus was a real person, but he said that Jesus created a new religion called narcissism.
Okay. Yep.
Right? Okay. And then he said that he said Jesus's um, he said the lessons of Jesus are written in layers, in 3 layers. Now, think about this, nerds. Think about how many times I've said this, and see if you can catch what he's getting ready to say. He said it's written in 3 layers. He said Jesus had a secret layer, which is what him and his closest, the people closest to him, what he taught to them. Then he had an inner layer, and the inner layer is what he taught to his disciples, right? To go out and teach. And then he had the public layer, like the outer layer, which is what he taught to the public. And
Okay.
I'm sitting there
What in
listening
the
to this, and
world?
I'm like, this is why I say the text is layered. Like you have the writings in there that are for the oppressors, the rulers, right? You have the writings in there that are for the teachers, the pastors, the bishops. Then you have the writings in there that are for the indoctrinated. And I've been saying this for 2 fucking years. And that's just, from me reading and studying it, and, just feeling, you know, um what I'm understanding from just using my fucking brain, right? And so I sent it to Fee, and I said, I think critical thinking is symbolism for the Holy Spirit, because this is what I would expect. Like, this is, I had no idea that they taught this layered concept in college, right? I ain't never been in seminary,
Yeah.
but that's just using your brain, right? The thing that they tell you not to use, right? And I said, I think the Holy Spirit is symbolism for critical thinking, for those that are supposed to be like the closest, like the ones that's in the secret layer, like they can use their brain, right? Those on the outside are told not to. They're told not to lean on their own understanding, so they lean on the understanding of those in the secret layer. Because what I would expect for a believer when they come up here and they're like, the Holy Spirit told me blah blah blah, and it's usually shit that they're regurgitating from somebody else, like they're not
Yeah.
using their brain. So like when he was saying yesterday that the Holy Spirit was talking to him, and the Holy Spirit sent him into Bash Live to learn how to defend his religion, and all he could say the whole fucking time is because God said so, because it's in the book. Like somebody in the comments just started saying, "Take a look, it's in the book," because that's all he was saying. It's like that's the Holy Spirit.
That's crazy. Yeah. I didn't like really grow up in church for real, but my mother got sick at some point. She ended up passing away, but when you have those things like that, like she, grasping for religion and things like that, and our family, like my aunts and uncles, they all are Christians and a part of the church and still to this day and what have you. But my mom didn't really actually start taking us until that point. So at that point, I already knew Santa Claus is not real. I already knew that, about different, folklores, and I have been exposed to different like literature and older, religions and things like that. And just being aware. And it was just, I don't know, I just couldn't even really like, I couldn't really get into it. And even when like the little Sunday school lessons and stuff like that, like they always used to get mad at me because the questions that I would ask, like I don't understand, or how did Adam and Eve repopulate the earth when it was just them? Like, so we are all from the same people. Like none of this is making sense. And then you have a talking snake, and you have, people being formed by mud, and it's like it's just so ridiculous. It is so like nothing about it tracks. And I I'm very sad for people who are still living under that fear, um, because they sound crazy. They really do. Like they sound crazy. And then, all of these fake Christians, even if you call yourself a real Christian, but I just don't really it never sat well with me ever. And I always used to get ostracized. So I was just very glad to, come across this community and be able to hear other people have these conversations. So I don't feel alone. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel like I'm doing something wrong anymore. Like this was probably like, I feel like I've been following you for a while, Thinker, but I think maybe probably within the last 8 to 6 months or something along those lines, like I've been more um diligent about trying to deconstruct and try to learn more, and reading things that are not the Bible, because I just don't, the circular logic, like all of it, it grinds my gears. It really does. And I think about all of my aunts and uncles, and their whole lives, and they're still devoting their whole lives to Christ, and it just makes me like sad for them, because I can't have these kind of conversations with my family ever. Like I can't ever, you know, even because, and honestly, I'm not saying that I don't believe in God, because I don't know yet. Like it's still evolving. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to get my footing as far as like deconstructing. So I don't really, feel like I don't believe that there's God, but I just never could understand why people looked at him or took some old white man's, version of Christianity and just tried to make that their own. Like, I'm looking at the world today and how they're trying to rewrite history and take people down off of, or take down statues, or taking or updating like the website for the government to take away black, things or accomplishments and stuff like that. Like, why wouldn't they? These same people that sit here and lie in our face every day, like, why wouldn't they lie back then? Why wouldn't this be a controlled tactic back then? Is it okay for you to have slaves? Why did they tell you to be docile? And then it's always the long suffering. Like, oh my God, like, fuck, like, suffering is not a badge of honor. Like, that's not something good. And if you have to suffer, it sounds like you're in an abusive relationship. It makes no sense that I have to suffer in order to be in somebody's good graces. Like, I never ever want to live my life like that again. And I can't even say that, I've never had a church help me with anything or feel welcomed or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that, but I just also do feel like um, the institution is more so of a business than anything else. And
Yeah,
I can't get behind that, because if I'm there to try to, build community or whatever the case is, like, again, if y'all telling me that this is just, hypothetical stories that we're going to use to lay out our morals and stuff like that, like, that's fine. But don't tell me it's true. Don't tell me it really happened. Don't tell me I'm stupid for not believing it. Like, who the heck believes, that when they had to take, animals and put them on the ark, that they made sure they got the two little roaches to come make back. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is so stupid. And then also one of the things that I came across in your live too was when you broke down like the size of the ark, and like how it was impossible for them to even had done that in the first place, because the boat it's probably a damn paddle boat. Like, come on, like, this is ridiculous. um but yeah, I'm 40 years old now, and I didn't start going to church when I was like maybe like 6 or so. But as that 6-year old sitting in the pews, I just felt like y'all were just sitting up there lying to me the whole time, and I can never get that out of the back of my head. And then they're also one of those ones that, you got to be filled with the Holy Ghost and, speak in tongues and all that stuff. So they take people in this back room and they, hover around them in a circle and do all this stuff like they're speaking in tongues, and then they laying hands on you, try to make you speak in tongues. Like, it just seems like a bunch of performative nonsense.
it is a bunch of performative nonsense. And like when we look at what they're doing today to um rewrite history and rewrite their story to make people believe like they're the only ones who created things in
Hmm.
society, and that the world needs them. This is the same thing they did with Jesus. um the same thing that's we see them doing with the whole Charlie Kirk thing,
Hmm.
right? um One of the things that the professor was saying too is that Jesus was a cynic, and that he shared a lot of traits with cynicism,
Hmm.
because you know when you think about the whole suffering movement, like you have to suffer to be in Christ, and this is seen as holiness. Like Jesus teachings, he taught that wealth was bad, right? Like
Hmm.
uh that if you were someone that was low and meek and poor, then that you are seen as the greatest in the kingdom of heaven, because he saw in his teachings the material world is where the evil lies. And if you are willing to be the type of person that Don't change your clothes every day, don't take a bath every day, just totally disregard, you know, the natural material world, then you'll save your life. And I feel like those type of people have a very poor outlook on life, if
Hmm.
that makes sense, and which is why they can look at what's happening in the world and shout that, which is why they can dance to genocide and praise God to the God saying that he's gonna rape women and dash babies' heads, because they see the world as a bad thing, you
Hmm.
know,
Yeah.
and they don't know that they're being preached a religion of narcissism. They're being primed to be victims of narcissists, and to have a very pessimistic view about the world and the people in it.
Yeah, especially because they, try to basically like force feed you their version of what things says. And that's like another thing, you go to different churches, the message is completely different. Like how, if everybody is hearing from God, him hearing from God, and it's not the same, then who's actually hearing from God? Because if I go to this church and I go to this church and I go to that church, like, it's funny because I came across a video, like I think it was Kev on stage or something like that, and he was talking about how the differences between black churches and white churches. And black churches, you're just in there struggling, you're, the suffering is good, and and deny your flesh, all the things, what I'm saying. You have the tithe conversations, and the how dare you rob a man of God, or how dare a man rob God, or whatever the stupid like scriptures they use to try to extract money from people. And then you go to a place like a white church, and it's all about goodness. It's all about, the goodness of God, and how things can be better. And like, he's not telling his people to suffer. Like no white preacher is telling, their congregation, suffering is good. Like their God is different from ours, apparently. And that's how they intended it, especially when they adjusted the Bibles, when they, like that is exactly how they intended it. They wanted us to take on the whole, and it's slavery and master, if I'm being honest, because they want us to take this mentality of leaning not to my own understanding. My ways are not, or God's ways are not my ways. His thoughts are not my thoughts. Like that just all sounds like a cop out.
Yeah,
It's literally just an excuse, to be like, and that's all, and the same talking points every time too. It's almost like they always have a script. Like it's crazy.
they do have a script, and I have a mutual on here who is an ex evangelical pastor, and in 2022, I think it was, I was on his podcast, and he was talking about how there are two different Jesuses, when it's preached to the white church versus the black church. The
Hmm.
Jesus of white evangelical uh, followers wants them to be successful, wants them to be leaders, right? It's there to help them succeed and to give them confidence. The Jesus of the black church is there to crack a whip, right? He's the
Hmm.
disciplinarian. If you if you don't do this, Jesus is gonna get you, right? And it's hellfire and brimstone, and that's really what we were taught. And we only get blessed if that Jesus see that we are worthy enough to get blessed. And like it makes me wonder why, like for this professor, because he sounds like, you know he believes in the whole cynicism, because he was telling his students, you cast off the material world, and when you die, he was like, death is a good thing. When you die, you go back to the real reality. And like he was bringing in some other god called the monad, and he was saying that the god that Paul and Marcion said Jesus was from the monad, and that Yahweh is the monster that was created by Sophia, when Sophia decided that she wanted to, uh, you know, do her own thing. So that let me know that in Christian doctrine, when they say the devil was jealous of God, they're talking about women. They're talking about Sophia. They're talking about women being jealous of men and wanting to take men's place. And
Wow.
yeah, it's just the way they wrote these stories, and it's it's just hiding so much in it that it really takes for a person to be able to think critically, right,
Mhm.
about the story, so that they can see, so that you can see like how you've been um, entrapped into just a world of abuse
Yeah.
and control.
And of course, it leaves you susceptible, like you said. And it just makes me really sad for, especially for women, because, or, but just like it's really sad to me that so many people just can't be honest, right? Because I don't honestly feel like these people really feel strongly as they do, or I don't even think they feel like it's real. I think they're just, very much scared of what could potentially happen. And I can't subscribe to that, because mm, I think that also with Christianity, they have made it to where other things are demonized, so you're now cutting off, things that could possibly be beneficial for you because it's demonic. Well, the whole time they're doing the exact same thing, like, they're talking about numerology, and numerology is, the devil and all of that stuff, but then they quick to preach about, the number of seven is, or seven is the number of completion, or all this stupid, stuff that they
And
do.
8
But
is the number of new beginning, and
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, if is it bad or not? Like, is it demonic or not? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me, that, you can repurpose something for Christianity and then demonize elsewhere. Like, and I don't know. I just, I can't listen to a whole bunch of old white men that didn't think that women were even worthy of being named in the Bible for the most part, or worthy of being, um, they weren't worthy of even being spoken to or treated like, people. Like, and it's so crazy. Like, so many black women in the church, but like, you are literally, telling them that they are less than a person. And I also have my doubts about, how all of that stuff even went down, because again, y'all could just make up shit as y'all go, and, nobody's going to question it. Like they've been making it up. They made up hell. They made up the rapture. Like, y'all literally just making this stuff up as you go. And then you want somebody who is a very logical thinker like myself to be just blindly led by that. And I feel like it's very detrimental, because it also puts you in a position to have a mindset like that. So then you approach other things in your life like that as well, without, fact checking, without doing, any research, without knowing it for yourself. Like, all of these people get up here and they don't even know the word of God. They don't even know the Bible, but y'all will literally stand and die for it. Die for something that you haven't even picked up to read, and then you
It's
want to come to argue with people about stuff. And I honestly have learned more about the Bible from listening to these lives than I ever did from reading it, from ever getting preached to, from ever getting like Sunday school or Wednesday Bible study or nothing like that. Like, I've learned more about the Bible, and who they say God is, by hearing people like yourself having these conversations, because otherwise these people are just literally in like a delusional world. And it's like, you can't even talk to somebody that's not even, you know like level set headed. Like, they're not even in this universe, let alone, on earth with us, with their thoughts and stuff. So it's just, and then the brick walls that they keep running into, but they just won't let up. Like, I was on whose live was it, somebody's live earlier, and there was this girl that got on, or some man that was on, speaking to, I think this was Zena's live earlier. She was talking to the man or whatever, and then his girlfriend, I guess, or wife, got on the phone, and they were talking, and then finally, as she was, still defending killing babies and still defending all this stuff or whatever, eventually, um after talking for so long, and even I think switching over, yeah, because she ended up going to Pink's live too, and literally, like,
Oh, you're talking
in
about
that
Jessica.
yes, in that conversation, she was so adamant at first, but then she started to just stop and think. And how many of us have not hadn't done that, but she just stopped to think, take in what's being said to you. And then she started to, become more open, and it was just a really, really good conversation. But yeah, I think her name was Jessica. And then this fool gets on the phone again, her husband or whatever, and just does the same thing. Like, y'all are literally sitting in the same household, and you just watched her have this conversation because they did it from the same profile. But you would still be stupid enough to get on here and continue to drive these non-points while you're like, it's insane to me. And then they always talking about reprobate mind. Like, y'all don't think that's what y'all are? Because you can't
Exactly.
tell nobody nothing. Like, I can't tell you anything. That's reprobate mind. Like, that's not because I don't believe the Bible. I don't believe in what y'all saying. No, a reprobate mind is some idiot that's going to sit up there and bang his head on the brick wall until until they can't anymore, and not even listen, or sometimes they're not even paying attention. And we have these conversations about stories in the Bible and they don't even know where they are. Like, I can't get jiggy with it, yo. Like,
It
I
made me
can't.
yesterday on the way, not yesterday, this morning, on the way to the funeral, right? Okay, we're in standstill traffic. I realized, like, after 20 something minutes that we're not fucking moving. So I'm thinking, okay, it's a wreck up there or something. So I see there's a turning lane, and I see this truck go up the turning lane. I'm like, fuck that. I'm going to go up the turning lane and see if I can find a different route. And when I get to the fucking front, a train, okay, had stopped on the tracks. A train had broken down on the tracks. I see the people at the front on their phones, chilling, just fucking sitting there, when the whole time they could have gotten in the turning lane and turned left and continued their route. I was so fucking mad because I'm like, these obedient motherfuckers
Hmm.
that won't break the law, won't rebel. They'll sit at a fucking broke down ass train and slow everybody else up, right? Fuck everybody else's route up and where people have to go, because they're on autopilot. They're obedient. They're used to being told what to do. They
Yeah.
don't have the type of mind that says, okay, this train ain't fucking moving. It's broken down. You're not at a, like, you hear the sounds, right? You hear the warnings of the train, but the motherfucker ain't moving. So why the fuck are you sitting here for damn near 30 minutes? Like, it's gonna magically wake the fuck. Like, I was going off when I got to the front and saw
Yeah.
that this
It's
train had
crazy.
broken down on the tracks, and all they had to do was go turn left. All they had to do was turn left and keep traffic going. But this is the mindset that I believe a lot of believers have, and why we as a people have not evolved as much as I think we should have mentally, um, morally, um, and innovatively, because of the obedient people to this God. They don't want to think, because they're so used to somebody thinking for them.
Yeah.
And if their pastor or their mother or some other believer that they think has more charisma or more influence doesn't say you are allowed to think this, they're not going to think it, and they're going to reject any forward movement thought. Because even when these people at the front started to see those of us that was okay breaking the law and getting in this lane to continue, those motherfuckers sat there. They sat there because, I don't know, a police officer didn't come, with the reflectors and tell them that it's okay to keep going because you're at a standstill.
Yeah. I mean, they understand still in life too, honestly. If I think
Hmm.
about it like that, like it does put you in a position, to where, um, which, I mean, I guess it's nice to try to pass off, your problems and things like off to, you know, a God, and not have to really deal with it. They always talk about, he exchanged my, I forget what it is. It's like some beauty for ashes or whatever. Like, basically, like, I just feel like people just don't want to be responsible for themselves. So I'm going to, defer my decision making. I'm gonna defer, my how I deal with my life or whatever. I'm just gonna defer it to a God that, I claim to know, even though I don't know his word. And I think we are um, struggling as a like black people in general, struggling because that is so ingrained that it's almost like second nature to them. I got a hold of science before I got a hold of God. And so I just knew that there were not that some of those things were just not real, and anyways, I digress. But I think that that's the whole point, is to have people to be mindlessly following, even with social media, even with all these things that they put before us. Like, they just really just want to, have some sort of level of control. And I also don't understand how we can live in a country that says that we have religious freedom, but they're literally trying to impose Christianity on everybody. Like, that's not religious freedom. That's not, what y'all came over here and stole land for. Like, y'all said y'all wanted, that things to be a different way, but really everything is Christian coded. Everything is, basically set up in a way that you will just blindly listen, or you will just be able to be told whatever and just take your word for it. And then also you open up this Bible and it's like, I don't even, especially the new King James verses, like, what the fuck are they even talking about? Like, what is this stuff? Like, the way that it's written and the language and all this stuff. Like, every time I've ever tried to pick up the Bible, I end up just putting it down because I just get so frustrated. It's like, this is stupid.
It's
If it
made for
if
dull minds, right?
exactly.
And like, they're used to not being able to understand what they read in that damn book, so they
Yep.
don't understand what they hear when they sit and hear amongst us talking, right? And it's like we're talking to uh, brick walls
Hmm.
when they join and they ask the same damn questions over and over again. It's hard for them to engage critically, in these conversations, because they're so used to their mind being dull, unfortunately. And it is very frustrating. Um, I was tagged in a video today of a black woman, a beautiful black woman, right? Like, but she was all up in the camera saying all kind of wrong shit, and then saying science backs it up, and I'm like, this is just it. This is ignorance, right? It's straight ignorance, but loud ignorance. And it be those types of videos that go viral because that's what the people are used to, and that's what the people want. They don't, and engaging with reality is hard, especially when you've been taught that the way to make it through life until you get to death is to just kind of ignore reality and pretend like don't engage with it at all, and wait until you get to another world, um, to not suffer. And it's very frustrating to see, especially when we see what's happening in the world today, right? Like, with the genocides, in Sudan and Congo and Palestine and Eritrea. Like, there's so much going on in the world that you have to wonder, like, if there is a God, what the fuck is he doing,
Yep.
right? Like, he must want people to suffer. When you have so many people being allowed to be killed, and one motherfucking whop, 2,000 people just shot in their head in one whop, and a God doesn't do anything, and then you don't understand why a person would say there is no God. Like, I
It's
that I
insane.
don't understand. Yeah, and then the whole keep the faith thing. Like, I saw someone just type that in the comments. Reminds me of the motherfucker sitting at a dead ass train.
Yep.
Like, keep the faith. You going, like, what are you praying that the train is just gonna magically start back up after 30 fucking minutes? Like, you're telling people to sit at a dead ass train and like hope and pray that this motherfucker just starts back up.
It's wild.
Like,
That's wild. Then they want to, do all the faith without works and all this stuff. Like, but it just doesn't, it just doesn't track. And I, I feel like the like passing off their problems to God. Like, it is escapism, I think, in that sense, because they just want to, you know, pass things along and not have to worry about it and tell God to give them a clean heart and all this stuff. But it's like, you're right. Like, I, reality is hard. Real life is hard. People are out here, needing, wanting, dying, starving, all of these things. Like, life is hard. Just be present though. Like, if your head is in the clouds and your head continues to be in the clouds, maybe if you were not in the clouds, this world wouldn't be like that, because we would be in tune with the fact that, with humanity and other people's humanity and having empathy for human beings. To be sitting up there, uh, praising God and saying, "Oh, I'm sending thoughts and prayers," and there's a child starving, like, or they're saying, basically putting off blame to the people who are in need or whatever, because they must not be, real Christians, or they must not be serving God or whatever. Like, it just doesn't. It's not serving us, and I just really want us to do something different, because at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't know what's next. We don't know what's beyond whatever. And if there's nothing, there's nothing. But don't just start making shit up to try to control people and you'll go to the fiery pit. Like, I don't know. I'm hoping that, and I've been seeing it, I feel like it's been more often that people are, or as of late, I feel like there's been more of an awakening when it comes down to this stuff, and being able to deconstruct and really just ask yourself the hard questions, like, why do I even believe this, versus trying to just defend it. Like, just why do you believe it? Why can it be that it's not true, and we just have our own moral compasses and be able to just be good people? But then I also feel like this is also like a way to, oh, all I got to do is just do, repent or whatever I do. So it's like it's an excuse. It's an excuse to be a bad person and to just go and ask for forgiveness, and now all my sins are washed away and all this stuff. Well, and again, keeping up these conversations or whatever, like, why in the world would God send his son to die for sins that we still do to this day? Like, to this day.
Exactly. Yeah.
And he's trying to get rid of sin in the earth how many times?
Too many, and still is taking people to heaven on trips and
Yeah,
to hell on trips, still trying to get
crazy.
rid of sin. And then, like, I just saw when you talk about them making up stuff, or them like living in a different reality.
Hmm.
They believe that they are the salt of the earth. They believe that they are the people in the world who show the most empathy, who show the most compassion, right? And I just talked about how the pastor of my uncle's church didn't even fucking show up to his funeral today. He sent the eulogy for somebody to read.
Yeah, it's sad.
Empathy, my ass. There is a lady on TikTok right now, due to the government shutdown and EBT being cut off. She's calling churches, and telling them that she has a baby who hasn't eaten since last night. Out of 19 churches she has called, only 2 have offered to send her money to feed the baby.
That's crazy.
17 churches didn't give a damn about a crying newborn who hadn't eaten since last night. But you're the one with the most empathy. You're the one helping the people in the world. No, you try to take credit for what other people have done and just
Hmm.
say that's Christian when it's not you. But when Christians do fuck shit, then that's not Christian.
Yeah. Yeah, but it actually is, like, it's literally telling y'all to do all these things. Like, it is Christianity for you to sit up there and just totally disregard the innocence of children, or totally disregard the rights of women or whatever. Like, that is Christianity. That's what it is. We weren't people. Kids didn't matter. People can starve. It doesn't matter. And I also, look at it like, in the sense of putting ourselves in a position to always be chasing and seeking after that, versus seeking yourself, or learning more about or being one with the earth, whatever it is. It's basically just a distraction, so you can just spiritually bypass and be like, oh, I'm praying for this situation, or we gonna stand in church and pray for, join hands and pray for the hungry kids. But we're not going to send them anything. Like this thoughts and prayers crap, like it's absolutely maddening to me because it's just another thing that y'all do and use to just completely disregard reality and what's before you. So
I agree. There was a young lady who ended up taking her own life. She was a trans young girl, and she posted on Twitter prior to her jumping from a bridge, and there were so many Christians in her comment section after she did it, saying we need more of this, calling for like they were
oh god,
celebrating her taking her life,
that's crazy.
and like I think that for me, that was the day that I realized like Christianity is just straight evil. Like it
Yeah,
is, like and it amazes me how people don't know that they've signed themselves, like they've signed on the dotted line to give their humanity away. Like they've agreed to allow this, what this professor calls this God of the Bible, the monster. He calls Yahweh the monster that Sophia created. But this monster is who the believers of Christianity are worshiping, is what he's saying. And like they've agreed to give their humanity to this monster in exchange for a hope of a different reality when they die. That is fucking wild to me.
it's
That is wild.
delusion too.
Yeah.
It's just like you live in a delusion, and that's where they want you to be because you're very easily controlled in that sense. And it's very frustrating, especially like when you have your whole family believes in God and goes to church and they put all their faith in it, and it's they have their prayer group chats and like all this stuff or whatever, and it just really frustrates me that I feel like a lot of people could be a lot farther in life if they um, exercise your brain to think logically about some of these things and stop putting God or a church above, above yourself for your importance. My ex, his mother was very much into like church and stuff or whatever. And when he was young, like she would go and spend money to buy stuff for the church, a microphone or whatever, and then not get him stuff for school or whatever. Like it's like she was a single mom trying to do the best that she can, but she would put the needs of the church before the needs of her own children, which is absolutely absurd to me. And it creates that, it creates that mentality for a lot of people. It's like, this is my sacrifice to God. This is my 10%. All the while, that 10% could have put shoes on your son's feet, but you had to give it to the church. Like, and I also think that the whole aspect of like waiting for marriage and all that stuff or whatever, I feel they really like enforce that upon black women. And so instead of or sorry, not just premarital sex or whatever, but just the standard of being a Psalms 31 woman or all this bull crap that they be selling. I do feel like it has put a lot of black women particularly in a position where they are sacrificing so much of their life and their youth to be able to say that they were, faithful to God because I didn't have relationships or I didn't, do drugs or drink or whatever the case is. I didn't get a chance to live life. I'm calling myself being a Christian and, I have to be single and all of this stuff. And I feel like that is why there's so many like, black women that get drugged through the that's or sorry get conditioned through the doctrine and for us being able to listen and obey and have God order our steps and all that stuff. But I don't even really ever see, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but like I don't ever feel like men are that diehard about stuff like that. Like we have all these, young Black girls that
No,
whatever
they're
that
not.
make these pledges to, be
Purity.
abstinence. Yeah, but I don't ever see men making those kind of, concessions, and I don't ever see them taking it seriously to where they're not going to be doing, not living life just because they're not married. Like, and then of those two, the one person that is supposed to be faithful and doing, they're the ones that are sitting there left with nothing after years of giving themselves to this, to God and to the ministry and all that stuff. And they teach you that that is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to put yourself down to be able to serve the church. And I think I could have bought into that if I saw the church serving more. Like I would be okay serving the church if I was putting meals on, giving meals to people who needed meals, or if I'm giving helping people with shelter or paying bills or something like that. Like I can concede to that, and I can be fully submitted to something like that. But no, like you want me to do that with no return, or you want me to do that with no impact. And I just don't at 40, I'm like, I start waking up and I'm like, this is yeah, like I can't keep doing this, because I just feel like I'm missing out on so much by being so indoctrinated and basically like not questioning God or all that. Like once you start asking, I'm the type of person that's like, I like to ask questions, and that's how I learn stuff. I like to have conversations. Like that's how I learn stuff. And when I used to try to just have conversations about the Bible, like now I understand why it was always so hard to talk to them, because I'm listening to these people up here sounding like freaking idiots trying to defend this stuff. And if I'm just asking you a simple question and you go around the world to give me the answer, and then pat me on my back, and when things don't go the way that I need them to go because you told me to be faithful and fast and all this stuff, but I still end up losing the job, or I still end up not having money, or I can't I'm not like I don't get it. And it's this whole aspect of, I never understood also the aspect of making sure that you put, um I guess what I'm trying to say is like trying to make sure that you stay in that mindset. And the fear is what they instill so much fear so that you don't want to question, because questioning God is, is the worst thing you could do. Like, no, like if you are who you say you are, or if this is supposed to be true, I should be able to ask questions. I should be able to, make inferences. Like things should be logical. If, I was a person who was being taught something by anybody else, I can ask questions and get understanding, because those things hold up, those morals hold up, those values hold. Like none of this stuff holds up. So you having these conversations, trying to learn and try to get more, and I always felt disconnected because and they always made it seem like it was my fault. Like, oh, you just ain't in your word, or oh, you just don't understand, or whatever. The same argument that they have where well, I can't get you to see, because you're not going to really understand God until you fully submit to him. And I'm like, no, like if I'm going into anything else in my life, no matter what, it's a contract, it's a job, like whatever, like I should be able to ask questions. I should be able to have things make sense. I should be able to reconcile the things that you're telling me, and I should be able to see proof of the things that you're telling me. But you you continuously put yourself in this position that you are just like, I feel like it's making us dumber too. You're just deferring to, this entity, this deity or whatever, without thinking. And the whole point is for us not to think. And I can't do that. I just can't do that. But I was just like, why? Oh shoot! I didn't realize it was this late. I said I was just gonna be on here for a few minutes because I just wanted to say thank you for this community, and thank you for being as open as you are about your journey and sharing that with us. And I'm learning a lot. My thoughts and things are still evolving. I am not, sure how that'll pan out, but the best thing that I've come across, now is just like the freedom and a lot of weight being off my shoulder to know that there are other people out there that felt the way that I feel. And it's not just me, it's not my fault, you know. It's not because I don't believe, or because I don't read my Bible. It's not because I don't have the Holy Spirit. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And if I could just get straight answers from our questions, maybe I would have never even gotten to this point where I'm fully deconstructing. So I don't know. I think I'm getting really sleepy right now, and I'm trying not to ramble. So, but thank you for having me up, and having and listening to me. And again, just I appreciate you very much.
You're very welcome. I appreciate you for coming up. It was a great conversation, and I hope you have a great rest of the night.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye, y'all.
All right, bye bye.
Good night.
I don't know what's happening with the box. Like it took forever. I was trying to let Maddie up, and it took forever for it to open, and so I don't know, Celine, if you could be on the lookout for me um, tonight, because
Okay.
yeah, it's not working. Hood
I got
Guru,
you.
Yeah,
hi, how are you?
I'm doing fine.
What's your age again?
30.
Okay, and which topic did you want to do?
Uh, we can run through all of them.
Yeah, actually, I just need you to choose one topic.
Hello, okay. Do I think religion is toxic to our society?
Okay. Y'all, give me just a second. Thank everybody for being here on TikTok and on YouTube. Continue to share the stream out so that we can get more eyes on the stream, get more conversations going. Don't forget to tap up the live. If you are a member, make sure that you send your heart me's so that TikTok know that you are awake in here and that you are enjoying the content. Hood Guru, what are your thoughts on the toxicity of religion in society?
Well, I don't think religion is toxic to our society, but ignorance in conjunction with religion is the most like toxic to our society.
Why don't you think religion, like, do you understand what religion is?
Uh, Enlighten me.
No, I'm asking, do you understand what religion is? Not
I
anybody
have an
teach you what
idea,
religion
but
is.
I don't know the textbook context.
What is your idea of religion?
Religion is like something that protects your spiritual belief system, or something that's put. Uh, I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I'm sorry, but I would like for you to explain it because I
Religion
want
is
to
just
learn.
religion is a system of beliefs, right?
Okay.
Based on worshiping a deity, um, typically based off of sacred text or a spiritual leader. Um, and so humans are involved in the religion. So when you say it's ignorance coupled with the religion that is toxic to society, I guess I would need you to explain that more and break it down.
Well,
Like how would a narcissistic genocidal god who condones slavery, rape, and genocide not be toxic to society if what it says in the sacred text um, is
so
instructions and let me finish talking and
oh,
then
I'm
you
sorry.
speak.
I'm sorry.
If what it says in its sacred text are instructions and regulations on how to do these things, if it's teaching people that this is a part of its plan for uh, struggling so that they can cast off reality and hopes for a better life and when they die. And if humans bind themselves to this belief system and follow it, how are they separate? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, are we talking about religion in general, or a specific religion?
Talking about religion in general, but I'm saying if you're saying that the ignorance coupled with religion is what's toxic, and I just gave you an example. How are they separate if it's based off of sacred text and the worship of a deity, especially if this deity is genocidal, narcissistic? Like, I need you to separate those two for me. If you're saying that it's just the ignorance coupled with religion.
Because, like, for example, you were explaining earlier, like, if the church were to like do more good in the community, or like,
I didn't say that. That was not me.
that was the woman who was on here before. I'm sorry, but it can be used for a good purpose, but it's being used in conjunction with ignorance in order to weaponize it to use to manipulate people.
That doesn't take away its toxicity. Like you didn't address the the loyalty to the sacred text and the deity, right? The deity teaches um, toxic beliefs, toxic
Right.
ideologies, right? Just because there can be some good that comes from it doesn't erase its toxicity. So I still need you to kind of flush that out for me. Like what religion in our society do you see that it doesn't have any toxic traits?
Well, I mean, it's good and bad and everything, but I think it all depends on the person who's engaging in this religion and how they use the text. Because a lot of them are ignorant, so they will use the text in an ignorant way, or they will read it and believe the lies and the manipulation in these stories, you know. But it also has truth in it too. So, and that's like, I think that's like the worst thing they could have did, like, is mix the truth with the lies.
What truth?
Because
Annika, he was here on Wednesday,
yeah, I
right?
was here. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I was here.
I know who he is. But what truth are you talking about?
Just certain things where it says like the way we should eat, as far as like eating from trees that bear fruit and seeds and things of that nature, and not eating the flesh of animals and not doing certain things. Just like the way you should like live your lifestyle.
But there's nowhere in this book that says that you are supposed to only eat trees. Like that story with Adam and Eve is a etiological tale of the beginning of time, right? It's a human saying this is how the world started out. Like we started out as hunter gatherers, right? Uh, the the concept of eating meat came later on down the line. The
Yeah.
concept of making bread from wheat, right? When the millstone was created, right? Like humanity evolved. It's not saying that you're supposed to just eat fruits and vegetables. That's not what that story is saying.
Mm.
I mean, if there's nothing wrong with being a vegetarian, but to make the claim that that's the truth that's in the Bible, like it, that's
That,
not what that
but
story is
that,
saying.
but does it not say like that's what we should eat?
No, it doesn't.
Well, what does it say?
What do you mean? What does it say? Like the Bible quite literally says that they can eat meat as long as they don't eat the blood. Like, what do you mean? There's nowhere in that book that says only eat vegetables. Where did you get that from?
I guess I got it from just listening to people read scriptures in the Bible.
What scripture?
Certain scriptures that it's just things I be hearing like other Christians say, like in the Bible and stuff like that.
Did you go
But
and research it for yourself though?
no, I didn't find God through the Bible. I found God
No, I'm
through
saying,
life.
uh, no, I'm saying the scriptures that the belief system that you now hold, right,
Yeah.
as truth, you got from someone else. And I'm asking, did you go and research what you heard them say before you decided that it was truth?
No, actually, I actually learned it from science, like learning about biology and our body and like what we naturally supposed to eat And I heard that scripture, that part of the Bible where it say we supposed to eat the fruits of the trees and seeds, and I just made that connection.
It doesn't say that though. And so the answer is no, you didn't. The
Okay.
answer is that you heard someone say it and you believed it and you called it truth without researching it yourself, right? And I do think that there are things that harm the body, um, and but the reality, the facts are is that the Bible does not say that humans are supposed to only eat, uh, you know, fruits and seeds. There's nowhere in the Bible that says that.
Mm,
But and this is a part of the toxicity, right? Because people
yeah.
will hear people say things, and then they'll, instead of researching it for themselves or asking questions, they just take it as truth and they run with it, and then they go and tell another person, or they start teaching it, as factual information, and then we end up with a society filled with people who reject facts and knowledge for what they've already decided is truth.
Yeah, I can understand that. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't read the Bible, the whole Bible. I only got to Genesis because I really wanted to break down every line to where I can make sense of the Genesis story. So I haven't read the Bible. I found God through science, things like science and learning history and geography and biology and astrology and astronomy and things like that, you know. And that's what made me wanted to revisit the Bible when I see people, they'll have like the book with the scriptures and they'll read it out and I'll see these things and I'll be like, okay, that makes sense. Because when I first tried to read the Bible, the shit didn't make sense. But after I had to realize that you're not gonna find God in the book, you know.
I mean, is it fair to say that you found the God you believe exists, right? In science and geography. You don't know, if you've not read the Bible, you have absolutely no idea if you've found the God that's in the Bible. Because the God in the Bible is described, right? Their characteristics are described, their mindset is described, right? And if the God that you believe exists doesn't match those characteristics, then you have not found the God of the Bible.
Yeah, but I also understand that the same people who, you know, raped and pillaged and took over our land and, just straight fucked us over. The same people that fucked us over were the same people that gave us this book. But at the same time, I understand that they didn't put all lies in there because they couldn't get most of the world to believe it if they put all lies in there. So they had to put a little bit of the truth
What
in it.
lies did they put in there? Like, this is the claim that
Well,
I
what
see
lie?
a lot of black people making without being able to back it up, right? Like,
You
so
mean
if you're
like the
saying if you're
lies?
saying if you're saying that they put lies in the book, then you have to have a different book, or that is much older than the text that's in this book, and say, see, this is what it originally said. They took it out and replaced it with this. But whenever I ask a black believer that, you never have anything to take me to show me something that's older than the Hebrew text that says something completely different than what's in the Hebrew text,
Right.
or in the New Testament text, which is the Koine Greek. The reality is the slavery, the pillaging, the genocide, the rape, the abuse, all of that is original to the Hebrew text, to the oldest text that we have. There's, like, we don't have any older text that says anything different than what we have.
Hmm.
So where are y'all getting that it's a lie? That they put lies in there.
That they put like it's just like certain things like for example like the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. You know, like logic would tell me that I never seen a father and a son, without a mother. So when I hear Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, what I hear is it sounds like a single father mad at his baby mama, and he's like, "Oh, you can't say her name in here," you know.
But you don't see that. You don't see a problem with the whole Genesis story. Like, have you ever seen a human created without a female?
No,
Right. So, like, you question the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, but you don't question the creation of humanity. Like, the whole story is mm, uh, mythology, right? It's or
mm,
historical fiction.
mm,
Right? There's nothing in our society, nothing in nature that can create another kind of itself without a female being involved.
right,
There are things in nature, species in nature that can create another kind of itself without a male being involved. So that story, just that story within itself, should be the first question, right? Because it does not match our reality.
right. Okay, so let me ask you this, cause like again, like, cause I really don't know, so I actually want to learn, you know. But let me ask you this: what what role did Sophia play in the Genesis story? Like, was that in the Genesis story? Was that part of that story?
I mean, and there's no Sophia in the Genesis story. What I was talking about was a lecture that a professor was giving. He was talking about the house and the story of the monad, which is a different god, right? It's a Gnostic belief that
Okay.
said that Sophia, got jealous and wanted to do her own thing, and she rose up against the monad and created Yahweh. She felt bad, and then out of that, Yahweh was created, which is the monster god. So it's just another mythology, right, of
Yeah.
people trying to make sense of the world. But listening to that lecture, let me know where Christianity got the idea that Satan got jealous of this God, right? And tried to overthrow the God. Like, they're mixing different religion, oral traditions together. They're mixing philosophy together. And it's kind of like a melting pot of different beliefs and different oral traditions. So if we had to uh, do like a one-on-one and lay that story on top of the Genesis story, which I don't recommend people doing.
Okay.
Um, but I would say that Sophia would be the serpent. If,
Really?
if because in the Christian story, the serpent is Satan, and Satan is the one who rebelled against the God in heaven. And Sophia and the monad story, Sophia is the one who rebelled against the God in heaven. Right. So what Christianity did was cherry pick from different oral traditions and different
Mhm.
religions that was in the ancient Near East and created their what would be like the Talmudic or the uh, um, you know what is it called in Islam? Tafirs? Is it tafirs? Oh my God! What is it? Tahid? Is it? Oh my God! What is it called in Islam? The Not the Quran, but the is it is it tafsirs? It's not the tafsirs. It's the
Torah?
no, the hadiths. Thank you, goodness gracious. What the hell? The hadiths. Yeah. So the this their Christianity's oral traditions would be similar to the hadiths or the Talmudic rabbinic literature, right? And how they just pick from different oral traditions and say, "Oh, this is what happened with Satan. This is what happened with the Tower of Babel and Nimrod." And right, we don't have a written book with all of these. Ours are oral, like Western Christianity is oral, passed down orally. So Sophia would be the serpent. I mean, uh, in the garden, if we had to do a one-on-one layover. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah. Cause I was thinking along the lines of maybe Sir Sophia gave birth to Adam. But I'm not gonna lie. I'm not
Where would
going.
you have gotten that from?
I don't know. I just be thinking. I just be overthinking and thinking until I find something that makes sense to me.
And see, I think that that's because you look at it like this is real, right?
No, I try to make. I try. I'm a logical person, but I just try to make sense of it because it's easy to point out the lies, but it's a challenge to try to make sense of these things of this book.
It shouldn't be a challenge, right? I mean, let me not say that. When you say make sense of it,
I mean, yeah,
like when you read Genesis 2, right? And it literally says this is the creation of how the God created the heavens and the earth. Common sense tells you that the author is writing from their perspective
yeah,
of how the earth got here, right?
right,
And then it talks about how man was created, right? Common sense tells you like this is the beginning of patriarchal ideals, right?
yeah,
Man created first, right? And then women created from the rib of man.
yeah,
Oh, she's created as his help me. Like looking at this,
yeah. And I don't mean to cut you off, but that's something that never stuck with me
but you do
about the
mean to cut
Bible.
me off when you
I'm
do that.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So I was almost done. I was just gonna say like this is just like reading it. You can see that it talks about uh, agriculture, right? The 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 evolution of going from wearing leaves as clothes to wearing animal skin as clothes to cover ourselves up. Why women have pain through childbirth. Why snakes don't have legs out of all the animals, right? Um, why men have to work to eat, right? Why they get married, why they eat bread now, right? How they went from eating trees to now they eat bread, right? Like it's a etiological tale of the evolution of time and humanity.
Mhm. Okay, I'm not gonna lie though. Like I said, I like to make sense of everything. And like the thing I like to do, like I had told you about this before, but I like to use the find that 10% of truth and go from there. You know. But what I was about to say is one thing that never sat right with me is like how they demonize women in the Bible, or like how they don't show much representation of women in the Bible. You know, but I'm gonna give you an example of like when I was reading Genesis and what I got from it. Like in like the part where it say like in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. I would like identify the lie. Where's the lie? In the beginning, God. That's the lie. Because who the fuck was there to witness that shit, to write that shit down? But then I would identify the truth. Created the heavens and the earth. How is
Well,
that true? Because we're on earth looking up. We on earth, and every time we go outside, we look up at the heavens. You know. So like, I like to like try to make sense of it look by deleting the lie and starting with the truth and going from there. But in order for
but
me to,
why are you calling it a lie when like it's not a meant to be a story of fact. It's only a lie if a person is meaning for it to be fact. When they wrote this, they were writing from their own inspiration. Like it's an etiological tale, right? It's not. Christianity is telling you that this is fact. But the author didn't intend for you in 2025 or believers in 2025 to actually believe that this is how the earth was created or how humans were created. This is just, it was a way of basically teaching the evolution of history and humanity and the earth. And when people say God, right, it's just the unknown. Like they don't know, right?
Yeah,
So why are you calling it a lie?
because that's what my logic's telling me.
I I guess I understand that. Like, but I think the way when you're looking for lies, like a lie would be that um they were in Egypt and they were enslaved in Egypt for 430 years, and a god came and killed all the firstborn, right? Uh, like people believing that that would be a lie. Like there are stories in this book that are meant to be mythology. There are stories in this book that are told from a place of um, that is a lie that's meant to be taken as history, but it's historical fiction, right? So I think it's just the I guess it's the way I get you saying that you're looking for the lie and then you're looking for the truth too. Um, I, I guess your methodology for that is what's confusing me because I understand what it is that you're trying to do. I just don't quite understand how you're trying to do it.
Okay. So you understand what I'm trying to do. Like you understand that I'm trying to make sense of it, but you don't understand like how I'm trying to go about doing it.
Right, your method of it. I don't like. I
Oh,
don't quite
okay,
understand
okay.
it. Yeah,
So
because it's
the
like there's
mission.
no.
I'm listening.
It's like there's no actual research involved in it. It's like you're just going through and you're like, oh, there's no there's no God or this God didn't create the earth or nobody knows that the God created the earth. That's a lie, but the earth is created, so that's truth. Um, you know, the man is not saying that you're saying this, but the man is dominant. So Adam was created first. That's true. Um, we're supposed to eat trees when they're eating animals. That's a lie. Like it sounds like you're doing that.
Oh, well, okay. So I can see where the disconnect is. Okay, so I'm basing the truth based off the research that I done about the outside world, and not just the outside world, but you know inside, spiritually, you know. So I'm pulling different truths from each part of reality and I'm piecing it together.
Yeah, I think
And
that's what I just said that you're doing.
yeah,
But you're
but
using like
no,
woo words to
but
do it.
this like what I'm saying is like this before we get into the Bible, you know? So like I had to get a good understanding of the world outside of me, and I had to get a good understanding of my mind and my emotions and my body. And once I started understanding and like the raw truths about multiple different things around the world, I started to see the connections between these things, and I started to see the bigger picture. And when I started to see the bigger picture, then things like when I'm reading Genesis, I can see why it was put the way it was put, you know,
But
and
you're
I can
going
see
off
the
of your
lies, and I
feelings.
can see, huh?
You're going off of your feelings, right? So I just saw somebody say in the comments, you don't need research to discredit Christianity. And it's not about discrediting Christianity. That's not what this conversation is about. He's saying that he's seeking truth and he's trying to connect the dots. But like if you're going off of your what you feel, right? And you're calling it spirit and a lot of what you said, right, is just not factual, right? The things that your spirit or what you're saying your experience is the, and you're connecting it to this story. It's just you're doing the same thing that Christians do, right? You're interpreting and basically saying, oh, the author meant this by this, right? That's what it sounds like you're doing. You
Yeah,
you
yeah,
might not call
yes,
it the
yes.
Holy Spirit, but you're doing the same thing
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
Christians do.
I can agree with you on that, but the difference is I'm not blindly believing it.
You are. You literally started this conversation off by saying that humans are supposed to only eat seeds and trees. And when I asked you, where did you get that from? You originally said scriptures in the Bible, and I said, where? And you said someone you heard someone say it and you didn't research it. You just accepted it as truth. That is blindly believing it because you didn't go and fact check that to see and make sure that the book said that before you took it as truth, made it of more
Okay.
value,
No.
right? And then you tell other people that that is truth. That is blind belief, blind faith.
Okay. So it would be blind faith. Okay, I can agree with you on it because granted, I don't know shit about the Bible. But you know how life is when you get to a certain point to where it's certain things that you must focus on, a certain thing that you must learn in order for you to elevate as a being. All the religious and spiritual shit aside, So I went through a moment in my life where God wasn't the book wasn't helping. The doctors wasn't helping. All this medicine that they was giving me wasn't helping. So I figured out, hey, I got to do this shit on my own. So that's when I started researching about health and the right things we supposed to put in our body. And I realized us eating meat, that comes from a survival thing. That comes from when we didn't have when the crops got mixed over and we didn't have crops and or we only had little bit of vegetables and herbs and things of that nature. So we would go out and hunt and kill and chop it up and put them herbs and vegetables with it and we'll eat. So that came from survival, but that's not our natural diet, you know. And
But what
not
does this
only
have to do with the Bible though? Like you can
no,
like you can
I'm
hold
saying
on.
what I'm
Ho-
saying, what
ho-
I'm saying. I'm
Hold on.
sorry,
What
I'm sorry,
hold on.
I'm sorry.
You can have a good diet, right? For yourself. But that's that's not biblical, right? Like you don't have to eat fruits and vegetables and seeds. Like I don't know what that has to do with the Bible. Like they were not to
I
eat
gotta take
unclean animal. That like in this book, this God tells his chosen people that the when they eat meat, it has to be properly cooked and properly sacrificed. And it cannot have died of natural causes, right? But they are allowed to take animals that died of natural causes or died from like a fighting with another animal or died because a chariot ran it over. They're allowed to take that animal and sell it to foreigners or give it to the foreigners that's living in their land. Foreigners could eat unclean meat, but the chosen had to eat meat that was killed properly through sacrifice.
all right.
Right, so there's it doesn't say anything about only eating seeds and fruit. It says you can like don't eat food that's gonna make you sick, but I don't give a fuck about the foreigners. They can, and you can make a profit off of them.
Mm.
That's what this book says.
It kind of sounds like it was made for white people.
It didn't say white people. White people just
I
took it
know
and
it
did
just,
it.
it just. That's what it sounds like.
it 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 was written by a ethnic group of people called Israelites,
Mm.
right? And they were not European. Europeans just took it, right, and they just followed the plan. It's a yesterday I was talking with Jared and I was doing the interview, and we were talking. She was basically asking me like, "What do I see in the book?" Like it's a business plan, right? And you right now we have three companies. We have uh, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, who have like they're offshoots of one another. Like they each have their own competitive advantage, their own product. They've taken this business plan and expanded it, right? But they followed the foundation of it primarily. It's a plan for colonization, for conquering, for ruling. This is what I was saying earlier when I was like it's layered. Like the plan talks to the owners, it talks to the employees, and then it talks to the customers to keep them loyal. It has retention built in it. It has benefit built in it, reward built in it, right? It's a plan that they're following.
Right. I mean, I can see that. But when I was bringing up the thing about the diet, I already told you like the most I read was like just Genesis, you know. So I haven't read the Bible, but the point of me explaining the thing about the diet is that's where I found that truth. So when I synced it in Genesis, that's what it registered as in my mind, you
So
know.
you were I, I think I said this, right? You were talking about in the garden when they ate, when he's like, you can eat from any tree in the garden. That's the scripture you were referring to, and it's like humans aren't supposed to eat trees and seed.
Nah,
You
it
said
wasn't.
when you seen it in Genesis. Where in Genesis?
It wasn't that. It was after they created man and God told them you can eat from I think
Yeah, I just said
every
that.
tree bearing fruit and every fruit bearing seeds.
Yeah, I just said that.
Oh, I
That's what I
thought you
just
said
said.
I thought you said you can eat from anything in the garden except of this tree.
I said any tree in the garden, except for the tree of knowledge of good and evil. But I didn't say that part. I just said he said you can eat from any tree in the garden. That's the scripture that you were referring to when you were saying that humans were supposed to only eat trees and seed. You're
Oh,
talking about the Genesis story, which is an etiological tale. From that the author is just, telling a story of how they see or what they believe the beginning of time was, and the evolution of humanity. That, but that's what you're taking as, oh, we're only supposed to eat trees and seed because in the beginning of time that's all the people ate.
I mean, yeah,
That's like saying because they didn't have toilets back then we shouldn't have toilets. That because they didn't have indoor plumbing we shouldn't have indoor plumbing. Because they only wore leaves to cover, like, and really a lot of, they were naked. Like they went from being naked to wearing leaves to wearing animal skin to wearing cloth, right? To
yeah,
everybody had on gowns. Nowadays men wear breeches, right? They wear pants. Women wear pants. Like people wear what they want to wear, really. But like we're we're looking at the evolution of humanity from millions of years ago to today, and we're trying to apply the our lifestyle. We're trying to apply the lifestyle of people who had limited knowledge, limited resources, to a more advanced humanity. That's ridiculous to me. We should be more evolved in our thinking than we are. Like I feel like religion is keeping people um, blocked from evolving in our thinking. Like we're scared of damn near everything. We're,
yeah. I
we're
can
so
I can
fucking
agree with
scared
that.
and think that a God or a Jesus or a devil is going to get us. And then the crazy thing about it is what they call the devil, what they call punishment. They live smack dead in the middle of it. Right? There's
Yeah,
genocide all around us. Right? And like in America, our own government has declared war on us. But we're fucking afraid to think because we're afraid that a God is going to send us to hell. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, that is wild. I agree with a lot of things. I agree with a lot of things you say.
People would just rather stay ignorant. Like they're comfortable in their ignorance. Is where they feel safe.
And that's the problem right there. They're comfortable. They made it to where like it's a comfortable prison, and they imprison their minds. Like, and I don't want you to think like I'm a die-hard Christian. Like, I really don't have no stance. I call like me. I say I'm spiritually free. I really don't have no stance. Like with it. I'm not emotionally invested in it.
I mean, it sounds like you believe that this is where you got your what you're calling salvation or healing from, right? Um, you're applying some of the things in this book that you believe are truth. You're applying that to this mindset that you have now. It sounds like you went from a place of being really disturbed, right, in your mind, in your life, in your heart. You had some tough times. Now you found some sense of peace, right? That's what it sounds like. And correct me if I'm wrong. And this sense of peace that you found, you're calling spiritual, and you're connecting that with things that you've heard that are in the Bible. Some things that you feel are truth because it aligns with this sense of serenity, this sense of peace that you've now found in your life.
Yeah, I can say that. To me, honestly, if I'm being truly honest, it's really just something to do to challenge my mind. And then is like I guess I'm a lot like you in that sense to where I like to like I be wanting to teach Christians the right way to look at this shit instead of just looking at it and just like believing it. So when like if you look at any of my videos, you probably won't, but if you look at them, the things that I say in it, you don't have to agree with it, but it's something to make you think. You know what I'm saying? It's something to make you think and wonder about what the fuck you really reading. Because when I'm going with like I was doing the Genesis. I did a couple story. I did a couple videos on the Genesis, and I was going through it just like using a little creative logic, using a little regular logic, and a little spiritual intelligence, and just like making this shit actually make sense. You know what I'm saying? To where Christians are looking at it and they're like, okay, that actually makes sense. You know?
Yeah,
So I guess like a part of me wants to teach them to think more, I guess. Cause I feel sorry for them.
but you're doing the same thing though, Hood Guru. Like you're dealing with the woo woo ness, right? And like you're further going into this realm of spirituality or mysticism, right? And that doesn't require thinking, that requires feeling, right? You an imagination. And I think what a lot of people mistake thinking for is imagining, right? Thinking requires research, right?
Right?
It requires understanding, it requires questioning, it requires accepting and rejecting data,
Right?
right? Pondering, not imagination and not interpretation or just, right, because that is a part of, that's a type of thinking. But what we talk about here is like critically thinking. How does
Yeah.
this text, these religions, this belief, the followers of the belief, how is it affecting our society today? How is it affecting our life, our reality? Is it good? Is it bad? Right?
Right?
That's what you know real thinking is. And like I was saying earlier in the last conversation when I was talking to Fee, it seems like to me that the symbolism, and this is just my own thought, like it seems like to me the symbolism behind what the Bible calls the Holy Spirit is critical thinking. Because when John says that Jesus is the Word, which would be logos, right? That philosophical concept of logos was the was a philosophical concept that came from a philosopher, a Greek philosopher named Heraclitus. Heraclitus was the first to talk about the logos or word in a divine way, and he was saying that every human is divine in a way that they have the ability to think, to question, and use logic,
Mm.
right? And then Philos of Alexandria took it and applied it to the Israelite God. And then the author of the John Gospel, the book of John, took it and applied it to Jesus. Jesus became the logos, the ability to think. Except what Jesus does to his followers is with through Christianity, he encages it, enslaves it. You become a slave of Jesus. You become a slave to the logos, and you don't think. You
Mm.
hand that over. You hand that over to somebody else to think for you,
Yeah.
right? Um so when I hear believers talk about like the Holy Spirit, I think that those that are when they, the anoint when pastors or bishops or evangelists talk about them having the anointing and they have the ability to deliver a message, they're talking about critical thinking. That's just my thought,
Okay.
right? It's the ability to critically think, to understand shit, and then sometimes they don't want people to understand because then it takes away their control, it takes away their influence, it takes away their perceived charisma, right? That makes people want to bow down and say, I need this person in my life in order for me to understand. Like if I don't have them, if I don't follow them, then I won't know. But in
Mm.
reality, we all have that ability to critically think, to question, to research, to reason, to ponder, to discuss. You
Right.
don't need a Holy Spirit to do that. Our brain does that for us if we engage with it, if we allow it.
Right. But I can't I can agree. I can agree like what you saying. But that's not me.
Like
Cause
just a second, like look,
I am a
like
critical thinker.
hold on, Hookery, look, just me telling you to think, me telling you to use your brain, and Mother Teresa in the comments wants you to use your heart. This is
Mm.
thinking versus feeling. And they will tell me that what I'm saying to you is wrong while validating it with their own fucking words. I called you what the fuck I called you, Mother Teresa O'Connor. I called you what the fuck what I wanted to call you. Like you're literally validating what I'm saying. You're telling him not to use his brain, but to use his heart. That's
you
ignorance right there because she doesn't even realize like she's disagreeing with me while saying exactly what I'm saying. They tell you to do. That's ignorance. When you don't know what the fuck is even coming out of your mouth, that's ignorance. You have no idea, like you speak words and you don't even understand the words that you speak. You don't even understand the entailment of what you're saying. That is complete ignorance. And Mother Teresa O'Connor wants you to be ignorant like her, which is why she tells you to use your heart and not your brain. I can't tell you what to do. Right? I don't have a right to tell you what to do.
all right.
But I would hope that you realize that you have a brain, right? Can't and no one should be allowed to control that brain but you because it's in your head. Just like whatever conversation you have with whatever God you believe in, I can't get into that conversation. That
All right.
conversation is between you and that God. That brain that's in your head is between you and your body. Don't let anybody tell you whether or not you can use it. The fact that people have the power to do that is fucking wild to me.
Mm. I'm gonna be honest. I'm 100% with you on that. Like, like despite the things that like, I think with us is just like, you know, you're really more of like a left brain, and I'm more like into the like right brain type of thinking, you know. But I think how I see spirituality is not like one or the other, whether it's like your mind and your heart, or like your mental and like your left and your right brain, or you like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, spirituality is the combination of both of them. When both of them work in coherence with each other. You ain't gotta tell me to like not listen to a motherfucker, because I've been lied to all my motherfucking life, so I can't trust nothing outside of me without overthinking about it a million
But
times.
that isn't true because you accepted what somebody said about eating trees and seed. And so you have, like, I'm understand that I'm listening to you when you speak, and
Right,
I'm taking you at your word, right?
right.
And you're saying one thing but doing another, which which
Okay,
is
I
what
can, I can.
spirituality allows, right? In spirituality, there are no, like, facts isn't the foundation. Facts isn't the root. Like, you could be one thing and be another 5 seconds later. You could believe one thing and say another 5 seconds later, because spirituality is about feelings and imagination. It isn't rounded in facts. It doesn't necessarily have a solid foundation. Spirituality can mean anything. Like, for me, when I would talk about spirituality, when I was like into spirituality, it was more about personal development.
Mm, okay.
But people define spirituality in a lot of ways. There isn't one definition about what's spiritual.
I mean, yeah. I guess spirituality is unique to, same thing as the Bible. We all gonna get something different from it. You know.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I
But
don't
as far
necessarily
as far
have
as
conversations about spirituality on here, because it means something different to damn near everybody.
yeah, but the way my mind works, like, I'm gonna think logically, but I
Yeah.
am gonna think about it with my heart too. You know, because there is a such thing as creative logic too.
Hmm.
You know, and creative logic would be something like you a woman, like how you put together an outfit and how you have your hair, and your jewelry, and you'll be looking good
I
and
don't
everything
give
will
a
be.
damn about outfits like that. That is sexist. Not all women care about shit like that. Like, give me a
But
pair of
most
joggers and a shirt. I don't give a damn about shit like that.
but most women are creative.
No, they're not. I don't care. Like, makeup, I don't give a fuck about that. I wish I did, but I don't. Like, I'm not, like, I wear the same uh studded earrings. Like, I don't have a jewelry box full of shit. Like, I'm not that type of woman.
Okay. Well, another way to explain creative logic would be the ability to break something down and build it back up and build it into something new. Deconstruction, reconstruction. Destruction and creation. That type of thing. Whereas, like, you know, basically, creative logic is what us as us as humans use to create things. You know how a person can see a tree and cut it down and make it into a chair or something like that. That's a creative logic. You know, whether whereas like left brain logic is more about like analyzing, drawing conclusions, like observing things of that nature. But creative logic is more of just knowing how to break something down and create something into something new. You know?
I don't quite understand what it is that you're trying to say. You're saying it as if you have to be one or the other, and that's just not the case. Especially like with me, right? Like I've created a lot of shit. I've broken down a lot of shit, and created a lot of shit. But I'm also very, factual, right?
Right.
So like you're saying it as if you have to be one or the other. There are some people who are more one than the other,
Right.
but there are people who have a balance, right? And know how to use their when to use their left brain and when to use their right brain for like creating. It's not, you don't have to be all or nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was trying to make. I look at things from a left brain logic, and then I look at things from a right brain logic, and then I I do like the left brain, right brain, like I think it's called coherence. You know, when your left brain, your left hemisphere, your brain, and the right hemisphere, your brain sync, and that's a whole different. That's a whole different. That's what I call spiritual logic. You know,
I mean, I get you, uh, and this is why I say I don't get into spirituality on here, because people define spirituality in whatever way, because there's no foundation. Like spirituality to me isn't necessarily real. It's not a real thing. One, we have no one can prove that a spirit exists, right? That a soul exists. It's the emotion or the feeling or the thoughts, the imagination, right? That, or the experience or the personality, of a person's life, that I think people are calling spiritual. The lessons, right, that people are calling spiritual. I don't necessarily think spirituality, or I have not seen that there is a foundation to this spirituality thing. I think it's everything, if that makes sense.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I can understand it. Another way, well, shit, I can't get into spirituality because I see like that ain't like that's something you don't really fuck with.
Because it's your imaginations, right? And I deal with, like, this is a research based live, right?
Right.
um I don't want to get into people's mindsets. I mean, like their imaginations to that degree. Like they're right, for a little while. I am allowing believers to tell their testimonies, for the just because I have a question about the divine power of this God, right? Like I don't quite understand how this God can be in human form with all of his power and nobody fucking know it is him. If real power is power, like if it's in front of you, you're gonna feel it regardless if you believe it or not. So for a little while, um, I will allow the testimonies and the imaginations of believers, but typically I don't get into that, because sometimes I think those imaginations can be helpful, right, to that person. Um, uh, Especially when it's dealing with like personal development or therapy, like healing, stuff like that. But spirituality, like I said, means a lot of things to a lot of people, and sometimes it can be harmful. A lot of times, spirituality is harmful, and it takes people into like psychosis.
Yeah, I
So
can
I don't
understand
get
that.
into that.
Okay.
But we've gotten far away from religion being toxic. I think for like the conclusion of this, conversation for me would be that because of the fact that you're having to figure it out yourself, and the belief is that a God, you know, sent these religious texts here in the minds of other humans, and you have to figure out what the God is trying to say, is part of the toxicity for me.
Yeah. Well, well, I'm gonna give somebody else a chance to get on here and have a conversation because it is 1 o'clock where I'm at. But I did enjoy talking to you, and I learned so much, and I appreciate it. You know,
You're
and
so welcome. I enjoyed the conversation as well, and I hope you have a great rest of the night.
you too.
All right. Selena, are you able to bring up somebody? Selena, are you there? Thank you, Joshua.
Oh, God.
Uh, uh, the collection by uh, Cord.
Yeah, yeah. Howdy.
Hi. Oh, Joshua. How old are you?
39.
All right, and I take it by your comments that you are a believer in the God of the Bible.
Yes.
Mm. Let me ask you a question because you were saying some other things. Are you under the belief that this text belongs to Black people?
Oh, facts. Matter of fact, there's no religion on this planet that wasn't made by us first.
Okay, and are you a like believe that the Hebrews in this book were Black?
That part too. The whole story takes place in Africa.
It
That's
does
a
not.
fact.
No, it
If
doesn't.
if it does
It
not
does
take
not.
place
It
here,
does not. It doesn't. It
wait.
does not.
Okay.
It takes
Where's
place
your
like this is a
basis?
Mesopotamian. This is a Mesopotamian um,
Okay, so
God,
Egypt.
right? The people. Hold on. You and I cannot talk at the same time. Okay. And the crazy thing is that Egypt is talked about in the story. They are not Egyptians. Like that's insane. You see the word Egypt and Ethiopia and you just completely ignore Babylon, Assyria,
Yeah.
Persia. Like you just ignore all of those.
This
The
is.
the the I'm sorry, you can't talk at the same time,
Mhm.
right? You ignore the influence of the laws of the Code of Hammurabi. Like you ignore the Babylonian, the Sumerian oral traditions. Everything in this book is not Egyptian, right? There is no West African influence in this book at all.
Hmm?
At all. There's no West African influence in this book at all. West Africans are not in this book at all.
Okay.
At all. The book quite literally says that the ancestor of the Israelites is Aramaean. It's Mesopotamian. And Deuteronomy 26 and 5.
But the Mesopotamians of today are not the same as yesterday.
They're not West African. They're not
Surely,
African. That
every.
Mesopotamia was not in Africa.
Okay. Surely,
Mesopotamia was not in
it's
Africa.
one landmass though. But
No, it was not. And
okay.
what you are, no, it was not. And you trying
It
to bring
is.
in Pangea, something that happened
Nope.
millions of years ago,
It's
is
all still
crazy.
connected.
It's crazy, especially when this book is dated.
Okay.
Like these traditions are dated to like
Okay.
7,000 years ago. Pangea has nothing to do with that.
Mm-mm.
It was not one landmass 7,000 years ago. And the book, the people in this book were Mesopotamian, not African. This
Okay.
is not our story. Let me say that because my ancestors did come from Nigeria, from West Africa, and West Africa isn't
Wait.
in this book.
How'd you get there? How'd you get your ancestors are from Africa?
What does that have to do with this
23
book?
and me. I know. Wait, you brought it in. I'm just asking you
No,
a question.
no. What do you mean?
You
How did
brought
I
it
get
in
that
there.
from
Genealogy.
multiple? Shut up. Multiple,
Oh, don't do that. I just got on
multiple.
here.
Stop talking while I'm talking.
Jeez.
Multiple DNA, um, uh, 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 tests. But yes, 23andMe, and it's from blood. It's from blood. You all trying to deny DNA testing, but reading books, reading words in a book and claiming genealogy is fucking wild to me. Like your genealogy is ink on paper while mine bleeds red.
Wait, can you hear me? Okay. So the people that did the 23andMe's that you did your DNA blood testing through are not your color.
So
They have an
It's not
agenda.
matter.
That's all.
whatever,
So at the end of
whatever.
the
Like
day,
you
they're gonna
prove, like, hey,
say,
hey, hey, hey,
ah,
this dumb shit. This is the most
wait,
stupidest
I
logic.
haven't even
Stop
said a
fucking
word
talking while I'm
yet.
talking. No, because
Ah,
this is the dumbest shit. Like, first off, if you want to discredit DNA testing because the people are white, what I need you to do is prove that the people in this book were West African. Do that.
okay. Can I prove it? You ready?
Yeah, prove it.
The people that are discussed, their skin color, their what they look like is discussed. Period.
Wrong.
Period. No facts.
Oh my
Brass,
god. Yeah,
copper.
sure. Let's pull it
What are
up.
you saying?
Yeah, let's pull it
They
up
literally
and
describe
yeah.
themselves.
Okay, let's do it. Let's go to
Right.
the scriptures. Yep,
Okay.
let's go to the scriptures. Go ahead. Which scripture?
Okay.
Give me number one. Go ahead. I love it when they do this.
And I think it's
I
funny
love
how
it when they do this.
he discredited 23andMe, but he doesn't discredit inventions by certain white people or medicine or anything like that. Like he'll
I
still
mean,
go take an leave or like use math and like a lot of those things African Americans were involved in, but also white people were involved in as well. So like now you don't believe in half of what's in America?
No, no.
That's
Let
I
me
kind of
mean
say
the
weird.
this.
trend. I mean
Wait.
the
Can I
scriptures he's
can
about
I
to go
say
to.
anything?
The scriptures he's about to go to was translated by white people. But 23 and Me has an agenda, and the
Yeah,
the
that's what I
people
was gonna
who, like,
say.
it doesn't make any fucking sense. But I love when they do this because they're gonna go to my skin was black and salty, like, and not know that I read Hebrew. So let's go.
Yeah, I don't know what he think Greeks are. Greeks wrote the New Testament, so I hope he doesn't follow the New Testament at all.
Are y'all ready?
Now you can talk.
Okay, because I surely have not said nothing yet. But okay, so anyway, when you say medicine, we started it,
No,
right?
no, no. You're supposed to be
Oh,
proving that they are black. I'm waiting on your scriptures for that.
Okay.
So
he's so ready to talk to me. I'm not talking to anyone that doesn't know the scientific definition of a theory.
I saw him in that. Can we agree that evolution is a theory?
Right, and they completely ignore that's another reason why this religion is toxic because it blocks
Literally
out the
called the
ability to
theory
learn.
of
Hey, I'm
evolution,
not talking to you. I'm not
not the
talking to you.
fact.
I'm not talking to you. You're a grown ass man and you don't know the difference between the theory definition in science. A theory definition in science explains the framework and the process behind something. It's the evidence behind something. A theory like what we use today, like, oh, that's just a theory, is completely different from the scientific definition. And you're a grown ass man and you don't realize that. And that's exactly why this religion is toxic because you don't know how to actually go look at definitions and look outside your worldview. And you
Okay.
try to diminish other definitions to fit your
No,
viewpoint.
it's
And
just
that's
like
not what the
literally.
scientific definition means of theory. And I know you have not looked at it because you were loud and wrong in the comments, and many people were telling you this. And me, as a 19-year-old, is sitting up here telling you this, and you're grown as fuck, and you should know that.
Okay, so it's literally called the theory of evolution, but let's just leave
What
that.
is a theory in scientific definition? Can you
What?
tell
So how
me?
did they scientifically prove it? Tell me how they
Because you can
scientifically proved it.
actually go back in history
Oh, so now we're
and look
dealing
at
with history,
this.
which are stories. But anyway, how did they
History is
scientifically
not
This
prove
story.
it?
Of
motherfucker denied
bones is
blood,
not
history,
story.
facts, science,
Like
definitions.
bones, right? What the fuck? Fossils are not stories. They're pieces that we can see and we can look at. We can trace evolution through fossils. Like
Evolution.
I don't know what fantasy world you live in, but you cannot be this
Oh,
ignorant because you're a
okay.
Christian.
All right,
Like
all right. Okay,
evolution
hold
is
on, real
how
quick.
you
Let's
have
deal with
all of your
evolution.
shit now. Like your medicine, that's literally from us
Evolution.
learning about theories in
Do you know that
science.
most of the medicine today came from a black woman? From her genetics? Like
Are you
literally?
talking about Henrietta Lacks?
Let's go with that. Period.
Know what
Most of the
that is, but that
medicine
isn't all
today, they
medicine. That is not all medicine.
Oh
That
my
is a
fucking god.
good sum, but that also lets me know you're ignorant again
How does
because
that
I
have
wrote
to do
about
with it?
Henrietta Lacks, so you don't want to go down that route with me, boo.
It didn't come from evolution.
And
How
there
did you
was
get evolution
medicine
from that?
before. I think they use her cells, right?
How do you get
What
evolution from
what
that?
what
They're
was
still
so
using it
important about
today
her cells? What was so important about her cells?
because the cells
We
keep on
both
living.
can't talk at the same time.
So what made her cells do that? What was that, some type of evolution? Because her cells,
I think
that
it's
was
just
something
that
odd
they
that
have.
her cells was doing. There's a reason why they kept her cells.
They
And
kept the cells
again, this
because
is
they could
because
keep them. Her
no.
cells were different.
Oh, and that's because
Usually.
of evolution.
No, how can
Huh.
it be
That's how they
evolution? How are
test
you
that.
tying that to evolution? It's just her
Okay,
cells
what
were her
was this?
cells and they kept on living. They could keep
What
on
was
reusing them
this?
and reusing them.
Right. They kept reliving and they kept multiplying.
Yes, from a
That's
black
why they
woman.
kept her
But
cells.
not
That is
evolution.
evolution. Yes, it
How is that
is.
evolution? Please tie that
Bruh.
together for me, please. And then we'll go.
Mm,
How is that evolution?
I just think you're ignorant. Like, thinker is what I'm saying hard
I
to
haven't even
understand.
said
No.
anything yet or even
Yeah,
got to
no,
make a
okay.
point.
I
And
mean, you
I'm just
have
hearing
made
a
a
whole
point
bunch
though.
of
You've
diss
made
tracks.
multiple. You made
I haven't
multiple, and
said
there was medicine.
anything.
Okay, listen, hold on.
Hold
Don't
on. Do
talk while I'm
not type
talking.
in caps in my comments. You've been muted for 5 minutes. Caps are for mods only and for people who have a vision impairment.
Don't talk over me. There was medicine before Henrietta Lacks. Henrietta Lacks did help create a lot of medicine, but the people who used her pills were white
Mary,
people.
you've been
And
muted
you
the
said
entire live. You've been muted the entire fucking live. No 5 minute mute for
I
you.
stayed super quiet.
Not talking to you.
nobody's
Oh,
talking to you. But
okay.
evolution is something that we can trait. There's something called Luca, which is the last universally common ancestor. We can trace that, right? And again, that goes back to theory and scientific definition is
Evolution.
a are you gonna shut up or not? Thank you. Theory and scientific definition is the framework and the evidence behind something, not just a guess. And again, as a grown man who wants to have grown man ass conversations, you should know definitions about that. And you should know how definitions change depending on what genre you're in. There's different definitions in psychology compared to how we use them regularly. And it's the same thing with scientific. And the fact that you don't know that is silly. Like you don't believe in evolution or anything like that. Apparently you don't believe in medicine neither, so I don't understand. Do you take leaves? Like when COVID was going on, were you getting those shots, the shots to help with the COVID? And how they had to make a booster shot. That's because the cells were evolving, they were fighting back against medicine. That's like why you have to get a flu shot, and that's why they're always improving medications because germs and viruses evolve. This is something we see every single day. And it's not that hard to fucking understand. But that again, this is why your religion is toxic because you cannot think outside of a narrow ass viewpoint that's not in this book. It's
I'm
all you
still
think about.
waiting. I'm still
Okay.
waiting on these damn scriptures to prove that they were black, that they're describing
Uh,
themselves as black. Why do they never have like a Bible with them or like a separate device? Like we can't hear you when you leave the app like that. You know that, right?
I'm not sure if y'all can hear me because I was in the Google
When
chat.
you
But
we
anyway,
No,
can't.
we
We
can't.
we
oh, okay,
cannot.
okay. So I'm gonna say it right now. So, Yeshua and all the disciples and the very first depictions. If we can go to the Ethiopian Bible, which is the oldest in this religion,
Yeah, what
and
scripture in the
Wrong.
LH.
Ethiopian Bible? Which scripture in the Ethiopian Bible do I need to pull
No,
up?
not scripture. Like you can look at it because the
Oh,
people are
pictures that people
depicted.
drew?
No, no, no.
Pictures that people drew
All of the
that
pictures before
that people
Europe,
drew?
before a Caucasian.
That they drew? That people drew? Are you talking about Crayola? You talking about paintings? Bruh, what scripture? You said the scripture they describe themselves as black. What scripture? Motherfucker talking about crayons and shit.
Dude, why every time somebody's passionate about something, y'all gotta scream it's aggression? I'm not aggressive, but I can get aggressive. I'm just passionate because I know
They
what the
just
fuck I'm talking about.
whine. They just
That's all it
whine.
is.
Fuck
I
them.
guess saying that as a black woman yourself is very telling, sweetheart.
Fuck them. Cry about it.
Wait, y'all are the ones screaming. You've been screaming since I got on here, and I ain't
She's
said
not
two words.
fucking talking
I'm
to
talking
you.
to you, idiot.
I'm
Damn.
sorry. Is he a black woman?
Hey,
Man, just
That.
a minute ago, his fucking name was
hey,
Mary.
hold on, hold on, slow
Hey,
down,
I'm
slow down, slow
talking
down.
right now,
Slow down my
goddammit.
profile.
Just a minute ago, his name was Mary. Like, he literally heard me say, Mary, you will be muted the entire live. And he said, I didn't even say anything. Like,
Oh my god.
he's not all there.
Or are you? Why are you so mad? You don't even know
Because I
me.
hate your type of ignorance.
You don't even know me, or
I
what I
said
even
your
have to
type of
say.
ignorance. You have the shit you've been saying in the
I
comments,
haven't.
the shit that you've said since you've been on stage. Your ignorance, I don't like.
I think you're mad at your own lack of knowledge.
No,
Hey,
I
where are
think
the
you need to go get
scriptures?
those
Where
scriptures.
are the scriptures? I'm waiting for them.
He can't get those scriptures. That's why he's stalling so much.
Jeremiah 13.
Oh, can't hear you, boo. You got to say it all in one go. As soon as you click off the app, we cannot hear you.
Jeremiah 13:2-3. Hold on, let me
Hmm.
read.
We can't read it if you go off the app, boo. Like we can't hear you. I don't know what you're gonna get about that. Like if you move the app, we can no longer hear you. You're on teacup.
Okay, all right, sorry, but that's the only. Okay, let me.
You
I got
said Jeremiah what?
my two. 13:23. All right, hold on. But like literally, we can check every single person outside of somebody with a sickness. Every single person, if they are described, they're going to be described just like you and me.
No, they're not. And Ethiopia is not the oldest Bible. That is again incorrect. A
No,
Greek
that's like
merchant bought
Stop talking while
literally
she's
went over
talking.
there
what?
literally went over there and converted a king. And again, if you do your research instead of just listening to regurgitated shit that's not fucking real, you would know this. Ethiopia is not the oldest fucking Bible. Literally, a
Maddie,
Greek merchant converted a king.
Maddie, look at the scripture that
Where's the oldest?
he look at the scripture that he gave for the Israelites being black.
I gave one.
Can Cushites change their skin or leopards their spots? Then also you can do good who are accustomed to do
Mm-hmm.
evil. This is proof that the Israelites are West
You just
African.
kicked ping.
No, no, no. Think about it. Did you hear what it said? It gave two distinct, different people. Cushites, right? From the kingdom of Cush.
Which are
And lepers.
Ethiopians.
And lepers, like I said, or the sick. Other than that, the people of the Bible are
Oh
black.
wait, are you
Cushites.
FBA? Are you FBA?
I ain't no in no organization. I'm indigenous. How about it? Matter of fact,
That
me and my
you
people are
ain't
indigenous
fucking
to every land.
indigenous.
I
No, the
promise you, my
fuck you're
people are
not.
Choctaw. I'm
No, the fuck. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Please not
No, you're
another one
not.
of these. I ran into a white woman like this on
a
Jay's
white
live. No,
woman
you're
that's
not.
claiming indigenous. I'm a black man. I can claim
You shouldn't
indigenous
be claiming
anywhere
it
I'm at.
either. No, the fuck you can't. You're not
Are
indigenous.
you kidding?
You're not.
Okay, so
You're
what do
fucking
the
not.
indigenous of any land look like?
What reservation did your people grow up on?
Choctaw, right here.
What you so you
No, no,
grew
no,
up
no,
in
no, no, no. Matter of
hold
fact, I
on. You
just
you
literally
grew
did. No,
up
no, no.
like
I just did
hold on.
all
What's
the
your
genealogy.
reservation number?
I don't need a reservation
You
number.
need
My
it
people
because
were
if you're
not
Native American, you
subjugated.
would know. If you're Native
Yeah.
No, no, no,
American,
no.
you
My
would
people
know
were
you're
not
not Native
subjugated.
American. Listen, stop listening to whatever fucking YouTube
Absolutely.
video you're watching. Stop. Let's drop out of YouTube University and let's fucking think.
Y'all
If
sound
you
like a
were
bunch of
Native
children.
American, hush. If you were Native American, you would know what reservation your people come from. You're not fucking Native American. Stop claiming other people's
Do you know what
history and culture
indigenous
as their
means?
own. Yes, the fuck I do.
So
You're
what
not. You're
indigenous
not.
mean? What
What
does
what land
indigenous
are
mean?
you indigenous to?
What does
Because you cannot be a
indigenous mean?
Hebrew Israelite and then also claim to be a Native American.
Oh, why
Which
not?
one is it?
Why
Because
not?
that doesn't fucking make
Why can't
sense.
all of
That
these
doesn't
people have
fucking make
created
sense.
everything that
That
there
does
is?
not make
No, no, no,
sense.
no. The
That does
people,
not make
so
any
from the
logical sense.
continent of Africa that
Oh my God.
transpired the whole planet first, I'm sure
Mhm.
they went everywhere and they carried what they
Sure.
knew with them.
Sure. Do you know what
Okay,
happens
so
to a
that's how
species?
somebody from over in Israel can be over here in America and say that I know God and Jesus and Yeshua and all of that,
N-
right? Because
No,
if they
that's not
move from
how.
there to
That's not how.
here, why not? You
That's not how.
can't.
The reason you know this Bible is because of colonization,
No,
motherfucker. You don't
that's the
know this
reason
because you're
you
the
know it.
original. No, no. It's the
Colonization, they
reason.
don't even know
Like
it. They
Oh
don't
God,
even
he
shut
read
the
it.
fuck up.
Israelite,
Damn.
he a Israelite
They
native,
don't
a
even.
Israelite Native American, an
What
Israelite
the
Native
fuck?
American Choctaw Asian, an Israelite Native American Choctaw Ethiopian Asian, an
Everything.
Israelite Native American Choctaw Egyptian, Israelite Hebrew. Wait, did I say Asian?
You
All of
gotta
it.
add Mesopotamian
I'm
too.
trying to add it.
Mesopotamian.
Every
Mesopotamian, Israelite, Native American, Egyptian, Choctaw,
of
Native
it.
American, Hebrew,
Top to bottom.
Babylonian, Mesopotamian, Asian.
And it's so silly because he doesn't understand how
But first,
absolutely ignorant he sounds like. And I really hate to call people stupid, but I need a stronger word for ignorant because the knowledge is fucking out there. It's out there. And if at my young age, I can go and I can research and I can look and I can read. At their grown ass age, your big man ass age, you
you're
should
on
be
mute and
able
your
to go
mic
look at
sounds
this
how shows
and
how scary
realize
you
what
are.
you're saying
That's
is not
scary.
actual. What am I scared of? You're the only one believing in an imaginary sky
You're
daddy, boo.
scared to
That's not
refute your
even of your people.
ideas.
That's
You're
not of your
scared to refute
people.
your thoughts. So
You're
stop
the
muting
only
my
one
mic then.
scared to
Don't
refute
mute the
your
mic.
fucking thoughts.
I have
I'm
not
not
dis.
muting your mic, bitch. I'm not scared of you, so please don't ever get it twisted. Please don't ever get it twisted, bitch. I'm not muting your mic. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Muting your mic. They're muting your mic because you need to shut the fuck up. The fuck? And again, what I was going to ask you is, do you not know what happens to a
Why?
species when they migrate to a different area and they're there by themselves for a long time? Well, of course you don't know because
G
you don't
Love, you
believe
can
in
be next. Be patient. You can be next.
of course you don't know because you don't believe in evolution. In evolution, right? When a species goes to a different land, they stay there for a very fucking long time, they become a different fucking species because they adapt to that land. But again, you would not fucking
Mm.
know that, which is why we all look different. If we all come from Africans, right? Because the first lady was was an African woman, right? That is
Yeah.
proven in science. Why the fuck do black people look so different from Asians?
All right. You
You
know
want to
what?
know why? Because we went to different areas and we evolved and adapted to the area. That's why
Mm-mm.
our eyes are different colors, right? Dark eyes, brown eyes are better for being able to be more it's supposed to
Yeah.
be more what's the word I'm looking for? You're supposed to be more aware, right? You're supposed to be able to see shit quicker. And our sun, like our eyes absorb the sun way better for us to be able to see. And then you have blue eyes, which is kind of the opposite. And then you have green eyes, which is exactly in the middle. These things came from evolution and us moving in different fucking areas. But again, you will not know that because your
Okay.
viewpoint is narrow to the point of this fucking book. And that's
Right.
also why you don't understand you cannot be a Hebrew
Okay.
Israelite and
So
native to America. It doesn't make any fucking
So
sense.
you're telling me about me, but let me speak about me. All right. So and wait, let me speak one thing. If evolution is true and we evolved from monkeys, why the fuck are there still monkeys?
We did not evolve
Because
from
not all
That's
monkeys.
people,
evolution. That
I
is the
cannot.
basis
That
of
is
I
not
evolution.
cannot.
evolution, you
The
idiot.
the man that made the theory of
This
evolution
motherfucker
said that
said,
we
That
"Why there's
evolved
is
from
still
not.
monkeys.
monkeys."
Are
this
you
is
No,
this
kidding
is
me?
no,
this is showing that you
no,
That's
don't fucking
literally
study.
evolution.
This is
no, it's
showing
not.
that you don't fucking study. Okay,
Oh my
this is
god.
showing that you don't fucking study. Not every species is going to evolve. Again, you adapt to the
All
land
right.
that you're
Y'all have a good
fucking
night.
on. Okay, bye, crybaby ass bitch. Have a nice night. Fuck. The fuck.
Damn,
You sound
Are you
you got
mad?
cooked by an 18
You
year
thought
old.
you was gonna get that off?
Literally.
so
The
not,
fuck.
but
You mad as
You
fuck.
thought you was
Bye.
gonna
Have a
get that
nice
off?
night, crybaby asshole.
really
Good night.
I'm laughing.
Up here with all those crying. Drop your fucking nuts and go research. The
Man,
Lord gave you a brain and you don't
the
use that
theory of
motherfucker. Good night.
go research.
Good night. You still up here talking. Y'all bitch ass need to go research. You don't know a damn thing. You dumb as hell. You don't even believe in evolution, and that's how you're
Hold on,
here
y'all.
talking.
Don't mute him. Don't mute him.
You're goofy as hell. Good
No, no,
night.
no. Thank
You're
you so much.
dismissed. You're
Listen,
dismissed. You're
your
dismissed.
whole standpoint of
Bye bye.
evolution, look who founded it, Darwin. And
Oh.
look what he says about
Actually,
it. His
Darwin is only one
entire
part, not
story.
the whole thing of
His
evolution. You
entire
fucking
story.
idiot. Oh
He
my God,
came
you're a
up with the
fucking idiot.
theory that you're
You're a
quoting.
fucking
No, he did not.
idiot. He is not the sole creator of evolution. He created one part of evolution,
He
motherfucker. You
coined
are
the
a
phrase,
fucking idiot. Holy
right? Which
shit.
started the
Holy
thought.
shit.
Okay,
So you believe,
so the
okay, wait.
theory of evolution, go take it back to Darwin, and he says that humans
That's
evolved from
Darwinism. That is
monkeys.
Darwinism. Evolution is not just Darwinism.
It
You
is.
fucking idiot. No,
It
it's not.
literally is.
No, it's fucking not. You
It
don't know
literally
shit.
is. It is.
Fucking
Look it
ignorant as
up.
fuck.
Look it
You
up.
dumb as fuck.
Look it
Reading
up.
is fundamental. No, I'm not
Look
gonna look shit
it
up. You
up.
don't even tell me the scientific definition of a theory right now.
Lock them up. No, just hold on. Hold on. Oh, I just
Hold on, hold on,
I just showed
hold
you.
Hold
on. I'm
on,
not
cord,
laughing.
cord,
Fuck.
cord, cord,
Hold on, no,
cord.
no,
This is
no, stop,
cord,
because y'all
cord,
acting up and y'all
cord,
acting very
cord.
loud
I
in the
asked them
chat for
not to
nothing.
mute you. Now stop it. God damn.
Jesus Christ.
You are the problem.
Ah, I've said less than all of y'all. Y'all been
Will
screaming
you
the whole time.
shut the
There you go with
fuck
all that
up?
whining and shit. You
Be
go.
quiet.
You're a
Cord,
fucking
did you
idiot.
go to college?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you study in college?
Mechanical engineering and art.
So you never
History.
really touched biology, huh?
I
Hold on,
didn't
Maddie.
have
You
to.
have a mechanical engineering degree,
Mm-hmm. And I didn't
and
have to study.
hold on, and you didn't have to take biology, physics, any of that.
It's a part of it. But listen, listen, listen. Scholarship from these folk does not
What
mean
school
you're
did you go to?
smart.
What school did you go to?
Full Sail University for my computer
Where?
animation degree. Full Sail University for
Full
my computer
sale.
animation degree. Oh my God, that's
For
for
your what
art.
degree?
For
For
art.
for your what degree?
Computer animation. I'm an
Computer
artist.
animation.
Check my work. All right.
Where I'm asking about your mechanical engineering degree. Where did you go for that?
Mechanical engineering. That was USI. All right.
And
Indiana.
did you grad? You have a degree in that?
I'm here.
What does that mean?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your studying, you never had to study the theory of evolution or any of that.
Listen, it's not that I had to study it. All you need to do is reference where it comes from.
You
Okay?
can't fucking do that, so you failed.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I don't think he's
No, no.
Nah.
serious.
See, so did y'all. How about that then? Did
Yes,
y'all?
actually,
Yeah,
I'm actually in
yeah. She's
college
in
now,
college
which is
right
why
You're
I
in
now.
know so
college
much.
Yeah,
right
I'm in
now
college right
yes.
now. I'm on the
studying.
And
principal's
I've gone
list,
all
and
the
I
way to
passed
graduate
my
school.
classes.
Oh, you're in the
Passed my classes.
Jesus.
I'm actually in
Okay. Hey,
psychology,
baby.
which is
Hey,
why I can
listen,
tell you
listen.
that
I
you're fucking
promise
wrong.
you I
Don't
will
call me
clap for
baby. I'm not
you.
your fucking
Okay,
baby.
darling,
I
young
don't want you
lady,
to clap for
ma'am.
me. I have
I
a
will
mom. I don't want you to
listen.
clap
Okay.
for me. I have a mom, and I have
Well,
a
you got
dad, and I
brothers
have
and
a
sisters
family.
out here
I
too that look like you that care
do.
about you. Okay.
Okay, what is your
I'm
point?
not
They're not
mad
going to
at
be as
you.
stupid as you.
I'm
One thing
not
about my
mad
little
at you.
sister, she could school your
But
ass
I
on
ain't dissed
evolution
you
right
yet.
now.
Listen, I ain't dissed
I'm
you
dissing
yet
you
or none
because
of
you're
your
ignorant as
friends.
fuck and you're too fucking old to be this ignorant.
That is
It's
so
annoying
crazy for you
as
to even
fuck.
say.
It is annoying. There should be
We haven't
that
even got to the word yet at all, and y'all have just
we
been
did get to the
throwing
word. You
disses
pulled
out
it
from the
up.
top.
You pulled up a word to try
Y'all
to
have been throwing
justify.
disses out from the top.
You still
Will you
crying.
Like
Drop your
on
stop
some
balls.
fucking
straight
hold on,
angry
Maddie.
lady
Hold on,
shit, and
Maddie.
y'all.
Hold on, Maddie. Hey, I don't like whiny ass people. Okay, you came in here with this bullshit. Stop fucking whining. Like you were literally getting your ass handed to you by a 18-year
Y'all
old,
crying,
and then you up here
screaming.
making fart noises, and you want us to believe
Because y'all
that you have a fucking mechanical engineering degree, while you sit up here and you discredit DNA because white people own the company, while you fucking try to claim that your genealogy comes from a book that was translated by white people, like, and then you claim Ethiopian text, and you don't speak Ge'ez. You are reading English translation, which is
No,
a white man's language. Like, you make no fucking sense.
I'm
You
sorry.
make no sense, and then
Original
you're on here acting like you are fucking 12
the
while you
original
get your
translation.
ass handed to you by an 18-year-old
No.
college student. Stop fucking talking while I'm talking. This is why you're getting yelled at, because you act like you are a 12-year-old child. We can't have intellectual conversations with you because you don't act like you have the ability to have an intellectual conversation. You are
Damn.
literally a 39-year-old male making fart noises on the internet.
What else can I do when all y'all doing is screaming? Screaming, mad,
And all you're
foaming at
doing
the
is whine
mouth.
and drop your
You are
nuts.
screaming and foaming at the mouth at somebody
Yeah.
you don't even know who has even
I'm
yet
not
Stop
to
foaming.
the
has
fucking
yet to
whining. Is
place
that a
an
fake ass?
argument.
Wait,
See,
hey, is that tank top you have on? Is that motherfucker photoshopped on your body? Is that a real tank top, or is that bitch
this is what
photoshopped?
you call.
Why does it look 3D? Is this a? Did you
It's like
draw
an
that motherfucker
apron.
on?
Are you
Oh,
Like
that's
an
an
fucking kidding
apron.
apron.
me?
Yeah,
It's a
like a
Oh,
fucking.
apron.
It's a beater. It's a red one
that's
though.
a white.
A
Why does
beater.
it? Is
Hundred
that some
percent.
of your art? Did you digitize that motherfucker?
Are you mad? What is?
No,
Why
no,
are
no.
y'all
It's
so
it
mad? See,
no, because
look,
it look
y'all
like it's
trying to
not.
poke at my
It
character,
looked like it's
but you
laying.
had
Stop. Will
nothing
you
to
fucking
say
stop? Let
on
me
your.
tell you why I'm asking. It looked like it's laying on the picture, and that you're not actually wearing it. And I don't know
Well,
if that's TikTok. Like, you're on TikTok Studio, your picture, like it looked like you took a pin and drew that motherfucker on your shirt.
okay.
Like, that don't look like you actually have on the tank top.
Alright. Well, listen. I'm so new to TikTok, I don't even know how to use nothing. I'm talking about a week old in this shit. Y'all are like the third live I've ever even been on.
But be
So
honest with me.
Mm-hmm.
Did you
whatever.
is that a real tank top? That ain't no real tank top.
Yes, I,
No, hold
I,
on.
I, I swear to God, I can get on screen right now. Hold on, where the fuck is
I
it
don't
at?
want.
What do
Please
you
don't turn
mean?
your
It's
camera
just a
on,
red
please.
fucking tank top. What do you mean? Like, how is that a strange thing to see?
Oh, okay. I got it. I got it pulled up
That's like
on a
super
bigger screen
weird.
now.
There's
It
got to be
because
other
it
pictures
looks
or
weird. It
something.
looks fake. It looks fake on TikTok
Damn.
Studio. Will you fucking stop
What is
talking while I'm
TikTok
talking? Stop
Studio?
fucking talking while I'm talking. I'm trying to explain it to you. It looks fake on TikTok Studio, but when I pull it up on the website, on the TikTok website, I can see that it looks like a tank top. It does look like an apron, but it has like thick stitching. But on TikTok Studio, it looks like a digitized photo. So when you said that you do art, I thought maybe your profile picture was like you digitized your shirt on.
Why you lie? You been on TikTok, boo.
Uh,
I don't like that. You be up here lying. So you just be up here lying, reciting false shit you've heard at YouTube University. Like, this is sad. It honestly does make me sad. All jokes aside, that this book has brainwashed y'all this fucking hard.
right. It don't look real.
Holy
It looked
shit.
fake. I thought maybe that was some of your work,
Wait,
but
y'all
like
are not even trying to have a
anyway,
conversation.
um, the you've not been able to prove that the
It's
people
just
in
a
this
bunch of.
will
I've
you
not even been able to
fucking
say
stop?
nothing.
This is why you fucking get yelled at. You hear me talking. Damn. The conversation has gone towards a way that I didn't necessarily want it to go. You've not been able to prove that the people in this book are West African, right? That this is West African history. I asked you to bring the scripture where you made the claim that the people in this book describe themselves as being black. You went to a scripture about Ethiopia.
I just
The
started.
Israelites were not Ethiopian. I don't quite understand y'all's logic from that. But I don't think you have any logic that you can actually offer the live stream.
Okay. Well, if y'all would pause for 1 minute, that's all I ask. 1 minute.
Please don't start whining.
Bring it up. Jesus Christ. Okay? Just give me a moment to
Yeah, call on
speak.
them.
Okay? And then, you know what I'm saying? And then make all the assumptions you want, do all the tearing down and all of the the wildness that's been going on. Just do that after I get a chance to get a
Okay,
statement.
Cord, I
Okay?
have a question. We're gonna let you talk. I think. Can you please stop whining? I cannot stand no grown ass man whining. Stop. Just say what you have to say. Like that whole introduction part was lame as fuck.
What
Like, and
introduction?
if you lie, we're gonna interrupt you. So just make
Okay.
sure what you're saying
Okay.
is facts.
Okay. Okay.
Going to say something.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Hold on. So now, right, since I can't switch through tabs, right? Y'all showed me that, right? So then
Hmm.
I got the computer, the laptop out, all right? So we're just gonna start with one person, okay?
Hmm.
How, huh, is Moses described in the Bible? Okay?
If you're gonna
Right?
talk like that, I
Can
need
we
you. I
can
can't
we
take you seriously.
can we do one person at a
Oh my
time?
god,
Right?
bro.
Wait,
Oh
all right,
my
so look
gosh.
on. Look.
No, he
Slow
did
down,
not.
fam. Wait, matter of fact, wait, look, hold on. All right. All right. Hold on. Cause what we know about him though, right? He blended in Egypt, right? He's an
Mhm.
Israelite that went to Egypt and he blended in with them peoples.
What time? What time was this?
This is Moses.
What time was this?
Oh man.
When was this? When did Moses do this? Welcome into the Joel Redders. Thank
Y'all
you,
are
Joel, for
asking
the raid. Hi, I'm talking right
right?
now. I'm talking right now.
Oh, come on now.
Will you stop?
Damn.
Joel, thank you for the raid. Welcome into the Joel Raiders. I appreciate y'all for being here.
Thank you, Joe. Tell Melso I love him. Anyways, Cord, I guess you can continue.
Can I?
Didn't I just fucking I swear you really tested my patience today.
Y'all wildin', yo, could chill. Like, damn, I asked for a
Like, no
minute
funny shit,
and
you
I
really
ain't got
tested
a
my
minute
patience.
yet, yo. Like, it's just wild. This is that's
I think
crazy. Hold on,
okay,
hold
wait.
on, hold on, hold on. All right,
Before
all
you
right.
continue, and then I promise I'm gonna let you go. Are you conflating blackness with African American blackness? Like darker skin, are you conflating that with being black? Because darker
Indigenous.
skin does not equal the type of black. You know that, right?
I'm
Because
sure,
There's the Malaysian people, and they're
right?
a dark skinned group of people with they can have like a blonde hair gene,
Yeah.
but they're not African American, they're Asian.
No,
So I
no,
really
no.
hope what you're not doing is conflating dark skin with being African American and
Okay,
where
no,
we come
no,
from in West
no.
Africa.
Right, because African Americans are starkly different from Africans, which we need to distinguish the two. But Afro Indigenous, I don't care what continent you come from, we know what it looks like. We know what the features are, point blank, period. I don't care what continent you're talking about. If we go to Aboriginals in Australia, we know what skin color they are. And they
But
are
that does
our people.
not mean they come from
It's surely
that
black.
does
There,
not
there, there are
mean
straight
that's why I
difference
asked you.
between black people and Caucasians, right? And Asians and
There's
Mexicans,
also a
right?
difference between us and Indians, right? Indians can be just
Mm.
as dark as us, maybe even darker, but they have different features, right? You can see them with like naturally straight hair, sometimes a little bit curly. And you can say this about almost any part of the world.
No,
There's
no, no,
always going to
no.
be a
I don't
darker
want to know
skinned
what you
group.
just seen on
Hey, do you
Google, though.
still hear me fucking
Oh
talking? I
my
didn't see this on
fucking
Google.
god!
Did you just ask me if I saw
Do
that
you
on
know an
Google?
Indian? You know an Indian
Yes,
that's
I
blacker than
do
you?
actually.
I
Yes,
That's
I
actually
blacker.
have
do.
pictures.
They
I actually
live
have
next to
pictures with
me.
some. Like I've been to
Fuck.
India. I have pictures in my phone with some.
What type of fucking
And
question is
then like
that?
they
My
were even
neighbors are
shocked to see
Indian.
me. They like I employ some. They are developers. They build my AI, develop my AI. Yes.
The fuck? Like I know many different groups of people, ethnic groups of people that can be darker than me. I'm not a very dark woman, like brown skin. My neighbors are darker than me. Amazing people, by the way. Love them up and down. They're darker than me. That does not mean we come from West Africa. My ancestry is completely different from theirs. Just like our ancestry would be different from an Aboriginal, it's completely fucking different. It would also be different from a Malaysian. And the what I think you're failing to understand is we
Personal.
would be so far along in history that if we were connected, it would be 0.0000000000000001%, and at that point, it literally does not even fucking matter because we're so different. And this is again showing me you don't understand evolution and you don't understand how different species start to look when we separate and we go into different areas. So again, I really hope you're not conflating dark skin with being black like me and you, because there's a lot of races in this
Okay.
world right now that are darker than me and
Okay.
they're not African American.
Okay. Check this though. If you got dark skin, and I don't care where you are on the planet, you're treated as black today.
Nope.
Period. Yep, that's a
Not
fact.
true.
Oh,
Not
All
true.
right. So
Indians, no, 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 no,
anyway,
no, 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 no,
are
no.
you
I'm not gonna
saying
let
that
you
there
go
are
there.
no
India.
black? Are you saying that there are no dark-skinned Indians that don't see black people as separate?
Baby, the dark
Don't
skinned
fucking call me
Indians.
baby, bitch. Don't call me baby. I'm
Jesus.
not your baby.
Okay,
Don't
I don't
fucking
know how many
disrespect me like
bitches I
that.
can be
Hey,
before I even get to say
you don't
anything.
fucking know me.
Y'all are
Don't
so you don't know
disrespect
me
me
to
like
call
that.
me that. Like
Don't, motherfucker. You disrespected me
how
first. I have
crazy.
yet to disrespect your ass. Don't fucking call me baby.
And you could be 100 more bitches if we feel like it, to be
Baby, there's been
honest.
about 45 bitches since I
I
started, and
haven't
I ain't
called
said
you
And
shit.
shit.
it's gonna be 46,
I haven't
bitch.
called you shit since you've been on
Baby,
this stage.
baby,
Hold on, Maddie. I have not called you shit
baby,
since I
baby.
haven't called you shit since you get the fuck off my stage, you disrespectful little bitch.
Now it's 46. Don't cry about it.
Y'all always got to get disrespectful in a motherfucker.
You want to bring G Love up?
Yeah.
Please, to anybody listening to him, I really suggest you do your own research. You are African American. You are not indigenous to America. Neither are you a Hebrew Israelite as well. Please do that. Yeah.
G Love, how old are you?
Fine, you?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
Pardon?
How old are you?
Um, I'm more than 18 years for sure.
I need to know your age for TikTok purposes. How old are you?
I'm in my
Please
20s.
don't eat in our ear, okay? Like that's rude.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm in my
Thank you.
20s.
I need to know your age for TikTok purposes, please. How old are you?
I'm 20s. I'm in my 20s, I said. I can't for
I
some
need
personal reasons.
20 what? Just throw
I'm
an
in my
age out there.
20s.
20 what?
My 20s. I don't
If
want
you
to
don't,
bring.
just
Mhm.
throw an age out there, G Love. God
Why,
damn.
why,
How old are you?
why are you
Because I've
annoyed?
asked you 5 damn
I
times.
told
Just
you
throw
for
an
some
age. Will
reason
you
I
shut the
cannot
fuck up?
tell you my
Shut
exact.
up. Throw a fucking age out there for TikTok purposes. Say any fucking thing, G Love. God damn. How old are you? They get on my fucking nerves.
You could literally just say over 20 or
Always
over
use that
30.
simple thinker all the time.
How old are you, G Love?
Okay, stay calm. Let's talk calmly.
No, you have already irritated the fuck out of me. First off, you come up here eating in my goddamn ear. Then I have to ask you 5 times how old you are. How old are you? Throw a fucking age out there so we can move on.
Okay, that's nice of you for using that strong word for TikTok.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Throw an
Yeah,
age out there.
yeah, you can use this word, but
I,
bye bye.
listen,
At
this is
this
the
point.
last motherfucking time I'm going to ask your ass to put an age out there. How old are you?
yeah, for TikTok's sake, I'll say I'm 25, and for TikTok's
Thank
sake,
you. Move the
you
fuck
can't
on.
use that. You
What
can use
topic do
that.
you want? Okay, move the fuck on. What topic do you want to
For
talk about?
TikTok's sake, don't use that word on
What
me.
top?
For
I will
TikTok's sake.
fucking speak the way I want to fucking speak. If you don't want to hear it, you don't fucking
Listen,
have to be here.
TikTok
If
sake.
you don't want to fucking hear it, you don't have to be here. You know how to remove yourself. You're not gonna come in here and control shit, and most definitely not gonna control my motherfucking mouth or my motherfucking stage.
Yeah, for TikTok's sake,
I don't give a fuck. You
for
don't
the sake.
control a goddamn thing but your motherfucking self. You're wasting time. Pick a topic.
Why are you always annoyed when I come
You're
on your?
wasting time. Pick a topic. Bitch, I don't know you.
You always
Pick.
get
I
annoyed.
don't fucking know you. Pick a topic. Pick a
Okay, for
topic.
fuck's sake, don't use those words again,
Pick
okay?
a fucking topic.
For for the sake of TikTok.
Pick a top. Okay, you got this. Is it? Last time. Yo, irritating ass.
Okay, let me pick my
Pick a
topic,
topic.
okay? Why are you okay? Let me pick my topic.
The
Why
top
are you
is 3
annoyed?
topics
Yeah,
up here. Hey, do not waste your last motherfucking time saying some bullshit. There are 3 topics on the board. Pick one of these motherfuckers to discuss. If you come off mute and you say some dumb shit, I'm dropping your motherfucking ass.
good word for TikTok's sake. Okay, the last one. I'm picking the last one. Consent should be asked. Okay.
Don't mute her, y'all, unless I say.
Yeah, muting me.
Shut
I
the
don't know
fuck
why.
up. Hey, you don't run shit on this motherfucking stage. You on thin ice with my ass. I don't give a fuck to talk to you. You are the one who asked to come up here.
TikTok wants you to be polite.
Girl,
Use
shut
Bye,
up.
bitch.
Damn.
She gone. Ask Jesus how you can talk to me. Because that shit ain't it. You want to prove your Jesus? Act like you got some motherfucking sense when you come up here. Anta King? Anata King? Okay.
King.
What is it?
Nothing. I'm just playing. I don't know the name either. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't like names without spaces. It be tripping me up. Like Karina's name, like Throttle Genzile. What?
Oh my Todd? Oh my Todd, are you there?
No, sorry, my mistake.
That's okay. Have a good night. Stop with your hating ass. Like you wish you had this many people in your life and you fucking up here hating. Ask Jesus why he don't have nobody coming in there to talk to your motherfucking ass and why he turned you into a hater. Mona Mia, how are you? Mona Mia? Sure. Tell us how you know that I pay money for bots to come and sit in a fucking live. As a matter of fact, send a request. As a matter of fact, where are you at in the guest box? So I can bring you up so you can tell everybody how you know. Send a request.
I think it's funny how he's telling somebody don't be a hater all your life, but yet he's calling other people.
Hold on, Maddie. Send a request, DJ Black Star. Come up and tell everybody how you know.
Mind
Don't
you,
be
bots
scared.
don't
Don't be
type.
scared now. Don't be scared now.
Don't type like the people in this chat type. You can really tell.
Are you in the request box? If you're a bot, type bot for me. I expect all the nerds to be botting it up right now. Can I see the nerd? G-Love, get the fuck out of my box. Can I see all the nerd bots right now? G-Love, I think you obsessed. Like, I don't know who the fuck you are, but you sure as hell know who the hell I am. Like, why are you back in my request box? I wrote a song for you, G-Love. This is from the Holy Spirit. Thank you to all the bots. I love seeing y'all here. Y'all cost me a pretty penny.
Why you so obsessed with me? Yeah, I wanna know. You say you got rejecting me, but everybody knows. We see you keep requesting me.
G-Love.
Finally found someone you couldn't impress with your gaslighting lies. I don't take that mess. You delusional, you're losing your mind. It's amusing, you're refusing, don't start questioning my mind. Now you're all mad with your savior complex, cause you can't get on stage. You don't snap. You hop on my stage, gave religion an age. Started dressing the topic, but you couldn't engage. This ain't your God, but are you a prophet? You called me a fraud, boy, just stop it. I'm trying to say, hey, let's have conversation, but you'd rather yell with no moderation. Say I'm too loud when you yell too. Then when I drop you, you're back in my queue. I didn't even block you after I gave you the deuce. Put you back in the chat and turn the boss. Why you so obsessed with me? Yeah, I wanna know. You say your God rejected me, but everybody know. We see you keep requesting me. Find someone you could impress with your gaslighting lies. Don't take that mess. You're delusional, delusional, you're losing your mind. It's amusing, you're refusing, don't stop questioning my line. Now you're armed with your savior complex, cause you can't get on stage. Yes, man. You're back in the chair, trying to preach around too. Talking about love, but the boo that ain't you. Same old speech, just a different spin. Saying God told me, but he never chimed in.
Jesus got a whole bunch of haters. Like, maybe if Jesus started blessing y'all and letting y'all use your brain, y'all wouldn't be hating on atheists. And then at the same time, eating off atheist plates.
Why you so obsessed with me? Yeah, I wanna know. You say your God rejected me, but everybody knows. We see you keep requesting me. Finally found someone you could impress with your gaslighting lies. I don't take that mess. You're delusional, delusional, you're losing your mind. It's amusing, you're refusing, don't stop questioning my line. Now you're mad with your savior complex, cause you can't get on stage. Yes, obsessed, obsessed. You can't help yourself, admit it is true. Preaching in my chat like a Sunday school.
Oh, you'll be here tomorrow. Y'all already know. You're obsessed. You ain't been this obsessed even when you went to church. It's 2 o'clock in the morning and you up with me.
With your gaslighting lies, I don't take that mess. You're delusional, you're losing, you're losing your mind. It's amusing, you're refusing, don't stop questioning my line. Now you're mad with your savior complex, cause you can't get on stage. Yo, what's next? Fade out on your who's next.
We got haters on YouTube. We got haters in TikTok. Jesus must not be blessing y'all. Jesus ain't doing his job. He got y'all hating on non-believers. That's sad. The crazy thing about it is that you can do the same motherfucking thing. That's the crazy thing. Just bring your ass to TikTok, Brenta. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you telling theists to call in, or are you telling me to call theists in? Thank you, Dawson. I appreciate that.
I just want to say tonight is amazing, guys. We've just got it started.
Heaven Wilson. Heaven, are you there?
No.
I think Heaven is a nerd. Relaxing and chillaxing. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
He is. She's a nerd.
Oh, I thought I tried to take her down. Relaxing. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I mean, get mad that I can make money with your Jesus and you can't. Like, that's the problem, right? Jesus has not helped you figure out a way to make money off of him. Like, go and pray to him about it. Like, I can't help that you're mad at your God. Exactly. They hating the hustle because they got to go to work. Jesus has not helped them figure out how to pay their bills without having to clock in. Like, you're mad at Jesus. You ain't mad at me. And honestly, you're mad at yourself. Like, you're mad at yourself. You got to figure that shit out. Like, I don't know. Take your brain back from the Holy Spirit. Jinxie? I think all the theists hopped out of the box because I see all nerds in the guest request box. I see that your ass have not requested. You just steady talking shit. I don't give a fuck if your God exists. I don't talk about him existing. Even if your God did exist, I wouldn't worship his ass. I don't have those conversations. I quite literally say that your God is real in your head. That your God is a belief that lives in your head.
DJ, please ask God to help you trim up your beard. It looks a little rough.
I'm finna relaxing and chillaxing option. I'm gonna take y'all out because I think y'all are in there on accident. Poto Bams, Potolo Bams. Um, I don't know if you're in there on purpose. Forest, I guess. Are you in there on purpose? Ivory, no Ebony. I don't know who you are, but are you in the box on purpose? Bologna Take. I don't know who you are. Are you in the box on purpose? Deja, are you in the box on purpose?
Bologna is
Bologna's
in the
on
box on
purpose.
purpose.
Okay.
Deasia is too.
Deja.
And G Love, this is your final mute, love. Thanks for typing in all caps.
I'm gonna
Uh,
cough. I'm so sorry. Hold on, guys. I didn't want to blow up y'all's eardrums. I apologize.
that's okay. How are you?
I mean, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Um, I'm agnostic.
Okay, so agnostic atheist.
More like agnostic, like I don't really know. I hope there is a higher power out there. But I don't know. I'm more than happy to kind of explain that to you, but that's what you
No, I know.
asked.
Yeah, I know what that means. So
Yeah.
I only have conversations with people who currently have a belief in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing that
Well,
belief, or
I
atheists
yeah, so I mean, I'm more than happy to have that conversation because I'm kind of in the middle of that,
in the
if
middle
that's
of what?
okay with you.
You're
Well,
in the middle of what?
so I am trans. Um and I grew up Lutheran Catholic. Um and so I know so much about the Bible. Um I actually was in par with becoming the youth pastor of our group of our church. It was a very,
Okay,
very small,
give me just a second.
like
So
whatever.
yeah, I'm not asking you to give me like a life story.
Oh
I'm
no,
asking you
no,
to
no. Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Hold on,
So
Belonte. Hold on,
Wait,
Belonte.
yeah,
Yeah,
wait.
when I'm not asking you to give me a life story. I just need to know when you say you're in the middle of that. Are you saying you're deconstructing or in the middle of becoming an atheist? Like which one? Because I need to qualify you for a conversation
yes,
first.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for
Okay.
asking. It's more like I can't give you a straight answer because it's more of me stepping back and being like, I gave my whole life to this and I love God and whatever, but everything is telling me that I am not pure, I'm not okay. And so that is like kind of that's where I'm at is I'm like trying to figure out that piece. So I don't know what you would label that is, but
Are
I'm
you
more than happy.
deconstructing? Like
Okay.
did you once have a belief in the God of the Bible?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
And and
Yes,
and
ma'am.
and do you still kind of have a belief in the God of that Bible?
Yes, ma'am, because I pray that the Jesus that I knew would look at me and tell me that this world is horrible and that I get to be with my family. Um,
Okay.
I
Um,
pray that with my whole heart, but also at the same time, I'm like, how can a God that I love with all my heart push me against my family?
okay. And
That's where
then
I'm at.
okay. And then really quickly before I ask you to pick a topic from the three topics on the post, what are your pronouns?
They them. Thank you for asking. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
You're
I
welcome.
didn't catch
All
the
right.
age.
I'm sorry, what?
How old are you? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
My age?
Yeah.
29.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Which topic did you want to do?
Do you think religion is toxic to our society?
Okay, go ahead.
So the reason that I think religion is toxic to our society is because religion is so rigid, right? So we read the Bible and we hear about Jonah getting swallowed by the whale, and we read about all of these other parables like that have happened. And instead of reading them and like learning the lesson behind them, we take them as truth. So, I mean, do you believe that somebody was swallowed by a whale and lived?
Hell no. Like, I'm an atheist.
No,
I don't believe any of this shit.
yeah, no.
So, like, that's what like bothers me the most is like these people who will cling so tightly to the Bible. I'm like, friends, like that's one of the most things that I go back to is I'm like, how do you believe that is true, right? Like, we know that can't be true. Like, just I don't know. So then when like Ted Cruz sits on his stage and like is talking all of this shit about like, hey, God said marriage is between a man and a woman, I'm like, you're missing all of the fucking stories that are told, right? I don't know. So that was my main point, is that things can be parables versus just black and white truth.
Even as a parable, though, how do you see it as being a good thing? The Jonah story.
I think it's a story about perseverance and
How so?
that what would you see it as, friend?
No, no, no.
Like, I mean, this is
Hold
honest.
on, hold on.
Yeah.
But you haven't. You just said perseverance, and then you didn't explain like how you see it as a story
Oh,
of
I
perseverance.
mean, perseverance because like Jonah got swallowed by the whale, right? And fuck, sorry guys, I don't really remember the whole story, so I'm so sorry. But he got swallowed by the whale. He prayed to God. He believed in it. He believed that he was going to be saved. He was saved. Like, so it's
But that's not the
perseverance.
story, though. Like,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you tell me? Can you remind me? I'm so sorry.
no, I'm more interested in how you got to that concept.
Yeah, so the Jonah being swallowed by the whale, like no human could be swallowed by
No,
a
no, no. I'm
whale and
not that
survive.
part. Not that
Oh,
part.
okay.
The perseverance part. The like, how did you get to um the understanding that the main idea of that story, like your own interpretation of it,
Right.
what made you say, oh, this story is about perseverance
Um
and he
be
prayed and hold on,
yeah.
baloney. You and I cannot talk at the same time, okay?
Oh,
And
I'm sorry, friend.
I'm very neurodivergent, right? And my
Yeah.
friends know that, and so talking while I'm talking is going to irritate me, and I really want us to have a good conversation, okay? um what I'm more interested in the thought process behind the things that you've said so far, right? Like, you want Jesus to tell you that, hey, this world is bad, and I don't think these things about you that people are saying. You want to see the Jonah story as a story of perseverance, and your retelling of that story and how you got to that doesn't quite match the biblical story. So I'm just wondering more about like your thought process and how you what made you say, hey, the Jonah story is about perseverance, like how you're choosing to see these stories. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And
can you explain that?
yeah, and I apologize. I have an ADHD and it is late into the night, so my ADHD medication has stopped working. So
It's okay, I understand.
I appreciate you calling me out. I'm so sorry that I cut you off. Yeah, so my belief on, from what I believe about the Jonah story, right, is that he got swallowed by the whale and he prayed and he was in the belly of the whale for X amount of time and then he got spit up, right? And so it's perseverance to me for that story. I'm not saying that I believe this, but it's perseverance for that story of being in such a hard religious bind to be trapped in something. And so that's where I see the perseverance in that story of being able to be like, God help me, God help me, oh God helped me, right? That's what I saw in it. And again, because I have ADHD, I don't know what your neurodivergency is, but that was the answer to the first question that you had.
Okay. And so it's interesting, right? Because it's similar to if we were to, you know, compare it to your desire for Jesus to tell you, "Hey, the world is bad because
Right.
you're separated from your family," and so you would be the Jonah and the well, this well of homophobia, transphobia, and you're like, "Jesus, help me." The interesting thing about the Jonah story, right? Even though, like, I agree, it is a parable. It's not true. It's mythology, not a parable. It's mythology. The interesting thing about the Jonah story is that the God is the one who put Jonah in the whale because Jonah refused to go to Nineveh and tell Nineveh a lie. And
Yes,
God told,
ma'am.
right.
Yes, ma'am.
I need you to mute yourself because
Oh, I'm so sorry. I
two
got excited.
neurodivergent people, right?
I
Two
know. I got
neurodivergent
you.
people is gonna we're gonna crash. But um so Jonah was in the well because the God put him there, right? He wanted Jonah to go to Nineveh and tell Nineveh that in 40 days he was going to destroy Nineveh. Of course, that did not happen because the story says that the king of Nineveh made everybody, including the animals, put sackcloth and ashes on their head and fast, and then the God changed his mind. But he put Jonah through all of that just to not do what he sent Jonah to do. He actually turned Jonah into a false prophet. And according to this guy's own laws, Jonah should have been stoned for declaring a thing and that thing not coming to pass. Right? He would have been declared a false prophet. Right? And so it's in this book, in the English translation, it's the God who put you in the situation that you're in with your family, and you're asking that same God to be your help. That doesn't quite make sense to me.
Mm. Um, Sorry, that's a really great point. And this is also where I'm going to say that I'm not asking for that God's help, right?
What God are you asking to tell you that this world is bad and that, you shouldn't be separated from your family?
I am not asking for any God's help in that. Because at this point, where I'm kind of at is it's not a I'm going to look out for me. It's a I'm going to do the best I have with whatever I have to help others around me. Like that's kind of where my focus is at this point. It's not it's not about how can I right wrongs that have been done against me. At this point,
Baloney, give me just 1 second. One
yeah,
second.
no, yeah, go for it.
If I see you in the comments misgendering them on purpose, I'm blocking you.
Wait, I'm
Not you, love bug,
Oh,
not
okay.
you. If I see you in the comments misgendering them on purpose, I'm going to fucking block you. That's just a
Misgendering
point.
me?
Yeah, let me handle
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that I don't do
Hey,
homophobia. Hold on, baloney. Let me handle my business. I don't do homophobia in here. I don't do transphobia in here. I don't do racism in here, sexism in here, ableism in here. If you do it in the chat, you getting blocked off rip. Point blank.
hey, friend, can I tell you something?
No, let's get back to the topic.
No, no.
Go
Well,
ahead.
really quick, I love you. I love your energy. Friend, I'm gonna get misgendered. I'm gonna get
Baloney,
fucked up.
baloney,
You're
baloney.
okay, friend.
No, no, no. When I handle my life, I'm handling my life. I don't need your permission to do that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said in your when I was asking, like, if you are deconstructing, you said that you believe in Jesus and you're hoping that Jesus say to you, the world is bad, right? And
Yes, ma'am.
that so do you not see Jesus as God when I say that you're, wanting a God to save you and say the world is bad? When you
I
said that you're not?
I don't believe anymore in the world's perspective of Jesus. Because to me, how can Jesus be racist? How can Jesus be sexist? How can Jesus be misogynistic? How can Jesus be all of these things? And in the root of them are all of the things that are religion. And so I will be proud to stand before Jesus and say, I did the best that I could. And I'm sorry that I may not have said I believed in you, but like this is the best that I could have done with whatever I had. And if that means going to hell for being Latinx and gay and queer and white passing and whatever the fuck else, like, cool, because I'm not going to sit back and be the target of a Mike Johnson or whatever the hell's whatever his name is, the Speaker of the House. I'm not going to sit back and say that is Christianity. I'm not going to sit back and say that that's what I believe.
I, to me, I saw you, Maddie. To me, it just sounds like you're kind of double speaking, right? It sounds like you're saying you don't believe, but then
Yes, ma'am.
you talk about standing and do me a favor and mute yourself. Um, when I speak that way, if you feel like you need to say something, it's behind the mute. Um, it sounds like you're saying that you don't believe, but you've said that you hope, right? And I don't know if you said this so that you can continue a conversation, and I don't like that. Like I don't want people to try to fit into a conversation on this stage. Um, that makes me not trust you, right? And so you said that you hope that you're deconstructing, and you hope Jesus say to you, go ahead and go on mute until I'm done. Um, you said that you hope Jesus say to you that the world is bad and that you shouldn't be separated from your family. Then you say you don't believe. Then you say that you would be happy to stand in front of him, go to hell. But then you say you're not going to say that what Mike Johnson preaches Christianity. So it kind of sounds like you're double speaking, right? Like you're waffling back and forth between the belief.
Yeah. So I am as confused as you are. um, I'm kind of in the space of doing the best that I can. And then if I die, like I hope that I can stand before, if Jesus is there, like stand before him and be like, dude, I did everything that I fucking could. That's that I'm so sorry. That's where the confusion was, is if he's there, I'm gonna explain my part. If not, then I don't care. Like I'm good. Does that make sense? Like either way, I'm gonna live my life the way that I want to. Like
Yeah, but
there's
I'm
nothing.
still trying to find out if you believe that Jesus is God.
And sorry, that's where I don't know. I That's where I'm split. Like where again, the Jesus that I know won't fucking judge me over all of the stuff, but if the Jesus that MAGA knows, then like I don't give a fuck. Send me to hell. We're cool.
So you
Like
do
that's
believe
fine.
that there is a Jesus name. There's a God named
I
Jesus.
have no idea, friend. And then
But
also
hold
like
on, baloney, baloney.
yeah.
When I'm talking, you shouldn't be. Right. So like this is gonna be my last time saying that because I don't want the conversation to go south. But as I said, like that it irritates me. And then I have to get loud so that my point can be heard, especially when I'm quiet when you're sharing your point. And I get the ADHD. My son has ADHD. I have ADHD. I've done a lot of work to make sure, right, that I can be active when listening. And I just ask that you try to practice the same thing. And I think muting yourself while I'm talking is going to help you. I know the urge to want to answer because we think forward, right? We're already thinking about the ending of another person's sentence and we already know what the person's going to say. But for the purposes of everybody in the room right now, I'm going to ask that you not do that, okay?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Um, Damn, I forgot what I was saying prior to this. Um,
But long your take, did you just type change your name from thinker to grifter in the chat? Or is
Hold
that a
on,
glitch?
Maddie. Thinker's trying to remember what she was saying.
Wait, give me just a second. What? Hold on.
I have no idea. I tried to mute myself.
Why did you type that?
I didn't type that.
Yes, you did. It's like, are you? Yes, you did.
Unless it's a glitch, because that's what the other guy was in here saying. That's why I'm wondering if it's a glitch or not. And that's why I asked. I'm sorry if I interrupted your thought though.
Why did you type that?
I didn't type that. I was trying to push mute so
Like,
that you could
okay,
talk.
like scroll up
Yeah,
in
no,
the
I don't.
comments. There's
I
gonna
see
be
it.
something that
Yeah,
says, I'm
that's not a
really
glitch. That's not a glitch. I'm
I
gonna take you down. I'm gonna move on. Okay. I hope you have a great rest of the night. Like that's not a glitch.
I was about to say, unless maybe DJ changed his name to that, but I don't know.
No,
Mm-mm.
that's their account.
Because his name is still DJ Blackstar.
Yeah, that was their account.
6989. Jesus Christ. 89.
Deja, how are you?
Good. How are you, Thinker?
I'm good. How did your midterms go?
Your midterm. Uh, they went. They definitely went.
Did you?
School.
What are you on a
Did
break right now, or?
no, I'm just in the parking lot waiting for my waiting for work to start. It starts at 5:45 and I can't start until like 5:30, so I'm just really just chilling here.
Oh, okay. It's good to hear from you.
I know I missed you so much, and I've kind of just been in and out of your lives and just listening for the most part. But for the last couple of days, I've really been thinking about everything that's going on. And when I saw your live this morning, and I seen what you had for the background, I was like, oh, that'd be perfect for me to talk about.
Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
So the one I wanted to go with was, can your testimony convince me of your God's power? So I know for Christians or whatever that they believe that their God has a lot of power. And I've been thinking about this for the last couple of days because I talked to my peer support specialist recently, and I was pretty much telling her like, yeah, I don't pick up schedules that are past sundown because there are still sundown towns in Ohio, and I never know what they're gonna put me to drop my packages off, and I just never want to take that chance. So I prefer to be moving out of their neighborhoods when the sun is at least going down, so it still has some sun out. You know what I'm saying? When I'm on my way back home. And so she proceeds to say something along the lines of, you know, like she agrees with me, and she was like, you know, it is crazy out there. And then she proceeds to say like, uh, you know, I'm protected, I'm chosen, and I'm just like, you know, she prayed up or whatever she was going on about. And I was just thinking to myself like, they put so much power in this man. Like they believe he has so much power, but then we have situations like what's happening in Sudan. And the crazy part is, you know, we can see it because the videos are everywhere. You know, of the mom and the child that was, you know, unalived on a tree, or that man that's been going across social media everywhere in Sudan who was unaliving people with a smile on his face, like he was just the happiest person in the world. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, this would be the perfect time for him to show that supposed power that he has. People are in these crazy situations and he just does nothing but watch. he's nothing at all. And yesterday I came across, I went down a rabbit hole yesterday. There was this Chinese actor who was supposedly who accidentally fell out of a window and unalived himself. And then there's like this whole thing where supposedly, because and nothing's been proven, and the Chinese censorship on it has been insane, but it's believed that he was tortured, raped, um, and there's videos, not well, kind of videos of his torture online, but there's also videos where at night when he was getting tortured, there was screaming. He was screaming, and at some point I had to stop going down that rabbit hole because it was late at night. I knew I had to go to work in the morning, and it was so bad, and I was just like, oh, and there was people that tried to help him, but apparently, supposedly they were unalived for trying to help him. And I'm like, where is this man's power when all of this is happening? Oh, where is he?
Yeah, I was watching um a news clip today where there were a group of men, masked men, who raped a Palestinian man, raped him brutally bad, but they said they did it for the nation of Israel. Like kind of like the whole Sodom and Gomorrah thing, where the men of Sodom got together and they were going to brutally rape the two angels, quote unquote angels. They came in. The Israeli men are saying that they're going to sue any news media that that talks about what they did to the Palestinian men in a negative way, and the Israeli government is backing them up. They're the One of the leaders of the Israeli forces leaked the footage because she does not agree with what happened, but they threatened to kill her if she prosecutes these men. And the men have masks on, like they're not showing their faces. But they said that this is their way of defending Israel. And I'm sitting here looking at this, like the one of the rabbis in Israel, the camera pans to the rabbi blessing these men, and all I could think about is people who believe that this is chosen behavior of their God, and this is what their God wants them to do. And I'm not even just talking about Israeli people. I'm talking about Christians in the West. I'm talking about family who say they can't say anything, they can't talk about it because that's God. That those are God's chosen people. And how when we say that a God condones this type of behavior and they tell us that we're wrong for acknowledging what we see, it's a very hard thing to, you know, to watch and to see take place in our society, like all of this harm done in the name of these religions, and not, you know, call it toxic or talk about the toxicity in it. And if in fact there is a God, he wants what's happening because he's just as evil in my eyes.
Yeah, especially the things that is in the Bible that he does completely evil. It just it amazes me when they say that. Like when she said that, I was just literally just sitting in the chair thinking to myself, like, you're chosen, you're protected, but what about everybody else? I mean, like our president, the court told him, hey, get them their food stamps, and he was like, nah, I don't think so.
And then you have believers making videos laughing that people are starving, right? Like they think it's funny because they're mad that they have to, you know, work for their food. They're not thinking about the fact that there are other believers who do work, who are on EBT. There are elderly, there are disabled people who depend on this. But they will go to church, they'll get on these lives and claim that it's the believers that's feeding the poor, that Jesus said to feed the poor, that it's the least among you that are the most vulnerable, right? The children, they will let children go hungry, and then they will say, Jesus says, suffer not to harm the little children. For those that harm the little children, it would be better that a millstone was around your neck. But they celebrate.
And
This is
yet,
the toxicity in it, that their mouths can say one thing, but their actions are another, and that they call divine. This is why when I was doing the topic about Gollum Jesus, and how the theological message back then was that divinity hides in the ugliness. It's ugly on the inside. Their hearts are ugly. Their minds, like the thoughts are ugly. Their words are ugly. On the outside, though, they dress up. They wear big hats, long skirts, fancy suits. They carry Bibles. They wear crosses on their necks. On the outside, they appear good, but on the inside, they're evil as fuck. And they call that divine. And they're dangerous as fuck. And some of them are suffering from mental illness. Some of them are suffering from psychosis. They have no control over their thought processes, over their actions. They're sick and they don't even fucking know it. And then the people around them, the crazy thing about it is the people around them know they sick, but they don't give a fuck enough to for them to get help. They care more about where they are in this God, and not invalidating their belief in a God, that they'll let somebody close to them suffer mentally. That's how fucked up it is. That's how toxic this religion is.
not to mention, they always talk about, like you said, protecting the children or whatnot, but there are so many children that are harmed in the churches. It's like, I just don't understand their thought process or what it is that they're trying to protect, but protect nothing. Like they do too much, but not enough.
It's all it's all scripted to me. Like it to me it feels like they're okay with living a false reality. They're okay with saying things that sound good while doing things that aren't good. They're okay with it. And that's the biggest issue that I have with people who hold a belief, because it's about winning arguments, right? It's about sounding good, or sounding intellectual, and the work that it takes to be someone who can extend a helping hand, while at the same time not, not, you may not be in the position to be able to do it all the time, but feeling that uncomfortableness and that humanity, that takes work. And that's what Jesus, you know, Jesus blocks that. The Western Jesus, I can't speak for every version of Jesus, like the Eastern Orthodox and all of that, but Western Christianity, to me, they are the worst of so far, that of Christianity that that I've seen. They fund a lot of the genocides that we see happening. There, if if you see a genocide, you better know that America is there somewhere.
Hmm. And definitely right about that whole funding thing. I heard Sudan is funded by what's that, Dubai and some other places that are funding it right now.
Hmm.
And
And
people
America
say,
does
oh,
business with them.
hmm and people say war is profitable, but that's not a war. That's a complete genocide. It's It's so crazy. It's so crazy to me, and they're doing all this because they want a life in the afterlife.
But
But what
well,
about that?
they're doing it for land,
Oh,
for
not Sudan. I mean, like Christians.
yeah, Christians are willing to allow it to happen because of the yeah, they want an afterlife. Like Netanyahu was talking to, some of his leaders, and he said, if you want to convince them to blow up a bus full of innocent people or to blow up a building of innocent people, you have to wash their brain and tell them that it's for a bigger purpose, like ethnicity or religion or race. He said if you can get them to see the bigger purpose for one of these three, they'll do anything for you. And they know this. They know this. And in order for them to gain more and more and more, it's like they're in a rush to see who can be the superpower of the world. And in order for them to win the game, they have to convince more and more people to do their dirty work for them so they can go into different lands, kill the people who are already on that land, get the resources so that they can become more powerful. That's what they're doing.
And all the while, so many people suffer. Like those, like just seeing them videos, it was just like wow. But they were so powerful. Jesus does nothing.
Maven, is it loud? Like it's on 100. I don't know what's going on. The mic is on 100. Um, I can try to turn it up to 150 and see if that works. Is this better? This is 150. I don't know. It's a TikTok. It's got to be TikTok.
It sounds the same, but I can hear you pretty good.
YouTube can't hear me though. I'm talking about YouTube. They said it sound low on YouTube. It's got to be TikTok. I don't know. But yeah, that's the toxicity in it, and the the people willing to celebrate death in exchange for their own selfish goal, while at the same time denying that that's what they're doing.
Hmm. Yeah, I didn't want to. It was just, it was a lot yesterday. But thank you for your conversation, Thinker. I'm gonna go ahead and hop back down to the comment section and continue to listen. But I missed you, love you, and talk to you soon.
Thank you. I love you too, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Remember what we talked about in the DM. Um, if you pass, you pass. If you don't, there's always a second chance. You know, don't don't put too much pressure on yourself. And then when people say stuff like what your professor is saying, we have to some learn to take things like with a grain of salt. Don't think it over and over and over and over in your head. Sometimes we just have to call people what they are, and that's unlearned or ignorant or selfish. Um, and then go on about your day. Don't let it get the best of you.
Thank you for that. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Good night, Maddie. Thinker, I listened to it on my other device, and it sounds about the same for
Does
me.
it?
So I don't know. Yeah,
Okay. Maybe it's individual devices.
could be.
Are you able to bring somebody up? Because I can't get
Yeah.
thank you.
Uh, d- 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 shoot. Did they connect?
They're still trying to connect.
Okay.
It's sad though how Like it's just a lot of hatred, um, you know, from a lot of the believers
Hmm.
of the God of the Bible. I'm gonna say this one more time: caps are for mods only. Don't don't send me any fucking DMs whining about you being muted when we've said
Hmm.
multiple times, do not type in all caps unless you have a vision impairment and you have reached out to a mod to let a mod know, because you're gonna get muted.
You asked the forest person if they were in here on purpose earlier, but I didn't see it.
J Triple J,
Yeah, hi, how you doing?
good. How are you?
Yeah, good thanks.
How old are you?
I'm late 20s. I'm 28, that's correct. Yeah, 28.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm 100% a believer.
Okay, and which of the three topics do you want to discuss?
I think the first one would be a good one to start off.
Well, you can only do
Actually, yeah,
one.
it's the first one, yeah.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that it's not toxic, simply because it's so intrinsic to our nature as human beings. Because if you were to objectively study the history of human beings, you cannot at least you can at least come to the consensus that it's within our nature to seek spirituality in our lives in whatever forms it takes. Human beings will always venture out to seek purpose, and sometimes science and history or just secular knowledge in general, just it doesn't suffice. It's not enough. So people look to religion to answer those questions that science does not fulfill. Do you know what I mean? So it's not toxic. It's just our nature as human beings.
That doesn't mean it's not toxic. And you're talking about people looking for something bigger than themselves, not necessarily religion. A belief in a higher power or, you know, ancestors isn't necessarily religion. Religion is a system of a worship of a god based on sacred texts with a spiritual leader. Those are two different things. And religion isn't natural to humanity. Religion hasn't always existed as long
Hmm.
as humans existed.
Okay. So, but you do, okay. So, just so I understand correctly, your issue is with religion, but not with a belief in a creator, right?
The topic that you picked says, "Do you think religion is toxic
Oh,
to our
okay.
society?"
Okay. No, I think usually when I see topics like these, it's usually atheists, that are saying God doesn't exist, etc. So I'm just like in that
Yeah, but
mindset.
that's
But
if that. But we're not talking. But it doesn't matter whether I think your God exists or not. We're not talking about whether your God exists. We're talking. The topic you chose was, "Do you think religion is toxic to our society?" That's the topic. Whether I believe your God exists or not doesn't matter to that topic.
mm, no, but sincerity. Yeah, I mean, you could see logically that certain religious beliefs definitely are, but certain religious beliefs are not. So some are, some aren't. It just depends. Do
Yeah,
you know what I
what
mean? That's what
religion
for me.
isn't what religion doesn't have any toxicity?
There are certain faiths that aren't toxic. Let me think. So I was raised a Jehovah's Witness, and we're not toxic, in my opinion, at least. I'm not like a practicing Jehovah's Witness. I'm not like super into the faith right now, but trust me, like there was never any negativity in terms of society or harming our neighbors in our faith. In my faith at the time, anyway.
Yeah, that's not true. Like Jehovah's Witness teaches that you are not to even like really involve yourself with the affairs of mankind because the world is gonna be destroyed one day, and this is not your home. So don't vote when there's a catastrophe. Don't help. Don't give money to it. The literally we have ex Jehovah Witnesses in here who have shared with us like there are elders who do fucking spiritual stakeouts to see if you're sinning in your own home. Right? There's authoritarianism in Jehovah's Witness. There's fear-based doctrine in Jehovah's Witness. Speaking of an ex Jehovah's Witness, Fee, you want to take this one?
Oh,
Hello.
good morning, y'all.
No, hold
That's
on.
crazy.
I said I'm not a hardcore right now. I'm not super religious per se, but I can at least attest to the fact that they did not. So the logic essentially is that you don't have like when it comes to politics because it's so divisive. Why engage in it and try to pick sides, etc. You so just stay. It's just a neutrality thingy,
But neutrality is picking a side, right? Like, let's not pretend that you're given an option to be politically active. You are told, based on the scripture in the Bible, to be no part of the world. You are not, they are not able to participate in the military. They're conscientious objectors. There was very strict directives given about, and I don't know how recently you've been a part of this organization because to your credit, you are right, it has changed, which clearly is an indication to me that this is not the truth. Truth doesn't adjust to cultural norms. Like, that's just not how truth works. So no, let's not pretend that college was an option or that blood transfusions were an option. Even going back prior to, I don't know how old you are, but
28.
Oh yeah, you're way younger than me. There were segregated congregations. There were congregations that completely dissolved when integration happened because white Jehovah's Witnesses were like, absolutely the fuck not. So it might behoove you to really look into this organization. Find out why there's a Masonic symbol on Charles Taze Russell's gravestone. Like, find out why it's in the shape of a pyramid.
Sorry, there is a what?
There's a Masonic symbol on
What's
Russell's.
that?
The Masons.
Oh,
Yeah, like really look into the origins of this organization outside of what the organization has told you in the same way that we're learning now. And I think a lot of us already knew the true origins of America, how America has whitewashed its history and its story. And it tells you this narrative of Thanksgiving and this narrative of Independence Day and all of these holidays, Columbus Day, all of that BS. We're learning now. People are waking up to the real story. You might want to do the same thing with your religion because it is not what you were taught. And Thanger, you were doing an amazing job of all the things that are problematic with this religion like that. I was a witness for over 30 years of my life. My dad was an elder. I was a pioneer. I've gone to Bethel. Like, all of these things they are not what the members have been told.
Wait, so hold on. Just a quick question. So you were a pioneer. You've gone to Bethel. What happened?
Hold on, Triple J. Let her finish speaking, and then you can ask your questions. Okay.
Oh yeah. How bad?
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I think on the periphery, a lot of people will think, oh, this is a great organization and people work together and it's all about togetherness and helping. And it's easy to say that from the periphery, but if you actually if you put in the effort to look into the origins of the organization outside of what they are feeding you, you might find a different story.
Okay. Well, that was just my opinion. But I'm not super religious per se. But but can you at least Faye? Just a quick question: were there any aspects, at least of the religion, that you could say were positive, or was it just all negative?
Oh no, I had a great time. Like I grew up in it, right? So all of my childhood memories are completely intertwined with this belief system. Um, I don't think that there are any positive aspects that cannot be found outside of the organization. Community can be built outside of a religious organization that tells you women have to cover their heads to pray in front of a man. Like belonging and support of others and identity can be found outside of a religion, that tells you to not be involved politically and not be involved in the community that we live in. Like whether or not, I think it's this mindset of this world is not our permanent home that continues to be the thing that allows those that realize that all of these religions are BS to abuse and take advantage of so many people who genuinely think that they are doing the right thing. They genuinely think that, they're providing a good basis for their children and they're doing all of these wonderful things. So I don't think
No,
there's
no, but the
Let her
logic, yeah.
finish, and then you
Oh,
can respond.
sorry.
I don't think there's anything revolutionary in this religion or any other. That's all I was going to say.
No, but the logic behind. Sorry, can I go? Sorry, host.
Yes, because she's not
Okay,
done.
yeah, yeah. No, so the logic is that the reason why you're not supposed to, because human governments are fallible. So, for example, during the in 1944, during that era, sometimes what happens is if you engage or you're patriotic, you go with what the government says you should do, the government can lead you astray, right? Like, for example, the logic is that during that time frame, there were people that were doing very nasty things towards other human beings. And if you were to say, okay, let me take sides with that government, you yourself can be led to do stuff that later on people deem as terrible. But if you're neutral, your conscience is clean. Do you know what I mean? So for me, I kind of see the logic in that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I kind of see the logic in that.
That
I find it.
absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I find it interesting, right, for someone to be here advocating for religion and its non-toxicity, while at the same time you yourself are saying you are not religious. And if something is just so good and so positive, yet you've separated yourself from it, it makes me wonder why. And I think you
I
do
can answer
see
that.
or feel, some toxicity in it, and that makes you not want to be a part of it.
No, I can answer that. For me personally, it's so being a Jehovah's Witness. I think Faye is. Hopefully, I'm
It's
pronouncing your name correctly.
it's feet.
It's rigorous. Like being a Jehovah, it was very rigorous. So you have to be at these meetings twice a week. You have to do these things. And for me, I was working a lot. I still am, and it's just that I'm there. So the term is that I'm not like disfellowship, but I'm what's the word, like
Disassociate.
just irregular. Huh?
Oh, you're an irregular publisher.
Yeah, yeah. But I just see, I don't know, I just see some benefits in it, man. But
Well, I
also, I was
wanted to.
born in it too, so I mean, that's
But you did say you're not religious.
pardon.
You did say that you're not religious, though.
I know I said I'm not super religious, so that's what I meant, like super. Do you know how there's some hardcore Christians in every, like some hardcore religious folk? I'm not super hardcore, so that's what I meant. You know.
So religion is a system of beliefs, right? Um, that is founded on sacred texts, um, with the goal of worshiping a deity led by a spiritual leader. Which part of that are you? That's not super.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not super. That's what I said. I'm not super. Yeah,
Which part of the definition of religion are you, though? Is what I'm asking.
I'm religious, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? I'm religious. Yeah.
Which part of the definition is
Forgive
you?
me. Can you repeat that again? I think I was just reading the comments. Somebody said something that was just disturbing me.
Look, can you not pay attention to the
Yeah.
comments?
If you
Okay.
stay out
Sorry.
the comments, you'll be able to hear.
Yeah, all right, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Religion is a system of beliefs based off of the goal of worshiping a deity, founded on sacred texts with a spiritual leader or a religious leader. Which part of that is you? That's not super.
Oh no, I definitely don't follow a religious leader. That's no. So that's out of
Do
the
you still
window.
follow the Jehovah's Witness doctrine?
Yeah, like the fundamental principles. Yeah. So yeah,
Like
yeah.
what?
Voting. So I don't vote. I don't participate in voting. I don't do any blood transfusions. I, I. What are the core principles? Yeah. Uh, Occasionally, like I speak to people about the Bible, like in informal settings. You know what I mean? Like I'm a Congolese. Was when I was on holidays 3 months ago in my country. Yeah, I did. You know, talk about the
So you
Bible with a
are
few
super
people at the airport.
religious.
Ca- Not casually. I think I'm a casual
No,
witness.
I think you're conflating going to the Kingdom Hall with
Hmm.
following doctrine. You are super religious. You just don't go to the Kingdom Hall.
Yeah, yeah, yes. I guess. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I am. I am religious.
You're super religious to the point to where you wouldn't get a blood transfusion because the religion told you that it was against a God's wishes for you to do so.
No, no, okay, no, that I did my own research on that one, and honestly, I don't know. Like for me, it just it added up. Probably, it added up the
What added
reasons.
up? There is nothing in this book that says you can't get a blood transfusion. There's nothing in any of the Hebrew text where this Hebrew God says that. That is an interpretation and a teaching that was interpreted by the founder of the JW organization, by the leaders of that organization.
And it's
Yes, and my
changed.
when I read the interpretation, the logic added up for me.
You said you did your research and it added up. That's reading the
Yes.
interpretation, reading the doctrine of the organization is not the same as doing research and proving that this teaching is correct.
And I also wouldn't necessarily say that, and I don't know you personally, but it's two things that you've claimed as being logical. So I would probably encourage you to research what the laws of logic actually are. Because if you think inaction is and neutrality in a systemic issue is logical, then I'm not sure you know what logical means. Is it truly possible to stay neutral if neutrality allows a harmful system to continue unchallenged? And by the millions upon millions of Jehovah's Witnesses who remain politically neutral, look at the system that we're dealing with. Look at the things that are happening. I don't know if you're in the States, but
No,
inaction in
I'm
the
in
face of
Australia.
yeah, well, in the
I've
States,
never been to America.
it's in the States, it's a completely different scenario. I can't imagine it's different anywhere though, like, right? Like, because inaction in the face of harm can indirectly support the status quo. That is a side. That's not neutrality. It's just the people that are looking to do harm to the masses and enact laws that do not benefit people, marginalized societies and communities. You are on their side by not acting. So they may claim it neutrality, but it is not. The blood transfusion issue that you mentioned, which has changed, by the way, from when I grew up. I'm much older than you. But when I grew up, you couldn't do anything. I don't know how much you keep up with the latest revisions and the light getting brighter. But now it's a conscious issue. There are things that you can accept that you will not be disciplined for. But I personally know people or knew people who needed a transfusion and did not take it, and they lost their lives following an idea. Because to Thinker's point, there's not one word in this book that says anything about a blood transfusion. What the fuck did they know about blood transfusions? They didn't know they should wash their hands after they took a shit. So I'm sorry, I'm not taking advice from people that don't know that for my medical care.
No, but no, but Faye, to be fair though, in certain instances where people are so convinced of a right, so for example, I don't know if you've read any history and any diaries of people that are doing the wrong thing that were judged as doing people that thought they were doing the right thing, but were judged later on by society as doing the wrong thing. If you've ever read their diary or what they wrote, they were convinced that they were doing the morally correct thing to do. So there were people that were that are doing what they are doing, thinking they're doing the right thing, and then people that are opposing them that are convinced they're doing the right thing, but later on it's different. But what I'm saying, when you're neutral in these instances, it just allows you to absorb yourself from these issues, which sometimes I think it's better off than picking a side. Like, for example, if you read, okay, tell me just as an example, what issue do you think I should be involved in politically? Because I can pick out somebody that opposes my viewpoint, and they believe they're right. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know issues in Australia. I don't know. Well, I will tell you this: whatever activism there is for climate change in every country, everybody should be involved in it, because climate change is affecting every single one of us. In the States, there are people who, for religious reasons, are on the side of folks who are ripping Hispanic children from their parents because they have our current president thinks that immigration is the issue in our country, which it is not. So the problem here is not necessarily, in my opinion, being on the wrong side of history. It's what is the reason for you staying out of the activism to protect people. When you talk about folks throughout history who thought they did the right thing, why did they think it was the right thing? Did they think it was the right thing from a horizontal perspective or from a vertical perspective? And I can guarantee you it was from a vertical perspective. It was a perspective where they felt like their morality and the information about what was right came from above them, as opposed to looking around them. This moral system of God tells me this, and I go and do this thing, or I refrain from doing this thing, is usually at the root of when the person is on the wrong side of history. All of these ideologies, you have people who, and every single one of them can be found in this book if you actually read it. I sat in the Kingdom Hall for 30 plus years, never read half of the scriptures that were in this book that really highlight the nature of this God, which can be seen in the society and the world that we live in, with people who take advantage of the disadvantage. The ones who feel as though one group of people is superior to another. Yahweh started that shit. Jehovah started that shit. His chosen people, which according to the ideology that we were raised in is the group of Jehovah's Witnesses led by a group of folks in Bethel. Make sense. The 144,000, when you dig into this organization, none of it stands up to scrutiny at all. But you have to care that what you believe is true. You have to care about the planet that you live on. You have to care about how your actions and your lack of actions impact those around you. It's got to start with that.
Well, yeah. Well, thank you, host, for allowing me. Faith, I followed you. I think me and you, I need to talk to you about stuff later on, maybe, I guess. Because you were. I think you get it more than anybody else, I guess. Anyway.
We were just talking about this the other day because Thinker was saying that Thinker was raised Kojic. There's another several community members in here, Swaggy Poet, Special K, somebody else's whose name I'm gonna forget, and I'm sorry. It's 4:00 in the morning where I am. Several of us were raised Jehovah's Witnesses. We were saying that when you are raised in such a high control religion like those, there are certain particulars that is hard to talk through with people who were not raised that way. We were talking about maybe having a live that focuses on deconstructing from or talking about Jehovah's Witnesses specifically. So I'll follow you back, and if we start hosting those, I'll definitely love to have you be a part of it.
Yeah, sweet. All right, thanks, host. Thanks for having me up here on your platform. I'll drop down. Thank you.
Have a good day. I just got back. Is he thinking about deconstructing?
Well, he said that he followed me, and a couple of things that you said, and maybe the things that I added had him thinking about some things. So if he wants to have the conversation, I mean, deconstruction, not stay in it if you want to. Like, we always say it leads people to different places, but at least be honest with yourself about it. Like, it's got to start with that.
Yeah.
I, I think what's so jarring to me is I couldn't imagine staying neutral in any type of politics because it plays such a big part in what's going to happen once the voting is done. Like, I couldn't imagine just staying neutral because, like you said, Fee, staying neutral is picking a side, especially when you have a obviously good outcome versus a bad outcome. You're picking a side, and because you're not voting, it's usually the bad outcome.
Yeah. People like to frame neutrality as, oh, I'm not involved. Yes, you are. You absolutely are. All of us are. When people have been convinced that their vote doesn't count, when people have been convinced that, oh, pay Caesar's things to Caesar and God's things to God, but they interpret that to mean keep those things separately and you cannot be involved in one of them. Yeah, like it's millions of Jehovah's Witnesses in the States. Millions of them. Most of them are not encouraged to go to college. Most of them are just, general, regular, average earning Americans that need the assistance that the government provides. So their neutrality is not even in their own best interest and they don't realize it. But they can also get away with that as well because your reward isn't here. This life is filthy rags, which is really interesting because this filthy rag is the very thing that determines your eternal salvation or damnation. So it just doesn't make sense any way you look at it.
Yeah, I think even just the idea that you should look at life like it's, a filthy rag and not something that you should cherish or take care of is the reason that the shit exists that they're telling people to ignore. And I find it interesting too that Mormons believe that, a group of people were cursed for having this neutrality mindset and not picking a side. And they were called fence sitters in the Mormon religion. So this God actually does not like neutrality in that religion, but in Jehovah Witnesses religion, the God would prefer you to be a fence sitter. It, that's two very different sides uh, of the fence for the same God and the same text. Like this, for me, is how you know that you're following the understanding and interpretation of human beings, and people are willing to dedicate their lives to that.
Yeah. And meanwhile, you've got millions of people in countries across the world looking at one headquarters as the spokesman that's connected to God. And that headquarters is doing nothing but using their labor, their skills, and their talent to buy land, build buildings for free, then turn around and sell those motherfuckers. Like it is nothing but a Ponzi scheme that has been wrapped in the divinity of a God that no one has ever seen.
This is what I was telling them about the video that I sent you where the professor was talking about the layers.
Yes.
Like I cannot figure out for the life of me. Like I understand the layers because I can see them, but I don't understand how those in the public layer can believe that their God wants them to just throw off all material things, while at the same time those in the inner layer and in the secret layer are living within the material thing,
Mm-hmm.
and they ignore that. Like and they're the ones funding it. They're like, how can they at the same time believe that their God does not want them to have riches here on earth, but their God wants them to fund the riches of his house, his people, you know, his teachers. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand how that can sit in the
Can
mind
I
of a person.
can I
I'm
say
sorry.
something, sister?
I don't know who you are, so give me just a second, okay?
Okay.
Um,
Hey,
I don't understand how that belief can sit in their minds. They're like a walking contradiction. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Yep.
don't.
Yeah, I mean, we say it all the time. Like you go to church every Sunday to pay God's bills, and then sit at home because you use the money you need to pay yours, and then pray to Him to help you pay yours. Like it makes no sense, but it's that deep, deep conditioning and fear.
Yeah. Dr. Paul, how old are you? And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer, and I'm 51.
Brian, I don't know what's going on with the microphone over in YouTube. Like it's on 150 volume. It's right on my lip. Um, and it's the mic on the the actual mic is turned up to the highest. The TikTok mic is turned up to 150, and then my computer mic is turned up to the highest. So I don't know how to fix that. It's an issue with TikTok Studio glitching. Which topic? Please don't refer to the topic to the discussion that we were just having. Pick a topic from the board, please.
Oh, okay. Do you think, I'm gonna pick the topic, do you think religion is toxic to our society? So I would say that man has a reliable record of proving that he is incapable of dispensing the word of God properly. All we see is the misuse and the abuse of the word of God. All of these, none of these, religions, it seems like, can get it right. Like I watch people who, attend every service and they know the least about the Bible. Then I seen a man who just sits around on his own who really believes the Bible. Then I seen people who profess to love God hate everybody else. So I feel the same way that y'all feel, and so I went to the Bible for answers, and what I came up with was what something Jesus said about the Pharisees. Those were the I guess you could say latter day before Christianity became what it was. They was the ones who was dispensing the Mosaic law or whatever. But he said these men have seated themselves in the same seat as Moses. So everything they ask you to do and tell you do, and that was questionable to me. And I had to meditate on, well, why tell people who clearly don't have love for God to listen? And I figured out why. Because despite man's you know uh abuse of the word of God, it's still alive. Like, whatever you do, even if you misled by another man, but you do it in good harmony and love for God, you will receive a reward. Jesus said about the old widow who only put in 2 coins and versus everybody else who paid out of their surplus. He says she gave the most. So I can get the frustration with us dealing with each other, especially men that are taking the lead. You see them to be the most abusive, inconsiderate, impatient, unloving, uncaring, and it frustrates. It annoys me. But I'm not gonna let that deter me from offering service to God with a pure and sincere heart. So I'd encourage y'all to do the same thing, man. Despite man's efforts, keep the salt in you, because that's what God notices, and He sees what's going on. And I would also say, like,
I don't want you to preach. Like you got to put a period there somewhere because that we can have a conversation. Okay.
okay, just one more point, because one of y'all addressed materialism. So this stuff that is being
One point at a
commercialized.
time. One point at a
Okay,
time.
well,
Sure,
I'll land
sure.
my play
Yeah.
there.
Let
I'll land
me
it there.
let me address. First off, I don't know if your God told you, but you are amongst atheists. I don't believe in your God. And then when you made the point that people have misused the Bible, or men have not been able to you know interpret your God's word correctly. What's the difference between what they did and what you just did? Because Jesus wasn't about loving everybody. And when he talked about the Pharisees and the scribes sitting in Moses' seat, he was saying they have the authority of Moses. And he was saying that he wanted his disciples to follow everything that they were teaching them to do because Jesus believed in the Mosaic law and Torah worship. In the Mosaic law, it's not lovable. There's genocide, there's slavery, there's runners. because you can interpret God's word, but God can't tell you that you're in a room full of atheists.
I didn't even realize he left.
Yeah.
The crazy part,
Wow, that was a quick exit.
very quick. I hope he comes back.
Oh, he's not
Maybe.
gonna come back. He didn't know he was amongst the atheists.
Oh, really?
He thought we were believers.
Well, what he doesn't even realize is that the statement that he made kind of undercut itself. If you're saying no one can interpret the word of God properly, then you cannot confidently tell me that they are not interpreting it properly. Like, there's no basis by which you're saying that they can't. If no one can, then no one can't. And you're just relying on your own understanding and thinking, and he's doing what everybody else is doing. Their interpretation is right, everybody else is wrong, and thinking for some reason that he got it correct. But again, whatever interpretation he used didn't tell him where he was, which is crazy. He may not want to rely on that either.
I think um, it's the fact of him interpreting it himself, right? And when I asked him, like, what is the difference? Like, how are you gonna say that the problem with religion is that no one can interpret or has been able to interpret the God's word correctly, but then you did, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between them and you?
That part.
And you're literally saying that what Jesus meant by a specific thing is from your own interpretation. And he said um, that he had to ask Jesus, like, why are you telling people who don't love God that they need to follow what the scribes and the Pharisees are telling them to do? Where does it say that the people that Jesus was talking to didn't love God? Like, that's your own addition to the story. And then you got an answer based off of things that you added to the story, and you're saying that that is the correct interpretation. Like, you're just doing the same thing, and that's what I've been saying all night. Like, that's a part of the toxicity for me when it comes to this religion concept, and when people interpret this text, because you believe a thing or you hear a thing and you just run with it and call it truth because of what you feel.
Yep. That's how we say all the time. Like, these positions that folks hold, whatever position that they are holding, when they're telling us what God says or God wants or God intends or God means, every single time it aligns with what they think is right. Now, not that it is right, not that it's the correct view to have, but it aligns with what they think is right, which is exactly what the guy, that the other Jehovah's Witness guy, was saying. But ultimately, that means that you are the author of the God. You are the word that you say is coming from a God. You are just using this book to give it divinity, which is why this shit continues to perpetuate. But to your point, like, nobody sees those layers. Nobody sees that contradiction in this area as well as the one from the economic one.
I don't quite understand how they have this all-knowing God inside of them. Like, this spirit, this Holy Spirit is supposed to, give them interpretation. That's supposed to bring all things to remembrance, and it's supposed to be the representation of their God's divine power. Yet they don't have the just common sense, right, to even listen to people when they speak, to look at the words on the screen, to read the description when they come in the room, to know where they are. Like, there's another believer who's in the guest request who's asking me in the comments right now, wait, y'all don't believe in God? Like, but you have the Holy Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about discernment all the time, but their discernment be off. And then, like, they talk about demons flee at the name of Jesus, but we see y'all, like, believers, run at the drop of a hat. And it's usually facts and logic that will make a believer take off running, like y'all claim demons do when you say Jesus or Yeshua. Like, it's just interesting to me. And then y'all want us to ignore all of that. Y'all want us to ignore that what comes out of your mouth is not actually what you are displaying in society. Like, we don't want to play fairy tale with you. Too many people are hurting y'all want to play dress up, and y'all want to keep letting people be harmed for this story that you've been told, this bedtime story that you've been told since you were a kid, that you are afraid to let go of.
And this is why I don't trust the folks who come up here like the last guest, just kind of he was probably, to me it seemed like he was saying, you can't do it religiously, just read the book and then let God speak. But the problem is, again, he's presupposed the conclusion about the God. Because if he hadn't, he wouldn't have needed to run from the conversation once he found out that we didn't believe. If you're really about letting this text lead you to God or lead you to truth, you need to realize that truth may not necessarily include your presuppositions about this God. But most people are not honest enough with themselves to recognize that.
They're really afraid of non-belief, and
Mhm.
I don't think that they think it's the devil. It's the they're not used to, especially like in our community, in the Black community, they are not used to this type of autonomy. And I'm not talking about body autonomy, mental autonomy. They're not used to that. They're used to us being um, or presenting as subjugated people, and mentally subjugated people, obedient people. And I was telling them earlier, like when I was on my way to my uncle's funeral today, how I could not understand why people allowed themselves to sit at a dead train. Like a train had broken down on the tracks, and they just sat there and held up traffic for about 20 minutes, the people at the front, when all they had to do was get in the turning lane and go left and get back on the road, right? Take a detour. But they sat at this dead train, and had I not got out of line, I would not have known that I was sitting at a dead end, like a standstill that was not going to change for quite some time. And the train went on for you know a long while. And like it irritated me because I'm like, these are these obedient motherfuckers in society, right? That won't break a law when it's necessary, right? Like there are times where stepping out of line is fucking necessary in order to move forward. But you have people who, in their thought, are so used to being subjugated and so used to being obedient and being told what to do that they will sit at a dead train
Yep.
and not move until somebody comes along and tell them it's okay to get in the left lane and continue your route.
And I think they've also, that's a perfect example of how, as humans, we've been conditioned to believe that conformity is the only way that societies can function. So you have people that will sit, like you said, at this dead train and not do something that is it makes common sense to try to go around it, especially if you've got somewhere to go. But I think that mental independence is hard, it's heavy. It means constantly questioning what you're told and figuring things out on your own, making sure that what you believe actually reflects who you are. And that kind of thinking can wear people out. I mean, hell, we get tired sometimes. I know I get exhausted sometimes, specifically early in my deconstruction. And I think that's why a lot of people stay in religion, because the answers are ready made and they're comforting. They're not substantive. They don't resolve anything. They don't help society. And they are oftentimes more detrimental to humanity than helpful, but they comfort the individual. And we live in a very individualistic society that seems to be tailor made for the the I guess the minimal amount of mental effort. And that's why this concept of deconstruction is so very off-putting to a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. It's scary to have to think for yourself, because then who do you blame when you fuck up? You have to take accountability for your fuck ups. And that's a scary thing to do, because it's easier to say, "Oh, this happened because such and such told me to do it. This isn't my fault. I was following pastor such and such, or I was following this person's advice." This is one of the reasons why I say I don't give advice. And I don't necessarily take advice. I want to learn from your experience, and then I want to be able to say, I want to analyze it and say, will that work for me? And if I make the decision to do it and I fuck up, I fucked up.
Right.
That's a scary thing to do. Greenman, how old are you? Greenman, do you know how to come off mute? I know you're there because you asked me
Yes,
in the
yes, I
comment if
do.
I
I
knew
do.
you
I
come.
do.
Okay,
I
how
just
old are
was
you?
away. I was listening to you. Well, I'm an adult. I'm over 80. I don't have to
Um,
say my all that.
I
I
need you to
don't think
just
it's
throw an age
necessary.
out there. Over 18, what? Closer to 25?
30
Or
years.
over to, okay, thank you. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an
Yes,
atheist?
I'm an
Guess
unbeliever.
what? Okay, which one of the three topics do you want to talk about? And guys, please do not get stuck on topic one. I do not want us stuck on topic one all night. Which of the
I
three
don't think
topics?
I don't think religion is a toxic thing. I do not think religion is toxic.
Okay, it's why?
Well, because my opinion, religion, really my opinion, what I know is religion give us guidance, and give us to what morality is, give us an idea of what justice is, give us a way of life.
What religion does that without toxicity?
Oh, well, I believe Islam.
Are you Muslim?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You're saying that Islam has no toxicity in it?
Nope. For proper Islam, no.
Do grown men in Islam think it's okay to marry underage girls
So we could go
in
on this
Islam?
topic. We could talk. Okay, I could talk
And
about
just
this
answer the
topic. No problem.
question: do grown men think that it is okay to marry underage girls in Islam?
No.
That's not true.
What's underage? What's
That's
underage
not
to
true.
you?
You know what underage is. Don't play dumb.
That's okay. Listen, you want to
Just
talk on
answer
one
the
specific
question. Just
topic,
answer
or
I
I said
am
no.
I am I am talking
I
about a
said no.
specific topic. I am talking about a specific topic. But the fact that you can't answer this question is bringing in the toxicity in this conversation. You can't answer it honestly.
I said no. Did I answer you? I didn't answer. I said no. Did you hear me?
Then you said what's underage and you are lying.
I, no. Like, I tell you
Yes, you
something.
are. You are lying.
Okay, can I talk?
You're
Can I talk
lying
now?
for
You
your
you go you
religion.
go you
You're
going into you
lying.
going into.
You're
I'm
lying
not
for your
lying. Can I
religion. You
talk?
are lying.
Can I
You are
talk?
lying
Can
for
I
your
talk?
religion. There are men in Islam who marry underage girls. That's
Where?
not true.
Where?
I don't even know why you're I do know why you're sitting here lying, because in Islam you can lie for your religion.
You know what? You and me is right.
We can't hear you if you walk away from the phone.
I'm not walking. Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now?
What?
So I'm gonna go with the same game you are doing. I say you're an atheist, and I can tell you you lie. You have no morality. You have this. You have that. But if you want to have an adult discussion, we could have that.
I am having
No,
an
you're
adult
not. You're not.
discussion.
You just told me I am
You're lying.
lying.
This is
You're
July
bringing in
10th. This is
news. You're
July
bringing
10th.
culture.
This is July
Listen,
10th, 2025. I asked you a simple question that you lied about. This is a 45-year-old man who married a 6-year-old. You are lying. This is July 10th, 2025. And the fact that you will lie for your religion to hide shit like that, it's toxic as hell. And I think Islam is one of the is more toxic than Christianity. All of the Abrahamic religions are toxic to me. But I think Islam is more
What did
toxic.
this has to do with Islam that you just pulled the 6 years old getting married
I asked you
to
if there were
6 years?
Muslim men. I asked you if there were Muslim men in
No, no, no,
Islam
no.
who believe that it is okay to marry underage girls, and you lied and said no.
Look, according to what Islam as a
You
religion,
lied
I'm not
and
talking
said
about
no.
culture.
You
I'm not
lied and said
talking about the
you lied
culture.
and said
Okay.
no. You
All right, we're not
lied.
gonna have a
Address that.
discussion if you're just gonna
Address the fact that you
interrupt me and you
lied.
saying I
Address
didn't
the
lie.
fact
I
you
did
did
not lie.
lie. You
I
did
did
lie.
not
I
lie.
asked you if there were
I
Muslim
did not
men
lie.
within
According to
Islam.
Islam,
I asked you if there were Muslim men within Islam who believe that it is okay to marry underage girls, and you lied and said no.
like now you do have a power to put me in mute, and you could just say whatever you want to say and bring in a topic
You
or
lied.
asking a question,
Address
and
the
you
fact that
base
you
in the
lied.
whole conversation
Address
of
the
this. I'm
fact
not.
that you lied. Address
I
the fact that you lied. Address the fact that you lied. Address the fact that you lied. You just gonna sit there?
I'm not sitting there. You're putting me in mute. I'm
You
I'm
know how
I'm
to.
getting
You
tired of
cannot
taking
talk
off
while
the.
I'm talking.
I,
If I put you on mute, it's because you're
you don't even
talking while I'm
you
talking, and
just
I am
asked me
the.
to
This is
talk.
why you get put on mute. If I'm talking, you shouldn't be. Then when I don't talk, you don't say anything. Address the fact that you lied.
Am I supposed to talk now, right now? First of all, like you just keep putting me in mute, and you don't even want to have a discussion. Anyways, I did
You
not
aren't
lie. You
addressing the
asked me
fact
a
that you
question.
lied.
You you asked me a question, and I reply according what Islam, the religion, has. So you brought some random Afghani man. You know there's Christian in Afghanistan, right? You know that. Just to let you know that. The point is, if you're gonna go into this, I'll bring you a lot of articles. Not today.
Fucking liar.
They're so slimy. And you can
I'm de-
tell they never want to talk about that topic. Like, whether it says it now or not, that's what your prophet did. Justice for Aisha.
all that shit that's happening that the Muslims are doing right now in Sudan, but they're not toxic.
Exactly.
Um, Selena, are you able to get the box open? I can't.
I think I can open it.
Thank you.
Do you want me to bring the person at the bottom?
Yeah,
What's it to you?
yeah. What topic do you want to do, Toya?
Hi there. Um, I guess since everybody's done the first one, we can do the second one.
Go ahead.
Um, so 22 years of my life, I'm 25, 22 years of my life I spent as an atheist. Um, age of 18, I joined the military, signed up for the Navy. Got the chance to do some things. On a deployment, I had some unfortunate things happen, and I ended up getting poked, and got real close, real close. And it wasn't until I had an experience that was out of body, um, where I was actually physically seeing something outside of myself. And I'm pretty sure I've shared this testimony before, but in case I haven't, um, right away after that happened, I wasn't immediately like a believer. I went and I was like, okay, I had this experience. I saw this person or this thing or whatever. Now let me go and investigate. And I spent the rest of my time looking in texts like the Bhagavad Gita, looking in texts like the Quran, looking in texts like the Bible, looking in all kinds of different texts. And it wasn't until I landed on the Bible that I was able to actually get the description verbatim um, of the person that I saw, which is described in Revelation. Um, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with Revelation. I don't want to sit here and repeat something you guys already know. But there is a verbatim description of the person that I saw um, in Revelation, I think 1 like 14 or something like that. Depending on the translation, whether you have New King James or King James or NIV, the way it's phrased will be just a little bit tweaked differently, but not too much of a difference in change or variance. Um, but ever since, even when I found the description, I'm not gonna lie to you, like I still questioned it because I was like, okay, well, why me? Because I'm not any more worthy than anybody else. I've spent most of my life as a heathen. Like I have "Don't pray for
Toya,
me" on tatted on my arm. And
Toya,
what's up?
stop. The topic,
So okay.
the topic you chose was, can your testimony convince me of your God's power? And you know that the last time you were on this stage, you tried to convince me that you saw Black Jesus. And we discussed Revelation 1:14 and 15. I advised you that that scripture is not describing a Black person. And yet, that's the story you chose to tell again, to try
Yes,
to
because
convince me, to try
because
to,
the truth is consistent.
to try to convince me. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You decided to waste your time telling me the same thing that you and I have already discussed. I have already gone over the scriptures with you. That there is nowhere in that text that says that vision that John was having was of a Black person. And you decided that just to say it again and just magically today, Thinker is just going to forget what she already knows, what she's already discussed with you, and just see your God's power. I just want to make sure that this is what your God has instructed you to do.
No, because the truth remains consistent. If I was telling you a lie, my story would have changed, but it's
Okay,
remained
so you
consistent.
failed. I just want to let you know that you
No.
failed. Yeah, you failed.
Okay, I don't need.
The topic is, can your
Okay.
testimony convince me, Toya? That is the purpose of that topic. That's the topic you chose. And I just want to let you know that because of your, I don't know, the ego, you have fucking failed with me.
Yes, I was telling you the story, but I was mainly telling it to your viewers.
Does that say, can you convince my viewers of your God's power?
I already know I can't convince
Then
you.
what the
I'm
fuck
trying to
did you
convince
pick
your
that topic
viewers.
for?
Because
Okay,
you
get off
were
my
saying
stage.
everybody don't
Okay,
get stuck
all
on the
right,
first topic.
get off.
Went
Toya,
on the second one.
Toya, the topic you chose was, can you convince me of your God's power? You are having a conversation with me and the other host on stage, not the viewers. This is not, if Jesus wants you to preach about his Black ass, then tell Jesus to help you get alive where people will come and hear you tell this same testimony over and over again. You failed.
He has. He
All right.
has.
Okay, go do it.
You have a very good night, and peace be with
All
you.
right. The fuck?
Also, not convinced.
Like, I don't, why in the hell would you come and tell me the same damn story that you have told me that I have already fucking rejected and debunked?
They see the word testimony, and that's all they hear. And I mean, they
I
just
know.
go into let me tell you what Jesus did for me mode.
Like, it
And
don't
no
make
rehearsed
sense.
lie doesn't change either.
Right, like, oh,
Exactly.
it's the same thing. It's wrong. You are literally saying that you saw a black Jesus with a black face and woolly hair, and the text don't say shit about this God's hair being woolly. You saw in your vision, whatever you got poked with. I don't know why you got to get high or damn near die to see this Jesus, but whatever you got poked with, the vision that you had was built off of your misinformation, your lack of understanding of what that text said. We already discussed that. And the fact that you brought that back again as a way to try to convince me of your God's power, like, either you are dumb or your Holy Spirit is dumb. Your Holy Spirit isn't intelligent enough to know that that would not convince me.
And the crazy part about it is like you remember when we were in school and we were learning the difference between similes and metaphors. If if that sentence or that scripture in Revelation were used as a test of some sort, and a student had to write, okay, describe the thing based on this using the simile or the metaphor, nobody would come out there with no fucking curly hair. Like it said, it was white. Like the description just doesn't match anything that he said. And to your point, he keeps coming back live after live, thinking this dream or whatever he had is going to be convincing, but it's not. Like a testimony is like a ripple in water. It shows you that something stirred the water, but it doesn't tell you what stirred it. It could have been a pebble. It could have been a fish. It could have been a leaf. It could have been anything. So the feeling that you had during your testimony or your experience may be real, but the cause or the source is still uncertain. And we're not going to just leap to the conclusion that you've leaped to just because you find it convincing. That's not how this shit works. Your God has no power. Show us where he is.
And why is that the only testimony he has
The
for
only
the divine power of his God? Like, that's the only thing you can tell every time you come on this stage? And then you're like, the fact that you think saying it over and over and over again makes it true. To me, it just makes you insane. And I don't understand why you think that I'm going to be insane with you. That you fucked up, Toya. I tried to tell you that you telling me the same shit that we have already discussed multiple times, that you were wasting time. And you chose to continue on that. You fucking failed. You missed you should have started with another one instead of doing the same shit. Y'all don't know why your Holy Spirit didn't tell you that. If I'm smarter than your Holy Spirit, if I have to guide your Holy Spirit need me. I don't need it. That don't make any damn sense. But Jork, I don't even make. What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that? Are you smarter than human history? Like what made you ask that? Oh, but York. I almost called him Bajork. Like, what made you ask that question? Ivory is not connecting. Remember, if you are a nerd and you're in the guest box, unless I see a message from you in the comments that you are in there on purpose, I will not bring you up. Happy Mormon, how are you?
Hello.
Which topic?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear her? What's the tapping? What's happening?
Doing Morse code?
Right. Like we can hear you, Mormon.
Can you not
It's
hear
Mormon
us?
code.
I don't think he could hear us because he typed 2 question marks in the comments. Then fucking leave. Like, I swear y'all people get on my nerves. Complaining about some shit you can't fucking do nothing about. Which topic do you want to discuss? Are you there, Happy Mormon? Okay, we're gonna move on. You're gonna have to ask Jesus to fix your phone, friend. Alexis, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loud and clear.
YouTube is somebody on YouTube is saying they can't hear me. Saying they can't hear me at all.
Let me try it again. Keep talking. I can even hear you tapping, whatever that's going on.
I don't know if it's like believers pretending like they can hear. I don't know. Hank, way too real. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is empty if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. And my mouth is like up close to the microphone. I don't know. For those of you that can't hear, maybe scroll out the live and then come back in. I know TikTok did an update right before I went live, and sometimes that will fuck with my microphone. Thank you, Eweezy. I'm waiting on the box to open up.
Don't mean to try to open it.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I did.
Hey, Eweezy, how are you?
I'm good. How are you ladies doing?
I'm
It's
good.
been
All right.
eventful tonight.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want to come up real quick while I'm on my break and tell you that I was on the phone with my sister today, and she told me that my brother has been watching my videos. And of all the people in my family I did not plan to ever have a discussion about deconstruction with, it would be him. He's the most religious and at times the most insufferable. But she told me that, and I was like, oh boy, okay. And then she said, no, he's been singing your praises. He said, you're on to something. Y'all, I thought I was being punked. I was looking around like when Beyonce won Country Album of the Year. I was looking around like that. What you mean? And so we got on three-way and had a whole conversation. And I was really surprised. I couldn't believe it. So hopefully this is the beginning of something that we're unraveling within our family, because that he's like the final boss of believers in my family. And so for him to have been watching my videos and actually listening, and me not to be called everything but a child of God,
That's amazing. That's good.
it really is. It really is. So he's a church musician. So of course he's not going to give up his gig. But what I got from him is that he doesn't believe that there is like a Sky Daddy out there who's, handing out selective wishes, right? And he believes once we close our eyes and it's all over, it's over. We're just done. There is no heaven and no hell. And I don't know if he'll ever like admit that to other people, but to have a 2-hour conversation with him about it, and for him to be as open and as receiving, it literally blew my mind. So I just couldn't wait to come and tell you that that actually happened, because for me to be the only person to have these beliefs in my family, you get a lot of pushback. Um, and so yeah, it's a good day.
Yeah, that's what's up. I'm happy to hear that you're getting through to your family members, and hopefully y'all can continue having conversations and move towards like deconstructing as a family together. That would be pretty cool.
I hope so. I don't know that he's necessarily that he knows that he's deconstructing, but it's clear, all the signs are there. The things that he's saying is leaning towards deconstruction. And when my sister told him that, he was like, I don't know. But initially, he told me that when he started watching it, he kind of rejected it. And then he kept kind of coming back, or either it kept popping up on his news feed, because he follows me on TikTok. And so the more he watched, the more things made sense. And I think the problem within our community is that we're all isolated. We're all in this bubble, right? And everybody around us believes the same thing we believe. So there's no pushback. There's no conversations like these. People are not having these difficult conversations about why you believe it, and looking at the church history, looking at the history of the organization of religion. And so once you start, that kind of plants the seed. And that's all I want. I don't want to force anyone to believe or not to believe. I just want to plant that seed. And eventually it'll grow. Eventually you won't be able to ignore what's, right in front of you. So I just wanted to share that with everyone, because it is powerful. More of our community is waking up, and it feels good. It feels great. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I wish it was happening at a faster rate, but it is happening. So yeah,
I swear. I swear. Well, that's all I wanted to share with you, ladies. You can let me down. Thank you. Love you guys.
you're welcome. Love you too. Have a good day.
I mean, it's
I
interesting
can
that
do that.
these conversations, specifically with family, they're always so tense, right? But we're told that God brings peace and that faith unites, but the world keeps bleeding, over these sacred differences. And if religion was truly the cure for division, why does it so often lead to it? It's the cause of it. So it's going to be hard to convince people who are honest with themselves that the very source of peace and perfection leads to so much chaos in practice. And I don't think that I get the concept of, humans do this, like that other guy that ran. I won't take that from you. I mean, we know that, like, all of this shit is from humans, including the God. It's just when you realize that that human responsibility extends to the creation of the God as well, then maybe we can have an honest conversation.
I think, like for me, that's what irritates me so bad is that I don't quite understand, and I don't know like if my lack of empathy, or being empathetic to the fact that they are believers, and like them classifying themselves as a believer means that they don't necessarily engage with reality, but they think they are. They think their belief is reality. And what irritates me is them saying one thing but ignoring what they're actually doing and the harm that they're actually causing and calling that good. And sometimes I just want to shake them and be like, do you realize you just said that your God doesn't condone genocide, but in the same voice, you just justified genocide in the name of your God?
Yep. Yep. And it's like that conversation that we had on Christina's live yesterday with that, what was it? Christina's live that started on Christina's and went to Bash's. I can't remember.
That was Oso's live. This is the
Oh,
same person
Oh,
that did that
also,
just forgot they were on Oso's live. Somebody said it was Zena's live. I guess Oso's live.
love you, Oso. I can't keep my days
Oso
straight.
invisible. No, I'm joking.
But yeah, like it's that. And I get it, right? They get to this point often, and some of us were there. I know I didn't push back as much, I don't think. Like we talk about this a lot where as soon as I understand what the book actually says, I'm not going to fight that. But I do think that it's this tussle for comfort. It's this fight for familiarity that they are engaging in, but they're calling it divinity. And how long can you deny what's right in front of your face? How long can you deny the fact that what you believe, what you want, what you hope for just simply doesn't exist in reality with respects to the claims of what this God can and cannot do, or the power that this God has. That's just not what we see. Without your belief, it's not there. So that, I think, should tell us a lot. But I don't know why people are so resistant to accepting that reality.
I don't think they actually know what we mean by power when we say power. I think they think we're we're talking about dreams. Like Toya keeps trying to tell us this fucking dream that he had. Or they think we're talking about proving the God exists. I don't think, because they don't have an expectation. Like they believe a God can strike somebody down, but they've never seen a God strike anybody down, and they have no expectation of ever seeing that. You know what I'm saying? So like,
Hmm.
I don't think they understand what I'm asking when I say divine power.
I think the power to them is in the lore. The power to them is in the cultural acceptance, the fact that they believe it. That's the power. But that's it. Kind of tracks though, because every other word, when applied to this God, has a different meaning. Just has a different meaning. Loving has a different meaning. It doesn't mean the things that we mean when we say it. And we get to a point where stop using those words. Like stop calling it power if it can't do shit.
Right.
Stop stop calling it strength if it can't push or move anything. Like call it what it is, but they don't want to engage with reality.
Yeah, like somebody said, isn't that a demonstration of divine power in itself? Being able to dream, they're convinced. Despite that's called brainwashing.
Being convinced despite evidence is not power. That's imagination. That's illusion or delusion.
That's why I said I don't think they know what we mean when we say power. Like they think that we're saying when we're like, oh, he's a powerful speaker. They think that is the same thing as this divine. Like they have an interesting relationship with words, and it feels very car salesy. Not that car salesmen are bad, but you know what I mean. Like
Well, they
I'm a
have a
true.
goal.
Yeah.
And that's how they engage with the words as well. They have a goal. And that's all that matters. The goal is to ensure that the conclusion that's reached about this God is what they believe to be true about this God, in the same way that the sale is the car salesman's goal. So he's going to say whatever. He's going to give, half truths or clouded truths or whatever you want to call it. When they engage with this God, their goal is to adjust the words that they use, the meaning of those words. They have to keep the words because it's in the book. So they have to continue to say God is love. But what loving actually comprises has to change because they're talking about this God. They brought the conclusion with them. So you're right. Their relationship with definitions, with honesty, with integrity, all of that has to be compromised for the purpose of this God's power.
And it's like they've just agreed. I don't know if they know they've agreed to it. It feels like they know, but they've agreed to just be dishonest. It it just feels like, I don't know, like just dealing with a bunch of dishonest people.
And I think for them, that what we label as dishonest, because it is dishonest, to them is faithful. To them is loyal. Right? And
Do they know they're lying? Like, do they know they're lying?
I think some of them do. I honestly think the ones that come up here and show their entire asses really do know they're lying. And it's the dissonance that's internally kicking their asses. I think those that don't know they're lying, they are truly brainwashed. They don't understand how we can ask these questions, because you don't do that. You just accept that God is good. You just accept that his ways are higher than ours. He knows the end from the beginning. There could be a justifiable reason to bash babies' heads against rocks. I think it is the dissonance, and that dissonance can be so strong, especially when you don't know it's there.
It really makes my stomach turn. I don't even know how to articulate it, but just to engage with, and like one after the other, people who have agreed to be dishonest and lie for the sake of, I don't know if it's ego, I don't know what it is, but they're willing to allow harm to continue
Mm-hmm.
for the sake of holding on to a belief. And it's like they do this negotiation in their mind, like a quick negotiation, and out comes the lie.
Yep. And it's so automatic. And I think what
Yeah.
frustrates me the most is when they don't do that for other religions. They can be so critical of Islam. Well, they allow this, and Prophet Muhammad did that, and splitting the moon is crazy. But your belief system is not. Your book clearly says your slaves that you can't have, this is where you get them from. It clearly says that David's wives were great because of something David did. Like, it clearly says these things that they know are disgusting, but because it's under the umbrella of their belief, they have to see it through faith. They have to see it through the goodness of God, but they don't give that liberty to any other belief system. It's inconsistent and dishonest.
Yep. And that irritates me bad. Bash has a lot of patience for their dishonesty. I don't know how, but maybe one day I'll get there. Maybe it's because I'm like, still early on in my deconstruction. Even though I've been deconstructing for going on 7 years, it's still pretty early on for me, and I don't have the patience for it because it feels intentional, and it feels harmful. Like, it feels abusive.
I don't think I had a lick of patience until like year 12. I'm not going to even lie to you. Like, I felt so tightly wound. You know how people would use the analogy of a spring. If you're holding a spring between your fingers and you let it go, all of a sudden it's going to jump all over the place. But if you gradually release it, it's a lot more of a controlled extension or expansion. I feel like because I did such a deep dive into so much information about what this belief system really was, specifically the one I grew up in, that spring got released immediately. And I was all over the place. Somebody mentioned God, I was mad. Somebody said something that was dishonest. I just wanted to jump down their throats, right? I was so angry. But it does take a while to get to the point where I I don't recognize myself in the ones that are assholes. I don't recognize myself in the ones that are blatantly like contradicting themselves, like in sentence number 3. But I do still recognize who I was in those who just like, well, it can't be that way. Like that's not, but God is love. Like I do recognize that because of the brainwashing. And I think it has a lot to do with the particular brand of Christianity that I grew up in. So once I was able to stop feeling and I had gotten to a place of acceptance. And I think that's the key. Like, I didn't want it to be true, but I had to accept that what I was reading and what I was learning was actually accurate. The anger does start to, or the frustration starts to dissipate. And I felt like the patience started to increase in that time. But it takes a while because you're still dealing with how you felt, how betrayed you felt. And when people come up here representing and capping for that same betrayal, it does feel personal, and it will for a while.
I think for me, it's that I'm recognizing that these are the minds, the type of minds that are raping people in Sudan,
Yeah.
that are blowing up buses of innocent people. That I'm literally communicating with the type of mind that would be okay with that,
Yeah.
right? For a God, and it's just, I
It's heavy. It's very heavy because it's almost like you're engaging with the either intentionally complicit or unintentionally complicit members of society that perpetuate the most harm.
yeah, and it makes my stomach turn, and it's like you're willing to allow that harm, ignore what this is causing, what this the thing that you believe that you know is a lie. You're willing to hold on to that. I haven't figured out yet what the real motivation is, because like for example, Toya, what could possibly be the motivation behind someone holding on to a belief that he saw this deity based off of revelation, knowing that it doesn't match what he's saying? He looks at the words, he sees that the words don't match, but he rejects that and holds on to that vision. I get these personal experiences and wanting to believe that they're true, but if when you tie it to something like a scripture and you see that it doesn't match, what's stopping that person from accepting that and say, oh well, maybe that was just a dream, because that's not what God said in the Bible. If you believe this God, why, what's the motivation from rejecting the God for your own vision?
I think it's probably the emotion and the trauma tied to the experience. Like he's crafted an entire persona. His it seems like his entire existence is tied to this one experience. So if he were to engage in it honestly, it will unravel who and what he is, because he's told the story, I was 22 years, this happened in the military, and not to take that from him. It likely did happen, but they don't want to question the validity of the experience. They just want to keep the experience. So in order to keep the experience, you can't look too closely. You can't worry about the fact that those adjectives that we're describing, that vision does not say anything about a black man. You can't look at that, because to do that is to say, well, wait a minute, what does that mean about me? And so many people aren't willing to face themselves. Like they say all the time, we can only connect with another human being as deeply as they've connected with themselves, like on a relationship perspective. It's the same thing with these conversations. The believer can only go as deep with us in these conversations as they have gone with themselves, and most of them remain on the surface. This experience, it helped me. I felt like I became a better person. It has to be true, because if it is not true, then ultimately I'm the source and I'm responsible of becoming the better person, and they don't want to hold that accountability.
And because of that, harm is just further exacerbated. It makes my stomach hurt, and I don't know that I'll be able to. I don't know when. Not that I'll be able to, because my goal is to I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know if I ever want to be okay or 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 have the patience with them lying like that for the sake with them, being willing to lie and ignore the pain that's, you know, the suffering that what they believe is allowed. I don't
And I,
know that I actually want to have the patience with it, but maybe an understanding to where I can discuss it with the way like Bash does. Bash, he's able to get them to kind of like at least listen and hear him out. I can't stand engaging with it at all. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. And I don't even think that having patience in the discussion is being okay with it at all. Like, I don't think it's approval, because even after the conversations, Bash does a very, I think, thorough summary of highlighting how fucked up their positions are and how dangerous and damaging they are. So I think it's really just a matter of, we say this all the time, different people engage in different ways, and there's benefit across the spectrum to so many people. So I don't think that on a personal level, if that's a personal goal, absolutely shoot for it. But the disgust is I don't speak for Bash, but I can't imagine it's not there, because it's the disgust that pushes us forward to even engage in these conversations, to try to get people to see how our beliefs inform our behaviors and how our behaviors impact people around us. So um, there are a lot of, a lot of different ways in managing that feeling and thinking through it. For me, I had to go to the why. I'm a big why person. So and sometimes that why is, this is just a fucked up human being that doesn't give a shit about how they impact other people. That is the case for some, but for some it's not. Like, I feel like that for Jessica yesterday, that wasn't it. It's not that I think she truly cared. That's why the the internal conflict that she seemed to be experiencing was there. Um, but yeah, I think as these
But to
conversations.
her, like her cognitive dissonance is the kind that I can, you know, have a civil conversation with. I'm okay with them having cognitive dissonance. I'm talking about the ones that just like the Muslim guy, like they just
Hmm.
blatantly lie and they know they're lying,
Yeah.
right? Like what Toya knows that we've discussed that testimony, that we've gone over that scripture. I don't know how many times yet he keeps doing the same thing. Like those that know that they're spreading misinformation, that they're lying. I don't have patience for them.
And I think or sometimes that's okay. I think that is absolutely okay, because it's a boundary. In the same way you set boundaries for people in your space, you could absolutely set boundaries for the type of people that you want to get engage with. I saw a clip of Brene Brown the other day. She was being interviewed somewhere, and she was saying how if your viewpoint or your position causes or substantiates the harm of other human beings, that's not, you're not the type of person I'm willing to engage with. She was like, I will talk to anybody, but I will not talk to anyone, or I won't engage with someone whose position and belief system harms others and they know it and don't have an issue with it. And that's her boundary. I fully respect that. And I fully respect that with you as well. There are times when, even in these conversations, you think back, I was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't want to have this conversation with this person, because I know it's not going to go anywhere, because you don't have the character or the emotional depth to even care about whether or not your positions and your beliefs impact others. You're only concerned about yourself. And you blatantly deny the truth. There's nothing wrong with bowing out of those conversations at all.
Yeah, because it's like, why even platform them to spread their hate even further? You know, like I most of the time, like if I do, I'm gonna cuss them out. And if I leave them up, it's because to expose like how harmful their thought process is. But
Hmm.
then, like after that, there's nothing else for me to say to you, because you to me, your mind is what's allowing the harm in this world. A mind like yours
Yep.
is what's excuses pain and suffering in this world. And that's not me saying that people don't do bad things. Like, we're not perfect, and I hate fucking saying that, but I think there is a difference between um saying something offensive to a person and fucking justifying rape.
Yeah.
You
And I
know,
mean, there are like, for example, the Russell, oh my goodness, he irritates the shit out of everybody. And, I think he even gets under Bash's nerves. But it's that type of personality that they're not engaging honestly. Their goal is to win the fight. Their goal is to prove you wrong. And they have absolutely no stand whatsoever. And no desire to demonstrate whether or not or show how what they believe is actually true. They always go back to some sort of personal revelation because it's about them. So when I agree that platforming these ideologies sometimes it can feel so disgusting, but I do think like we were talking the other day, there are so many people that listen in and never say anything. They sit in the background and they're wondering whether or not should I stick with this. And sometimes the disgusting shit that they say right before their ass gets kicked off the panel can be the straw that breaks the camel's back. So I think there's benefit that can be garnered from the conversations, and as disgusting as they are, sometimes they need their asses to be cussed the fuck out.
yeah, because it's them not thinking about, like, while we're thinking, like, you know, and I speak for myself. I'm the one who put the live up. I'm the one who hits go live, and I'm responsible for the people who tune in,
Yep.
right? And I'm responsible for what I allow them to hear um, from the stream. And I keep that in mind whenever I'm having the conversations. That it's not just me talking to, this individual. I'm talking to 700 people. And what I say, all 700 people are going to hear. It irritates me and breaks my heart that the believer, 9 times out of 10, when I'm talking to a believer, they don't care about the 700 people. They only care about themselves and, like you said, winning an argument or defending their belief. So they are willing to say anything in order to leave the conversation still validated in their belief. And they've said, fuck the people listening. Fuck how I fuck with their minds. Fuck how I fuck with their hearts. All that matters in this moment is me. And I feel like it's selfish, it's abusive. Like, I don't know. It just,
It's all of that. It's absolutely all of that. And I think that's why these conversations are so important. They are so very important. I think we were talking about this the other day, how we all can learn, like, right? I learn from y'all every single day. I learn from the believers, not anything that I want to incorporate in my life, but oftentimes I learn ways I don't want to show up in this world. So even though it causes us a ridiculous amount of nausea to hear them speak this way, and it gets so frustrating that they don't care the fact that babies are being blown apart, mothers are being tortured, like men are being hung from trees, like they don't care about what's going on in the world because their belief system insulates them from that. And that insulation is what I think needs to be peeled back in these conversations, if not for them, but for people listening. So I mean, I say all the time, and like me and Christina were telling you yesterday, like what you're doing in holding this space for us is so beneficial, and it gets heavy. And like we always say, when you need a break, take a break. When you got to cut somebody out. When they need to get kicked off this platform, kick them off. But I think you do a good job at explaining the why and allowing people to be exposed to all sides and all perspectives so that they can make informed decisions, because the good people are going to make good decisions and the bad people are going to make bad decisions, and this world is full of both.
I appreciate you for saying that. 'Cause it gets difficult, especially like the conversations that we've had tonight. The the guy that came up earlier when he was talking to Maddie, and he was like, they be loud and wrong, and it just makes me think about what Celsus was saying about the early followers of Jesus, and how the requirements was that they had to be uneducated, unknowledgeable, and confidently ignorant. And it seems like people are okay with that. When research becomes a joke, like like remember, I don't know if I told y'all, but when I was younger, when I first started learning how to drive, my husband's, he was my boyfriend at the time, but his friends would laugh. They would point and laugh at me for wearing my seatbelt. And so because they would laugh at me and call me a nerd for wearing a seatbelt, I stopped wearing a fucking seatbelt. You know, immature in my mind. Um, I feel like that's how these loud, wrong, confidently ignorant people treat research and logic and critical thinking. If you are someone who researches and you ask logical questions when someone brings a claim to you, they point at you and they go, ha 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 ha, ha research. You think research is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I
Yep.
feel like that's how they treat it.
Yeah. It's like they're like teenagers, but like preteens in their maturity, because ultimately what they're saying in this religious framework is, if you don't think like me, then there's something wrong with you. But the reality is, the data should be guiding what we think. Like, we should go where the information leads us, as opposed to trying to get the information to lead us to the conclusion that we already have. But it is a lack of maturity. And that lack of maturity, whenever they wrap that divinity cloak around, like with God's name, on whatever behavior they demonstrate, they justify it. And that's the real danger in it.
Yeah, because it's almost like saying the elite status, like the elite way to be in society, is to have these delusions, this mental illness or this manic. Like when I think it was either Plato or Socrates who said that the um, uh, the beginning of a supernatural experience is a manic episode, and that it's through these manic episodes that the God takes the mind of the man and replaces it with what he wants mankind to know. And I think because of that, we have a world full of people who feel that having a mental illness, but they don't see it as a mental illness, that's the either the goal or the desired way to be. And if you're not in that state, then something's wrong with you. Like if you're in sound mind or working towards sound mind, then you're going the wrong way. You should be working towards losing your mind
Which
for
is
God.
crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's what I'm feeling right there. Is that losing your mind is holy. And that's what I'm feeling. That's what I've been trying to articulate. And
May I interject there with
uh,
what you just said?
no,
Um,
no. One
what
second, Happy Mormon. Go ahead, Maddie.
what I want to say is, like, to piggyback off of Fee's right. I remember when I first saw your live. I remember I told you, you started making too much sense. I turned you off, and I went in my mama room to pray the thinker demon away with my mom.
And now
And
you're a
then
little thinker demon.
exactly, and then literally when I got on college, I had so many atheist friends and so many non-believers. And this one friend that I made, she's German. She was asking me why a feminist and I'm still a believer in the Bible. I just kind of like blankly stared at her and I was like, what? And then she started like trying to explain to me. She was like, yeah, the Bible subjugates women. I don't understand how you're feminist and this is the book you look at. And then like she just had me thinking for like 2 whole weeks about the conversation we had because I've always been like a very open-minded person. I never judged anybody or told anyone they're gonna go to hell for not believing. Like, girl, do whatever the fuck you want to do. But then I came back. I kept seeing you come on my For You page. That thinker demon would not leave me alone. I would be in the middle of the night scrolling on my tablet like an iPad kid, and your live would come up, roll past it real fast, and then I start peeking in. And then I remember one time I think it was I want to say my spring break when I went home for college. kid you not, my whole spring break was on a fucking binge. Like I watched you from when you started to when you ended, and you were making so much sense. And I remember thinking to myself, like, my German friend is right. I don't know how the fuck I could believe in this book. You're pointing out so many things, and then to see the guests come up here and act a fucking fool and not being able to give you a genuine conversation, and the ones you would get a genuine conversation from, they would end up questioning it themselves. Watching those reactions really helped me like completely want to separate myself. Can't stand no racist person, no slave apologetic, no grape apologetic, nothing like that. So seeing it in action on your page every night was like, it was eye-opening because literally, what the like, and when you're in the belief, you don't think it's that because you're in it, but then you hear it, and I used to always say like, "Oh, it's only the extreme, like evangelicals that think like this," or I forgot the name of the apocalyptic, oh my god, apocalyptic people. I forgot.
Apocalyptic.
Yes, I forgot the name of them. I used to always think it was the extreme people that would think this way, but then I realized like, no, it's almost the everyday Christian that will try to reach for an apologetic when it comes to this book. So, like Thinker said, it really is helpful because I was one of those people when I first came in and I would be watching, never commented, never liked, like I never really made myself known because I was so scared like somebody in here was gonna recognize me, like question me, and it would scare me back into my faith. So I never said anything. So hearing those reactions, I was like, oh, so nobody can give her a genuine answer. And like hearing them get so mad and offended instead of just calming down and articulating themselves, it that was the push that I needed. And that next week I came up on stage and introduced myself.
And been here ever since. Yeah.
Exactly. And now I'm a thinker demon junior.
Yeah, and I think like it shocked me. I used to think that it was extremist too, and it shocked me the first time a black person apologized for slavery and said that we deserved it. And I was like, I was so shocked and hurt. I think I cried that live. I think a lot of us cried that live because like was not that like what this is what we've been subscribing to. Like that shocked the fuck out of me. And she was a young black girl, young, like in her early 20s. And but that's what she had been taught, you know. And I think I'm still learning to deal with these mindsets, or I'm still learning to accept that these minds exist in the world, and not they're not far away. That's the crazy thing. They're in our backyards. They're at our kitchen tables.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
when
I completely agree.
yeah, like when the genocide in Palestine became more widespread, known, and family said what they said, I was floored and
Yeah.
shocked. Never in a thousand years would I think that I would hear that's between God and them. God know what he doing.
Yeah, I agree. And then remember, when I was a Christian, I feel like only three people ever brought up like that slavery was in the Bible. I kind of raised my eyebrow at them and be like, okay, like I never really commented on it. I was just like, oh, they're lying. But what's also funny is my church had the New King James Bible. And I did not realize it until I went to go visit my Mimi on the Bible, but it was like the one from when I was younger, and they switched to the what is that? NSRVE, I think. I think
Mm-hmm.
they switched to that one instead, but that's what they were reading out of when I was little, and I was like, oh my God, what the fuck? And I also hate when Christians say, like, oh, that's between them and God, or like, it doesn't affect you, so why does it matter? But if we've had that whole outlook on life, the world would be completely it, because at the end of the day, no matter what's going on, it is eventually going to affect all of us. I don't understand how people could sit by idly and like sleep well and know that things are going on in Sudan. Like I cannot watch any Sudan video. I get sick to my stomach. Like it hurts to even hear about. And the same thing with Congo. I can't fucking listen to it. And I'm a very empathetic person, so I hate that that's going on to like innocent kids, innocent women, and innocent men that don't that haven't done anything wrong at all. It's fucking mind boggling. And Christians who are supposed to be so helpful and loving turn the other fucking cheek and ignore it, or get into an uproar about shit like EBT. Like, just little dumb shit like that is really fucking annoying to me because you don't care about any type of genocide. Do care about EBT. Well, you don't care about EBT because you don't care if those kids eat. They didn't care about free lunch because, that's their tax money. But you don't seem to give a fuck that your tax money is being used for billionaire tax cuts or a fucking ballroom that you'll never fucking see. It's fucking mind boggling.
Yeah. Um, I don't understand how come they haven't like recognized why is Jesus involved in all of that? Why are the people who's doing these things, who's raping these women in these other countries, who's killing these people, you know, in these other countries with guns, just like it's nothing? Like these people who don't care about taking another human life, who don't care, who see, it as okay to just sexually violate another human. Why do they represent or claim a belief in the God you believe in? Why is what you are trying to convince us that your God see as evil? Why is that evil claiming your God? I don't understand that. And then you talk about divine power and you say power can be anything. But here you have these people who are harming other people. If anything, if they say that they're doing it in the name of your God, that would be your God's power. But where is like where is the power to stop them, to protect the people? And like why don't y'all see that there's calling on the same God as you? Y'all can say all day long that ain't the same God. They're saying the same damn name. They're reading the same damn scriptures. And what I see the majority is the like I was had the conversation with the young man on stage Wednesday morning. I see the toxicity more than I see this so-called I'm a different, like when y'all say I'm a different type of believer. All of y'all say that, but what I see more of your God in this world is the toxicity, it's the violence. That if your God is real, that's its divine power is harm, is violence. The things that you call wicked, that's the representation of your God to me. I don't see this other side, not at a high
May I
level anyway.
interject?
Oh, Happy Mormon, you know how it works on here, right? This is not your first time here. And you
Okay.
also know that if I'm having a conversation with the other co-host, that conversation is not going to, like, you're not going to be able to comment on that, right? Like, you're here to have a conversation about one of the three topics.
Okay, I'll wait.
Well, you've interrupted the conversation now. Which topic do you want to discuss?
I'm gonna share my testimony. It would definitely, um, in my opinion, it will bring people closer to God.
That's not the purpose of that. Read that again.
Can your testimony convince me of your God's power?
That's the purpose of that. That the testimony that you share, don't be like Toya and waste your opportunity. Remember who you're talking to and what the purpose of you telling your testimony is, because I am going to ask questions.
Okay, can I share that with you?
Go ahead.
So when I was a teenager, my grandfather, he had a lot of heart problems, and he needed to have a triple bypass surgery. And he probably had a 5 to 10% chance of living, right? And I remember reading the book of Job literally the night before his surgery. And I remember in the book of Job 33, verse 4, the Spirit of God has made me. The breath of the Almighty gives me life. So after the surgery, he survived the surgery. You know, he made it through. And when he came back to life, that's the first thing he said. And I was like, no way. No way. He literally just said what Job said. There was no way that wasn't God.
That's your testimony, that somebody recited the scripture, that they had bypass surgery and they recited the scripture that you read.
Yeah, but, you know, he was technically dead.
He wasn't technically dead. He was in surgery.
Yeah, but he didn't have a high chance of living. And, you
But
know,
he wasn't
if you just had a surgery,
he wasn't technically dead. He was in surgery. He had doctors who did a triple bypass procedure on him. That's your testimony. That's your God's divine power.
Thinker, if you had a surgery,
I've had
would
17.
okay, when you first woke up, were you reciting the book of Job?
What the fuck? Like, when I've woken up, I've said a lot of things, but no, the scripture wasn't on my mind.
Exactly. Nothing with your mind was blank,
That
right?
ain't got nothing to do with what your uncle's mind is different from mine.
He was so when he woke up, he wasn't thinking straight, you know, because he just had a surgery.
You don't know that. You was not in his body. You don't know what he was thinking. And
Okay,
I'm
Thinker.
sorry, but I'm sorry, but that is not that's not a example of divine power to me. Like, that doesn't even say a God. That says your uncle thought of something. Your uncle was a believer, a Mormon like you most likely, and your uncle quoted a scripture from Job.
Yeah, but I was literally reading it
But
Okay,
the
Mormon,
night
what?
before.
Mormon, was your uncle a believer?
Of course. You know, if he didn't believe, he wouldn't have survived.
Oh, no, that's a lie, right? Those doctors were very skilled and they studied and they spent years in school and passed multitudes of tests to be able to save him. So let's not do that. Let's not take away from that hard work that they had to do to save your uncle. What I was gonna say was, do you not know that when many believers are sick or they're going through like a hard time, they go look at the story of Job?
Yes, I'm aware that some people don't make it through.
No,
And
no, Mormon, that's not what I asked. Are you
How did you
aware?
get that? How did you get that from what she just asked you?
Right?
Thinker, when you
No,
woke
no,
up
no.
from surgery,
No, no, no. How did you get that answer? from what Maddie just asked you?
Well, it's the same thing with Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Stop.
That
Mormon.
also has nothing to do with Thinker just
Wait,
said. I don't know if you're following the conversation
no.
right now.
Mormon is theatrical. And this is what I mean when I say to them, it's like they're in a fucking movie or they're in a play. He's theatrical, even down to the way that he recites the scriptures. Like if he were to even recite the Book of Mormon or Nephi, he's going to turn into a whole ass Joseph Smith. They're like in their mind, they're the star of a fucking play, and they're not thinking about how their desire to be the fucking main character is actually affecting people around them. This isn't a play. This is a
They're
conversation. You're not on stage. You're not on stage. You are not the main character. This is a conversation. So you can cut the theatrics. You not listening, because if you're not going to listen and answer the questions that we are asking you, then there's no need for you and I to have a conversation.
okay. I will happily answer any question you have.
Okay, so did you know that many believers, when they're very sick or they're going through a hard time, they go to the story of Job?
Yeah, well, it's such an amazing story.
No, I don't think nothing about that story is amazing at all, but I'm not going to get into that. But my point is, just like you were looking at it, your uncle was probably looking at it. And I've also heard that verse recited with my own uncle when my own uncle was sick. My own uncle did not make it. So
I'm sorry.
you don't have to apologize, right? You don't have to apologize. He lived a happy, long life. But many believers recite the story of Job when they're going through a hard time because you guys believe that God is testing your faith. So many people recite that story, and it's not revolutionary. Like I don't feel anything from you saying it. Like I'm fresh out the belief myself, and it didn't spark anything for me. Like I didn't feel like I don't know, like it was a testimony that would make me believe again or convince me of the God's power. Like I don't see nothing in that being God's power. See is your uncle, he went through a surgery where he had a short, like a small percentage of living. And then those amazing surgeons who studied, went to school, paid a lot of money to learn and be able to do that procedure, successfully did it to save your uncle's life. And that he was probably reading that story of Job just like you were, and he recited it when he got up.
I
That's
don't
all I see.
understand. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I don't think you all quite understand what divine power is. Because if your uncle was having heart problems, why is there no expectation for your God to heal his heart without the hands of a heart surgeon? Why is the divine power within the heart surgeon and for your uncle to recite a scripture that you read the night before? Like you just ignore, right, that you believe that your God has the power to heal his heart without surgery, yet your God did not do that. The extent of your God's divine power is your uncle saying words that you had read the night before and surviving, a doctor doing his job well. Like that's the extent of your God's divine power.
Well, it was just too much of a coincidence to see it as anything else, you know? Like it it's just look in Acts, you're talking about the surgeons, right? They're very talented, educated, and hardworking people, yes. But we can't forget that God works through people, you know?
Yes, we
He
can. Yes, we
Well,
can. We
in Acts
definitely can. Hold on,
in
Maddie. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. because it's people who go to school, people who go and do their residencies. It's people who fuck up when a person does not survive a triple bypass, and it's people who do great when they do. You want to apply credit to your God when it's a success, but it's not your God's fault when it's not a success. You are the one choosing what a God does.
Yeah, but in Psalm 77 verse 14 it says, "You are the God who works wonders. You have made known your might among the peoples."
Did you go to like theater camp?
No, I did not go to
Did you
theater
go to
camp.
Bible camp?
Thinker, what I'm trying to say is
I,
that
I'm just trying to figure out why when you read this text, you read it like that.
because I'm very passionate about
But do
my
you
faith.
have to like turn into Joseph Smith? Like you can't read the text as yourself. Why do you turn into Joseph Smith every time you read this text?
Okay, Thinker,
Like
you're very
no, no,
passionate
no,
about.
no, no, no. I'm passionate as myself. I don't turn into somebody else. It's almost as if you're like you're in a play.
Thinker, what I'm trying to explain is that that's just too much of a coincidence. You know, like
You're not
how
gonna
was I
address
reading the
that
book of Job literally the night before?
because y'all preach the book of Job. You preach the book of Job when stuff like that happens.
Okay, I have a question for you, Thinker, and Maddie.
Wait, before you ask a question, I just want to add a little comment. It's gonna be very quick. I think it would be more like, I don't know, convincing of your God's power if your uncle wasn't a believer and he never heard of the Bible before and he randomly like woke up and said that. But that's not what happened. But you can ask me. You can ask the question now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so if you bought a lottery ticket and then you prayed to God, you, so hypothetically you're still an atheist, and you pray to God, God, if you're real, let me win this lottery, and then you won the lottery. Would you believe in God after that? Would you start to believe in God? You
No,
won $10 million.
no. Actually, I would be
You would
thoroughly
believe in if you're
pissed.
praying. Hold on, if you're praying to a God and asking a God to let you in, you already believe in a God, Mormon. That don't even make sense. Think about what you just said.
Okay. I'm just saying hypothetically, if you don't believe it, and you're like God,
Why
if
would
you're
you
really
pray
real,
to a God you don't believe in?
just to see if he was real.
Even your hypotheticals don't make sense. Like,
How does it not make sense?
because why would you pray to something you don't believe in, Mormon? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
And
If you wanted a sign, and then
but
you got the sign,
like I was saying, if he answered my prayer and helped me win the lottery, I'm going to be pissed the fuck off. And
you're
if
gonna be pissed off that
anything,
you won $10 million.
absolutely, because I don't need that $10 million. I'm
You
perfectly
don't need
fine.
it.
But there's people, hey, I'm talking. I don't need it. The fuck? I don't need all that money to live comfortably. I'm living comfortably now. I don't need that. Like, that's a lot of money. I don't fucking need that. But what people do need is food. There's kids out here starving, praying to him for food. He didn't answer their fucking prayers, right? There's shit that's going on in Congo, Sudan, Palestine. He's not answering their fucking prayers. But when I pray to him for a fucking lottery ticket, he's gonna help me win the lottery. That's not gonna make me happy. If anything, that's gonna piss me off and push me way further from the goddamn faith because you've helped me win the lottery, but you aren't helping everybody else that needs you to help them. That's just gonna piss me off. Like,
So
that's
then God,
not.
that means God blessed you with the money so that you could use the
No, that
money
means
to help
God's a
others.
dickhead and he ignores people that actually needs him because I don't need that money. And if God is real, he knows damn well I don't need that fucking money. And he also knows that those kids are fucking starving. Like, either way, the hypothetical just sucks ass. No atheist is going to actually call to God to help them win a fucking lottery ticket. Nobody's going to do that. And if he answers, that atheist is then going to be pissed off because, again, there are people that actually need you to answer their prayers and you are ignoring them. So, no, I wouldn't believe in him, actually. I would think he's a massive fucking dickhead.
Okay, Jeremiah 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. That's the answer
Who was he talking to there?
Oh,
to all followers.
No, he was not.
He was talking to
No, he
Jeremiah.
wasn't. He was talking to Jeremiah. But y'all want to take this text and apply it to everybody. You want to apply it to yourself. You want to apply it to every human created. He was not, the author was not writing that God was talking to every human.
Hello?
Y'all just take scriptures. This is what I mean when I say it's like it's a play in y'all's minds. Like it doesn't matter if what you're saying is truth.
Yeah, but if we didn't have faith, then it probably wouldn't have worked.
What wouldn't have worked?
Anything good in our life.
That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. That's like saying that the reason why babies are starving is because you don't want them to eat, because you have faith for everything good in your life to happen, and you don't give a damn about the genocide in Congo, the genocide in Sudan, the genocide in Palestine, the people in America who can't eat because the fucking government is shut down. All of this is happening because Happy Mormon don't want them to, because Happy Mormon has the faith for good things to happen.
I was just gonna say that. Are you like? Is he arguing that because like starving kids and the people in Congo, Sudan, and Palestine have faith in this God, but he's not coming. So it's clearly not the faith that makes him act, but it's just him picking and choosing if he does exist. It's clearly not the faith.
I hear what you're saying. Like I get it. There's so many terrible things happening that shouldn't be happening, and I understand because I used to ask myself the same thing. If God's real, then why do all these bad things happen? But then it's all in Job. You know,
I
everything is
really
in Job
hate.
13 verse 15. Though he slay me, yet will I have hope in him. I will surely defend my ways to his face.
I really hate the Book of Job, and I honestly wish it did not exist. Because all it does is glorify torture as long as you get a fucking reward at the end. And it's dumb. Because he had no reason to fucking test Job. Job was perfect. In your God's words, Job was perfect. And he put Job through he let the devil put Job through absolute fucking hell. And then when Job asked him about it, he basically told Job, "Don't question me. I created you, bitch." And then at the end, gave him back his stuff and he had to have sex for more kids. Like, I hate that that book is there because then you guys try to, it's almost like you turn to it as like, oh, I'm an example of Job, or my life is Job, when you shouldn't be glorifying this God putting you through hell just to test your fucking faith. He shouldn't have to test your faith if he knows you.
But
That's such bullshit.
let's pay attention to the fact that that is the scripture you decided to read regarding children being hungry, regarding you having the faith for good things to happen in your life, and that faith not including children eating. and that faith does not include people not being genocided or displaced or raped in Sudan and Congo and Palestine, right? And your purpose of reading that story is shit happens. He lets bad things happen to us, and although he lets bad things happen to us, we should still praise him. That is the purpose of you reading that scripture. While and just a few minutes ago you said if you didn't have faith, good things wouldn't happen. It's your lack, it's your lack of care of other people. It doesn't matter. You can read that scripture from Job because it isn't happening to you, Happy Mormon.
It was happening to me.
Where were
I've
you
been through.
genocided? Where were you genocided? Where were you raped?
Well, my uncle was. He was.
No,
He was.
you, Happy Mormon. Where were you genocided? Where were you raped? Where were you displaced from your home
Look.
and forced to starve? Please tell me where.
My life was nowhere near as bad as people from the Middle East and in Africa.
No,
No
you
way.
said it
No
is
way.
happening to you. When that was you read
I
that
meant
scripture.
suffering.
You read that scripture. You're not suffering like that. You read
I'm
that
not.
scripture in response to what I said about your faith. You saying that your faith allows good things to happen. Good things wouldn't happen if we didn't have faith. That's what you said. And when I made the point that if your faith is what allows good things to happen, you must not want the genocides to stop. If you have the faith for good things to happen, then there should be no genocides, Happy Mormon. Children should be eating if all it requires is faith.
I'm in no way advocating for any of the atrocities in the world. Like, no way am I
You made the
trying to say
claim that
that
good
it's
things happen
okay.
because you have faith.
That's absolutely true.
So then why are there, if you don't want genocides, why are there genocides? Why is your faith not enough for there not to be genocides?
Good things doesn't mean a perfect utopia.
Nope. Why is your faith not enough for there to not be genocides?
I pray every day for.
Why is your faith not enough?
I can't stop the genocides. Only God can. I
But did
can't
you
do
say
anything. I'm
good
only a
things
human.
happen because of your faith?
Good things do happen because of my faith. Yes.
Good things that, like what, Happy Mormon?
Well, when my uncle almost passed away.
Good things happen that matter to Happy Mormon, right?
Yeah, and
Because Happy Mormon has faith for Happy Mormon.
no, I prayed for someone from the church who was down and out, down bad, unemployed, and we prayed for him to find a job. And guess what happened? He found a job.
Wow, your God,
That's sick.
your God can make people quote scriptures and find jobs, but he can't stop genocide. He can't feed hungry children. He can't stop rapists from raping women and hanging them on trees. What divine power your God has.
Those are terrible things, and I wish they didn't happen. But
We're talking about your God's divine power, Happy Mormon.
yeah, but it's in the scripture. It won't happen until the second coming of Christ. When
Why is it that only certain types of people have to suffer this shit? Why does
God.
your God have it out for Africa and Palestine when it comes to genocide, rape, and famine? Why don't we ever see Utah going through that?
I don't know. I'm only a human. I'm not God. I can't give you the answers, but if you reconcile
But the
your
fact that you don't know that, but here you are trying to you're trying to explain, right, why your God allows it to happen to Sudan, to Congo, right, to Palestine.
well, in Job 5:6,
You should be
for
ashamed of
for
yourself.
hardship does not spring
That
from the
stop,
thought.
stop. You don't know hardship, Utah. You don't know it. And yet you keep reading scripture after scripture after scripture to excuse it away. You aren't the one going through it. So you don't get to excuse it away. You don't get to use Job and quote Job for someone else's fucking hardship. You don't know what
There,
it's like. You don't know
there.
what it's like. You don't know what it's like. So
I don't know
you
what it's like.
don't
No,
get
I
no,
don't.
you don't. Right. So you don't get to excuse it away.
But there's testimonies from people, from Puerto Rico who came to our church, living in violence and living in famine, and because they had so much faith, they made it through. They saw atrocities,
Wow.
people murdered, all sorts of crazy
Wow.
stuff.
So he chose to save them, but not the rest. Nothing you're saying is like helping this case because all I'm hearing is that he's cherry picking, and he's like, I'm gonna save this one and maybe that one.
So
Oh, that guy's paying for his keys. Let me help him. But he's not saving and helping the ones that are desperately calling out for him and have devoted their whole life to him. Like it's not helping your case. I'm sorry, but
I'm not trying to
this
prove
is
anything. I'm
gross.
I'm just I'm just reading the
No,
scripture.
but like I feel like that is what you're trying to do. Like you're using the scripture to try to justify what's happening to all these people. Saying that they're just going through hardship right now and that they're going to get rewarded at the end. But what about all the people that are dead that never saw the reward at the end of this? They died a horrific, painful death and they never got a reward. So it's really
I
killing me
think
that
I
you keep
think you
reading
want
this
you want.
scripture. No, I'm not done. It's really, and also don't speak for me. You don't know what I think. It's
You
really
think the
killing me
world should
that
be
you keep, it's almost like I'm still. I don't know
so
why you think using the Bible is going to soften what me and Thinker are telling you. Like the fact that he's cherry picking and that he helped you and that couple and a few couple families for Puerto Rico, but not everyone, the people that need him is not helping your case. It's not. It's
But
honestly kind of disgusting.
it's
so
always some
so
human shit. It's always shit that a human does. Oh, he got a job. Oh, he read a scripture. Oh, the doctor did a thing. It's your God's power is no different than a simple mortal. But the shit that a person would expect or need, some outside power, some entity, right, to protect them from, like mass genocide, your God always fucking fails. He's always absent. The only thing your God knows how to do is skip to Maloo. That's it.
well, the world can't be a utopia where nothing bad happens.
Sorry, but not having genocide and feeding starving kids, I was going to get your ass the first time you said it, but I'm happy you said it again. Not having genocide and not having starving kids isn't a utopia. It should be the bare fucking minimum.
Well,
The fact that you're trying to say people being not being genocided and kids not going hungry at night is a utopia is fucking insane. That's not a
that,
utopia.
that
That should be fucking normal. No kid or anyone for that matter should have to starve. No one. Nobody should have to starve to death and go through those stomach pains. Nobody should have to be genocided and chased down because of what they look like or their ethnicity or watch their sister or their mother get raped or their daughter get raped. No one should have to watch that. That isn't a fucking utopia. That should be normal. And the fact that you're saying that it's a utopia is so fucking weird. Like I don't think you understand how weird you sound.
Utah is a utopia. Like the fact that y'all try to say that your God needs all of this suffering to exist in the world for you to choose it, but the suffering for the sake of you and your utopia that you live in Utah is at the hands of somebody else. Somebody else is suffering so that you can say you believe in a God and you can live in the safetyness of Utah. Utah doesn't have to go through all of this genocide, this famine, for you to believe in this God and for you to see that this God is good to you. Like it's
I hear.
always the same. It's always other people who are sacrificed for your good, and then y'all are so quick and so it's so easy for y'all to just cast it off. That's just God. It has to exist, but it don't exist in your world.
I hear what you're saying, and the reasons why these terrible things happen is because these people committing genocide and doing these crazy things, and these greedy people who aren't sharing resources and causing hunger are possessed by Satan. They're agents of Satan, and they're loyal to
Well,
Satan. Who
Satan is more powerful than your God. So where the hell is your God? If they are possessed by Satan, I see Satan's power. Where is your God's power?
Satan is very powerful. The Bible
Where is your God's
makes it very
power?
clear.
Then where is your God's power?
Well, he has to be let loose on the earth for ten
Where
thousand
is your
years.
God's power? So then your God has no power.
And he sacrificed innocent children to the devil. That's literally what I'm hearing.
Yeah, but then it all ties back to Christ, who sacrificed himself, someone who never did anything bad, never sinned,
Just like those
gave.
kids, right? So you're saying that their
I'm not
sacrifice is
justifying the
needed?
the murder of kids, but what I'm trying to say is that
I feel like
um,
that's what you're going down because I just asked you about the
no
kids
way,
and
no
then
way,
you
no
said
way.
Jesus
You
sacrificed
think I want kids to die?
himself. Look, I mean, we're really going down that road. Like it's I don't think you want kids to die, but I think you're about to justify it for your book. And it's weird because you said earlier that because of people guarding resources, but if God is all powerful, what the fuck should that matter? This motherfucker turned some bread into fish into a whole bunch of food to feed motherfuckers. Why can't he take a piece of a fucking crumb and turn that bitch into 100 pieces of bread and feed those goddamn kids?
It
I'm
all comes
generally
back to Job.
confused because you keep making excuses and excuses, but there is no excuse for an all-powerful God who is sitting back on his ass, clapping his ass cheeks together and watching the children that he made go through all of this shit. There is no excuse. He's more powerful than the devil. The devil does not move without God's permission. So you're just constantly making excuses after excuses for this God that quite literally doesn't give a fuck about you, if I'm being honest, or anyone else for that matter.
No, no, he gave his only begotten son. That's
He
how
didn't
much he
even need
cares.
to do that though. He literally did not even need to do that. He was forgiving
He did.
sins before. Ooh, it's almost like I'm still talking. He was forgiving sins before Jesus got his ass on that cross, and he's forgiving them now, and we still have to repent, and we can still go to hell for our sins. So Jesus going his ass up on that cross did not change a damn thing. Them kids is still starving. Motherfuckers is still genociding other innocent people. It did not change a damn thing.
Those
And
people
he
committing
he
genocide will have
also
to answer to God one day, and they know
oh
where they're going.
wow, wow. You're still going like he set this system up. He literally set the system for sin up for him to have to quote unquote sacrifice his son. He also created and gave life to the people that are now genociding others and torturing other innocent women, children, and men. And the only thing you can say, the only way you can relieve these people's stress and their worry is don't worry, they'll pay in an afterlife we can't prove
Can
exists.
somebody let Dr. B up?
That's the only thing that you can give is that they'll suffer in this imaginary ass afterlife that this book writes about. And I'm sorry, but that's not enough. That's not enough.
I understand what you're saying because Yeah, what you're saying is valid. You know, it's understandable, but at the same time, you got to realize that, um, you know, God gave us free choice. Thou mayest choose for thyself, for it is given unto thee. That's in the book of Moses. And these people, God is giving these people choices, and they're deciding to go around murdering people.
which
What
is
Like,
about the
that's
people? What about the people's choice to not be murdered? What about
exactly
their
that's
choice?
intervening on their free will. So it doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
yeah, Happy. And sorry to interrupt. Can I ask you if we could go back to your example you gave earlier about somebody in your congregation that needed a job?
yeah, yeah.
You remember it? Okay. So
We prayed for him,
why?
and he got a job.
Right. So why wasn't he getting a job before, do you think? These aren't
I
trick
really, I
questions.
really don't know. I mean,
Okay. So do you think that
that's a good.
do you think that he fundamentally changed something about himself, the way that he was presenting himself or something like that, that's what made him get the job? Or
I don't
I'm,
know. You know, God works
I'm
in
assuming the answer would
mysterious
be no.
ways. And
But I mean, let's say his name's Frank. Frank was going out. I would imagine that you would think that Frank wasn't going out in like, ripped t-shirts and, jean shorts and flip flops to these, CEO positions, interviewing for them. And then you guys prayed. And then all of a sudden he's like, you know what I should do? I should put a suit on. You don't think that's what happened, right? You think that God miraculously did something.
I think he just had more. He had more faith. You know, he had a very anxious and attitude before, but after coming to church, his spirit was rejuvenated, and he had more faith. And because he had
So
more
you,
faith,
so
he was rewarded.
I just need you to understand. So when you say rewarded, you're saying God did something.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So why you just said, I just want you to go with me here. You just said that people have free will, and God, I think implicitly by that, you're saying God's not going to override somebody's free will.
No.
Right? He's not, right? That's what you're saying.
No.
Okay. So, um, wouldn't you say that if God is supernaturally intervening in order to get your friend Frank this job, that he's overriding somebody's free will to do that? Because if Frank wasn't getting a job before, right, ostensibly he's going in and he's qualified and he's doing well, and the employer's going, nah, yeah, and God is stepping in and doing something, right, to move the natural processes around in order for Frank to get a job, right? Why is it? What's the symmetry breaker here for God intervening to get Frank the job and God intervening to stop 1, 2, 5, 10, 100, 1,000 people from being uh, unjustly unalived, right? What is the symmetry breaker? How is it that God can intervene and override somebody's free will, like an interviewing individual hiring manager say, yeah, you know what? I want that guy. He's overriding in some way to make that decision in favor of Frank, but he can't do that with the person that's getting ready to unalive somebody unjustly and say, you know what? I don't think I should unalive this person. Why is it that he can do one and not the other?
You see, God intervenes if you choose to follow him. You have free will, but if you surrender that,
Okay, so pause, because look, I
then
want
he
to
can
stay.
work
Listen,
you
happy,
can work his magic
happy,
in you.
happy, happy. I want to stay very precise here. What you are arguing then is that if I've got person A in a position where they are getting ready to be unjustly unalived, and that person genuinely calls out to God and says, God, I believe you can save me. Please save me. Your response is, God will do that. Right?
This is really sticky waters here. You know, I don't want to say something that might cause controversy. It's a very sensitive topic.
Do me a favor, because this is something else I wanted. Can you steel man what Thinker and Maddie are saying? Do you know what I mean by steel man?
Enlighten me.
I'm sorry, that wasn't. I'm not. It's not. I didn't mean that to be like condescending or something. It's not a common phrase that is used outside of, I think, debate circles. It's like to restate and even strengthen the thing that they're arguing. So, like, if I were steel manning your position, I would say, look, Happy is arguing that God has a plan, right? And his ways, Isaiah 55:11, right? His ways are higher than our ways. And we can't know as mere mortals what his divine plan is. And so God is orchestrating events in such a way that people have to have faith in order for him to, to work. Like that's the general way that this functions. And so but if God doesn't heal somebody, if God doesn't deliver people, Satan, God has a plan that he's allowing Satan to do his thing here on this earth. But it's all part of this grand plan that's going to bring him glory, and it's going to bring the greatest amount of good in the end to the world, right? Would that be like a fair summation of your position?
I hear what you're saying, and you're really making some very good points. And I can't even say for sure, like, because you know my own opinions are up in the air most of the time.
Happy,
Like the
I'm
whole
so sorry.
determinism
I'm so
versus
sorry
free
to
will
stop
things.
you.
I get what you're.
Happy. I just want you to focus for a second with me, okay? Did I accurately summarize your argument?
Yeah, you did. Like, I'm not
Okay,
even gonna
perfect,
try and
perfect,
challenge you,
perfect,
like,
perfect, perfect,
because
perfect, perfect. No, it's not. You wouldn't challenge your own position, right? I'm just trying to restate your position. And what the reason that we do that is so that you, Happy, know that I hear you and I understand what it is that you're arguing. Do you see that? Now you're not sitting over there thinking, he just doesn't understand what I'm saying, right? There might be fine points that I'm not getting, but like overall, I'm getting your argument. So I would like you to do that for Thinker and Maddie. If you could just say, what is it that they're arguing to you? What is the critique that they're leveling against the deity of the Bible?
I hear you, man. I do. I really do.
If you do, and you can say, no, I guess I don't want to do that, but can you summarize their argument to you? What is the thing that they're arguing to you? What is their critique of your position?
Yeah, I do understand what they're saying. Basically, why do crappy things happen? Why doesn't the Almighty God intervene? And why doesn't He stop all these things?
No,
Why doesn't He eliminate poverty? Why doesn't He
no,
eliminate
no,
genocide?
no.
Okay, so Happy, and sorry, Thinker, and I'm going to shut up. So see how she just said that's not what I'm arguing? This is the part where you stop and you say, okay, maybe I'm not catching all of this. So Thinker, could you please tell him what he's missing in your argument? Happy, listen.
Your argument is that because you have faith, good things happen. You're saying all you need is faith for good things to happen. Therefore, if you have faith, those of you believers have faith, then where is the faith to stop the genocide, to stop the hunger, to stop the mass displacement and raping of women and children? Where is that faith that you're claiming good things is happening for you in Utah when it applies to other areas of the world and other people?
And why is he cherry picking?
So Happy, I'm so sorry to be overly technical like this, but I really think
Okay,
it will help.
can I share something with you?
Yeah, just no. I do want you to respond, but I want to get this through because we're just going in circles with you, I think. Can you do me a favor? Based on what she just said, could you start a series of sentences, starting the first sentence like this? Thinker, Maddie, what I hear you saying is, and then fill in the blank. Okay, that's what I want you to do now. Thinker and Maddie, what I hear you saying is, and then go.
Thinker and Maddie, what I hear you saying is, yeah, okay, why is God cherry picking? Why are good things happening for me because I have faith and not these people in the third world who might even have more faith than I do? Why are bad things happening to them? That's what I'm getting here. Why is God
If
cherry
all
picking?
you need is faith, Happy, you're saying all you need is faith for good things to happen. The topic that you chose was, can your testimony convince me of your God's power? If your answer is all you need is faith for good things to happen, then where is the faith, right, for these good things to happen? Where are the good things? Where is this power?
Let me share something with you if you would let me.
No, address what she said.
Only if you would let
Like,
me.
don't do that. Address what she said, and then maybe ask, can you share? Like,
Okay,
doing that.
I'm gonna base my point on God's word, not on my own word, to reply to you.
If you're about to read another damn scripture, instead of addressing what she said, I'm gonna virtually headbutt the shit. Because
Happy,
you've done that 15 times already.
Happy. I feel like there's maybe one part that maybe it's just like crosstalk here. But Thinker has said it several times, and I think it might be the component that you're missing. When she says, "Where is the faith?" Right? What do you think she means by that? Where is the faith that will make these good things happen? What do you think she's saying?
In 2 Nephi, 2 verses 27, God has told
Oh
us through his
my
prophets that
God.
we are free to
So
choose between good and evil.
fucking
We may choose liberty and
stop.
eternal life by
Please shut up,
following Jesus Christ.
please. Please,
We
please.
are also free to choose captivity and
Mormon,
death by following Satan.
Mormon, happy
The right
Mormon,
to choose between good and evil.
happy Mormon. Engage with what we are saying. You have read enough goddamn scripture. Dr. Joshua Bowen is up here wasting his time on your ass because honestly, I don't think you're worth Joshua Bowen. I'm gonna keep it a buck. And you're sitting here not even fucking engaging in what we're saying. You're not even trying to listen because Thinker repeated our point multiple times and you still have not get it because you're trying to push a fucking narrative that we don't want to hear. We want you to engage in the conversation.
His answer by reading that is free will. People have the choice to do evil. Therefore, you don't see the faith because people aren't choosing good. They're choosing evil. That's why you read that, isn't it, Happy?
God told me to read it, so I read it.
God told you
So,
to say that
No, the fuck he didn't.
that he's not doing anything because the people are doing evil. He's only helping the Mormon because Happy Mormon and Utah are the only ones who are doing good. Therefore, Utah lives in a utopia, and everybody else on the planet is choosing evil. That's what God
Well,
told you, Mormon.
the prophet Joseph Smith, um,
Is
he
that
is
what
the one
God
that.
told you? Is that what God? Everybody that Utah is all good, but everybody else is bad. That's what
No,
God just told you
that's
to
not
read.
what I'm saying.
And what about those innocent children? So God told you to read that for those innocent children, those children that are getting unalived or bad.
In our
What about
premortal
them?
life, we had moral agency. One purpose of Earth life is to show what choices we will make.
okay, Happy. Look, I
You're
feel
annoying
like
as
now
fuck.
we're devolving again. Happy. Are there not bad people in Utah?
There are terrible people in Utah. There are
Right.
terrible people in the Mormon Church.
Okay. Do you think that they are like fundamentally or essentially different from people in another part of the world
No,
in their
we're all equal. We're all the
okay,
same.
perfect. So why is it if people are equally capable of doing bad stuff, right? People are equally evil. Why is it that in your part of the world, right, you're doing well, relatively speaking, to so much of the rest of the world that's doing far, far worse? What is it because it doesn't sound like what you're saying is that you, Happy Mormon, have more faith than Christians in the Congo. It doesn't sound like you're saying that, right? Because you said they may have more faith than you do. Is that right?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
look
Yeah,
at Job.
sorry. Right. I just yes or no is really all. I'm trying to do a step by step here. So
Yes, yes.
if that's the case, it sounds like if you're bringing up free will, that sounds like it must follow, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it must follow that the people in your neck of the woods, the bad people in your neck of the woods, just aren't as bad as the people elsewhere where people are suffering more that have more faith than you. They're just not as bad, right? There must be just more bad people elsewhere that are making these
Yeah,
bad
yes.
decisions to do horrible things to people.
There's no doubt about it. There's no
Okay.
comparison.
Okay. So if that is the case, right? If that is your argument, if it logically follows, then what Banker's question is quite germane because she's saying God is like this faith aspect. She's asking where is the power? Because the faith isn't really all that relevant. Because what you're saying is the reason that you're doing well is just people aren't that bad to you. And the reason that people over there are doing bad is because people are pretty bad to them. So it doesn't seem like God's power through faith is a component of at all. Depends on what people do.
You're breaking up, Dr. Joshua Bell.
Oh, am I? I'm sorry.
You're back now.
Okay. Happy, did you catch the gist of what I was saying?
Yeah, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Do you have like I'm so sorry. I'm really not. I just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. Could you say it back to me like paraphrase what I'm asking you?
Bro, I'm dumb as heck, man. I can't really uh
Listen, I
reiterate
do
what
this.
you were saying
Listen,
in a
I do this in my marriage every time Megan and I have a conversation, and she brings a critique to me. I want her to know that I'm listening to her and that I've understood what she said. So I say, hey, listen, I'm so sorry. What I hear you saying is that whatever stupid thing I've done that day. Um, so this isn't like I think you're dumb or something. I want to make sure I'm not using faulty language or a dog didn't run by or something that made you miss a part of what I said or something, or that I broke up. Could you just say, yeah, Josh, what I hear you saying is
yeah, what I hear you saying is maybe I just my life's just better because of maybe just pure luck, and just the distribution of opportunity. I was just lucky enough to be born in a much better place than these people in the third world. And yeah, I get it.
so? But if that's the case, right? And when you say that, like better place, like specifically what we're talking about is you were talking about the free will of people, and so the people where you are that are bad, they're just not as bad as the
100%.
people.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay. If that's the case, that's where Thinker's question is coming in. Because it just seems like God is irrelevant to that factor. God's just sitting back on his hands going, well, the people over where happy are, they're just not doing bad shit to people as bad, right? But the people over here, they're doing bad shit. And I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up after this. Because I'm blathering. But do you have kids, Happy?
No, I don't have kids. No.
Or nephews or like small children? Okay, it doesn't matter. You'll understand.
Yes, nephews and nieces.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Okay, so let's say you have a nephew, and he is getting incessantly bullied at his school, and when I say bullied, I mean like, but getting on the bus, punched, and things stolen from him, and during lunch, kids are coming up and walking behind him and smacking him from behind in the face, and like he's coming home crying and bruised and battered every day, right? And you go to the principal and you say, "Hey, do something about this." And the principal says to you, "Yeah, man, I know, Happy. It's that class that he's in. I mean, those kids, they're just bad, right?" Um, yeah, I hear you. It's bad. It's bad. I'm really sorry. Would you be like, that makes sense. That those kids they're just bad over there. All right, thank you for your time.
Yeah, yeah. My nephew wouldn't be responsible for their actions.
No. That's not what I'm asking you. What would you say back to the principal?
Yeah, they're bad. That's the way they are.
No. It's not what you wouldn't say, yeah, they're bad. All right, thanks for your conversation.
Yeah,
You'd be like,
they're bad.
motherfucker,
Like,
you would say, motherfucker, get in there. I don't care if those kids are bad. Get in there and make sure my nephew isn't getting bullied. That's what you would say,
so
right?
you're telling me what I would say.
I tell you what, I will stop. Happy. I've been trying to be very generous with you here. Go ahead. Tell me you wouldn't say that to the principal. Go ahead.
What I would say is, yeah, they're bad. That's just the way they are.
That's what you would do. So
Now it
you
is
would
your
walk into
responsibility to fix it because you're the principal.
Oh, so you would say what I said.
No, I would say what I said.
All right. You know what, Maddie? I'm usually a very patient, and
Mhm.
I don't know. I try to give grace and assume the best. But I think you're probably right here. Happy,
Yeah,
this was a waste of my time
exactly. You
Thank
because
you.
deserve
Thank you for
that.
waiting.
no,
Thank you for
happy,
that.
happy, happy.
No,
You
thank
are
you.
being no, thank you. You are being absolutely
How about you pop into
No,
your
no.
local your
Hey,
local
sir,
LDS church?
sir. You are being
Say that
intention,
Jonathan.
sir. You are being intentionally disingenuous. Do you know what that means?
How am I being disingenuous?
No, sir. You just restated what I said in different words after vehemently denying that you would have said what I said.
Because I said it differently. It's not
But
exactly the same. It's similar. It's similar,
right. So do you
but
think
it's not the same.
do you think that was a distinction without a difference?
Fundamentally, the message is very similar, but it's delivered in different
Yes.
ways.
So you think then that you were being combative to be combative?
I don't care. That's just what I said.
Yes, of course you don't care because you're being a disingenuous individual.
How am I being disingenuous for
You
rewording something?
you just told me how you're being disingenuous. You just
How?
explained it to me quite well.
It's
It
just
was the
worded differently.
same thing. It was the same thing. You said, Joshua, was the same thing. What you said when I said fundamentally the same thing, just worded differently. But I don't care.
Okay, if you said it, it's in Spanish, would
That
it be the same?
that yeah, of course it would.
No,
Fundamentally, it would be the same message. And what
but
and
the words are
if
different.
that's exactly right. Disingenuous means I'm going to be combative here and disagree and say no, that's not what I would have said. Understanding that fundamentally it was the same message, which was the point of the conversation. That's being
Fundamentally,
disingenuous.
yes,
Yes.
fundamentally it's the same, but the
You were
delivery
being
was different, so
disingenuous.
it's not exactly the same.
You were being disingenuous.
It's technically different.
Yeah. Do you think that that was the intent? Do you think that, let me just make sure that you're not going to be disingenuous now, because I think you will.
You put
If
words
you
in my
had
mouth,
said,
and I told you exactly what I would have said.
Happy, if you had said to me, Josh, no, I hear you. Like that's essentially what I would have. I wouldn't have said it that way because I don't use profanity. But yeah, I get it. Like I would have said, look, principal, you need to do something about this. You just telling me that the kids in that class are bad, and I've just got to essentially suck it up by implication. Like that's not going to work. If you had said that, I'd have been like, oh yeah, no, I get it. I was being a little hyperbolic. I don't think, as a Mormon, I don't think you would have used that language, right? And we would have moved on, and I wouldn't have thought you were disingenuous. But the fact that you said, no, I wouldn't have said that, which to
Because I wouldn't.
everybody in this room, good sir, and everybody listening to this live, led us to think, what do you mean you wouldn't have said that? You would have just said they're bad kids, and that, so it's okay that he's getting bullied, or there's nothing that you, Mr. Principal or Mrs. Principal, can do to fix this because they're bad kids in the class. That's what you would have said. That's what everybody in here heard, which is why we all went, what?
I don't know why you guys are so surprised. You
That
asked
you're
me a
being
question and I answered
disingenuous?
it.
We're not surprised.
You asked me what I would say to the principal, and I told you what
You
I
know
would say to
what,
the principal.
Morgan? I'm not surprised because, like I said, you're up here to waste people's time. There's no genuine conversation that's going to come from this. And Joshua Boone was being very patient with you. That patience. Thinker has that
Everything's
patience
in the
sometimes,
scripture.
but she doesn't have with you. Whoa, there you go. I don't know what's your problem
Oh,
with
ye
hearing
of
people
little faith.
talking and then you're still doing it. Literally shut the fuck up until I'm done speaking. It's not that hard at all. Like it's not. Like I was saying, you're wasting people's time. And then when Joshua Bowen was just getting on your ass
Who are the ones
about
that are
being
crashing out?
disingenuous,
Not me.
oh my god,
Not me.
you're clearly crashing out because you keep interrupting me, and I'm very very calm. No one here has crashed out on you. Like I was saying, when Joshua Bowen was getting on your ass for being disingenuous, and he was like, "You just said the same thing I said." You said you didn't care, which is proving that you're being fucking disingenuous. The I don't care statement is the disingenuous shit that Dr. Bowen is talking about. You're a waste of fucking time. Honestly, there's nothing to crash out about. You're literally a waste of air. And it's pissing me off that if this God is real, that he's blessing you, but ignoring the people that actually need it. It's actually pissing me off that he even
My
gave you a mouth to come up here and waste everybody's time.
Don't miss.
my issue is that you can't see that you are assigning your God's power to the things that you see as good, and the things that you can't explain. It's, oh well, that's just how God wants it right now. Oh well, that's the devil.
What I base my perception of morality on is the law of Moses. I don't
I didn't say
choose what
anything
I think
about
is good and
morality.
pick and
I
choose
didn't
what
say
I think is
anything.
bad.
I said nothing about morality, Happy.
Well,
I
that's
said
what I
your
said.
God's power. I said your God's power. We are not talking about morality.
You talked about what I think is good.
Believe me, that's not a conversation you want to have.
Everything's in the law of Moses.
Yeah, so slavery, you're good with slavery?
Times were different back then.
So
No.
morality was different back then?
Yeah, it was. You got to go with the times,
Okay.
man.
Yeah. So God was cool. He was like, yeah, own people as property, pass them on as inheritance. That's cool. In a couple thousand years, I won't be okay with that. But for now, I'm okay with that. That's good.
But that's basically what you're saying. That means your God is all knowing, so he knew when he gave that law that eventually we would not agree to that, but he still did it. So that goes against God never changing as well. Like it's a contradiction. And it doesn't make sense. So your morals suck if you're going off of the law mode. Just saying.
What you got to realize that scripture is very metaphorical, and there you got to really read between the lines, and things aren't so
Yeah, tell us how that answers the slavery question.
straightforward as
Happy, how does that answer the slavery question? What's the metaphor?
you know.
Yeah,
I don't even really know myself.
yeah, I
All
was
I
just
know
about to
is what I
say.
read.
You had to jump through hoops for that one.
I just believe and I just have faith. And
So you're not
I don't know.
really reading
It
between
was
the
just different
lines.
back then, you know. It
You're
was just
just
different.
saying, I don't know, but I have faith. You're not really reading between the lines, right? You're just going based on what you think is correct now, what people have taught you. Okay? And when we ask you about this difficult passage, you go, "Fuck if I know," but And I know you wouldn't specifically have used those words. You don't have to tell me that you wouldn't have said, fuck if I know. I get it. You're a good Christian Mormon. I understand. You're
I
not
am
going to
not a
come up
good
here and
person.
be
I am a sinner. I am a
unchristic.
sinner.
I get it. I get it. I get it.
I am a terrible person. I will gladly
You are.
admit it. But
I'm glad
through the
that you
blood of
will.
Christ, for the blood of Christ, I am redeemed.
I
But you're
love that
still a
you
bad
said
person.
that. I love that you
Yeah,
said
that's the whole point. All the disciples were terrible people.
that. Oh
Yeah, and
wow.
that
And you
gives you the
still fucking
justification to come up
blessed
here and be a dick, right?
No, it doesn't mean that you deliberately sin and you deliberately be
But you
an
are.
a-hole.
But you are. But you are. You're deliberately sinning up here.
How am I deliberately sinning?
You're
What
lying,
you
you're
said.
being
Yeah, what you
disingenuous.
said. Yeah, that's
Where
right.
did I lie?
Do you know what it means to be
So,
disingenuous? I'm just afraid you don't.
so because you put words in my mouth about what I would say to the principal, and I told you exactly what I would have said, that makes me a
No, you
liar
didn't
because
tell me exactly what you said. Nope,
I didn't
nope,
say what you wanted
false,
me to say.
false, false. And that's a
A
lie. See?
lie.
What constitutes a lie to you?
Saying things that are untrue, intentionally trying to deceive.
Okay, so you put words in my mouth, and you
Huh?
said I would have said something, and that's
Yeah.
untrue because that's not what I would have said.
Right? And you intentionally lied just now,
So you
saying you
lied.
said
You lied.
exactly what you would have said. No, 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 no. Finish your
You
statement.
you made
You
a
said,
blind
I said,
hypothesis on
hey, hey,
what I would
hey,
say.
hey, happy, happy. You said, I said exactly what I would have said. Is that what you said just now?
You said I would go to the principal
Answer
and
my
I would say,
question. Answer my question. Answer my question.
can you repeat the question again, please?
Because you're not listening. That's Christ-like.
Well, everybody was talking and
Yeah,
screaming, so
me and you, and that's everybody. That was a lie. So did you say I said exactly what I would have said?
you said you quoted
Is
that
that a yes? Is
I
that a
Happy Mormon.
no? Do you understand how questions and answers work?
Let me explain myself so I can
No, just
I can
say
lead.
yes, I did say that, or no, I didn't say that.
You did say that. You did say that. You
No,
said I would go to the
sir.
principal
Now
and I
you're
would
just
say
being silly, right?
we can
So,
rewind it. We
okay,
can rewind it if you want, man.
happy. Listen to my question carefully, because now I'm concerned for your cognitive abilities. Did you,
Now,
happy, say to me? Yeah, good point. Did you, happy, say to me, quote, I said exactly what I would have said, end quote.
Man, you go round and round and round and round. That is
Because you
exactly
said,
what you
Going
said.
round and round and round.
yeah, he's just, I think, um,
He's a waste of fucking time. That's what he
realistically,
is.
what he's doing is he's stopping to make sure that you're still with him at every fucking turn. And this is painful to watch. Like, you lack comprehension on every fucking level. They can't talk to you and have you keep up with the conversation. You can't
You
read and
guys are
keep up with a
so
conversation.
stupid.
your inability to have your
Do you
inability to
really think
listen
I'm a
to
fucking Mormon, you
words
idiot?
for more than 2 seconds and comprehend it is actually insane. And the fact that we keep getting stuck in the same spots because for whatever reason your brain just goes completely fucking mush whenever somebody talks to you. And they have to go back and say, "Hey, remember that thing I said? What did I say?" And you have to say,
Really think I'm a
some
Mormon? You
something
guys
that
are
wasn't
so
said."
stupid.
And then
You
they have
guys
to say,
believe
"No, this
Joseph
is what
Smith
I
is
said, remember?"
bullshit. You
And
guys
then
are
you have to
so
say, "Oh
stupid.
yeah,
They play you the
that's
whole
what
time, you
happened."
dumb
Right?
motherfuckers.
And then we have to keep moving forward, just to go back again, just to keep moving forward, just to go back again, because
You people
your
are
dumb ass
so
can't keep
easy to
up.
push your buttons.
You didn't push our buttons. We're quite normal. I think you're
It's
lame
cute
and
that
that
you
you
want to run
wasted.
away from this
Mormon, you
shit,
dumb
bro.
It's like this is a
motherfuckers.
grown ass man. No, he just sat up here and said he wasn't a Mormon. He just wasted our time. This is a grown ass man with nothing to do, no
Joke's on
life.
you.
Clearly gets no pussy, and that's why he's up here in the middle of the night talking to us. Just saying.
I'm not a
No offense
Mormon, you
to,
dumbasses.
oh, we don't care.
Whatever you feel,
Yeah.
whatever you think that this is going to accomplish, just know that no matter what you say, what actually happened is real. You cannot comprehend shit. You are dumb as fuck. It doesn't matter if you want to say, "Oh, I'm trolling. I'm not even this. I'm not even." Does not matter. You showed how the lack of intellect in your fucking mind is your downfall, bro. You have nothing going for you.
You're a loser.
Nothing.
He's
You're a
lying,
Nothing.
loser.
y'all.
You can't
He's lying.
comprehend for fuck.
He's lying. He's done been in here 5 fucking times
Still
preaching the
watching
book of
Naruto.
Nephi. He's fucking lying.
And I
Yeah,
know
and
he's
he's
lying.
mad because his
And he
record
can, that's
study
why I say
didn't
he can
work.
say
Weeb.
whatever the fuck he wants. We saw your brain at
Weeb.
work, and that shit was
You're a loser,
tragic.
man. You're a weeb.
We saw your brain at work, and it was
Out of the
tragic.
ground.
Bro,
Damn.
you're a grown ass
Out of the
man
ground,
talking
G.
like that.
Out of
Damn.
You're
the
really
ground,
upset
G.
because you came up here and you got your ass embarrassed. Now all of a sudden you're not a Mormon and everybody's a dweeb. Get the fuck on.
Go for a run, fatty.
Apparently. Damn. Now who hurt?
Hey,
Lose some weight,
damn,
fatty.
you
Now who
really hurt
hurt,
my
huh?
feelings. My feelings.
And
You
you,
don't
stop
sound too
watching Naruto
happy.
and jacking off, you
You don't sound
jackass.
too happy, man. Why you hurling all them insults and shit? What's wrong?
Man,
He's
shush
You
sad.
upset?
Yeah, he really
your ass, get
sad.
a life, loser. Stop watching
You're not
Naruto.
feeling too good anymore.
You're
It's not as funny as it
bro.
used to be. Mm.
I think it's so funny how he's calling everybody a loser, but he wasted his time coming his ass up here.
Get your ass, you fat ass bitch.
Oh, you real mad, huh?
Here
And
Should
comes
you,
the
probably drop
devil.
them nuts
stop watching
though.
Naruto, you loser.
Joseph Smith said.
Them
You
Joseph
know the
nuts.
Smith
reference,
said.
dumbass. What does that say about you? You're a fucking dumbass.
So you didn't have sex, man. You're
Nowhere
a
on my
fucking
profile picture
jackass.
says anything about Naruto, and this is not the main character. So if you know it's from Naruto, it's because your dumbass watches it too. Your brain is not good.
I quit that shit and I got a life. Look at you, man. You're still stuck, bro.
Your brain is not good.
Look at you, bro. Have you even
What
lost your
life do you
virginity? You
have?
even lost your
What life do
virginity?
you have? Oh, you're projecting now because I know ain't no woman
Yeah, he's
touched your little
embarrassed.
soggy dick ass. The fuck?
He's embarrassed.
Shut up. Ain't nobody want to fuck you, man. Get out of here.
Okay,
Hey,
sir. You have erectile dysfunction. You haven't been able to get it up for years. That's why you're up here. You can't
Ah,
satisfy a woman in bed. So now you're really sad.
he's
I'm
embarrassed.
so sorry, Joshua Button, that you wasted your time on that shit. And I'm sorry to Thinker too.
I think I fell asleep for about 10 minutes, and then I went and ate a honey bun, and then I was over here eating my handy dandy French onion dip. So I was enjoying my break.
God damn thing. You might as well eat it at the same time at this point, right?
No,
I think I think I fell asleep too, but we were reading scriptures. Where did we get to fuck you, bitch? Where did that come
he
from?
got embarrassed. He
Embarrassed
got
his
embarrassed, and
ass.
then he backslid.
Mm.
He was no longer a Mormon anymore. He's no longer from Utah. He's from Crenshaw now.
Where's God's power? What happened to the power now? It's supposed to, come in and swoop and save him.
It's in Naruto.
Nice.
The crazy thing is, he was in the comments talking, saying that me and you were gonna get defeated tonight.
Wait a minute, that guy that just left the panel said
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because somebody in the comments was like, "Thinker and Fee are undefeated," and he commented, "It's like, well, they're gonna be defeated tonight."
Oh
That's
wow.
Just for him to crash out when Joshua Bowen started embarrassing his dumb ass because he can't track a conversation. And he started projecting, he was like, y'all are crashing out. And I was like, nobody's crashing out. And then also got up here and started getting on his ass too. And he was like, oh my god, you guys are fucking idiots. I'm not a Mormon. You guys are dumb. Like, wow. Do you feel accomplished?
He was embarrassed. He needed to talk
That
shit.
was
That I think what they do is they cast off the Mormonism so that they can sin. And then
hmm
when he sins, it's like, well, I wasn't Mormon when I called her a bitch. I wasn't Mormon when I said all of that. Like that's why I say it's like a fucking theater. Like they're performing. Same here, Brian. Yeah. Dang. Every time I ask somebody, they bounce out. Don't be
Everything.
afraid to come on stage. I'm not gonna let multiple people talk to you at one time. It's only one person at a time. So don't be scared. Ivory? Ivory, are you there? Ivory, no Ebony.
It didn't connect the first time.
Hmm.
Same.
I, don't, I gotta like press the button like 5 damn times.
What's up, my good people?
Hey,
You're
how are you?
I'm doing fine. Check my badge.
I can't. I'm pressing the screen and nothing's happening. Um,
Oh my
it's just
God.
yeah.
yeah. TikTok has been acting up all night.
Oh, okay. Well, I was looking. I know I'm official. Hey, can I have the space to ask you a couple questions?
So when like so you okay, so it's not. It doesn't show. Can you comment? Um, in like do me a favor. Comment in the. Okay, there we go. Yeah, go ahead. Why
Yeah, I
is it?
won't be. I
Um,
won't be here. I won't be here long. I promise. Oh, and I do want to say Utah the Crenshaw is insane. Um, Fee, if you don't mind, I've been listening to all of y'all for a while. You have like this great emotional intelligence, this beautiful way of articulating like empathy and like it's just amazing to hear you speak, right? So my question for you, because I've been wondering this for a while and never had the opportunity to like talk to anybody about it that's from the particular denomination you were a part of. When you were a part of it, how did you rationalize or like how did you deal mentally, I guess, with the like the ostrich, like the castrating from the flop type of situations where like yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong about anything I say because I'm not an expert, but I was just wondering how you dealt with like when y'all couldn't talk to people or they were like disfellowshipped or and then also how did you deal with the 144,000 thing that's in the faith? I was just wondering because I only know maybe two or three people personally that were Jehovah Witnesses and I didn't really feel comfortable asking them about it, but I was just wondering if you didn't mind telling me how you dealt with that.
Yeah, and thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. This community means the world to me. I think one thing that sometimes folks don't realize when you grow up in that type of religion is that it's all you know. Like, so yes, I felt left out on Christmas and, having to go to the libraries whenever they had like holiday parties at school and things like that. But I usually went to school with other Jehovah's Witnesses. So we would be in the library while the various holiday parties are happening, specifically in elementary school. The other Jehovah's Witnesses would be in there too. Um, so it was almost like the norm. It's kind of like I think about it like children who, when you look at videos or you see documentaries of children that grow up in absolute abject poverty, they're still smiling. They're still, they're running around. They may not have shoes on. They may not have, reliable clothing or whatever, but they still find a way to be children. And I think that's just the resilience of being a human. So your normal that you're exposed to is your normal. So you don't necessarily have anything to compare it to when you're young. As I got older, I think because with Jehovah's Witnesses, like you go to the meeting 3 days a week. You're knocking on doors on Saturday. You're doing personal Bible study. You are completely inculcated and encompassed in this mindset and this belief system. It's all you can talk about. You see Jehovah in everything. Like my dad was real big about that. I don't care what we were talking about. It could have been the Falcons football team. He was going to bring Jehovah into that conversation some kind of way. So because the indoctrination is so consistent and so strong, it you feel it, but you don't feel it because you think whatever discomfort you feel about it is the devil trying to make you feel uncomfortable about it, so you push against it. So this is any internal war that's going on in the when you're still under the brainwashing. You don't really process it in the way that you do once you're out of it. With respects to being disfellowshipped, I don't know. Like, my sister was disfellowshipped at one point, and I still talk to her. I kind of got into it with my dad before I really, really started deconstructing, because I went home. I moved to Virginia, and I'm from Georgia. And I would go back home, and my sister would be disfellowshipped. And I'm laying on the bed talking to my sister, because that's what we do. We would catch up, and he called me in the room one day. He's like, she's disfellowshipped. And I'm like, I'm not going to drive 8 hours to spend time with my family and ignore my sister. And if God wants me to do that, then that's just mean and that's heartless, because she was already sad about not being able to do anything. And so, there was still the empathetic part of me that pushed back against it, but only to a certain extent, because I still was under the belief system that it was the right way to be and the right way to think and the right way to believe. And I felt like my empathy, crazy enough, I felt like my empathy was an indication of me not being a good person, because kind of like today when they say empathy is a sin, that natural desire to be kind to someone is demonized. So there were things like my childhood best friend was disfellowshipped a couple of times, and I was still, sneak and talk to her. I wasn't doing it publicly, but I definitely, did it on the low, because I felt my heart went out to a person that would be wanting to, be with their family and their friends and not able to. So I think while you're in it, you rationalize it using the logic, if you will, that they give you to use, or utilizing the excuses that they give you to ostracize people. But luckily, I was able to, that's why I always say deconstruction is a process for it takes a lot of strength, mental strength, because you have to push against everything that you've known your entire life to be true in order to tap into what you know is actually right. And I don't know if that answered your question, but a lot of people will just go the whole straight up hardcore. I'm not talking to them. I had plenty of people in my life that did that. I was never personally disfellowshipped. I I also think that it depends on where you grow up, because like I grew up in Atlanta. Like in Atlanta, we had a whole ass group of folks in our early 20s that we had fun. Like we had our parties. We went to the club in groups, of course. We we did things. So when folks would get disfellowshipped out of that group, then we wouldn't talk to them. But it wasn't anybody that was super close to me. If it was somebody that was super close to me, like my family, or like I said, my childhood best friend, I would still sneak and do it, and just kind of pray for it. And then of course decide for myself when God forgave me for doing the shit that these humans told me he didn't want me to do. So it's hard. And that's why the guy that was up earlier, I do think that it would be, and I've talked to Special K about it too. And Swaggy Poet and I talked about it a while back, how it may be beneficial, because a lot of people don't really realize how these different denominations impact and leave an imprint on the people that grow up in them.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Like I said, I listen to you. Even when you giving like extreme pushback, you do it from like this such like a human and emotional like understanding type of like position. And so I was just wondering how you handled it, you know what I'm saying, at that time. But I do understand how you raise or what you indoctrinated into, you think you see it as normal, you understand it because you're in it. And like I said, I just never had a space where I could even ask those questions. So I just thought about it and I was like, I want to ask Fee how she as a person, because I would assume, and you can if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, but I would assume who I see you to be just based on what I receive in the lives is who you have always been. So I guess I just wonder like how did this person who seems to be understanding of most things, even if she disagrees, handle some of the things that I felt to be like just sort of cold in that particular denomination, right?
Yeah, like I have always been who I am. Like I've never been like I don't know. I've never been a hothead. Like my sister will tell you all the time, like she is the fire. She is the fire in our family. She will cuss a motherfucker out in a heartbeat. Like she's gonna go toe to toe for him. But um, I've always had this demeanor, if you will. I do think that part of the reason that I engage with people the way that I engage with them now is because I spent so many years, and it wasn't until I deconstructed that I spent so many years being a way that I wasn't, or moving in a way that didn't feel natural to me. So yeah, I would, when folks would be disfellowshipped, I would cry sometimes for real, even if they weren't close to me, because I knew when they came into the Kingdom Hall, they would have this like contrite like demeanor, and they would sit in the back, and as soon as the prayer was over, they would head right out. And I knew what community meant to people. Like it was our community. So it would break my heart. And I felt sad that I had to follow those rules, but I was doing it because I thought that was the right thing to do. So I think I spent so many years being who other people told me I needed to be, that now I try my very best to always be who I know I am, despite who others aren't. So when they come up here and they say stupid shit, I don't care what you say about me. I don't care how unintelligent you tell me I am because I think. I don't care how low tier you say my intelligence is because I just don't believe, shit from dead people. Like, I don't care about that. And so I try to deal with people in a way that reflects who I am. I don't want to abandon my character. I don't want to abandon, and it's also just not, I don't yell at people. I'm not going to go back and forth like that. That's just not who I am. And I feel like there is a space for it. There's people that need to be cussed the fuck out. That's why I tell Thinker all the time when folks come in here and try to sow division between she and I because of the different ways we engage with people. Absolutely not. It would be like, I talk about the variety and the diversity that everything needs. And this is one of those things. Like I think about all the young ladies like Maddie, who would talk about how she would hear Thinker tell somebody off, and oh my goodness, I have the ability and the power to do that. There's some people who who want to be more controlled in the way they engage with people, and they may get tips from me. Like they may hear people who want to add humor in the way that they attack issues, and they see Oso handle things the way that he does. So I think part I think part of, and so many people in the community that have their various and dynamic and beautiful ways of engaging with these topics, that to me pushes back on this concept of religion across the board, because religion tells you everybody is supposed to be the same way. And there's nothing in my experience, in my years on this planet, that's been true. Like beauty comes in the diversity. It comes in the juxtaposition between two things that may not necessarily be the same, but they complement each other. I mean, think about the color wheel. Like complementary colors are not the same. They complement each other. They don't copy each other. And I think that when we as humans can see that in ourselves, the world will be a better place. And we were talking about this the other day. Like I don't rue my upbringing like I used to. I used to hate it. It used to be a source of shame for me, honestly. I've always felt like the outsider in a way. Thinker talks about it too with not knowing like movie references and things like that she wasn't able to be a part of in the denomination that she grew up in. Well, I felt that way from an intellectual perspective because the Jehovah's Witnesses couldn't go to college. And I felt like, oh, if I don't have a degree, nobody's going to think, I have any level of intelligence or this, that, and the third. But then I had to realize I don't give a shit what anybody thinks. Like, it's not about the perception. It's about like me representing who I am, regardless of how it lands on people. So again, it's that vicarious living your life or actually living your life that, for me, deconstruction brought that authenticity that religion never gave me.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And the one thing I have learned from all the different lives, as you just said, y'all are all different personality wise as far as how y'all attack things. One thing I've noticed that y'all all do really, really well. Because sometimes I'm listening, right? And I hear Thinker giving like this extreme level of pushback or also talking shit. and Bass being maybe more patient than any of us could agree to. But what I have always noticed is that y'all can see the bullshit in the person way before I can. Because I'd be like, man, this guy seems pretty polite. What am I missing? And then it's like, and then they have like a character break similar to what we just saw, right? But that might have been a more like sillier case. But I've seen it several times where the people on stage eventually have a character break and they display the exact behavior that y'all are already predicting or y'all already know is coming. But for some reason on the outside, I can't see it. I'm thinking like, man, this guy sounds like a pleasant person, even if he's wrong. Why are they giving him such a hard time? And then all of a sudden it switches, and I'm like, oh, okay, they knew this shit was coming.
I think it's because, like for me, it's a part of like actually listening to what they say, and it's specific words that they say that lets us know that they're not being forthright, right, and that they're putting on a persona while they're on stage, and their primary focus is winning an argument or, presenting Jesus to be what opposite of what we are saying that he is, and so it's certain words that they will say that lets us know that they're putting on that persona.
Dog whistles and hints.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. Yeah, like I say, I've never seen as far as me, I've never witnessed it where y'all handle it in like a semi-hostile way and was wrong. So that's what I'm saying. Like I know clearly that y'all see something that I don't immediately, I guess, recognize, and then eventually, like I said, they character breaks, and then they either get on some racist shit or like whatever y'all assume it to be that I don't immediately see. It goes into that eventually, and the truth is revealed. And I'm like, okay, so I get why they was going there. Another thing I've noticed is that for some reason the BHI, y'all can immediately identify them based on what they say. I've gotten to the point now where I can too, just by listening.
Yeah, there's one flipping the fuck out in the comments right now. You can't get your information from Google. Where do you get it from? If you can't get it from Google,
Right.
what?
What is he saying?
But
I don't have my glasses. What
Super
is he saying?
expensive book that my big brother got, but I ain't read it yet.
He
I'm gonna
he
step.
said
The
he
Oh,
said
Bible?
y'all running straight to Google instead of God. That's what he said, Fee.
oh. I'm gonna step down. I appreciate the time, Fee. I appreciate the space, maker.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Have a good
Y'all
day.
take care.
Be easy, buddy.
Yes, sir.
But that's it. Well, morning. Fuck.
You good,
Mm.
Maddie?
Huh?
You good?
Yeah, I just said fuck because I told him to have a nice night, and it's
Hmm.
definitely fucking morning. That pissed
Yeah,
me.
the sun is like up and everything, so it's kind
Well,
of
I don't know where you are, but like, you don't have to rub the salt in because the sun isn't all the way up over here. So let's not do that. Who is that, and why is their camera on? Oh my God. Nicker, you not gonna tell
Can
Oso
somebody
to not
block
be an
that for me,
asshole?
please? Uh,
hmm.
Thank you. I am culture. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I can't tell Oso not to be himself. Oso is just naturally an asshole.
That makes me sad.
Yep, he's just a natural asshole.
You are what you eat, baby.
See, this is why.
Yeah, he deserves to get dropped and blocked. Where's Joshua? Where's Joshua when you need him?
Oso is an asshole to Dr. B too.
That's where stolen valor came from.
Uh huh.
I invented it.
Yep. All All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, get your ass on stage. Okay, when I start doing shit like that, that's how you know my ass is sleepy.
You already almost got fired at your job, thinker, when you admitted you had went to sleep during that combo.
Oh, I can't get fired. I'm the boss.
To be fair
I'm
though,
the one who has to hit. I'm the one who have to hit go live.
Work,
that guy sucked.
work.
I would have went to sleep too. I ain't lying.
Lisa Roy.
Oh no, I wasn't trying to come in the box. I'm just listening.
Oh, that's okay. All right, have a good one.
You too.
All right. I am culture. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Man, y'all are not okay.
How have they been tonight?
Mm, it's been back to
Bunch of
back
passions.
neophytes.
Mm.
We had a. Okay, hold on. He was a
Yep.
Ethiopian,
Hmm.
Mesopotamian, Egyptian, West African, Cushite, uh,
Asian.
Choctaw,
Native
Asian, Native
American, yeah,
American. Like he was all of the above.
indigenous.
And yeah,
Did you call him DEI Sean?
no, I did not.
Damn, that would have been hit.
Yeah, and he just Maddie ate his ass up, and he felt some type of way because he got his ass handed to him by an 18-year-old.
He was 39
And, yeah, claims he had a mechanical engineering degree.
from Full Sail University.
Mm.
Then he said that was my art degree, and
From
then I could have
what?
sworn, I could have sworn he had on a digitized tank top on his PFP. I was like, his PFP looked like he painted his tank top on his fucking picture.
Mezzo said putting the DEI in deity. Somebody block him, please.
Everyone's
Putting it
gotta
in
go.
what?
You gotta go.
The DEI in deity.
Oh,
And all those nationalities.
yeah. And then he brought this is the scripture. Like he said that he could prove that the people in the Bible were black. This is the scripture.
He also thought leopards was lepers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been one of those
Wait, he
nights.
thought the cat was the people or the disease?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I think
Even
he
in
thought
sickness.
Moses was he literally typed in not on mute. What what did Moses look like in Egypt that made them think that he was Egyptian? Like saying it out loud, didn't even fucking realize that he was.
Ah! Yo, the thing that really does it for me is that they have no idea how how dumb they are. Like, why would you type that in the Google? Why would you get the result for that? What would it
He was
say?
trying. And then we laughed so fucking hard that he just started defending himself. Like,
Yeah.
cause that shit was funny. Like, what the fuck?
And he was on stage making random ass fart noises and shit. And he doesn't know the difference between the normal definition of theory and then the scientific definition of theory. He was pissing me off. And he also thinks, whatever white people do, it is incredible and you shouldn't trust anything that a white person has done. 'Cause he told Thinker her
All,
DNA test was manipulated.
all
Yeah,
medicine comes from Henrietta Lacks.
yeah. All medicine. There was no medicine before Henrietta Lacks. That's what he said.
No medicine before Henrietta Lacks or no HeLa cells before Henrietta Lacks?
No
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 medicine.
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 No medicine.
No medicine for before Henrietta Lacks. Is what he said.
Oh, wow.
Shut up, Mezzo.
Cause you know God told him that. Proud, arrogant God. Kale, proud, arrogant God. Is that your name?
No, it means strive with God.
It means Yahara.
Yasharel.
Yeah. Yashar El.
Yasharel. Yasharel. It means
Um.
strive with God
Oh,
in
I read
Hebrew.
that as Yahara.
No,
Yashar.
it's in Hebrew. But I was
I'm
having a
sorry.
discussion with these guys in the
Hold on.
comments.
Hold on. Are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
Nah, I'm a child of God. That's what the Bible say. So that's what I'm gonna say. I'm a child of God.
Who
He say
named you
little
that?
children. In the Bible, it say little children. Jesus told even his disciples, little children, I will send a comforter. I will send you a helper. So like he called his disciples little children, and even he said, in order to be in the kingdom of God, you must look at yourself as a child. So I mean, that's what I'm reading. Like so, like I mean, it's in the scripture.
No, Yashar El is in the scripture.
No, no,
No, I'm
no.
asking
That's it.
who named you that. If you're not a Black Hebrew Israelite, who named you Yashar El?
Nobody named me that. When I first got awakened, before he came to heal my heart, the only name I knew was God and Jesus. So I started learning about Hebrew. I wanted to know more about my history and where I come from. So I learned that Hebrew was the first language. So I looked up all the names that people would call him in Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? And so I just looked up a list of names, like pretty much, and I saw that this name means strive with God, and I liked it, so
But
I
where did you
choose it.
get that it means strive with God though? Where did you get that from?
That's the definition of it.
Where did you get the definition from? That's my Who told you that?
I mean, the same way. What's the definition of God? What's the definition of Christ? I mean, what's the definition
Where
of?
did you get the definition from? It's not what's the definition of Christ. Where did you get that Yashar El means to strive with God? That's what I'm asking. Did you get it from Google when you say you started looking up stuff? Did you get it from Google? Are you in like a Hebrew class or a Black Israelite class? Like
Nah,
where
I'm
did you get
not.
it?
I'm not none of that.
And
I'm
are
not
you
in none of that. Nobody gave me that name. I
No,
just
no, no.
like
Where
the
did you get
name. My name
You
is
said
Kelvin.
no. You're saying that you looked it up and
On
you
Google, yes.
saw. Okay, so
So what's your
Google. So
point?
you did. So you did. But you originally. First off, it's wrong. But second off, you originally said that you can't get your information from Google. You have to get it
I
from
didn't come
God.
here to argue with
I'm
nobody.
not arguing
I
with
came
you.
here to
Like,
tell
hold
y'all
on.
that
Hey,
y'all gotta be
hold on.
born.
Hey. This is like not okay, right? You made a statement in the comments that you can't get your information from Google, that you have to get it from your God, from the Bible. And so when I asked, like, where did you get your name from? One, you got your name from Google. Two, it's wrong, right? Three, you didn't get it from the Bible. I'm not. That's not me arguing with you. You're the one that's one to argue right now because I'm bringing up something that you said in the chat.
And I wasn't trying to argue either. I was just going to ask, are you striving with him right now? Because there's a whole lot of noise in the background, and it was hard to hear Thinker talk.
Yes, I am. But I only came to say one thing. So the
That's not how this.
discussion
That's not
was
how
in the
this works.
comments.
Hold on.
So the discussion
Hold
was
on.
in the
Hold
comments.
on. Hey, that's not how this works. When you come up on the panel, right? You pick a topic from the board and you discuss that topic. I don't let people from the chat come up and discuss other people's conversations that we have with them. It just doesn't work that way in here. Do you want to pick a topic?
All right, I got a topic. I got a
No, no, no.
testimony.
There's three. Okay,
I
go
got a
ahead.
testimony. I got a testimony.
Okay,
All right,
hold
and
on.
that's
Keep
all
in
I'm gonna
mind.
say.
Back up
No,
for
no,
your
no.
microphone.
Yashar, um, this is a conversation. This is not just testimony service. Like the purpose of you telling your testimony, I want you to read that topic, right, and make sure that this is something that you want to participate in. Okay, I am an atheist. Okay, the purpose of you telling your testimony is like if your testimony can convince me of your God's divine power. So that means that when you tell your testimony, I'm most likely going to ask questions. Other people on the panel are most likely going to ask questions for things that don't quite sound supernatural or divine power. If you're not comfortable with that, um, you don't have to do that, right? Like, so I just want you to keep in mind the topic that you chose, because this is
All
not
right,
where you
I'm
can
comfortable.
drop a
I'm comfortable.
testimony and then leave.
All right, we good. No, we good. We good. Trust me.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, all right. So, 4 months ago, I was baptized at 7 years old. I'm 27 now, so I was baptized at 7, and again at 15 years old. So all my life, I thought I was told like once I was baptized, I was saved, and I can go to heaven that way. So all my life, I was just hoping like whenever the day I die, I just hope to go to heaven. So 4 months. I'm 27 years old now. So 4 months ago, I ran into a woman that I didn't lust over, and it was the first time I met someone that I didn't lust over. Like I think every other woman I met before that, I've always sexualized her, thought about like laying down with her. It's the only woman that I truly had respect for and didn't think about like doing none of that with her. I was like pure. I was genuine. So like I met her and she told me like pretty much sold me a dream, and she was just so sweet and nice, and like I just loved everything about her. And so like I kind of came on like after we met, I came at her like real strong. So she pulled away from me and was telling me that I was coming on too strong, and I didn't understand because the energy she gave me, I just felt like that was it. Like I felt like I found love. So like 4 days later, maybe she texted me and was like, I was texting her. She said, like, can you stop texting me? We only met once. So like that crushed my spirit, and then that broke me real bad. Like I've been shot in the lungs at 21, and I didn't even cry to the sky when that happened. Like I've been through a lot of stuff, and I never cried this bad. Like even when my mom passed when I was a teenager, I didn't even cry this bad. So like I was crushed when she told me that. So like I was walking and I couldn't eat, I couldn't do nothing, I couldn't think about nothing but this girl, and why she like why she doing this? So like I looked to the cross and the bell, and I was like, I looked to the sky, I was like, God, like I don't know what else to do. I was like, if I can't have love, like I don't want to be here, I don't want nothing. So then I went home I went home and I cried myself to sleep, and I tried to reach out to some of my family members. Like they didn't care. Nobody cared. My baby, like nobody cared. So like I cried myself to sleep, and I know I woke up. I woke up and I didn't feel nothing. I didn't drink nothing. I didn't smoke nothing. Like I was just like hurt. Like I couldn't do nothing. I was just hurt so bad. And I woke up and I didn't feel nothing. And I was like, man, that ain't nobody but God. That was nobody but God. Like I was like there's no way. I was like, only God could do that. Like I felt like magic. Like it was like magic. Like I never like I was hurt so bad, and I wasn't like I was so hurt, and it felt like it was magic. Like I don't like I broke up
I,
brand new,
so
brand new, and
I
that's
understand
when
that type of pain. I do. I understand that type of pain where you feel like, um, your heart is broken so bad and you don't want to live no more. I've been there before. I've had to like breathe myself to sleep, and wake up and you know it's another day. Um, I'm glad that you were able to find peace and wake up and move on with your life after meeting somebody and being rejected. But that to me isn't necessarily like divine power. Like
I mean I
people get
prayed to
over
him
broken.
though. I prayed to him.
I'm sorry. Let me finish. People get over broken hearts all the time, and I get it. Um, it like what exactly are you saying the God did? Like you
Yeah,
went to sleep.
he made. I woke
Hold on,
up.
hold
I
on.
woke
Let
up
me finish.
feeling nothing.
You hold on. What is it that you are saying the God did? Like you went to sleep with a broken heart and you woke up with a new day, right?
No, not a new
Um,
day. I woke up feeling nothing. After hurting like every day consistently, I woke up feeling nothing, brand new, like nothing at all, like nothing. Like it's like nothing never happened. That
Do
never
you
happened to
think
me before.
you just got all the negative emotions out while you were upset for that long? That's you could have just got all your negative emotions and just been done with.
I mean,
No, no, that was
even
Jesus.
praying,
That was
e-
Christ. That was the
even
Messiah.
well, I don't hear what the God did. Like even praying, when you're praying and you're crying out, right? Like that
All
is
right,
release.
so
Let me finish. Let me finish, and then you
hold
can
on.
respond. Let me finish, and then you can respond. That's how conversations work. You and I both cannot talk at the same time. Okay?
You're right, man.
Thank you. When you're crying out, right, and like even in like an argument or if you're in a relationship or prayer or whatever, you're releasing stress, you're releasing pain, right? Like you're getting it out. And even when praying to this God and telling this God how broken heart you feel, right? That's releasing the the pressure, the stress, the words that you want to say, right? You feel like somebody hears you, even though you're just like nobody talks back, right? Like you're talking to yourself really. And then you go to sleep and you feel better because you got it out, even though you spoke the words out to yourself. Well, now you can attribute that to a God. That's all well and good. I don't necessarily hear you saying a God did a thing. I hear you saying
All right,
you
so
spoke some
I didn't
words.
finish.
I
I
will
didn't
let you
finish.
know. I will let you know when I'm done. Let me let me tell you what I hear, and then you know what to address. Okay. What I hear you saying is that you spoke some words, and then you went to sleep, and then you woke up, and the pain was gone. Right, like you were after you slept, you woke up the next day, and you could go on without feeling that heaviness of being rejected. That's what I hear you saying.
In 4 days, do you hear me? I cried more than I cried when my mama died, when I got shot in the lungs. 4 days. Don't nobody get over a heartbreak that fast. Don't
Yeah,
nobody
they
get over no
do.
heart. I don't care what you
I
say.
mean, you
Yeah, they
didn't know
do.
her for that long, so like it probably wouldn't have been hard. So I feel like you're not fully over it. Like when you were explaining the story, your voice was kind of still shaking. I still feel like you're feeling some of those emotions. So I would argue that you're not even fully over it. And like again, you didn't know her for that long, so there's not really like a
I,
person to mourn, if
I
that
think
That's
what
makes
not
he's
the
sense.
point.
feeling.
That's not the point.
I think what he's feeling is that he actually thinks that there was some spiritual
Yeah,
healing
cause
that
who else
happened.
did it? Like I no longer like lust no
Sleep.
more. I no
You
longer
when
lust no
you
more. Like I don't have the urge to do the things I used to do. Like I used to be a person that was just like in the streets, didn't know nothing, didn't know where I was going. Now I praise the Lord every day, and it feels good. When I read the
when
Bible, I cry.
yeah
Like
when you
when I
said
feel His presence, I
okay
Hold on,
feel
Chuck.
Him in me.
okay okay
You
hold
might
on.
have low T.
When you said that you didn't lust over her, but yet you came on strong and only knew her for one day, so strong that she told you not to text her no more. Like you thought you didn't lust then, but like for you to meet her like in one day, and then you're just so heartbroken that you want to lose your life, you did lust after her. I don't know that you understand what lusting is.
That's called idolatry, putting somebody over God. That's called
No,
idolatry.
no, it's not. That's not lusting. It's not.
What is idolatry then?
Idolatry is worshiping other gods. Lusting, though,
Idolatry.
lusting is something different than idolatry. Like, how do we go from lusting to idolatry?
Because I told you I didn't think about having sex with her at all.
What does that
To
have to
me,
do with
that's
idolatry?
is that not lust? When you think about
But
having
what does that
sex
have
with
to do with
somebody,
idolatry, though?
it's putting somebody above God. Put anything above God. That's
What does
idolatry.
sex have to do with idolatry? I'm confused.
And sex over God is idolatry.
What
You
does
put
that have to
anything
do?
over Him,
That's
it's
still two
idolatry.
different. That is still two different things. You saying that
What
you
you
didn't put
said.
sex. What you? That's not the same thing. You saying that you didn't put sex above your God versus you not wanting to have sex. Period. Or lusting, seeing somebody. And wanting to be with that person are not the same thing. You definitely lusted after
Yeah,
this woman.
coming from a person that was addicted to
Hello. Can
porn.
you stop
Yeah.
talking while I'm talking? you you meeting this woman after one time and then coming on to her so strong that she had to tell you to stop texting her, you definitely was lusting after her. You thought it was love at first sight. You definitely lusted after her. You might not have had sex with
So
her,
what's the definition of lust?
but a strong desire. You desired her. The
So
definition of
what's the
lusting is a
definition of
strong desire.
idolatry? What's the definition
I
of
already
idolatry?
gave you the definition of that. Maybe if you would use Google and not your God, you would understand that idolatry is worshiping the worship of other deities. Lust is a strong sexual desire.
Sexual desire, exactly. And I said I did
It
not
doesn't
think.
have to be sexual. You can lust after somebody's property. It does not have to be sexual.
And that's called covet.
That is
That's
lust.
not covet. That is not what covet
That
is.
is coveting, and that's
Covet your
Oh
lust.
wait,
That's
neighbor's
the
never mind.
same thing.
It's the exact same thing.
It's the same thing.
My point is, I didn't. My heart was pure and genuine. My heart was
It's
pure and
still
genuine.
lust.
You feel me? So
It's
the
still
thing
lust.
is,
You still lusted after her. You saying that you didn't lust after her is not true. You did. I think you just don't
the,
know what
the
the
thing is,
definition
my
of.
my sins
Why
were
are you
forgiven
talking while I'm talking?
because you're trying to explain
No,
something
no.
that you
Hey, and
wasn't.
you can respond when I get done. Like you don't know what words mean. You you literally came on strong, so strong that you were ready to lose your life off a woman that you met one time. You
It's
did lust
called
after
love.
her, and
It's
I think
called
that you don't.
love.
I think that you don't. The fact that you think you were in love with somebody that you met one time, who it was unrequited love, and you were ready to take your life, right? But it's me. It's you saying that you did not lust after her, and you did. And so when you say right now that you don't lust, I don't think that you know what that means. So one, I definitely cannot take your testimony as fact because you don't know what the words mean. You don't know what lust mean. You think lust is worshiping other gods. Go ahead, Feet.
I mean, and I also think, like, look up attachment styles. Some of them are very unhealthy. Like it's wild to me how believers do not educate themselves on just what it is to be human, neurology, like sociology, how we engage with each other, how our upbringing impacts the bonds that we create, the type of bonds that we create. And then when we move through those spaces with basically blindfolds on, and then something happens that may, we take a nap and feel better, then we see God in that. Well, you to Thinker's point, you didn't know this woman. So even if you had reached a moment or point of maturity where you see, oh, maybe something she said hit me in a different way, and it wasn't about what she looked like, and you like dove head first into that, that is not idolatry. That is a
And
form
it's
of
not
lust.
lust, and it's not lust either, because I
Can
fell
you
in love
stop,
with what.
Kelvin? Kelvin, can you stop? Right? Like we want to hear you out, but you have to understand that you can't respond to what we're saying if we haven't finished saying it. That's just rude. And please stop doing that. You've done that to Thinker repeatedly, unnecessarily. It is lust. Look up what can be lusted after. It may not be lust in the way that you were accustomed to experiencing it, but it is. And the problem is you're so quick to see the finger of God, but only in the things that work out in the way that you wanted them to work out. If you woke up from that nap and that woman was still on your mind and you were still thinking about her, you wouldn't see the finger of God there. If you woke up and you decided only going to text her once a week, or whatever you were feeling, and it wasn't something that you wanted to feel, you wouldn't see the finger of God there. You put God's fingerprint on the things that work out for you. That's not power. That's control. That's you determining what is God and what God has done. But I do think that you would do well to investigate attachment styles. Read that information through the lens of how you were brought up. If you've had hurt in your life, which all of us have, it creates a certain type of attachment style. It's mappable. It is investigatable. It is even predictable. But most people don't go through the work of looking into that information because it's so much easier to toss that God blanket over it. Oh, something worked out. I stopped doing some shit I've done my entire adolescent life. As I got older, yep, God is real. That's not an indication of God. Could be an indication of growth. It could be an indication of pain. It could be an indication of detachment. It could be an indication of a lot of psychological phenomena, but you don't know that because now you just say, yep, it's God.
Now you can respond.
All right. John 12:25. The one who loves his life will lose it, and the one who hates his life in this world will keep it for eternal life. The fact that I cried to him and I was hating my life at that moment, and I didn't want anything to do with the world, but I wasn't ready to die yet. And he healed me overnight after I seek prayer. You know what I'm saying? So I realized I've been born again. I've been born again, and he gave me his spirit. Kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven by his will being done. And he said, let no man deceive you, mean no man or a woman. So we all have free will. So y'all can believe what y'all believe. I believe what I believe.
The
Hallelujah.
proof of God is that you wanted a girlfriend and she just was not that into you is insane to me. The testimony that you came up here to provide being that this one time I met a girl that I actually liked, and turns out she didn't like me, and I was upset, and God made me so that I don't feel the
See, that's
emotions
the
about
thing.
that
That's the thing.
anymore.
I was never upset
Dude,
with her. I,
your emotions getting in the way. Shut up.
y'all can go to hell.
Your
That's on
emotions
y'all.
getting in the way. Shut up. Listen,
That's
no
on
one
y'all.
cares, dude. Because you feel like you've treated a woman good your entire life and you felt like you deserved her for that. No one gives a fuck. She didn't like you, dude.
And I'm okay
I'm
with
glad
that.
that you're over it because you should have, dude. That's weird. You were obsessing over the first person that you felt like you actually liked. Okay. This is not a
Mm.
testimony, man. This is a story
So
about how your life got
the
flipped from
testimony,
upside down, head ass.
I know you.
You know what's funny? So,
The test.
hey, you guys. Good morning.
So
Hear
Good
my
real.
heart.
afternoon. You,
Y'all don't want to hear the.
you know what I was hearing like throughout this whole thing is just somebody that has never, really dealt with rejection on a level
Mm.
where, the one thing that he wants just is not the one person that he wants is not giving him the same attention. It sounds like a motherfucker that just been going through life thinking, if I talk to a girl, she's supposed to reciprocate my feeling, and
Mm.
probably not even putting any depth into it, up until he now finds the girl that's like, I'm not fronting you. I don't like you. I don't like the way you look. I don't like the way you talk. I don't want to do nothing, none of that. Right. And now you're crying for 4 days off of a girl that gave you no reciprocation whatsoever.
Yeah, that's what
She
y'all don't
But
understand.
hold on.
That's
But the
so.
thing is,
See,
stop, stop, stop,
y'all
stop,
ain't
stop,
listening to
stop.
me.
Will you stop? The
She
thing
told
is
me
that will
she
you
liked me.
stop? Will you
And no,
stop? Will you fucking stop?
I'm not hearing.
God
Your
damn.
emotions in the way.
Me.
The thing is that like what I want to focus on is the thing that he is saying that God did. I think it's crazy as hell, right? That he fell in love with somebody so quick, but that's not the miracle. The the
Yeah,
the
no.
the, the thing that he's saying, right, is that he went to bed with a broken heart, regardless of how he got that broken heart. He's claiming he went to bed with a broken heart and he woke up healed by the God, and like for him to say that he's never felt this before, not even when his mother died. How, like you're making a claim that a God did a thing, yet I don't hear the thing that the God is doing. And then, like, how do you know how long it takes a person to get over a broken heart if you're claiming you've never felt that before? It, like you don't know if it's easy to get over a broken heart, like to feel it one night and then to wake up. You're attributing you waking up the next day able to just go on about your day to you saying words to this God. And like I said, when you cry, it it's a release. That's what the fuck it's supposed to do. That's why crying and yelling is good. It releases stress, right? And so like I don't hear a thing that a God did. I hear you
Yeah,
attributing
you
it to
won't
a
be able
God.
to
The
understand.
But that's literally my point, thinker, is like the part of, like, the getting over part is why I'm going through how he got there in the first place, because you have no actual connection to this woman. She has not reciprocated anything for you to say, "Oh, I've lost her." This is
Hmm.
all, you get what I'm
But
saying? This is,
but a person can still be brokenhearted.
but
It have
definitely
it
you
does.
can. But
Yeah,
for you to
yeah.
wake up, for you to cry at 4 hours and wake up, that makes sense. You literally had no connection to this woman. That makes sense for you to cry after 4 hours and wake
Oh,
up
he said
feeling
4 days.
better.
He said
Yes.
4 days.
I mean, 4 days. Like,
Yeah.
you cry for 4 days off of a woman you literally had
But
no
there are
life
people who are crazy
experiences
like
with. It
that.
makes sense.
But
That's
no,
fine.
like there are people who are like that. Like that people who have parasocial relationships, or
Y'all
they
not
think that.
lovers.
Will
Y'all
you
manipulative
stop? Will
women.
you
Y'all
stop?
y'all evil
Will you
women.
fucking stop? God damn! I'm literally trying to understand you. I know what it's like to have a broken heart. So I'm not negating. I'm not negating your heart being broken, right? Like your heart was broken. Okay, cool. I don't care how it got there. What I'm saying is you are saying that a God did a thing. I don't hear that a God did a thing. Is what I'm saying. I hear you cried. I hear time. I hear you said words and released stress. I don't hear a God doing anything. And what your testimony is supposed to do is convince me of your God's power. I don't hear a God's power anywhere in that. And if you're going to tell me that I cannot hear it because my ears are deaf, or my spiritual eyes, then that means that my mind is more powerful than your God's power. Because if he actually did a thing, I should be able to hear it regardless.
All right, so you don't believe you can receive God's spirit on earth.
I've not seen a God. I've not seen a God spirit. Like, and then if a God spirit exists, I should not have to believe it exists. That doesn't make sense. Divine, I don't know what the fuck you doing in my request. Like, you are just fucking weird. Now, if you wanna talk about somebody who do some weird shit, that's weird. That's weird. Like
I mean,
this
I
stalker
look,
shit, right? Like
look. I
if
was a
if
bad
if a
person.
girl if a woman says no, if a woman says I don't want to talk to you, if she says like stay away from me, don't text me, don't come into my request box, then you should respect that, and you
No, she
shouldn't
never said
you
any
you
of that though.
shouldn't you shouldn't you
She,
literally told us she did. You literally told us that she said, "Do not text me anymore." Right?
yeah, yeah, and
Like
then
it,
at that point, she
hold
broke my
on.
spirit after four
That
days.
that shouldn't break your spirit, right? It shouldn't break your spirit, but it did,
But
right?
it did.
Hold on, I'm talking right now. If a woman says no, if a woman says stay away from me, then just fucking stay away from her, right? Like the fact that y'all think that y'all can keep doing whatever the fuck you want to do, making whatever advances because you think her no means yes, or you think it means something else. Like, you put yourself in that situation to have whatever parasocial relationship you think you had with her. But I don't see right.
Well,
It's
she
a
well she
ego. It's
told
an
me.
ego thing. But like, I don't see a God doing anything in this at all.
Kel, I also think
If you
it's
don't
weird
believe
how
he
you
healed broken,
call.
if you don't believe he healed broken hearts, then that's on you.
I think it's weird how you called Rhea and Thinker evil women because they
Yeah, cause I
were
told y'all this
calling you
woman sit
out.
here and lie. She lied to me. Y'all,
But that's not evil though. If you were coming onto her
the devil.
strong, I hate to tell you this, but you probably freaked her the fuck out. Like, I don't that they're not evil for understanding that you probably freaked her the fuck out if you were coming onto her super strong. And you said that
I didn't say.
yourself. You probably freaked her the fuck out. And they're not evil for pointing that out at all.
I didn't say she was.
Who
I said
meets
y'all.
no, and that's what you're not listening. I just said that Thinker and Rhea aren't evil for pointing that out. Because if my boyfriend now, when I first met him, would
Y'all
have
living.
came on to me that fucking strong, he would have freaked me out too. Like,
Y'all having sex
um,
without marriage, going straight to hell together.
Hey, Kel,
what the fuck are you
question.
talking about? Like, Shut the fuck up. You were clearly having sex without marriage too. That's why you got a fucking kid, idiot.
Right, motherfucker. Like y'all trip me out thinking that because all of a sudden, you give your life to this imaginary ass deity, you some brand new person. Like you got your dick is brand new and you all of a sudden a virgin again. Like y'all trip me out with that shit.
Honestly, if how he was acting up here is how he was acting with her 10 times worse, he would freak me out. He would freak me the fuck out too. Like when I the first 4 days beating my boyfriend,
I just
I
think
took
it's
him coming
interesting.
on way too strong. Like you don't even know who that woman is, and she doesn't even know who you are. To be coming on to her strong, like that's weird. I would have blocked his ass too. Like that's weird as fuck.
I just think
I
it's
think he
interesting
has
that
low self
he's.
esteem. I honestly I think he has low self esteem. He's probably been rejected his whole life. He
I
probably
doubt
thought that
it,
he
Quentin.
finally yeah, which is why like I try to understand right. Like I told y'all like I know now I've never done no shit like that, but I know what it feels like to be so fucking brokenhearted when you think that you know somebody tells you that they love you. In this case, she didn't, but somebody tells you that they love you and they turn out to be the opposite, right? And the pain when you're trying to sleep, it disturbs your sleep. It fucking hurts. So I understand that. So I try to be understanding in that sense of not negating his heartbreak, but and focusing on the reason that he was telling the story was to convince that a God did a thing. And his claim was that the God healed his broken heart. So I wanted the conversation to stay on that and not going to him falling in love with a woman that he only met in one day, which I understand is crazy as hell, but that it's not the topic. Does that make sense? That was taken away from the purpose of him telling the story.
I think
Yeah.
like the even like for the way I was coming about it is like even when Fee is trying to explain to him like, hey, this is what human beings go through, right? We're not seeing a God in this equation. Me, I was trying to explain to him like at this point you low key had a relationship with yourself. You quite literally had fantasized what that relationship was gonna look like with this one. For a grown man to be crying for 4 days, right? That is you internalizing whatever kind of relationship you thought you had with this woman. So for you to cry for 4 days, right? Like you said, purge it out, go through that whole process. Think about it. You've quite literally gone through the process of grief. You've quite literally grieved whatever the hell you thought you were gonna have again with this woman, right? With this woman that you technically didn't have a connection with. So if you were to go to sleep and wake up, there's no God there. Like this is you processing what the hell you like. On the other hand, I think he's probably a creep. And I don't think it's low self-esteem at all because like again, for a man to cry after like for 4 days, that sound like he would have probably taken that emotion in a whole like there are people that take that emotion to a whole nother fucking level. For you to cry for 4 days, you must have felt like you lost something. You must have felt like something was taken away from you while this woman is saying, hey, I don't want to talk to you no more, right? So there's no internalization of, oh, what kind of person am I, who, what did I do here? You just went straight up to, oh, God has healed me from this horrible situation that I was in. Like there's no internalizing or internal look to self. So I
Well,
don't
he was
think it's
saying
a
that
it's
nobody in his family
self-esteem at
cared.
all.
He was saying that nobody in his family cared that he was hurting. Right. So like
Because you lost the
it
4 days.
wasn't just about, you know, that. Although that was the bulk of it, he was saying nobody around him saw that he was hurting or cared that he was hurting, right? And so like just listening to the whole thing and like I do think that he has low self-esteem. Like I think that a lot of these men that treat women like shit are very insecure as men with low self esteem who are just confidently ignorant as fuck. That's what I think. They don't they're not happy with where they are in life, in society. Some of them don't think that they look they're not really too happy with the way that they look. They're comparing themselves to other men. Like I really do think they suffer from low self esteem. They just put on up front, and they mistreat people in their life. But I didn't want to focus on that. Like, I wanted to focus on the claim that a God did a thing, because like for the last couple of days I've been trying to have conversations about this God's divine power. And I'm not going to be letting believers tell me testimonies for that long. Like, most of the testimonies that they've been telling have just been fucking ridiculous at this point. I don't know. I don't even know how long I can take it. But yeah.
But because to your point, thinker, like if I told people, yeah, I went through this terrible breakup and thinker really helped me through it, then I would have to say what you did. Yep, I called her, she called me every day, she checked on me, she sent me this book about, getting through heartbreak or whatever. I would have to give some verbs associated with your name to show what you actually did. But in most of these testimonies, what they're attributing to God is things that happened in their own mind, or some introspection on a surface level that they had and made a decision to look at something different or do something different. Or they're going to point to another human being that did anything, but that doesn't speak to the power of a God. And I think that's what your question actually is. What can this God do?
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
And
if you're telling me that my mind is blind and therefore I can't see the God's power, then for me my mind is more powerful than your God, and I don't need him. If my mental ears can't hear this God's voice because this God done told you something, and you think that the God is telling you to tell me, and I don't hear what you are saying that the God is telling you to tell me, then my mental ears are more powerful than your God's power, and I don't need them. Like
And
it.
I was hoping, like with these testimonies, right? I'm hoping to hear, for example, something like him, right? I would expect, even, let's say, let's not even get to the heartbreak. At least get some kind of like proactive, proactiveness, I guess, or proactivity from the God, right? When the God saw you, watched you go through all of the emotions to start to want this woman in your life, why wouldn't the God stop and be like, hey man, there's heartbreak in front of this. She really not feeling you like that. Like, like those types of miracles, I would say, okay, like the God is working on you on a daily basis. He's protecting you, he's watching what's going on, and he's like, right in front of you to be like, hey man, this one don't like you, man. She's not gonna like what you got going on. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
At least,
Uh.
at least that way you can curb crying for 4 days. I'd rather a God that was able to prevent that from me than one that was supposed to watch me cry for 4 days before healing me. At least heal me on night one.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask him if he was actually healed, because I don't know that he's as over it as he think he is.
Yeah,
I
I don't
think
think
I
so.
think he thinks
Like,
that he did experience power. Like, he really is convinced that that happened to him overnight, and like he thinks that his testimony, he thinks that he was telling us something that supernaturally happened.
yeah,
That's
but was it like temporary?
but that's why
No,
I
like
was
he's
going.
saying that like he's changed his outlook on life. So now he's no longer Kelvin. He's Kel Yasharel. Like, he's a completely different. It's Saul Paul. He done turned into somebody else, right? Because
So
he
the
believes that
purpose
he's
was a sign.
experienced
But
because he believed that hold on, y'all, because he believed that he experienced this thing, right? He thinks that God did this supernatural thing. Now he has to change his life. He's a different person now. He does all of this research, right? Now he is uh a child of God. Now he has to, tell people that he's, experienced Jesus. He knows now, he don't need Google. Now he's getting it straight from God, and now he's no longer Kelvin. He's Kel Yasharel. Like, he really believes that this thing happened.
and that's why I was going back to where this whole thing is coming from in the first place, because, and that's why I was like, I don't necessarily think it's like oh, he, like like you said, right? It's self-esteem issues covered in confidence, right? And that's why I was saying I don't necessarily think he's used to somebody saying no, I don't want to talk to you. He's more than likely always been in that position to, just whatever, you getting whatever. The girls are talking to you probably for their safety. They've always like, just paid attention to what, maybe gave you an audience just because you're talking to them. And now to feel this kind of rejection and cry for 4 days, he's never felt that before. He doesn't know what rejection like that feels like. That's why this would feel so supernatural and so divine. Like this would be such a different perspective completely for someone to say, I don't want you. I think that's where the strong belief would be coming from. He doesn't know what that's like for somebody to say, I don't want to be with you. And that makes sense for his family to be like, you probably just fucking around. This is probably one of the other girls that, you know what I'm saying? Like, they probably won't take that seriously. You met this girl 4 months ago, and now you're telling us you in love with her, your heart is broken. Man, we know you. You get what I'm saying? So to the point where his family members are now like, to the point where he's now like, oh, I had this amazing transformation because I had this feeling. This is a feeling that some of us have gone through multiple times. He just doesn't know what that feels like. For them to wake up and not have that feeling anymore, it feels supernatural.
Yeah, I just don't think that, like, one, it's speculative, right? And then it's not important to the claim that he was making, right? It's more of a judgment of him. And like I didn't want to focus on that because that, to me, that doesn't have anything to do with the testimony. With what the God, what he's claiming the God did. Whether however he got to this broken heart, he's claiming he had a broken heart and he's claiming a God did it. That's what I'm saying. Like all of that other stuff is speculative.
No, I am tying it back, thinker. That's what I'm saying. I'm
No, I know you're
literally
tying
tying
it.
it back to that to say,
I
like,
I
there's
don't see
no
what it has
God
to do with the
here. It's
God.
just you. Yeah.
No, I no, I get that, but I'm saying, like, saying why he felt brokenhearted. I don't necessarily see what that has to do with the claim that he's saying a God did a thing. That's what I'm saying. I didn't want to focus on that because it just takes away from the topic. Like it turns the conversation into him being an asshole of a man, and that wasn't the conversation. That's what I'm saying. Although I agree that he's most likely, and was in a parasocial relationship. I just don't think it was important to the topic. Um, how do you say your name? Uh, Jaren, Jerenico.
J Renee.
Okay.
Yeah.
His name just means it's for it's Yeshua is um upright, um like righteousness, Yashar, righteousness. So I think he's thinking, he thinks his name, if he had done it Yeshara, then that would have been contending with God, like Yisrael. But he did Yashara, so just upright righteousness. Um, yeah, it doesn't mean strive with God though. No, I don't want crash outs. I actually am not looking for crash outs. M Lackey.
I'm sorry, I came up on accident.
Okay, no worries. Have a good day. That's why we can't have that's why we got so many people in here and not having conversations because y'all looking for crash outs. Y'all know how much stress that is. These damn crash outs. I do not want. No, not looking for that. Dank, are you in the box on purpose? Lisa Roy, are you in the box on purpose again? Theo, you were just here. You're in the box again. What you in the box again for, Theo? I'm trying to see what Theo, you're back already. What you back in the box for? You came about ink. What is ink? Okay, dank. Okay, I'm just gonna clean it out. Um, all right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. We've had a lot of conversations tonight about religion being toxic to society. We haven't had any conversation. Anybody pick consent should be asked before evangelizing. Um, I would like to, discuss that, and then again, the testimony that's not going to always be there. Usually, I don't see a point in hearing testimonies because they're usually very anecdotal. I'm trying to hear your feedback, and this is the way you talk. Like most of you don't read your book, you don't read your Bible, and you go by your experiences and your testimonies. So I am allowing you to share your testimony uh, with the goal of you, I guess, helping me see your God's divine power. Power, like, shouldn't be denied. My mind should not be able to deny the power if it's there. So, like, if you have a testimony, don't come up here and tell me that I can't understand your testimony because my eyes are blind. That means you don't have it. Like, you don't have it. So, yeah, if you have a testimony that you think is that qualifies for your God's divine power, you can come up, and then also consent should be asked before evangelizing. Like, I wish your wife knew how much you were on my dick. I do. I wish she knew that your motherfucking ass go to bed thinking about me and you wake up thinking about me. You are a weird little motherfucker. You are a weird little motherfucker.
Girl, only knew. But he won't. Why he's so bothered by you? Like that's the piece that when Rhea was talking about earlier, like the skill set of introspection that so many people don't have. Bash was talking about yesterday. Like the thing that makes us human is our ability to engage in metacognition, to think about how we think, to look at the decisions that we make and the things that we do, and to question ourselves, why would I do that? Like, if he won't ask himself why he continues to come to your space to harass you, somebody who you don't think about him outside of these lives, that's what makes this so damaging. And they think this shit is normal. And also it's a representation of their faith, what they think their God is telling them to do. It's weird.
Which is exactly why I want to talk about consent should be asked before evangelizing. Like, I don't even fucking know you like that. Like, you just weird as fuck. Hey Hank, how are you?
Hey, how everybody doing today?
Doing good.
Uh, I want to talk about consent should be asked. Come on, Bob. Consent should be asked before evangelizing. Uh, there was a situation where we had an evangelist in our town. Please excuse me, I gotta get this dog in here. And in my hometown, they had a revival going on, and my mom and her missionary friends were so excited about making time to go and see this evangelist. And when I say consent, I didn't give my mom consent to go see this so-called prophet. And there was a story circulating that a young man went to the revival, and he walked into the aisle, walked up to the front of the church, grabbed the microphone, and started acting like he was preaching and undressing his clothes at the time. And the story started circulating around town. And what my mom and her friends didn't know, that I was still in my thug thizzle life at that time. And I probably was about 6 houses from the church. And the prophet man used to come and visit me. And the young man who went in front of the church and took his clothes off and snatched the mic, he was thug thizzling at the same time as well. So he and this evangelist or prophet had a rapport with one another as well. Well, it was induced characteristics, trying to say it easily. And my mom and them kept saying, we got to go see him. We got to go see him. I was like, Mama, you ain't going nowhere. You better not set foot up there to go see that man. Why, Martina? What you talking about? I said, Mama, I know that this man ain't a man of God. He down here coming and visit me. So even though the man had name was circulating in the community as a great evangelist or prophet, I knew what he was doing, but I did not want to give my mom and her missionary friends consent to go up there, because I looked at it as if
I,
yes.
I think you might be misunderstanding this. I'm a little confused on why you would be giving your mother and her missionary friends consent to go see somebody preach. But that, when I say consent should be asked before evangelizing, I'm saying an evangelist that wants to come in, or somebody who wants to witness to me or testify to me, or push Jesus on me, they should ask my permission if I'm open to it. Like, what do you mean give your
Okay.
mother consent?
I didn't give them consent to
I'm
go
I'm saying, what, like, why would you have the right to give your mother consent to go?
because I knew that this man wasn't the man that my mom them thought he was to be. And with my mom being so spiritual at that time, I figured I had to step in and protect her and her friends from going up there and him even attempting to lay hands or giving a false vision to him, because I knew that he was induced by other chemicals. So that's
Yeah, I think that's something different.
yeah,
Yeah, I think
Are
that's
you
something. That's not
condoning?
what that.
but that's the closest example I can give to consent, and I was
Mm.
just trying to give others an opportunity to chime in on that discussion.
Was she
But I
trying to
do
take you with her?
no,
Oh,
no,
okay. Well then, sure. You might
no.
not. It's your
But I didn't
consent
want
not
her
to
to go.
go. That would be you consenting to say to say to not consent to say you're not going there. I thought you were saying she's trying to take you with her and you don't consent to that. But you can't necessarily give somebody else consent or.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
think.
definitely restricted it
Yeah, I
because
think a different. I think there's a conflation of consent and permission. Consent is given by the person affected, and permission is granted by someone in control, right? So it seems like you were saying that you're trying to protect your mom from a situation that you knew, wasn't as up and up as maybe she assumed it was. But consent is a personal thing. Like no one can give me consent. It's me giving it to someone else, like to pray for me. Like people will come up and say, "Hey, I'm going to pray for you." It happened often with my son earlier this year, where he was in a motorcycle accident, and people were, well, instead of asking, "Do you mind if I pray for you?" or "Can I pray for you?" they would just go into the prayer, as opposed to granting or getting my consent to do something for me, because I'm the person being affected by their actions. So I think what you're referring to is permission, not necessarily consent.
I definitely agree. But that was the closest I could get to try to help that conversation be going on. And I kind of thought it was funny, but I guess it would be more hysterical if I could actually say the words that I shouldn't say on Facebook. I mean, on TikTok. But yeah, I thank you for allowing me to come up, and I hope
Like,
it
I
helped.
get what you're saying. You're saying that he was coming and copping from you.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. No, I
And they
get
had a
it.
strong desire to go and see him. And I just felt like I had to step in and not give her consent, even though she was my mother and my elder. Uh, I wasn't gonna stand for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
so
think what you mean is
what consent
you
is?
didn't give her permission, right, to go, or you advised her that, hey, this is going on. Like, I don't want you going down there because this guy's not safe, and he's not,
Because what
who he
words
say
could have
he.
been coming out of his mouth that would have been true?
No, I'm saying, like, instead of using the word consent, I think what you really mean, as Fee was saying, is that you didn't give your mother permission. Consent and permission are two different things, right? Like, consent would be your mom consenting to him praying for her. Permission is, hey, mama, you can't go. Like, oh, your mom is the only one that can give consent for something to happen to her. You can't give consent for your mom. Like, your mom can't give consent for you. That's like, as Fee was saying, that's a personal thing. Consent is you understanding, you agreeing to something, right, for yourself, and you have an understanding of what you're agreeing to. Does that make sense?
Yes, it definitely does. I just thought the words were so closely related that I could get that story in.
Oh, okay. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Hank.
Yes, and I'm gonna
All right.
continue listening. Thank
All
you.
right. You're welcome. Have a good one.
I know y'all be so like I know y'all are like flabbergasted by this idea, but there are mothers that make their sons think like, they need to get permission from them, like
Mm-hmm.
their husband, to do
Yep.
things. So
Yep.
he probably was brought up that way to think, you know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm. My son be trying to do that shit, and I ain't never gave him no fucking permission to do that shit. I be
she
having to tell him, you not my damn husband. Like, the hell is wrong with you? I do what I do.
like
Uh,
the comfortability he had, I'm just like, that's probably a norm.
yeah. Um, Chan Gibbons.
Hiya. Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Can I
Good.
get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or an atheist.
I'm definitely a believer and I'm in my 40s.
And which of the three topics do you want to discuss?
Um, I think I really wanted to touch on what you were talking about in regards to consent, if that's okay.
Yep. Start your own conversation though. Don't refer to the last guest that was on stage.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Um, I have, I'll give you a little backstory, quick one. So I used to go to church, all the time, and I did get church hurt hard, like a lot. So I came out of church and I just started doing my own thing, and I just did what I wanted to do. And then I started to wonder why I was so hurt, and I realized that it was because of people. So I started doing this thing where I used to listen to preachers or whatever and then compare it to what the Bible says. And what I realized was that there's a lot of doctrines out there that's not even in the Bible at all. So when you're talking about consent, you're 100% correct. You're supposed to have consent. So you're supposed to, like, as you said, if someone came up to you and said, "Can I pray for you?" and you don't want it, it's your right to say no. And then when I was reading, it actually says, I don't know if you're familiar with these scriptures, they're quite common, like, ask and it shall be given, seek and you shall find, knock and the door shall be opened. He's basically saying he doesn't force himself in. He asks it. You have to ask. So it's kind of like, as you referred to, a permission to say, look, for your intervention, I have to allow you to come in. So anyone that comes up to anybody and forces their way in, it's not biblical anyway. So your discernment is correct. You're not supposed to force anyone. If you decide you don't want to do it, you don't have to. But, obviously, that's doctrine, unfortunately.
Well, Paul definitely teaches manipulation when it comes to that. Like, Paul tells them to pretend like they're Jews in order to win over the Jews, pretend like they're slaves in order to win over the slaves, become what you need to become in order to win them over. And then when Jesus came to Paul, he didn't ask Paul's consent. He did just blind him and put him on his knees and told Paul, "I've chosen you."
Well,
Right?
I read that scripture, and basically Paul was, I can't remember what he was called, but in the time, obviously, after Jesus died and from our belief resurrected, there was a lot of people like Peter, John, they were getting killed or they were being put to prison. And he was one of those that was actually killing all of those that believed in Jesus.
Well,
So
he was just persecuting them. Paul didn't kill
yeah,
anybody.
but no, they were being killed. It says it in the scriptures very
They
clearly.
were put. They were being. Paul was putting them in jail, and then some of them were killed in jail. But Paul did not kill anybody.
No. What I'm saying is, when I read the scriptures, they were being persecuted, yes, but that was unaliving as well. There was unaliving was a
But
part of it.
Paul didn't kill anybody.
He did personally, but he was the leader of it. So basically when I read, this is what I read. When I read it, obviously Paul thought he was doing the right thing. He thought he was doing the right thing in regards to the Jews. Jesus came and said to him, "Why do you persecute me?" That's what he
But
said.
he didn't ask Paul's consent. He blinded Paul. He did not ask Paul's consent. That's the, like, I don't know if, like, you going and telling the story that Paul was persecuting Christians does not negate the fact that he did not stand at the door and patiently wait. He blinded him. He just showed up, blinded him, and told him that he chose him.
I understand what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from, because what you're saying is Paul didn't ask for Jesus to come to him. That's what you're saying. He
He
just came up to him when he
he
was
didn't
in
ask for, right.
his
Like, you're saying
permission.
that Jesus, right. I'm responding to your quoting the scriptures. I stand at the door, patiently knock, or
Yeah,
knock
yeah.
and it shall. Yeah, Jesus didn't do that with Paul.
But did Paul reject it?
But did Jesus stand at the door and patiently knock, or did he just show up and blind Paul?
Well, I think that obviously when it comes to him being blinded, that's clearly a power thing. I mean,
Did he just show up and do it, or did he ask Paul's permission?
didn't ask his permission,
Did
no.
he show up and do it?
Yes,
Okay,
but
like,
did Paul
I
reject
shouldn't
it?
have to ask. But that's not the point. He was fucking blind, for one, and
Yes.
then two, the point is Jesus didn't ask permission. He didn't stand at the door and patiently wait for Paul to come to him. He just showed up and blinded Paul and told Paul he chose him. It's the opposite of what the scriptures that you stated.
I understand where you're coming. I do, honestly, I really do understand where you're coming from. I really do. And I get what you're saying. You're saying if he didn't stand at the door and knock, and he didn't, obviously wait for him to ask him. I get where you're coming from. But what I'm more coming from, and I get your point, where I'm coming from is more the rest of the story. If Paul rejected Jesus coming to him, then I would say, okay, he really did invade his space. But
He did invade his space. He
no,
did
I
not
get,
wait.
I
He
do get what
didn't.
you're saying.
He didn't wait. Like, you, like, trying to twist it and say, well, it's
No,
not. You are, because you're trying to say that because Paul didn't reject it,
right?
Jesus had Paul's consent. Jesus just showed up and
No, I didn't say the consent.
blinded Paul.
I didn't say he gave
You
his
you are
consent.
you are saying that because Paul didn't reject it,
Yeah.
Jesus didn't invade his space. That's exactly what you just said. Those are your
No, I
words.
didn't say anything about consent.
You said Jesus did not invade his space. That's what you said.
I said Jesus didn't invade his space.
Yeah, you're trying to twist it. Yes, Jesus
No,
did.
I'm
Yes, he
saying
did.
no. I
No,
said
listen,
I
you are.
understand what you're saying. I said I
But
understand what you're
yet you're
saying.
trying to twist it, is what I'm saying. Like, Jesus did not stand at the door and patiently wait for Paul to change his mind or for Paul to call out for him. Jesus showed up, blinded Paul, and asked him, "Why are you persecuting me?" And then told Paul that he chose him to for whatever his mission was. I can't remember right now, but it's the opposite of the scriptures that you quoted. And again, Paul teaches for you to become as one of the ones that you are trying to win over. Right? That's not consent. That's manipulation.
I mean, even with the Great Commission, right? As believers, even if you take it to modern day times, that's a directive to act, not permission to be invited. Evangelism on its at its core, it assumes that the believer is right and the other person is wrong, right? So you are commissioned as a follower of Jesus to go and spread the good news, not to people who invited you to their houses, but to everyone. There's no space for consent. The consent is implied in the power that you've claimed because it's God told you to do a thing. It completely ignores the desires of the people that you're bringing this message to. Some of us don't want to hear about a talking snake or a Jewish carpenter who pawned himself for a weekend unnecessarily to make a loophole for some shit that his daddy came up with. We don't want to hear that. But our desire to hear it is irrelevant because you believe your God told you to do it. So your directive to act completely supersedes our consent every single time.
I was gonna say I do hope that the whole, because he didn't reject me, so then that means like Paul, because Paul didn't reject Jesus, then that means like somehow there's like implied, you know, like some kind of agreement there. I do hope that like you don't actually think that, and like maybe interpret that into real life, because that could be really dangerous for you to like rather focus on the fact that Paul did not reject, when thinker keeps taking it back to, hey, he never asked Paul to even do this in the first place, but you keep going back to, well, he didn't reject. In real life, that would make me throw up if I heard that, right? In real life, if somebody said, oh yeah, well, did you reject? I don't know.
And he was coerced into doing it because, I mean, I'm going to take your site and now you're going to do this thing for me. Like, that's just
Like
wild.
the room for rejection is very, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no even room
Yeah,
for Paul to have pondered and been like, well, do I want to, you know
exactly.
what I'm saying? There's none of that. So like the part where it's like, well, did you reject? I don't know. Please don't. I really hope you just talking on the internet, you know.
Yeah, and don't teach girls that.
Well, I have to definitely go, but all I'm saying is it's up to everybody how they perceive things. This is my personal perception of everything, but in regards to what you were saying before about if someone comes up to you and says, "Oh, can I pray for you?" and stuff like that, definitely not. If you don't want it, you don't have to. That's what I really wanted to come up and say as well.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's interesting how they think that we're asking if it's okay for us to not want their prayers. Like we're not asking permission. We know we don't have to. It's y'all that don't know that. Uh, easygoing. Easygoing.
We inside the bag.
Sound
My
like.
brother got the longest jeans in the game.
Easy going somewhere because he's in the zone.
I wonder if that was a real PFP though.
It's finna be mine. Come back here.
Robbie. Okay. Um. I think that is a child account. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. All right, y'all. Let's wake up.
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm proud. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm thinking I'm proud. I'm thinking I'm proud.
Wake up, y'all. It's Friday.
I'm thinking
8 hours to go to the weekend.
Look ahead. Some people say we got a lot of anger. Some say it's nerve, like we some kind of danger. But I say we think and we deserve. For a century we were silent, now it's our turn. We've been rebuked, accused of no concern. Treated bad, talked down, so we gon' burn.
All right, Sky.
Say it, I'm playing. Say it loud. I'm thinking I'm proud.
One more time.
Say it loud. Say it loud.
I'm thinking I'm proud. Say it loud. We sang in churches, prayed from the pews, but the thoughts we had came from folks with no clues. Now we demand that, I think in advance, to think for ourselves, not by chance. We tired of the threats and the fairy tales, of living by beliefs that always fail. We ain't waiting for salvation from somebody else. We the proof, we the truth, we freeing ourselves.
Say it loud.
Pigman said it sound like Oso.
Body but couldn't find the mind. They washed our brains and thoughts they stole.
We think we feel now we are whole.
Yeah, drum in the chest, truth in the crown. Our thoughts are free, can't hold us down. Yeah.
Hey, wake up, y'all. It's Friday.
Say it loud, say it loud, say it loud, say it loud, say it loud.
Say it loud.
Come on, say, come on, say, come on, say, I say it loud.
We're not done yet.
We think, we build, we rise, we proud. We think, we build, we rise, we proud. We think, we rise, we proud. We think, we build, we rise, we proud. Come on, we think, come on, we think, come on, we rise, we proud. Come on, we think, come on, we rise, we proud.
That's my shit. That's my shit. Happy Friday, y'all. Welcome to the Daniel Raiders. Thank y'all for tapping the screen. We are almost at 500K likes. Appreciate y'all so much. Atunba.
Yeah, can you hear me?
How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm 32 and yes and no. And I'm gonna tell you the reason. I just came here to answer the question, so am I allowed to?
I need to know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or an atheist. One or the other.
I'm both.
You cannot be a believer and a non-believer.
And I'm trying to explain the reason why I said that.
You have not explained that though, and even if you explain that, it's still, you know, factually untrue that you can be both. So, are you deconstructing? Are you like in the process of questioning whether you believe?
Um, okay. Like I said, both. And I'm trying to explain the reason. Because the reason why I said that is the question said, do you think religion is toxic? I'll say yes and no. It
No,
depends
you're
on.
what you're doing right now is trying to answer a question, and I don't know if you qualify to be on stage, right?
Okay,
So
okay,
what I'm trying to qualify you, and the reason, like I asked, are you a believer? Are you in the process of deconstructing your belief
oh,
in the God, or are you an atheist? Because those are the only types of people I talk to.
okay.
Which category do you fit in?
So I don't belong in this conversation there. You can just take me off.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guarantee you he's a believer.
No, I believe he is.
Huh?
I said I believe he is.
Yeah. Only believers make shit that damn difficult. And I guarantee you he's probably deconstructing because he doesn't do religion, but he believes in the God, but he doesn't call himself a Christian. I guarantee you it's something just as simple as that. He doesn't sit on the fence, he is the fence. Yeah. It's not that difficult it shouldn't be that difficult of a question to answer. Like literally the spectrum is I believe, I'm not sure yet, but I'm questioning, or hell no. That's like three, you know what I'm saying? It's there's no reason to say that you're both.
I am maltreat limit to you.
That's like somebody saying that they are an atheist but they believe in God.
Yes,
And no.
Agnostic atheist, yes. If you're agnostic atheist, if you're agnostic deist, I did let one come up tonight and they were not. Uh, I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, if you are an agnostic atheist, yes. If you are spiritual, but you believe in the God of the Bible, but you just identify as spiritual, not Christian, that's fine. I'm not asking if you are Christian. I'm not asking if you are Catholic. I'm asking, do you believe in the God in the Bible? Whether that's you're Jewish, you're Hebrew Israelite, whatever. Do you believe in the God of the Bible? whether that is Yahweh or Jesus or Yeshua or Yahushua, whatever you name him. Or if you are deconstructing, and deconstructing means that you're questioning everything about your faith, or you're just questioning what you currently believe about the God of the Bible. That includes maybe you're asking, like, should I just move away from Christianity and still believe? You're in the process of questioning. That's deconstruction. That doesn't necessarily mean you're giving up the God. It just means you're questioning what you currently believe. And then atheist. An atheist is just someone who does not claim to know that a God exists. Simple as that. If you are agnostic theist or agnostic deist, I am not looking to speak to you about any other God. We're talking about the God of the Bible. Get the kids out of here. Get the kids out of here. Goodness gracious.
God damn.
It can't be a secret. I don't goddamn people.
Damn, they cannot be in the cafeteria at this early in the fucking. Well, never mind. They could be in a different country. I don't know. It sounds like
Or at breakfast.
or at breakfast. True. I went grocery shopping the other day. Bria just came in here and hugged me, talking about thank you for going grocery shopping. She ain't never did that before.
Oh.
Like she ain't never did that before. But I think it's because I got her the hot dogs with the cheese in them. I think she saw them hot dogs with the cheese, and she was like, "Yeah."
Yeah, real quick. Do y'all, I don't know. So, with as we deconstruct and stuff, like, sorry, this is a bit off topic. Well, not really, but do y'all ever like have this like yearning to like feel that supernatural thing? Like, it's like, damn, if it's so real, like, I want to be a part of that like supernatural world, like the way it's so described. And I'm like, if this is real, I really want Marvel to be real. Like, I want to be able to challenge Thor and be like, hey man, can I pick up that hammer? Like, I want to be able to interact with these spiritual, it sounds like I would be able to participate in these like movie, like, like, I don't know, man, like I really want to get there.
I be thinking that like when I be watching Flash.
Yes, every time I watch like a supernatural movie or like those kinds of movies, these all of that Marvel, I just be like, damn, like I want to be part.
What if I told you I can teach you how to unlock 100% of your mind?
Do it. I want to be able to move stuff with my, what I'm saying, like I want to be able to move stuff with my mind. I want to be able to like, talk to Odin when I feel like it, like something.
There are schools in the UK that claim that they've taught kids how to see blindfold, how to see with their mind, and they put these blindfolds on their eyes. Like they take them at young, really young ages. There's a video on my page. What's the name of the school? Hold on. It's in the UK. Have y'all heard of it?
I think I've heard you talk about it before.
No, I never
Yeah.
heard it.
Hold on.
They're teaching telekinesis.
Yeah.
Type shit.
I want to go,
You too old, but I can teach you. Don't
sir.
worry.
Sir, I could
They
go.
take children, like little tiny children.
Oh,
You're too old.
damn.
Yeah,
Damn.
Yeah, they
Damn.
start them young.
I
Is
wasn't
it?
making a dig.
I don't think it's
Thought
telekinesis.
you were.
Telekinesis is moving stuff with the mind. It's called ICU Academy. Yeah,
Cute.
psychic studies in London. It's in London. ICU Academy, and they put these blindfolds on them, um, and teach them how to like see with their mind without using their physical eyes.
Oh, okay, okay. I completely heard that wrong. I thought you said they were teaching them how to move stuff with their minds. Never mind. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I don't think they can do that. But there's a video on here where there's a lady claiming that she could move bottles with her mind. Like, so we do have like meta human claims.
Y'all just gonna completely discount me. I just told Rhea I can help her unlock that power.
No, you play too much. I need an
I have
actual
those
sensei.
powers.
I need a real sensei, not you.
Wow. Wow.
With the CIA, yeah, I've heard of them. I've read those reports.
I did
The
the same
classified
things that they
documents.
did. Yeah.
Hmm. Did y'all see what Mike? Do y'all think Mike Johnson wants Trump out?
Mm,
Did y'all see his speech?
mm, well, hold on. Maybe
Whose speech?
Mike Johnson,
Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson. Who's my? Oh, Mike Johnson. I know that name. Mike Johnson. Who's that?
the
Who's that?
I'm
Speaker of
trying
the
to remember
House.
the face.
The Speaker of the House. He said that if if the Democrats continue on this trajectory, then the Democrats will be able to push Trump out in 2 years
Hmm.
and not four. Like, did y'all see that?
Yeah. Impeach him in 27.
Is that
Yeah,
the Moses guy?
yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. He said we can. He said Democrats can get him out into. How would that happen? Did he elaborate?
He was saying like if the Democrats continue to win these general elections, then they'll have the votes that they need to impeach him in 2 years, and we wouldn't have to wait 4 years to get Trump out of office. And it's like he,
Oh,
it just seemed weird that he said that out. Like I'm like that sounds like he's giving,
Hmm.
and you know what I'm saying? Like it's just
Hmm.
weird.
Honestly, I think that because Trump kind of made the first move with the throwing the party under the bus, as if they're not all working together for the same, like
yup.
throwing them under the bus about the lockout. I think that Mike is thinking about the movement, whereas Trump is thinking about how his public perception is. And I think that this was him retaliating.
Yeah, they probably got like in 2016 when he was in office. This is the same shit they did. They started pulling away from him, and
Hmm.
it. I'm starting to see them pointing fingers at each other. So like either he done got out of control and he's not listening to his handler, and they getting ready to start pulling from him. I saw Bannon's speech, and he was saying that if they lose any more elections, they're fucked because they'll never have this chance again. And he was like, "We'll never have another Trump." He was like, "This is a once in a lifetime um, experience. Like shit is happening that they didn't expect to happen." So he was telling them that they got to get radical. So I don't know what the fuck they getting ready to do. But he was like, "We're about to blow our once in a lifetime chance." And he's like, "We'll never have another Trump." So he's like, "If we lose any more elections, we're fucked."
Oh, so he wasn't necessarily saying it in favor of Democrats. He's like warning his people, like,
Hmm.
"Hey, man, they about to. Okay, okay, okay."
Yeah, but it sounded like Johnson though. It sounded like Mike Johnson was like under the bus trying to give Democrats
A
what they
leg
need to
up.
do to get it. Yeah, like he was
Yeah.
like subliminal. Fuck that word. Um, Trying to
Subliminally.
yeah say it for the Democrats. I
Yeah.
think they want him out because this is what they did in 2016. Because
Did
he
he
wasn't
actually
obeying in
get impeached?
2016.
Did he actually get like? But what the impeachment doesn't sound like they actually get the person out of office though.
No, he
He's
didn't get
removed.
impeached in 2016.
Did
Uh-uh.
I think
He's
he
been
did
impeached
federally,
twice.
right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
They voted on it
Not
twice.
the I think he got like a not the kind of impeachment where he loses office.
Okay, maybe I got to educate myself on all the kinds of impeachment. So, which one is different where they got to like take them out of there? Like, get out, you're fired.
I think hold on, let me see. Let me see what's
So the
I've been
happening.
process
so
is you get
confused about
impeached.
that.
You get impeached, and then they remove you. The other part of the
Yeah,
Congress has
where
to remove you
who's
from
all
office.
talking?
Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all can hear that?
You have background. Yeah, the background is pretty.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, so there's two types of impeachment. Um, there is uh, political process of removing. Let me see the two types.
Because, what's the man? Clinton was impeached, but he wasn't removed.
Right.
Yeah,
So
there's two types of
impeachment
impeachment.
doesn't guarantee removal.
I'm trying to see what the names are.
Somebody said he wasn't guilty. Ain't no way, because they literally went through with it twice. They found enough evidence twice. Can't be.
It's because the Republicans didn't. We knew he
They
wasn't
didn't
going to
move
be
forward
removed
with it,
because
right?
the Republican
Huh.
House or Senate, I can't remember which one.
Finger
It's
Twin
a,
is asking.
they
Oh,
didn't remove him.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
My bad. Twin is asking to come up for a second.
Oh no, you're fine.
Somebody got to open the box.
Yeah, I'm getting an error when I try. So
I just got him.
okay.
Hey guys, I only have
So
my morning.
Hey,
What is happening?
I can't hear him. Can y'all hear him?
Is that better?
barely.
Okay, that's
There.
better.
Okay, yeah, my USB wasn't all the way in. Yeah, I got like 2 minutes before my
Nice.
call. So the impeachment is the House vote, right? So if they find cause, it's kind of like a grand jury, right? They don't hand down the verdict; they hand down their decision to proceed with a trial, and then that trial is held in the Senate. But if the House votes on it, you are impeached, and then you have to go to Senate and stand trial. And so they had a Senate trial, um, but they never went anywhere. So that's why he was impeached but not removed, just like Clinton. Yeah.
Okay, so the second half of the impeachment is what doesn't go through. So
Yeah.
how is that okay? Like what happens in that process where they're like, oh, he's impeached, but hey, the Senate is not moving forward. Like what is
Yeah.
that?
They don't vote to remove. Right? The Senate has the vote to remove. It's a trial.
Okay, so if they just don't vote, like the person just gonna sit there.
No, they have a vote. They had a vote. They didn't have enough to convict, so it
Oh,
was not
okay,
removed.
okay.
But
So there were
think of
more
the
people
House
in
as
his
like a grand
favor.
jury.
So there
They
were more people in his favor to stay in
Yeah.
seat, but the impeachment already happened.
Yeah, the impeachment is what
Okay.
makes it go to the Senate. Like, think of them as like a grand jury, right? A grand jury
Mm,
doesn't get a guilty verdict. What they do is they vote for a case to go to trial.
okay. That makes sense.
It
That
says we've
makes sense.
never had a president removed by conviction in the Senate.
Yeah, because Nixon would have been, but he resigned.
Okay.
And the Clinton thing was just you know, witch hunt. Tired old term. Anyway, I gotta jump back down. I got a call starting, but
Thank
I'll
you
be
for
around.
that. I
Mhm.
appreciate that. That makes a lot more sense. I mean, I'm probably sure I could have Googled that, but thank you. I've been so confused about the whole process because when I Google it, it's like, oh, when they do this, then they no longer should be in office. But then in real life, I'm like, oh, that's not what's happening. But that makes sense. So even when, at the end of the day, it's up to that last set of people to decide if that makes sense. But damn,
Damn,
that's sad.
I can't block any of the. Will you stop, little
I
girl?
tried to. It won't even
I
mute
just got
them.
one.
It
I
won't
just
even
got
mute
one.
them. I don't know why.
Wait. No, I didn't. It says it
Yeah,
doesn't
you're not
exist.
gonna get them. I
Hello,
don't know why. It won't mute
hello,
them at all.
little girl. Will you stop, mama? Yeah, I can't do anything,
Okay, I thought it was just me.
little girl. Quit.
One day you're gonna say, "Little girl," she's gonna be like, "Yes, ma'am." Yes.
uh, yeah, I saw you in the box, but I didn't see a. Remember, if you're a nerd and I don't see a comment from you saying, "Will you stop?" Saying that you're in the box on purpose, I don't automatically bring you up. Will you stop? Quit. No.
Hey, good morning, family.
Hey.
Hey,
Oh, she good.
yeah. Sorry, I had put it, but I was gonna put it again. Hi, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I wanted to talk about the consent topic.
Okay, go ahead.
So, I mean, it's really more about being prayed for than being evangelized to, if that's okay.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Well, sorry, it's more about being prayed for than being evangelized to, if that's okay.
Yeah, all of it. Praying is a part of the evangelizing.
Yeah, I agree. And I hate that I just noticed that evangelizing starts with Evan. We're gonna have to change that spelling. Though it just reminded me of a situation where when I was new to my other job where I work with older adults in skilled nursing. It's basically a rehab for folks who are older, and usually there's a fall or I don't know, kidney failure or other things like that where we rehabilitate after that. And anyway, so the president of the whole damn place took a bunch of like new hires to lunch um in the facility's big like dining room and that. So we're all sitting at this big table and the food came and this man, one of the new hires, was like, let's go ahead and pray, and just reached for the hands of the people sitting next to him. And one of them was cool with it and like took his hand, but at the table, I know, like, besides those Christians, there are a couple atheists, including the president of the company, and then, some Muslims were there. And he just went ahead and was like, let's pray. I'm sitting there with like my jaw on the floor, and the president there like looks horrified. And he was like, oh, no, no, no. And then the dude was like, actually, sir, can you pray? And he was like, oh, no. And then he goes, I'm not good at that. It's so cringe. I was so embarrassed for this man. And then he was like, oh, okay. The gentleman who was trying to pray was like, oh, okay, I'll do it. And just starts praying like Heavenly Father praying. And like bow our heads and hold hands. And I think my eyebrows were at the back of my hairline. It was the most wild work. I was mortified for this man. And he just no, like totally like normal. Like he probably walked away thinking like God was proud of him. I don't know. I'm not in his head. But I'm sitting there and the HR director is like at the table, dumbfounded, and we're just like staring at each other, like open mouths, while this man goes ahead and prays. And there was another man at the table that was, when he had said, let's pray, the other man was like, "Yeah, yep, yep, let's go ahead." And he was like sitting right next to me. And at the conclusion, the man who started the prayer was like, literally, in Jesus' name. And this dude next to me is like, amen. I was like, oh, like in the workplace, in front of the president of this company and HR, just no shame, like balls out on the table, like what? It was horrifying.
It's
And
crazy
just,
that nobody spoke up and like nobody felt like they could say, "Hey, no, I don't want to participate in this." Girl, don't you ever scare me like that. Like, why are you standing there like that? You just scared the living shit out of me. Like, why are you peeping around the corner like that? Huh? Like it's crazy that nobody stood up and like felt comfortable enough to say, "I don't want to participate in this." Like they felt like they had to stay silent and let this person just cross their boundaries like that.
Right, like almost obligated. And but it was crazy to me that, the president dude like tried to protest. I was like, "Oh," but like I was kind of in shock. And then at the end of the prayer, I was like, "Thank you, Lady Gaga, in RuPaul Charles' name, amen." To try and be uh, and then I was eating my food. I was like, "Thank you, Odin. This is delicious." Like I tried to be at least cute with it, but
I don't even make them. I think that cuteness and that humor trying to I don't know. I feel like it placates their need or their right to comfort. I let them sit in that discomfort. I've had that same exact situation, and I push my chair back, and I let the two people on my left and right join hands. Like, that's what y'all do. You're not going to make me pray to your God. You're not going to force me to sit here and pretend like I'm in compliance with this BS shirt. And it's so disrespectful to every other belief. And even if another person, say a Muslim person, bowed out of it, they would look at it very differently. There would probably be a level of side eye, but some respect. But as a non-believer, it's almost as if you don't have anything to replace it with. You are automatically the enemy. Well, I will be the villain in your story. I don't give a shit. They kill me with that.
yeah, no, I definitely hear you. Yeah, I was just so shocked. I was like, let me try to be sarcastic, but you're right. You're right. I don't need to replace it. I just like to try and catch people off guard with
Oh, and
praying
Evan,
to.
how you handle it is perfectly fine. I'm just saying I don't necessarily, because I don't want to diffuse the tension. I want them to feel the tension, because I think the tension or us moving so that they don't feel uncomfortable is why they continue to do this shit. But that's not to say that you did anything wrong. No, no, you handle that however the fuck you want to handle it, friend. It's
And
perfectly.
see, you know what's even like the part that pisses me off the like, to what you're saying, right? Making sure that they sit in that uncomfortability for as long as they possibly can is always my goal too, because I think like bro, Christians are too comfortable. Like we've normalized this shit. Like we've normalized them being able to do this to us even in our workplace. Even with HR, like they have no fear whatsoever. They're not rethinking like, oh, maybe some people here might not be okay with this. The consent part is completely out of the window because for centuries people have let them do this. Like you're not like you're not convicted at all. Like you don't even feel some type of way. Like
Yep.
this is crazy. And
I
I
do
think
this.
like the normalization of that is just that needs to go out the window, man. Don't feel comfortable doing that shit.
Yeah, I do the same thing like in my personal life. Like I talk about the family that we're close with here. They are very religious, like insanely religious. They live and breathe church. So when we're at different things that we used to go to all the time, and like family weekends up at my friend Toya's brother's Kevin's house, like up in Northern Virginia, Maryland area. He has a huge house. We would all go up for the weekend. There was always a handheld prayer around the dinner table, or breakfast is being made and they're all standing in the kitchen holding hands. I'm sitting in the living room on my phone. Like, I'm not gonna pretend for y'all. Y'all know exactly who the fuck I am. You love me for it anyway, but I'm not gonna pretend to make you more comfortable. And I'm willing to engage in those conversations. And sometimes they'll bring it up like, one day we're gonna get you to church. I'm like, not as
Oh,
long as that shit is still illogical. You're not like, when you make it make sense, perhaps, but not until then.
I be so hard headed. I don't even walk away. I stand right in the middle of the prayer circle and turn my phone on. I be right on
yeah.
my phone, looking at everybody. While everybody's eyes is closed, I'm looking. Are y'all done? Are we done? Like,
Baby.
cause when you give them that space, that leeway, they start feeling like oh, that's the devil, and nah, bro. We gonna stand right here. Jesus, me and we all here. We're standing right here. We gonna talk about it right now. Like that. I can't stand these people sometimes.
I just bring
I
two
am.
things. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yesterday, my classmates were talking about God and the Bible, and I was leaving, and I said, "I'm just going." I said, "God is a jerk. I'll leave that on the table for y'all. Have a good week." And they were like, "Oh, no, you can't leave like that." I said, "He's a jerk. So bye."
They don't know what to do with those types of responses. Like, I have so many with, like, especially
Right. Did he get a phone call?
I think
I'm
so.
using my mental powers again.
My bad. I
Take
got a
me
call.
Oh
to
my god.
celebration.
What did Oso say?
He using his powers to mute you again.
I got a call, my bad. But no, like even with the call and response, God is good. I'll be like, is he though? You know, they're just waiting for that all the time. Like they wait for that knee-jerk response. I'm not giving you that shit. And I'm not gonna sit here and pretend for you. Like that's why they feel as though they don't need consent. To Ria's point, that's why they feel like people should sidestep their preferences. I'm not doing that shit.
I'm so like even the way you're explaining it, Evan, like that's low, like that's not even low key. That's sad as fuck. Like again, it's a conditioning where we have to make it nice. Like we have to make a joke. Like what your response is not wrong at all. Your response is not like it's not out of the way. That's literally conditioning, right? Like even though you're stepping away a little bit, you're like, "Ah, this is like this is completely disrespectful to people, this is wrong." But the conditioning of trying not to offend the Christians or trying not to say too much or do too much or come off as combative, then automatically you start thinking, well, let me make a joke about it, because then maybe it's on a lighter note. But that's also part of the conditioning, to try to make it a bit nice for them. Nah, bro, make them uncomfortable.
Yeah, I agree. But the thing was, this man seemed like impervious to everyone's discomfort. Like and you're right. To your point, Ria, like we really are conditioned, and we have conditioned them. And I agree. Like everyone's been complicit in that, to the point where this man literally felt no embarrassment. Like it was like he prayed, and then he's like, all right, amen, and he starts to eat. Like I was like, I'm not even hungry anymore. Like the fuck. But yeah, he was just so comfortable. He felt zero embarrassment. Like it was the most wild work. And responding to Fee, like if I'm in somebody's house, I'm not, I don't get too sarcastic. I do what you do. I should ask someone to call me so my phone could ring, and I'll be like, oops, let me take this and just talk in front of them. Like, oh yeah, some bullshit's going on. You're good. Go ahead. But I, I was at a while ago. I was in, I kind of had um some pseudo parents. They're my late brother's widow's parents, and they would invite me for holidays and things, which I thought was so kind. But at the same time, they were fully aware and disagreed with and were angry about the fact that my parents and my whole family completely ostracized me for when I deconstructed, and when and they knew that I was part of the queer community. Like they don't even know I'm trans. Like they figured I was like just like gay. And knowing that, we're still praying over Thanksgiving dinner, which I guess, and it's like to me, I was like, well, I guess I shouldn't expect them to think that far into it, but all they think is like this is normal, but in somebody's home. But god damn, this is our place of work. Like I could never be that audacious. So how do you have a more respectful atheist? Like we're supposed to be so strident. Like they think we're strident. They think we're disrespectful. The Christians coming in here like, why are you doing this to God? And but they're the motherfuckers doing this shit like inappropriately, no regard for any other, religions or non-religious folks around. And it is that comfort. And it was just horrifying.
We have a guest that comes in every single day, and they bring these little figurines, these little Jesus figurines, and they're just all over the store. I started knocking them down.
Girl.
What?
I
Not you
just
wait for
started
them to
knocking them
put it
down.
on first and then go behind them and knock them down.
I knock them right down.
I'm dead.
So they be like, "Where's Jesus?"
You go. No,
I-
when I was a teenager, I used to I don't know, I guess I had some times where like I was a Christian, but I kind of like, was also a teenager. So I had a couple of friends who influenced me to do this, but we would buy all these alien dolls. And at Christmas time, we would run into like people's front yards and replace baby Jesus and the nativity with aliens.
Oh my God, y'all get people heart attacks. I know it.
I mean, Jesus was from outer space, sort of like, oh Lord. But and then man, I had one other thing if I can share. So um, when it was time for my cohort to graduate from nursing school, we were talking about our pinning ceremony, which is like a bigger deal than graduation. Like most people didn't go to the graduation, but we went to the pinning ceremony where they give you your nurse pin and everything like that. But um, like the tradition is very like Catholic churchy. Like even that hat they try to make you wear, like they're like the old candy striper hats, which was, a Florence Nightingale thing. But it was like, you're gonna wear the hat. I was like, well, the boys don't have to, first of all, and how am I gonna fit it in my like a buzz at the time because I was poor and I just did my own hair in nursing school. But I had that COVID cut. But so the uh when the dean was talking about, like, she came in and was like, does anybody want to do a prayer? And everyone was like, to who? And we were like, this isn't a Christian school. Like, no, everyone, like, almost unanimously, everyone was like, absolutely not. And again, a variety of religions, non-religious folks in there. And so we're at the pinning ceremony, and then like the assistant dean of nursing is up giving a speech, and then all of a sudden she's like, let's all stand up and pray. And we had all said no. We were told there was going to be no prayer, and then she prays to motherfucking like God. And I didn't stand up. I kept my ass in my chair, and my wife is, in the audience, and we're just like staring at each other again, jaws on the floor, eyebrows at the back of my hairline, like, what is happening? And and just again, everybody else complied. Everybody went ahead and stood, bowed their heads, all of it. And it's just time after time, like, it's these folks are so audacious. This is
If they didn't have a society and a community that continued to adorn them with praises and like if you don't have a community of supporters to come back to, a lot of the times that's when you do some self-reflection, like, does this make, but Christians can't do that because everyone is either giving them some kind of cushion to fall on, or you just don't want to, maybe not, don't offend them, like, it's just, this is the society we live in now, where we've normalized people, you know, skipping through our boundaries. This is not even crossing at this point. Motherfucker is doing like, they're just skipping through, like
doing some
singing and,
Red Rover shit.
yeah, like they're just having fun. They don't even have to think about it. But us, when we go out, half the time we're thinking, oh, how are my words gonna affect this person? Am I, like, you're really cautious of making sure that the things, you're not invoking, you're not trying to push your beliefs on others, but they don't have to think about that because community and society will back them up, right? Like in society, if somebody saw you saying something to a Christian, they will come at you first before they ask you, oh, what did the Christian do? Automatically they're going to say, oh, this is a Christian, they must have been right, they must have done something right, and you're the one in the wrong. That's literally that's the world we live in today, and it can't be like that.
I thought about it too. Rhea, you remember the other day when Raina had us drinking tea she made for us?
Yeah.
It's us being willing to drink that tea that I think is adorable. But
Yes.
as adults, us being willing to pretend to talk to something that nobody has ever seen, heard from, or can't do anything, that's a bit ridiculous. Like at a certain point, you stop engaging in these pretend activities and these pretend customs that it just doesn't make any sense, especially when they do so much fucking harm. And so much harm can be done in the name of it that so many of these believers refuse to acknowledge.
Absolutely. And, literally people have gone to their graves either holding on to something that they could have, maybe gotten justice for, they could have gotten resolved. I know it. People have gone to their graves with issues because they're thinking, well, that would kind of be me going against God. Right. In that moment, they're either thinking, oh, I can't talk to my pastor about something that made me uncomfortable. I can't talk to my boss about this thing that happened at work that made me uncomfortable with this religious belief, right? It's just you just kind of swallow it and you just go home like, oh, yeah, that happened today. Your boundaries were crossed today, like that's where like I want to see the world at the point where people can be like, hey man, you stepped on my toe. Address that, you know?
Yeah, no, they trample boundaries. And there's a precedent in the Bible. Jesus says, go into all the world and preach and fucking go to people, like they go to people's fucking personal property, rapping on the door. And it's, I think there's that precedent to go ahead and fucking get in people's lives and preach the gospel. But again, they're not taught to respect boundaries because they're right. And yeah, they're not going to talk to their pastor. They think they have to. They're afraid of God. And it's religious privilege. It's religious privilege. And again, I see Christians all over the place in these lives saying, "Oh, we're being persecuted." They just got that kink for religious persecution and feeling like any type of boundary is persecution, because when privilege sees a boundary, they see it as persecution, because we're not just, if somebody's not rolling over and letting them fucking step for them, all of a sudden they're persecuted. And that's just religious privilege that these Christians will deny up and down that they have. It's, if you like, it's so clear.
It's like I was watching a video that I have so many baby videos on my FYP, y'all. It's ridiculous. But there was one where I think the grandpa told the baby no for the first time, and his little lip poked out, and he felt like it was the worst thing in the world. That's Christian persecution. It's like I'm not abusing you. I'm not hurting you. I'm not harming you. I'm not being unfair to you. I'm simply telling you no. That's all I'm doing. But in the same way that that baby has only experienced his grandfather being, just doting and just, in which grandparents, they're going to do that, right? But that, I think to me, that represented that same mindset of Christians. Like they have this expectation of, you will move out of the way for me because I am right. And I think I've somebody in the comments said that is uncomfortable being the only non-believer in the room. And I think it was for me for a really long time, until I felt equipped to be able to speak to whatever they say. And when I felt like I was angry about it, but I didn't quite know why, or I was still upset and there was some residue, but I couldn't articulate it. I didn't have the scriptures to say, nope, your God does allow slavery. Nope, your God does command rape. Like until I kind of prepared myself and equipped myself with a tool bag full of those types of responses, then it didn't feel awkward anymore. Because I knew whatever they said, it was going to be BS. I knew whatever they said was likely not going to be found in this book. And I knew that I had a very logical reason as to why I don't believe and why I am a non-believer. And I think once you get into the practice of being able to engage in those conversations and have those responses at the ready, it gets a lot less awkward.
Yeah. Well, you had a tool bag, and they are the tool bags.
Exactly. Yep.
Someone please tell my wife I'm funny. But we had some Mormons come to the door back when we lived just like in a house, and they were like, "I have something for you," and they were fitting to give us like the Book of Mormon. And she said, "If they're not play tickets, I don't want it."
Yeah. And I mean, like the reality is, like, I remember being nervous the first conversation I had with my dad about me being a non-believer. I remember like the first time I went to my aunt's house as a non-believer, but I would literally be sitting there, fingers crossed, eyes crossed, everything, like, please don't bring up anything about the organization. Please don't ask me anything about the Kingdom Hall, like, because I knew I felt like I would still slip back into that subservient and passive mindset because I wasn't yet equipped with the information that I needed to be equipped with. But I do think it's a level of it's ultimately confidence. Like, it's the same process that we go through when we learn anything else. We approach it differently when we feel confident about our positioning in it. And I think deconstruction is very much the same thing. And that positioning can be different. Like, mind thinkers is like, she knows that Bible backwards and forwards. Like, she's going to talk to you about the Hebrew, all of that, right? Mine didn't go that deep, and I mean, I find it interesting, but mine is more of a logical. Like, what do we know about our brains? What do we know about sociology? What can I show you from a data-driven perspective that's going to refute anything you tell me from a religious perspective, from a scientific perspective? I can go to toe with you all day long if you want to tell me this planet is 6,000 years old. You have absolutely nothing to substantiate that, and I have everything to substantiate why it's older than that. So I do think that preparation and that confidence is built the more we get more firmly rooted in our positions.
Agreed. Yeah, I remember the only time, so this is a long time ago, but I was still pretty early in my deconstruction. And by early I mean like 5 years in, but it was definitely a process. I went kicking and screaming. Well, sort of. Christianity. First thing I did was learn how the Bible was written and who wrote it, and well, not who wrote it because we don't know, but how it was put together, and learning about, the ancient Levant and Mesopotamian culture and how you know all that. But I remember it was after my brother died suddenly, and after his wake, my father, if we'll call him that, was like, "Let me drive you, to where I was going." And I was like, I was distraught. I had just been bawling my face off, obviously. And I was like, all right, whatever. And, there I was sitting in the back seat, and he's like driving me, and he goes, "Yeah, so I know you're not right with God." I said, "Steve, please, fawn." Like, again, the audacity, like, we're coming from my brother's motherfucking wake. And
Right.
like, come on, like, have a fucking, like, heart. And, and then, like, at his funeral, I mean, it's kinda going off topic, but after at his funeral, like, my parents turned it into, like, an altar call, because they were trying to make sense of his death, because it didn't make sense. He was in a motorcycle accident, he had 2 kids, like, been 3 and 5, I don't remember, it's a long time ago, sorry. But, they're trying to make sense of this. He wasn't he had, like, whatever they call backslidden at the time. I think they were struggling whether or not he was in heaven, and so they were like, I think they, like, psychotically, like, wanted to, and somehow it had to be something good. There had to be a purpose there, because God's supposed to be in control. I think they felt so out of control. And it was so offensive. It was so cringe. Don't take my brother's untimely fucking death and make this about your religion. Oh, my dog's concerned about me. I'm not upset. It's just time after time. Like, when is it gonna like, it's just fucked up.
Yeah, I think, like, again, this is, at the end of the day, right? Like, we can see these people for who they are, even though, they want you to believe that they're the holy ones and they're the righteous ones, and, they're the ones that you're supposed to model your life after. But if you actually sat down and just let these people talk for a couple of minutes, or just Look at their lives on a daily basis. That's not something you want. That's not anywhere that you would want to be, because they don't only trample over your boundaries, they then want you to not necessarily not only see life the way they see life, but also think about everything the way they think about it. And they don't even acknowledge somebody's autonomy, right? All the way to the point that somebody has an untimely death and you don't even think, oh, if I were to say this would be insensitive. If I were to say this, maybe this will there's no thought about that. There's no internal clock that says, whoa, hold on, this is not sounding right, maybe we shouldn't say this to somebody that's grieving. Society has just given people that leeway. All you have to do is say God, all you have to do is say Jesus, and now 4 or 5 people that could have been like, oh, that's insensitive, they probably heard that and just, even though you probably weren't in a position to be combative against that, other people were probably around and maybe hear that and they won't say anything because they don't want to offend, they don't want to offend Jesus. They want to offend God. Like, fuck that God. Fuck Jesus. If Jesus can show you some, like, the way to compassion and the way to be sensitive to somebody's feelings, fuck your Jesus. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. If you do feel like, this is something that please be hurt, feel some type of way if you want to, because this is something that was taken away from your process of grieving. They encroached on that, and that's not okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was 14 years ago, and I'm still having to talk about it in therapy. Like, I
Right.
was diagnosed with like something called like complicated grieving, where
Oh,
I didn't, my process of grieving was so interrupted that it's still like incomplete 14 years later. I'm still working on it. But yeah, thank you. And you're right. I had not one atom in my body to combat that. I was broken. And I mean, my parents are like the most horrible people alive because like they take advantage of everyone they can to try and save them in like their lowest moments. Like my father was a chaplain in a prison, and so many people like at least allegedly like become Christians there. And I kind of fucked up and I found like a podcast he was on a couple years ago. I just did this like a couple months ago. And like again, it was embarrassing because he kept telling the interviewer that, they were like, hey, how is it, speaking to these people? And he's like, oh, it's so easy. Everyone's so ready to accept it. He kept saying it was so easy to get a response from these men he and women he was witnessing to. Well, my mother was a chaplain in the women's prison, and it was again, I was like, do you not hear what you're saying? He literally, and I think the interviewer was embarrassed too, because he kept saying, oh, it's so easy. Oh, it's so easy. I'm like, listen to what you're saying. You are taking advantage of people again at these low moments in their life. They're lonely. We don't know if they were there. I mean, they probably just had like an ounce of, what, it, green and I don't want to get TikTok shut down.
yeah.
The tweed I like to call it. There's probably just got convicted of that because that was before, it was legal and shit. And, it's just it's gross. It's disgusting, and religion just harms all day long in every way. And I don't want to take up too much more time, but I talked to Oso, I think last week about a situation, because my wife is a special education teacher, that self-contained autism classroom, and one of her students was having like a really hard time, a harder time than usual. And so he was having trouble, and he was, doing a little bit more of like, the hitting and things that comes with the frustration because he's mostly nonverbal. And when she just kind of, my wife touched base with his mother literally like texted back and said, because it was October, it was, in the week before Halloween, and said, well, I know like demons are on the loose right now.
Oh my
And
God.
for fuck's sake. And
Oh.
like this autistic child, and no, like my wife is responding, encouraging more of his special interests, listening, redirecting. And but his mother is like, oh, demons, period. And this is the thing with Christianity, and what Fee calls it, like just thought powers, is that that's it. That's it. That's the answer. No need to look further. And that's why, religion says, like, religion stops you from asking questions. It stops you from inquiry. It stops you from learning. It just shuts your brain down and lets it rot. And to follow up to that, unfortunately, like, um, at the end of last week, it was discovered that this young boy had been being abused physically by, by a paraprofessional at the school.
Mm.
And my wife like called the police. He got arrested. He went to jail. Fortunately, that was the problem. It wasn't demons. It was a human being. This boy was being spanked, and they like the mom found a handprint on his little butt cheek. That's what was wrong. Like religion is harmful, and when it's harmful to a small autistic child, like I want to burn the world down.
And like when people talk passionately about these things, like I don't even understand how people don't like. You have to talk about this passionately. There's no other way to talk about it, right? Like even listening to you like recount what the information that you have about this, it gets to you because like you put yourself in that situation to say, oh man, like if attention was just paid to this child, if just a little bit more educated people paid attention to what was happening here, they more than likely could have found out a lot earlier that this child is not only autistic but literally going through physical abuse, right? It's so bad that even in back home, literally you have mothers that have like their child will come and tell them, hey, mom, my uncle is messing with me, or my father is messing with me. And at that point, they're not thinking, oh, let's call the authorities. Let's figure this out. Oh my God, I'm outraged. They automatically not only accept those people back into their homes, they then say, oh, that was a demon. That was a spirit. We can pray it out. 10 years, 18 years, 20 years down the line, you have children still in that home while you're still waiting for God to get that spirit out of your pedophile husband. Right? That is the world we live in today. Instead of trying to educate yourself more, figure out what's happening to this child, you automatically say demons. And this literally goes across the fucking board. It goes across the board, right? This child at this point is like, okay, I don't even know how to figure out what's going on with my fucking brain. And now there's another person with power inflicting more pain on this, inflicting physical pain. Like, you think I'm not gonna act out? You think I'm not gonna, how is my brain gonna function with all of this? They don't think about that. They don't give a fuck about that because religion says it's a demon. You pray it out. Pray the demon out, and then that's how you solve your problem. But then people, human beings, we spit out these human beings into the world. That child is gonna grow up, still probably hasn't addressed the trauma, and then you're gonna spit that human being into the world, not only autistic, now traumatized, and no one is addressing it. What kind of society do we think we're supposed to have?
And then any emotions that you express around it as demon,
Exactly.
they vilified everything there is to be human. Like when what they're supposed to do is be taking care of these babies and protecting these babies. What they do is they leave them to I guess just soothe themselves, figure it out, and hurt because you can't see past the demon when in actuality, the demon is the person that's standing right in front of you that you are
Right.
enabling to continue to do these things. It breaks my heart. And then you wonder why society is the way that it is. You wonder why people think the way that they think. Look at the soil that they were grown in. There was nothing nurturing about most of that soil, specifically if it was a religious type of soil. To be human, to be angry, to be upset, to be curious, all of that is vilified. All of that is demonized. So what does that leave? Just a shell of a person that walks around and puts shit in the comments like no Jesus, no peace. Where the fuck have you ever seen peace where Jesus was?
Man, now that's a question, ain't it? That is the question. Where have you ever seen peace where Jesus is at? Where? Impoverished neighborhoods, impoverished countries, impoverished continents? Where? Oh,
Yeah, and that shit, like, it sticks in your limbic system, especially as a child. Your brain is still forming, that sticks into your limbic system, and if, you know, it's possible, um, and if you're lucky enough to come out of it and then find it and then have to deal with it, decades and decades of that, of trying to rework, like, your goddamn brain. And I mean, and this, think of a child who finally is scared but brave enough to say that to a person, a parent who is supposed to protect them at all, I think. And then what they have learned is that speaking out doesn't help. That's a lesson they have learned. And and for like my father would decide that I was demon possessed. Like, again, like, as a teenager, he would say, "Oh, there's a spirit of rebellion in you." When I was just being a fucking teenager. And, like, that's just people's bodies and their brain chemicals changing, and you don't know what to do with them. And he would, like, do exorcisms. Like, he would get the oil and it would get physical. And again, like, that fucking trauma, like, I learned from uh, Christianity and my parents was to hate myself. And it took so long. And then, like, honestly, all I did about it for a decade was drink. And it wasn't even till, like, I became sober. I'm coming up on 3 years, y'all. So
Yeah,
proud of myself.
you should be.
Congratulations.
As you
Also,
should be.
thank you. No God required. I'm in secular AA. No God, no magic, not required. No higher power required, y'all. It's me. I
Yeah.
did it.
And even that demonizing of just normal human curiosity. We had somebody up here talking about how babies are evil. That's why they try to hit you. They don't know how to control their fucking arms. What are you saying? Like, natural curiosity of a 2-year-old that's pushing boundaries because that's what the brain does when it's trying to develop. They're talking about it's a demon. And to your point, they start telling these children at such a young age that they're bad, they're wrong, when all they are is themselves. And then you have to do all the work to fix the damage that they did while simultaneously still dealing with the fact that they won't acknowledge that they inflicted all of that harm on you. So kudos to you to being able to have the intestinal fortitude and the internal gumption to be able to heal yourself and know that you are worthy as a person, even if they aren't willing to recognize it or recognize the harm that they did.
Thank you. I mean, it was such a weird feeling. I remember the moment after, working in my sobriety, I think almost a year, when I was like, holy shit, I love myself for the first time. And it's really amazing. And that's thanks to deconstruction. That's thanks to folks like you and platforms like this. And and when you said that about believers saying that children are evil, and this whole idea that we're born in sin. First of all, it's people telling you you're born sick, but saying, "Hey, but you can buy you can buy wellness from me for 10% of your gross income, or by making yourself a complete sub to God and not subscriber. Uh, you know, you're born sick, we'll sell you the cure. But on top of that, like in Justin Deconstruction's lives, he'll push people who believe in divine command theory. Okay, well, if if it was good that God said, unalive all the Amalekites, including the babies, would you do it? And they say yes. He says, would you lock, no, okay, trigger alert. It's obviously a hypothetical, but would you lock orphans in an orphanage and burn it to the ground? And they say yes. And then he said, okay, if God told you to take babies and grind them up and pave your driveway with baby paste, would you do it? And they say yes. Like, it's horrifying. He made a baby paste emoji. Like, that's how common it is. And for people who say they'll harm children, because my main job is in a NICU, and I swear to God, if anyone came in there and tried to harm any of my preemies, they would have to go through me. And I'm not a killer, but don't push me. Like, I can't. I just think of these babies, and and they say, "Oh, I would do this," and I'm just like, "Have you held a child that's passed in my arms and taken them to the bereavement room for their parents to see?" And you can callously say, "Yeah, I would do that." Get help. Get bent.
Immediately, if not sooner. But I think it speaks to their mindset. Like that divine command theory mindset is so dangerous. And it's wild that even even while admitting that they would do whatever it is that this God asked them to do, they can simultaneously tell us that we don't have any grounding for our morals. Like, what are you saying? Like, neither do you. You have absolutely no grounding whatsoever, and you have no standard. There's no basis in any shape, form, or fashion, but they don't see it that way. And I think it's you have to, we say this all the time, you have to completely unplug from what it is to be human in order to subscribe to divine command theory, in order to follow a God like the God in this Bible. But the reality is, most of them are not following the God in this Bible. They're following the God of their own design. And when we try to point that out, they're going to push back against that too. And that's what makes these conversations so very difficult sometimes.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you're right. They unplug from their humanity, and at the same time, will say, why isn't Jesus the most harmful thing? And they'll say, oh, well, Jesus said just turn the other ass cheek and follow the 10 Commandments. And we're like, well, what's good about them? Oh, thou shalt do no murder. And then turn around and say, yeah, I would murder. Like, what in the ever living fuck? Like, do you listen to the words coming out of your mouth?
I'm telling y'all, Christians, I've been saying this, they live in the upside down. They live in the upside down. Whatever the hell is opposite, that's how they operate. Because literally, what does it mean to be grounded in something? What does it mean for you to be bound to this idea of divinity, of holiness? It makes no sense. If you're going to tell me that it's grounded on something, it shouldn't be the way y'all jump and jive at the things that your morality allows. There's no way you're grounded. It can't be. Because like you're saying, today murder is wrong, right? Unaliving people is wrong today, but tomorrow, if God said do it, you're cool with it. So which one is, so where exactly is it grounded? Is it grounded in morality, or is it grounded in the authority figure? It's grounded in the authority figure that might smite you if you don't obey his orders. So at that point, when you're obeying thou shalt not kill, you don't really care about unaliving people. You don't really think this is a harmful thing to do to people. You're just doing it because God said don't do it. And then the minute he says, okay, you have the go ahead and do it, there's no conviction there. There's no morality there to pull you back and be like, whoa, maybe we shouldn't unalive people, because you were only observing. Thank you, Novo, a robot. You were only saying thou shalt not unalive because it said it in the book. That's not what you actually feel. You don't actually care about the human life.
Yeah, and to not see those contradictions, like, wake the fuck up, pick a side. Like, it's absolutely mind-boggling. And if that's your grounding, you fuck off. Because I'll stay grounded in secular humanism. I'll stay grounded in my empathy. Like, I take bugs outside unless my cat has gotten to them first. But it's prey drive. It's natural. But I don't like. I'm vegan. I can't even eat an animal. Like and people are like, "Oh, you have no morality." Well, let's go. Let's go toe to toe and see in our everyday lives. I don't fucking. I do as little harm as possible, and they're doing the most harm, and blind to it or ignore it or you just push away that cognitive dissonance or don't give a shit. Stay comfortable in your shit. And again, this is full circle. They've been allowed to stay comfortable. And it's a authoritarianism, plain and simple.
And that's why every time there's an uprising of people that are saying, "Whoa, this doesn't make any sense." Well, there we go. Jesus is coming. That's how you know. Mm-hmm.
Jesus didn't come one time. I don't believe he's about to come twice.
I mean, but just think about the mindset of people that see challenge, right? Questioning as the end of the world. That is a sign of the end of the world for these people, these human beings that you live on this planet with. Because now you see, at any point in time in history, when there has been an uprising of skeptical people, of heretics, that is their sign to now say Jesus is coming. The world is ending. Imagine a mind that thinks like that.
Yeah,
Today is supposed to be another rapture day.
please, Jesus, come quickly.
A lady messaged me and told me to mark today's date on the calendar. And then she sent another message after I told her to leave me alone. And she said that I should be spending my time preparing for Jesus to return. And she said, instead of talking about how you were deceived online, you could be spending your time preparing for his coming. And then she said, mark your calendar, November 7th, 2025. So I told her to leave me alone and she should be preparing to still be here on November 28th. So then she messaged me yesterday, said that it was confirmed in a dream. She could read Hebrew in a dream and something that it said in Hebrew and she translated it to Spanish or some shit, like a long ass message. And I just ignored it because, like, I mean, she's not okay. But it's November 7th and whatever she's read in Hebrew was a fucking lie because she'll still be here and so will I tomorrow.
And they just gonna start over. Even after the disappointment, seventh is gonna come and go. They're gonna she's not gonna let go of that. She's not gonna be like, "Oh man, maybe I would." Nope. She's gonna start right over. Start again. No, it's actually December 7th. They just gonna keep going.
Well, yeah, and it's like in this podcast I've heard of heinous beliefs, these cults that when you like share these stories and these truths about these cults that their end of days, and yeah, exactly that, the date comes, nothing happens, a new date, and people still stay in that shit. And you know thinker, when you said this woman had a dream that she could read Hebrew or whatever. Yeah, well, your whole life's a fantasy. How should I prepare you? I'll put an extra can of beans in my cabinet for the rapture or whatever. Like, yeah, let me prepare.
I'm
Like
not
the
paying no
preparation
attention
is
to this
all.
shit.
Just think about it.
It's the claim of, I had the dream and I could, the message, like they make claims and then they just ignore it when that shit don't happen, and we're the problem because we didn't believe it in the first place, and not that they're making claims from their feelings and their limited knowledge, and they never take accountability for that shit. And it's like you're you're pulling me into this shit. Like you're DMing me bullshit that I never even gave you permission to send me, right? Like you're pulling me into your craziness.
Um, Seth Andrews has a book called Christianity Made Me Talk Like an Idiot. And he in one of his chapters he talks about, like, I don't know if it's appropriate to call it this, but he calls it Christianese. But basically, like what Christian's saying, what it actually means. And he said, inside every "I'll pray for you" is at least a teeny tiny "fuck you." Like, it's so condescending. "I'll pray for you." It is just all they're saying, I'm better than you. You you need me to pray for you. I fucking don't. Please don't. Keep it to yourself. I don't consent to being prayed for. All it is "fuck you, I'm better than you." Like, especially if they're walking away. They're like, do you think we can't see it? Like you're walking away from a conversation all pissed off, just somebody just crashes out in here and then "I'll pray for you." Like, get lost. But yeah, if y'all don't listen to Ria's podcast, Heinous Beliefs, your quality of life could be better. Like, well, it's tough stuff. Ria, I know I've said this before, but thank you for that podcast. Those stories need to be told.
Oh yeah.
It's
Like
this, yeah.
I'm hoping people listen to it are taking breaks because the more stories I look into, the more cases I look into, it's so bad, man. And like the f- what gets me is that we're able to still, we're just like living regular lives, and the church down the street has like 60 kids that they keep messing with in rotation. Like literally, that is reality for people. Like while we're putting milk into cereal and thinking about how to maybe sweep our living rooms and stuff, people's lives are quite literally being taken day by day. And I'm not saying they're unalive, they're literally being like shattered every
Mm.
day, their mental, their physical, and under a god. Like under a supernatural being, but then all we see is the humans doing it. It's just like it hurts my heart so much because I'm like, why can't we take the supernatural part out of it and actually pay attention to the fact that children, the most vulnerable, most vulnerable people on this planet, are being taken advantage of while people are reciting the Bible, while people are praying their rosaries, while people are praying to Allah. It on every aspect that you could possibly think about it, it's happening. I promise you. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I don't think we're going to see that big of a change in our generations. But I really do hope that people can wake up and see, like, just because you got a bed to sleep in, just because, like, you might not know what that feeling feels like to be M-worded and to be S-worded. And as a child, as a 10-year-old, as a 5-year-old, as a 2-week-old, man, life doesn't look that good for a lot of people, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, folks who say, "Oh, that's harmless," like, little, cult breaks off, harmless, harmless my ass. And I mean, you even mentioned like not necessarily children are arriving, but what about in the cases where they are? Like, I remember one of your podcasts says in this cult they went ahead and let a sick child pass away because they were sure that their god or the cult leader could bring them back to life. And then 3 days later, they finally called the police or called an ambulance or something.
Yeah, and even like honestly, bringing it back to the topic with that, right? Like, how does a child consent to that? Like, mind you, like these are their parents, the people that they had grown up with since they were able to open their eyes and even perceive anything. And those same parents are now telling you that you have to sit here and be sick and go through pain because of what they believe in, because they're not the ones sick, they're not the ones that need the 2 seconds of insulin that you can administer and have that child actually feel, but they exactly people they trusted. How do you consent to that? How do you even reject it or even say, no, father, no, mother, take me to the hospital? These are adults, authority figures over you. And then Not just your parents, 9 other adults. Like, what is a child gonna say in that situation? Ugh.
They can't. And like you said, it's, going back to, folks in prison or folks who are grieving and trying to take advantage of that. Children are the most vulnerable population. Absolutely right. And why, like, what an easy target. Like, pick on somebody your own goddamn size. Like, you're a whole adult, and you're just gonna go ahead and prey on the weak. Satan isn't the lion roaming to seek who may destroy. Y'all are. Yeah, it's some wild work, and it needs to be talked about. And like you said, maybe not this generation, but I know, like, he often says, like, if we can push the dial, if we can push the dial, like, maybe, you know.
Yeah, maybe that's honestly all we can hope for is maybe, like breaking out of it and seeing that actual physical work has to be done. But on like the reality of it is maybe, man, because there's been a report now from the UK, I think, and it's saying about 18 to 20-year-olds are really flocking back in, pretty much flocking into this Christian belief system, however it's dressed up, in the UK, right? They're flocking back into this belief. But when I thought about it, I'm just like, but we talk to people on a regular basis. We do talk to these 18, 20, 50, 60-year olds, right? But even though you have those numbers, half of them don't even know what they believe in. Half of them have never read the book, and not even half, at least like majority of them don't even know what they're believing, right? But all that matters to this institution is the numbers. They don't really
Mhm.
care if you know what I'm saying? Like they don't really care if the people are going in to study for themselves. They don't really care if your life actually models this holiness. They got numbers, that's all they care about. And that's why I'm just like, I don't know, man. Maybe that's all we can do is say maybe, because people are just going back into it honestly for the fear of hell. People are
Mhm.
so scared that they don't know what's happening. My God, you didn't know what was happening before you got here. Why do you think you have any say in what's gonna happen after?
Right,
Like,
right. Like, why is no one speculating on what happened before we were born? Everyone thinks like, not everyone, but all these believers are trying to say what's happening after we die. Like, bro, just grow up. You're gonna die. Get over it. Um,
right,
I
and
mean,
when they
I've had
come to
existential crises,
evangelize,
but
oh, sorry. I was saying that when they come to evangelize, they still don't even ask you how much of the Bible you know. They just write on in. Boom. Now you're a Christian. Say these words, and now you're initiated. That's it.
it's so easy. Say a prayer with me. Boom, there's their numbers. And then they try to take these, faulty quote unquote statistics and say, well, Christianity has to be true because look at how many people believe it. Because, bro, it's not even a real statistic. And the number one thing that's making these religions grow, um, particularly Christianity and Islam, is because they count children born into it. And I mean, even, my father, unfortunately, my sister was sucked in to their cult, and they literally said, like, Christian women need to have as many babies as possible so that Jesus will have more soldiers in his army in the end days. Like, literally that Isaiah, like, bloodbath, etc., end of days, war. Like, women have to be beasts of burden, baby makers, so that what their children can fight in the this last bloodbath war when Jesus returns. Like, how do those words come out of your mouth?
Altar call at a wedding is insane. Like, who the hell is doing that?
At
It's
funerals everywhere. They don't give a fuck.
I
mm-mm.
somebody they were telling me a couple of days ago about the funeral, but at a wedding, that's fucking insane.
Yeah, like I actually had one. Sorry, that's actually really common back home to do like altar calls and like during like right after the ceremony or something. They
At a
call
wedding?
you like you want to. Yeah,
What?
yeah.
That is crazy as hell.
It's really normal back home, like on a regular basis, especially if you're like in the Catholic church or something. They'll call for altar calls and then anoint you. Like if you want to join the church, especially if you want to join, they literally ask for numbers right there during the wedding, and usually the couples are okay with it.
That's
The
crazy.
couples don't care.
Don't wear white at my wedding, but you can get saved.
Yeah,
That is crazy.
because to them that's a blessing on their marriage. To them it's like they're thinking, oh, God is using my marriage to bring people in, so I'm scoring more points with God.
Mm.
Well, but if you think about it, weddings are emotional too. You got everybody emotional primed. Again, let's take advantage when folks are emotional. Maybe, oh, maybe you're just, this is silly, but maybe you're jealous somebody else is getting married. Come on, be the bride of Christ. Like, you can have this all. I'm telling you, it's gross. They're snipers, man.
That's insane.
Yeah,
Well, Evan, did you
I
have
think that,
anything else?
oh, no, I don't. Thank you for the time. Thanks for letting me vent. And again, I appreciate you guys so much. Love you guys. And again, thank you for what we're doing. You know, push the dial. Maybe. I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
I appreciate you, Evan. Maybe I think that's gonna be our new slogan. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's better than nothing. Maybe. All right, you guys take care.
All right, you too. Have a good day.
Have a good
Thank
one.
you. Oh, could you let me down, please?
I gotcha. Look, this is what the message say. As of today, the 5th of November, 2025, the times of the Gentiles is officially over. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Jacob's trouble is about to begin. The following comment was posted on my YouTube channel, Dunamis333, in my latest video uh, at Lorena Melha something 2 days ago. Tonight I had a dream for the glory of God. I dreamt that a super full moon appeared and it said November 5th, 2025, and next to it appeared a clock whose hands were spinning in all directions. But suddenly the hand stopped seconds before midnight. Then I also saw large writing on the walls and on my phone screen. When my phone turned on, it went completely white, and suddenly writing appeared in large letters like blood. The time of the Gentiles has come. It is done. That was written in all caps. And at that moment, my mother started saying to me, "Wow, Lorena, what do these Hebrew letters that appeared on your phone screen mean?" And when I looked at it, I saw the Hebrew translation. God's prophetic clock stopped and the prophecy was fulfilled. And I translated it into Spanish. God's prophetic clock stopped and the prophecy was fulfilled. And so I woke up from the dream this morning for the glory of God. And I'm supposed to take that and I'm supposed to be scared that the rapture is going to happen today, November 7th, 2025.
Like this is, oh my God. I really wish that when things like this happen, they had like a mustard seed of shame. At least just a little bit. Because I feel like maybe we won't be here so often. The motherfuckers don't feel no type of shame when the days come and they just move on. Like, be ashamed a little bit, at least. Come on now.
And it's like, what the fuck makes you think that that shit is okay for you to be sending that shit to me in DM?
Right.
Like you literally typed this shit out. You know I'm an atheist, and you think it's okay for you to send me that shit. That's crazy. Never even, I don't even know who the fuck Dunamis is. Like, I've never talked to you on this live. I have no idea who you are. Like, that is insane. Y'all be crossing boundaries like a motherfucker. And then we'll whine about me hosting a live about the bullshit y'all do. Um, Mike Unfiltered.
Hello,
Hi. How old are you?
I am 23.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
And which topic did you come up to talk about?
Uh, do you think that religion is toxic to our society?
I'm going to guess your answer is going to be yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. See if you can bring a new perspective to it. We've kind of been on that topic all night.
Well, I feel like there's just multiple reasons. For one, I think that nobody should really dedicate themselves that much to something without any like valid like proof, or the way I say is like dedication without any proof or valid explanation is a recipe for manipulation. And I think that a lot of people, they dedicate themselves to causes and, movements and beliefs without no valid proof. And I think that because they don't have any valid proof, then that kind of leaves the loopholes for agendas and lies to infiltrate. And I think that on top of that, I think that people use religion to avoid accountability. They tell you to, hey, look at the devil, look at the demons. But as far as I'm concerned, the devil isn't what people really need to be worrying about. I think that the people that people need to worry about is like, the pastors and parents who are like touching their children and, all kinds of crazy things that's going on. And I think that the same people who are telling you to worry about something else outside of them are just trying to avoid accountability by shifting your attention towards other things, other entities. I also think that people are joining religions for the wrong reasons, because a lot of people are joining out of reasons for like fear. They're joining because they want a sense of belonging. They want to feel safe. And I think that if those are the only reasons that you're joining something, then it's not authentic. I think that's the epitome of conditioning, because you're not doing it because that's something you want to do. You're doing it because of something or somebody else. So I think that those are some of the three prime reasons as to why I think it's harmful, because there's just so many loopholes and weaknesses in that and flaws. And the fact that we're in a point in society where we kind of just accept it without no valid proof. I just think that I think it's just a recipe for all kinds of things to go wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you. That especially the part about it's a recipe for manipulation. It's especially if the reason that you're joining it is because you've been convinced that you should fear retribution. I'm sorry, judgment from a god, or some type of hope for some type of reward. Um, it gives people control over your mind, but also I think the most dangerous part, because like religion could be, uh, a positive thing. I think the most dangerous thing about it is the authoritarianism that's baked into the religious system, where power is given to one specific head or one specific group of people, and it um, that authority is used to convince people to either advocate for specific harmful ideologies. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I think that's what's ironic is that they'll try to talk about faith, but honestly, if you really think about it, I think that everybody in this live is the faithful ones, because if you got to really think about it, like, I don't think that it's true faith if you're joining because of, things like fear and because you've been indoctrinated. I think that faith is like what we're doing right now. We're having this discussion, even if these opinions or what we're saying is contrary or controversial to other people, we are still having this discussion with no sure way that is actually going to make a difference in this world, but we still decide to speak anyway. I think that, to an extent, I think that makes all of us people of faith, because in order to deconstruct from this system, you have to have enough faith that you can make a difference, that you can make a change. Because society, they try to tell you that, what it does is that if you're not a part of the system, regardless of what it is, that can be, the school system, government, military, a political party, religion, whatever the case may be, they tell you that if you're not a part of the system, then you're the crazy one or you're not welcome. And for people to exist to say that regardless, I'm going to stand on what I believe, then, that's true faith as far as I'm concerned.
I don't necessarily agree because faith is the substance of things that you hope for, and your faith is the evidence of what you necessarily don't see. And like I don't have faith in the religion. Like the religion exists, right? The belief systems exist, and we can see their effects um, in society. People vote according to what they believe. They engage. Like I just read a message from a believer in my DM. So like I do see the harmful effects of the belief system. Um, I I do think that people who do these things and that they join these belief systems, these religions, is because they actually do fear or hope.
No, no,
That like, I don't necessarily think that we are the ones with faith.
no, the reason why I say faith is because, just like you said, believing in something regardless of, what the case may be, despite the fact that there may be no facts, nothing to back up what they say, they still believe anyway. And I think that that can be applied to any belief, to be honest. But I think that a lot of people, in a world filled with a bunch of people who are saying, you know what, if you do not take part in this particular movement, then, or that you don't, then you don't matter. Then, nothing that you do matters. And the fact that you still have people, despite being told that, continuously doing things or having opinions about, what they believe in, despite what the system says, I think it takes faith in order to, keep doing that, because they have no guarantee that is going to make a difference. So that's what I mean as far as like faith.
But that's not faith. I think that's what Thinker's talking about. Like what you're talking about perhaps could be boldness, it could be fortitude, it could be conviction, it could be all of those things. But faith has a very specific definition, and it's belief in things without evidence of it, or evidence, or even in the face of evidence to the contrary. So I think from a non-believer's perspective, it doesn't take any faith for me to not believe. I mean, my brain is not convinced that this stuff is true. There may be some social implications to that, but it doesn't require faith for me to stand firmly in what I've not been convinced of. Faith is believing in something when you don't have any evidence for believing in that thing. I'm not believing in anything. I don't have any faith in I don't know what are you saying that we have as a collective, the having faith that we will change the minds of the world? No, that's not, I don't have that at all. So I think when we use that term specifically in a religious conversation, we have to be really careful with how it's being applied because it has a very specific connotation.
Yeah. But I was also saying, like, I also think that that ultimately it is toxic to society, because regardless of what you believe in, they think that because you don't contribute to whatever it is that they believe in, then that's justification as to why they should do certain things to you, like disrespect or overstepping boundaries or just pushing whatever the case may be onto you when you do not want it. So I think that regardless, that can be really and even just look at history, the amount of methods that they've used as far as like torture, unaliving and all these different types of things in order for a lot of these religions to even be as known as they are today. I think that because of that, I think that religion is very harmful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Um, Faye, you
Actually,
were getting ready to say something.
Nope, I was just going to say the same thing you did.
I was actually because I also have like a personal like example. Like there's like times where like there was one time I was actually part of a live, right? And they were kind of like, talking about, what they were declaring themselves as Christians and being enlightened and all these different types of stuff. And sometimes like I feel like I kind of like rage bait sometimes because I know that a lot of religious people, they can kind of like get into their feelings a lot. But they would one time like, they were saying what they were saying, and then I was just like, I told them, I said, Bible my ass, right? And they were just basically, they were all just getting all upset and angry and different things like that. And I feel like that amount of emotion that people have towards a lot of these beliefs outside of them, I think that, like I said, it goes back to my initial point. I think it's just even the way that I just did that to them, I think is just a way for, it's easy manipulation. I just don't like the fact that people are so captured by certain things outside of them when in reality they have more power, within themselves. I think they should have a better relationship with themselves.
What do you
One
mean?
time I kicked a hornet's nest, and I thought it was really funny that they like came out to defend it. Like that's just like,
Also,
huh?
I hope you didn't do that in real life, but I get what you're saying.
Okay.
I was gonna say, like, I think as we deconstruct, we also need to not only just like deconstruct from the faith, we also need to realize that a lot of the times we take on the same personality traits, right? That, we end up kind of still being Christian while we're wanting to fight the system, right? Because
That
kind
part.
of like that whole, you know I don't know, I think at the end of the day, right, if we're not having these conversations in real time and, like, actually caring about the conversations that we're having, right, not necessarily just wanting to get a reaction or prove a point, right, like, we have to also take our minds out of the Christian perspective of, I know how you should be living your life, I know what you should be doing to make your life better, right? Like, at the point where people want to believe in a God, do that. Absolutely do that. You feel like you need to believe in something outside of yourself. In my deconstructed mind, or deconstruct in mind, right? I'm still deconstructing. I think you should have that freedom. You should have the freedom to believe that there's a supernatural God somewhere that wakes you up in the morning, makes your legs move. Just don't bring it over here, right? Just don't implement it into laws. Don't force other people to follow it. But at the point where you now need to tell people, like, oh, this is how you should live your, like, no, let's that's still you carrying on your Christian mindset. Not only doing that, also rage baiting, and, like, wanting a reaction or something. You're gonna get a reaction, and that's not because they're Christian, that's because they're people, right? They're people that believe in that thing wholeheartedly. So if you say something like, well, fuck, you have to be expecting a response, and that's not because of their Christianity, that's because they're humans, right? If you poke a human being, they're gonna retaliate. So we have to get to the point where we're not only going into their spaces to cause harm, Like you're at that point, you're the toxicity that you're trying to quote unquote highlight here. So I think as we deconstruct, we also need to let go of a lot of harmful ideas or harmful ways that we think we're supposed to be spreading this enlightenment that we've all come to, right? And I hope that makes sense.
No,
Absolutely.
I see
Like
what.
that what I'm
Hmm.
yeah. Because I think a lot of people think that the reason that I host my live is because I want to rage bait Christians or I want to convince Christians to no longer be Christian. No. I'm talking about how the belief system affects me and my life, right? And how like when as non-believers we have the right to talk about how this belief system is affecting the world around us because it we have to live in a world with people who believe these things, and while they see it as a personal relationship, they've been able to go for so long and not consider how their beliefs and their actions are affecting other people. But I don't necessarily respect when atheists go into a believer's Bible study just to bust it up, especially if they're not, like, if they're in there doing their own thing and they're not calling for non-believers to come and talk to them and debate with them. I don't think non-believers should be going in there just busting up and sharing their truth while they're minding their own business.
Nah, I didn't even know that they was Christians at the time. They were just kind of like having a conversation about it. But I don't know, just me personally, I just don't think that if I have that much of a belief in something, you can't shake my foundation enough in order for me to be that emotional about it. That's
Well,
just the
and
way
that's
that.
just respecting
What?
boundaries, right? Like we can't be asking them to respect our boundaries, and then we're doing the complete opposite of what we want. Like we don't want their belief system pushed on us. Therefore, we shouldn't be pushing our lack of belief on them.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, just because you're a person that feels like, oh, if I'm strong on this, I'm going to be nonchalant about whatever. Like, again, you are one person. You cannot dictate how other people react to whatever it is that you're saying. If you are one of those people that just like, okay, you know what I know. And even though I get information, to the contrary, I'm not gonna be emotional about it. I'm not gonna feel no type of way. That is you, right? When we have Christians come out here and crash out, we might be upset about the crash out, but guess what? We invited them into this space, right? And they talk the way they talk, but that doesn't mean we didn't take that and go like spread that into, like, that's not what we want to do. That's not what these spaces are set up for, is to have that conversation and critically think about it. Now, if that person ends up to the point where they feel like critically thinking is just fucking with them and they need to crash out, that's not because we're telling them how to live their lives. That's not because we're telling them how to react. That's just a human reaction that they have off of something that they really strongly believe in, right? We have to, as we deconstruct, we also have to recognize humanity, because that's what the religion does, is shut down all kinds of humanity, all kinds of humility, right? All kinds of consideration, all kinds of, all of that. If you're going into these people's spaces and saying something that provokes them, you don't get to dictate how they fuck up, how they clean up what you fucked up. And I'm hoping you don't put that into real life, because you would then be expecting somebody to only heal and react the way you want them to react. That's not okay.
Now make no mistake. The people that I said this to, they were in no way innocent. They were just like insulting other people and talking trash and all these different types of things.
Then
Bottom
you
line is they
scroll
declared
away.
themselves to be something, and then I was just
What
basically
you
had an
do, what
attitude
you
of
do is
okay.
scroll away. What you do is scroll away, because then if you come in here and you're calling them toxic, you should also be calling yourself toxic, because that's what we tell people here. Hey, you don't like what the fuck we talking about? Scroll away.
Wait a second. Did you know they was Christians or not?
No, I did not.
But I mean, even if they were behaving that way, that doesn't justify toxic behavior on your part, right? Like I say all the time, like the greatest teachers tell you where to look, but they don't tell you what to see, and that includes us. That includes us as non-believers. I can explain to you why I don't believe. I can give you the information that I read, the data that I've learned, and explain to you why I reached the conclusion that I reached. But I would be being the exact same way a Christian is if I'm telling you that you need to conclude the same thing that I did. That's not fair. And it's also not honest. So if we're going to push against the groupthink that is oftentimes found in religion, we have to do the same thing if we're going to be intellectually honest and if we're going to be fair. And we have these conversations for the purpose of creating a society that allows people to think freely and encourages people to consider the harm that their belief systems have on other people. But if we are being harmful in the execution of that thing, we have an internal responsibility to kind of check ourselves. And I think that's what we're saying.
And like a lot of times, believers will come in here and say, "Thinker, why don't you ever come into believer spaces and debate?" The reason is because I know that their goal is not to really like hear both sides, right, and to be open minded. Their goal is to preach a message, and so I'm not going to go into your space for the simple fact of fighting with you, right? Like if I knew that it was a believer who is comfortable with hearing disagreement and being, challenged on what they believe in and having a civil discourse, I wouldn't mind it. But most of the time, their goal is to promote their belief, is to promote Jesus or God or Allah, so that it doesn't benefit me. So, the reason why I go live is to talk about my deconstruction journey, the things that I'm learning, the questions that I have, discuss those questions with people who are deconstructing, with other atheists, and then if there are believers who are comfortable with challenging, like having the uncomfortable conversations for the purposes of understanding how this belief system um, affects our life. We cannot be saying that we want to, be a better humanity, right, and understand each other if we are rage baiting each other just for the purposes of just starting a fight. And I think like when other atheists or other non-believers do that, this is where believers get the, oh, you're just church hurt. Like you're not, you just mad at God. When you go out and you just start picking fights with believers just for the hell of it, this is why many of us get that bad name, and why it's hard for us to even get the ear of a believer to really take our conversation serious, because there's other non-believers who are out there just rage baiting and starting fights with believers for apparently no reason at all. And I think that I even think that deconstructing believers could definitely be part of the toxicity within the religious system, because there are believers who are angry at the religion.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I do think deconstructing believers can be absolutely toxic because I think we're still going in with the idea of, oh, now I know the truth and ain't nobody better than me. I know it. Like now I gotta go tell
Mm-hmm.
everybody. And
Yeah.
like no.
And may I ask a question, Mike? If you didn't know they were Christians, why would you say to them "F God"? Like that part, I'm trying to reconcile.
Or use the term, I was rage baiting.
No, I said bite my ass. I didn't say F God. But bottom line is the way I was taking it is that they were trying to make it seem like they was all holy and all these different stuff. But bottom line is I took that as yeah right, especially seeing like how they acted and things like that. So that's when I ended up saying what I said.
So how did you conclude they're Christians?
Because they were just like talking about it. They were just talking about like the Bible and stuff like that.
So like we're talking about the Bible?
No, I'm saying like how I knew that they were Christians was because they were talking about the Bible and praising what they was praising, and that's how I knew. But before I ended up joining the live, I did not know that.
But before you rage baited them, you knew that they were Christian.
Oh yeah, before I rage baited, yes.
Yeah, so that's what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it just harms whatever, you know, efforts the deconstruction community is trying to do, right? Like sometimes we'll have atheists coming here and they'll think just because we're discussing the Bible, because we're a research based live and we deconstruct through research and logic and evidence and conversations, they think that we're Christians. So they'll come in and they'll just try to bust up the live, you know, and when they realize that we're atheists, they're shocked. And now I'll ask them the same way, or that I would a Christian that will come in here and just bring chaos to a civil conversation. I think it's fucking stupid to go and do that because it just undoes or makes it harder for us to reach whatever goal that you originally came in here and said that it takes faith to reach. Right? We don't want to be fucking fighting over a damn god for the rest of humanity.
So you're saying basically don't be like them.
Absolutely. Like if that's the thing that's bringing toxicity, why would you talk about toxicity? Call it toxic and you're toxic yourself. Like why would you carry the same traits?
Maybe it's just a belief of like fighting fire with fire to an extent. So, and I can see
Then
that,
everybody gets burned. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
And you
If
can
you
definitely fight fire with logic. Right? Nobody is saying don't be passionate. Nobody is saying that there's not a time where you might have to cuss a motherfucker out. But rage baiting for the hell of rage baiting, right, is being petty, similar to how a lot of Christians are going into their spaces when they're studying, when they're having Bible study, and just say, "I'm atheist, your God ain't real." That's toxic as hell because they're not calling for you, right? They're in there studying their belief system, and they should be left alone while they do that, unless they're calling for non-believers to come up and have these discussions with them.
yeah, they were just debating with some other non-believer about something, but then that's just when I said what I said, and then they was talking amongst themselves, and then after that person left, then they was talking amongst themselves about what they were believing in, and then that's when I said what I said.
Yeah, like I mean, there's definitely times where I will cuss a motherfucker out. Like I'll cuss a Christian out in a minute, and I'll clown a Christian when typically when they're disrespectful, right? Like I'm not looking to fight with Christians. Having civil discourse, yes, because 9 times out of 10 when they come in here, I don't agree with them and they don't agree with me. And sometimes those conversations, most of the time, those conversations go south because I don't allow the gaslighting, the manipulation, the reinterpretation of words and stuff, and they don't like that. And so sometimes the conversation will get heated. I'm not saying that's wrong. I wish
Uh,
it didn't. I wish it didn't go that way, but a lot of times it does. But I'm not. I also don't go out looking for them.
yeah, you're
If that
saying
makes sense.
you're saying understand your surroundings, and I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, because we like I know you tired of this shit, right? And like the
Absolutely.
yeah, and like a lot of atheists are humanists, right? And
Uh,
we just want to be able to exist without the violence, the religious wars, the genocides, the homophobia, the misogyny, the religious authoritarianism, the fear mongering, the fucking constant, Jesus, give your life to Jesus shit. Like, if that's what you believe for yourself, all well and good. Keep it to yourself and stop pushing it on other people. Stop forcing everybody's life to mimic yours because this is something that you believe in. That's there are some atheists who want to stump out the religion and belief systems altogether. More power to them. That's just not me. I just want you to leave me the fuck alone and get it the fuck out the government. Like, get it out of our schools. Keep it out of my fucking TikTok comments, out of my DM. Keep it to yourself.
And I think another thing that we do when we start to deconstruct, right? How we talk to, over time we're talking to Christians and we realize when you bring up the God, when you're supposed to be dissecting, the fact that maybe the God doesn't exist or maybe the God is not there, right? I think as we also deconstruct, we kind of do a version of that where, initially the anger is just completely towards any other person that still believes this, right? Like initially, at least maybe not for everyone, but what I'm observing is initially, once you start to realize this is bullshit, the anger goes horizontally, right? Is that it? Or is it vertical that goes up and down? However, it goes sideways. It goes to your neighbors, right? It goes to the humans. Instead of getting to the point where you're like, oh, the God doesn't, like, once I got to the God doesn't exist, I don't necessarily, like, I don't feel the need to go and like, oh, look, guys, like, fuck your God. Because at that point, I'm just like, wow, now I can think about it on a grander scale. Like, think about the systems that have been built on this belief of that's where my mind goes. But I think, like, a lot of the times we get caught up in trying to one up the other human to be like, well, look, your God ain't real, your God ain't this, your God ain't that. But that's really not that's not the point here. The point is to at least get those people to the point where you started thinking, right? And whatever comes out of that thinking, it might not look like you're thinking, but at least they're critically thinking, exercising their brain. Why do I believe this? Is there a God? Where is the God? What is the God doing? How is the God operating? Why do people still believe in this stuff? Rather than needing to attack people that also have been indoctrinated just like you. Right? When we have these conversations, like you're saying, Thinker, it does get heated but a lot of the times it gets heated when we hear other human beings be
Dehumanize other
insensitive.
humans.
Yeah, insensitive. They demonize other human beings. They other themselves. They're completely like they don't have any feeling when we talk about children being m-worded. They don't have any feelings when we're talking about real life issues that happen, right? Or they're cherry picking the Bible. Usually there's a reason why we have a rebuttal. There's a reason why we get to that point where it's like, man, what? Right? But to just kind of out of nowhere be like, oh, they talking about God over here and they feel like they're holier than thou. Let me go and say something. You're still operating in the religious mindset. You are.
And I think it might be like, from a place of anger. The system is fucked up. It's a fucked up ass system, and I agree with PT. Like, I hate the whole damn system. And that's not to say that religion, that there are not some people within the religious system who mean well. There are people who mean well. Was it established for that? No. It was established for wealth. It was established for power. It was established for, you know, conquering and expansion and control. But there are humans who genuinely have faith and believe in it that try to do good. It just does not outweigh the harm that it causes. So it is a bad system, a horrible system to me. And I had a topic that I ran for months. I think I ran this topic for 6 fucking months because it's how I genuinely feel that Jesus is the worst thing to happen to humanity. I think the teachings of like the creation of Christianity and the spread of Jesus is the worst thing to happen to humanity.
Because even the deconstruction part of this whole process is honestly annoying, because I'm like, dang, if I didn't hear about Jesus in the first place, maybe I don't have to go through all this mental shit, you know?
The lack of mental health we have so many humans on this planet right now that is suffering from mental illness and don't know it, or do know it and refuse to get help because they've been taught that Jesus can heal it all or fix it all, or it's if you are suffering from mental illness, what it's something that you've done, like you've sinned, you don't have enough faith, and so the majority of humanity is sick.
Well, how do you? Well, I have a question. How exactly do you find compassion for religious people or whoever that do not necessarily have that same compassion for you?
So it, like, for me, my integrity matters, right? So I approach people with respect until they teach me how to treat them. If they come and show me that they're a person who will excuse SA, I don't have respect. Like, if they show me that they're the type of person that would just outright lie for the sake of a belief, and that they don't deserve my respect, I do not give respect where it is not um due. Right? They show me that they don't deserve my respect, the respect is out the window. And I was just talking about this earlier today. Like, I know that there are people who have been indoctrinated and are brainwashed, and that genuinely believe this. And so these conversations here help me balance out how and when I should be patient, and when I should be showing empathy and understanding. It's something that I'm working towards, right? And not just seeing every believer as, a manipulative, selfish, uh, violent, harmful person. Um, and so it's not, for me, it's not something that will happen overnight, but because my integrity matters. What's that? What's that? Is that a picture of me? Oh, that's a picture of you.
Fee, you listening up?
She did good. That look good on you. That
What
look
did I
good.
do?
You look like me right there.
I just, think of
You
talking
you trying
about
you
having
trying to say
integrity
it's
or not.
ugly?
Oh my goodness.
That's not a bad picture. No, she didn't. You look like me. I thought
Now
that was
tap it up,
me.
tap it up.
She wasn't laughing at you. She says our beautiful family. Yeah. That's what she did good. That's not a bad picture. You look like me. You tripping. um
Now she walked out and closed the door.
I know. She is
She
tripping.
closed that indefinitely.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, my integrity matters, and so I try to my best to, like, to work on having not compassion for stupidity, not I will never have compassion or patience for harmful shit ever. But learning how to recognize when a person is dealing with cognitive dissonance versus a person just outright being intentionally harmful and manipulative.
And I feel like we've experienced enough of both, right? We've experienced enough to be like, oh, this person is just damn. Like, it's just some conversations we have, we just be like, damn, I feel so bad for that motherfucker. But then there's some conversations we have where we're like, lock them up, wherever the hell they at, lock them up, throw away the key, right? Because we're listening to these people, right? A lot of the times I'm talking passionately no matter what the fuck I'm talking about. It don't matter if I'm talking about shoes, it don't talking about popcorn. I'm gonna be passionate no matter what. But when you have to listen to the context and what they're actually talking about. Are these people that just feel like, oh, women are just fucking objects and I can just do whatever I want with women, and there's a different way that you kind of get the information, and you're like, okay, this person is just kind of maybe stuck in this mindset. They might have mental health issues. Even a lot of the times we stop the conversation right there because we're like, oh, this person probably has mental health issues. We probably should not continue this conversation. Let's move on. Like, oh, thank you for coming up. Drop them, right? It's a matter of like understanding who you're talking to. You might not know them. You might not know them personally, but I always say, let people, the more they talk, the more questions they answer, the more you get to be like, okay, this person just might be harmful to society altogether, or this person just needs a little bit more critical thinking. If they just thought about it a little bit more, if they just let themselves let go of this supernatural part, maybe they could get to that point. But it's not a matter of like, oh, you're living life wrong and we must fix it. Like, that's the white knight colonizer mindset, and that's not what we want to do. At least that's not what I'm promoting, right? I'm promoting, definitely stand your ground, and talk about the things that you feel like is important to you in this world. If you want to change something, you feel like somebody's being harmed, be as passionate about that as possible.
Unapologetically passionate.
Yes,
Fuck them.
yes.
Like, if you gotta call a motherfucker a
Do
motherfucker because
it.
they justifying genocide, fuck them. Like, be
Passion.
unapologetically compassionate. I mean, passionate about it, but also don't water down your or uh what am I trying to say? Don't stink
Don't dilute the
your
message.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So being petty, because then you being taken serious is going to be harder. Any of us being taken serious is going to be harder if they think you just as petty as them.
Yeah, and a lot of these people, even on that panel you probably went to, a lot of these people, we have them where they're just having a conversation. Like, they're not really applying any of it into the real world. They're not really thinking about it, like, in real time. Some people are just up there fucking talking. So even when they try to defend themselves off of you saying fuck God, they're playing Dungeons and Dragons at that. Like, they're not really thinking about it. So you have to kind of gauge where you're gonna put your energy into, to be like, oh, these people, like, at that point, you're just going there to say fuck God. There's no actual information being given. There's nothing that you could say, oh, maybe somebody learned something from this. All you gave them is fuck your God. That's it. You know?
Yeah, I mean, make no mistake. I haven't went back since, and I have been in other lives where they're basically talk about the complete opposite. They're also talking about deconstruction and things like that. So I definitely hear you as far as try not to be exactly like they are and petty and things like that. But yeah, I think, like, just like a lot of people, I'm just upset about how religion has infiltrated society and it has damaged so many people. And I'm just thinking about just like so many different ways that can be used against us. Like, I'm just thinking about, especially like in this political climate where there's a bunch of, like, racists and people who are just becoming more bold, ever since this MAGA thing. But I'm just thinking, like,
Absolutely.
if I'm next to, but I'm thinking about just all kinds of different scenarios. That's just why I'm so, like, angry about it. Where it's just like, if, like, for example,
You got to be strategic though, right? Like,
Right.
if you're wanting to make a difference, like in a impact that's going to be lasting, you have to be strategic about it and use your anger, in a positive way. Anger is a good thing. Anger can be a powerful thing, but you have to be strategic. Don't use it in a petty way and cause more harm.
yeah, I'm just thinking about just like all kinds of different scenarios in which they use it against us and have used it against us. Where, like, the fact that I could be that I could be me, a black man in this system, and I could be next to somebody who is a YT racist, but because they believe in Christianity or religion, to think that another black person, because they're religious as well, they would choose that YT man over me. Even though he's racist and all these different things, because they have the common belief in Christianity, there's a lot of black people in the community, in other communities, where they would actually, like, basically they would invite a lot of people who are disingenuous into the communities. And to me, I think that that is the biggest part of our downfall more than anything else.
You're not wrong about that, right? Like, that's literally what happened, right? And how we got. But yesterday I was tagged in a video by First of Theist. I think it's her first name. Her username of First of Atheist, something like that. But in the video, there is a black Christian who said that. Hold on, I'm gonna. She said that her and racists partner together against the LGBT. Her name is Aboriginal Air. She said, like I said, I will put myself back in slavery before I will ever stand on white Democrats' porch with homosexuals and transgenders begging for food stamps. I will let the Republicans take away my affordable health care and let the premiums go up because I stand on the side with the Democratic Party of abomination. She said, I picked my lesser of two evils, and in my eyes, I will stand in alliance with racism in order to fight against what God, all caps, called abomination. Me and racists both, all caps, come together in agreement on that. And I asked her to send me these screenshots because y'all know what the fuck I'm about to do. But like this, we are dealing with that. We are dealing with that. Like there is a conversation out there right now where black Christians are saying they're not black, they're Christian, right? And so I when that conversation was going viral on social media, I wrote a song, Black Before Anything, because what the fuck are you even talking about? You're not black. Christianity is a religion that you had to adopt, that was brought to your ancestors. You were born with melanin in your skin. You are indoctrinated with this belief. But when you have black people who are saying that they will side with white supremacists against black people to fight for this God, you have every right to be angry and to speak up against that and be loud about it and be unapologetic about it. But when you are coming at it from a petty way, they think they're justified. Does that make sense? And then all you're doing is just being loud noise at that point.
I was literally about to say that, like, I get the anger. Like, literally, when I started talking about the deconstruction and first coming into it, there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of feelings all together. Grief, anger, just feeling sorrowful for all the years that you spent. It just all of those things, and then you start to see the big picture of the system, and you're like, oh my God, like what is gonna change? What's gonna happen? This is the root problem. It's so big, it's so bad, it's so horrible. But like Thinker is saying, if you only go there with fuck your God, one, like they're not necessarily learning anything. You're not pushing the needle to say, hey, think about what you guys are saying right now, right? Ask a constructive question, right? Like even when I do my mental health lives, we've literally had people come in there and talk about the kinds of people that they were, whether it's a parent or a child before they started paying attention to their mental health. And that is because you're so completely detached from humanity that you don't think about stuff like that. But as you deconstruct, you need to also extend that to other people. Like this, like you said, a black guy or a black person is just gonna come out and be like, well, I'm gonna pick this white person because we have the same religious views over you, a black guy that looks like me, talks like me, walks like me, right? That's also speaking to the system. That's also speaking to how big of a problem this is, where just the anger alone, it's not gonna do anything per se, right? It's not necessarily going to push anything forward if there's no constructiveness, if there's no like actual information on the back of fuck your God. Like, hey, fuck your God because blah 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 blah. This is the kind of God the God is. Let's read this verse. Have you guys seen this verse? Then there's a conversation to be had, right? Whether you leave there as, somebody that they remember, somebody that they don't, at least we talk about this all the time in these lives. At least somebody must have heard you somewhere say what you said, and they probably picked up that book and tried to read it. That initial change, that magical change, that magical flip, it's still part of the spiritual idea that we're deconstructing from. Humans cannot just, when it comes to something this bad that's indoctrinated, they're not just gonna flip that switch just because you said fuck God. Like that's not the way it's gonna happen, right? We have to quite literally reprogram all those things that we thought we knew, right? All those ideas that we thought were true. So the anger is absolutely valid, but find a way to make it constructive where you're not just leaving with people angry. Like that's not the whole point, right? That's not the whole idea here. It's not just to get a knee-jerk reaction. Contribute something to that, because that's all they're looking for is, oh, look at this atheist, this is how they act, look at this non-believer, look, this is why I'm gonna pick a non-believer, I mean a believer over a non-believer, because look, non-believers are just upset, they're just church hurt, they're just mad. But when you feed into that toxicity, then they have a leg to stand on. Now they have something to rebuttal and say, well, look at how the fuck you came in here. Like, look at the first sentence that came out of your mouth. Why wouldn't we think that about you? We do that here. Even with the people that we meet, we say, why would you start a conversation like that? That makes no sense, you know?
And Leah, I think sometimes the best way to expose someone's behavior is not matching it. Like they, like Taria's point, like they come
Peace.
acting absolute asses all the time, just based on the prompt alone. And when you don't give them the ammunition to further solidify what they already believe about us, which let's face it, they don't know. They only accept what they've been taught. But if we think about our goal, like when I talk to people, I keep in the back of my mind that I want what I say to be heard and not dismissed because of how I said it or because of how I made them feel. So when we're having these conversations and continuously reminding ourselves of where we came from and realizing that we were once them, like we were all indoctrinated to believe a thing that we could not question, that we did not know how to question. And if we've moved to a space where we so quickly forget that, then we're losing the very humanity that we're telling them that they've lost as well. So when you think about it, and like Rhea and Thinker and everybody is saying, we get the anger. Like we completely get it. And I think it's spaces like this that we can come to and have these conversations to figure out strategies, to find tools to put in our toolkit in order to equip us to have these conversations in a way that actually creates change. Like nobody wants to be on the internet yelling at strangers. Like it just doesn't do anything. But I do want people to realize that the baby next door needs some formula and they shouldn't be supporting policies that keeps that formula out of the house. Like and if we keep in our minds what our purpose is, not to change their mind, not to tell them they shouldn't have a God, not to tell them that they shouldn't believe, but to explain to them why we don't and the humanistic reasons behind why we don't believe. Like that's the goal. And I think that does a whole, at least it did for me. It did a lot to help to kind of turn that anger level down because it is frustrating that people are intentionally moving in ways that just don't fit reality, that we've got to play make believe with them sometimes. And we have, and the whole world does. And that's not fair because it's causing people to lose their lives.
I do think like it is a time for anger. I think that the more that we see happening in the world, and I don't think that humans have gotten angry enough. I do think, like I say, anger can move the needle sometimes, and we we keep seeing stuff happen, and I keep wondering like how much longer are we just going to be just allow it to happen? Like what exactly are we waiting on here in the West um, to get these motherfuckers foot off our necks? But one thing that I say is like attack the belief and not the person. Um, sometimes we'll like uh, roast a motherfucker when they're acting silly and the conversation is no longer productive and we just want to have fun and we may go into a roast session, but the every conversation in every last one of these lives that I frequent, it's always about attacking the belief and never the person. And I think if we stay focused on that, because that's what it is, right? Like, we're not trying to tear people down. It's the beliefs, the harmful beliefs that we're trying to tear down.
Yeah, I definitely get where you're coming from. Actually, I like the fact that I'm actually hearing a different perspective. I've actually been in a lot of lives before this, and I do feel like it was just like a lot of agreeing, and I do think it's refreshing to have a different perspective. Yeah,
Yeah, that's another thing. People expect atheists to all agree. We don't all agree, because we, like, one thing about being a non-believer or being an atheist is that you have the freedom to think, and you have the freedom to see the world how you see the world. And so we don't always agree, and that allows for growth.
yeah, like, because I do feel like I'm kind of like, and I think that a lot of people kind of feel the same way, where it's just like, especially during like the deconstruction journey, and how to quite handle it, where like where people are constantly, you know they're just constantly practicing things that have been proven to be toxic, or have been proven to be destructive for society. And like you do have some people where like they feel like, or I don't know whether to approach this with compassion, or to approach this, like I said, with like fire with fire. And I do feel like I'm kind of in that space where it's just like you don't necessarily know how to approach that, especially with all this rapid change that's going on in the world. But I definitely get where you're coming from, as far as like, don't necessarily be on the same level as them, or else they're going to try to use that as leverage, or a way to have one up on you. I definitely get where you're coming from.
Yeah, because then they'll have you defending yourself. You're no longer attacking the belief. You're now defending you.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Because even like honestly, the way we even are indoctrinated into the religion in the first place, like this is still kind of like, I don't know how to explain this, guys. It's, I think, when you leave the religion, right, you're thinking, oh my God, like a lot of people believe this. But what helped me in like realizing, like, when you say things like, oh, this mass change that's happening, low key, it's not really like, this is not a new thing. There's been heretics and inquisitive people from the beginning of time. There's been people that have been questioning this for millennia, right? There's been people that have been like, this don't make no fucking sense, right? I'm not getting it. There's no God here. And it's been documented. But because of this indoctrination, right, we think we're coming to a big ol' awakening. No, right? Like we're just now joining the other thousands and millions of other skeptics, right? We're kind of just getting into that point of awareness, of critical thinking. We're not, low key, we're not special. We're not that special. We're privileged, if that's it, right? We're privileged to be in a society where we can come on live and talk about these things. You can go onto a Christian live and say fuck your God, and you're not getting, you know, tossed on a tree, and
Beheaded.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like,
Hmm.
we have the privilege right now to actually have critical conversations. And we're able to do it on the internet in real time, in our family, on our family dinner days. Like, we're able to talk about that stuff now, but that does not mean that this is a big old wave. This, it doesn't mean that this is like a coming to, like, not really. People have had questions about this for a long time. So I think if we can just dive back a little bit. I think when it comes to being humans, we forget how tiny we are. We forget like all the thousands and million other amazing things that are happening, that have happened, that will happen. So once you take yourself out of that little, that mindset that, oh, why can't these people see what I'm seeing? Then you can have a little bit more compassion to be like, well, this is a giant fucking picture. Like this is a giant picture that you quite literally have to just humanize yourself and get to the point where you're like, okay, my brain works this way. I think of this and this way. When I get more information, I update, blah, blah, blah. But some people don't do that. Some people don't have the capabilities to do that. But that doesn't mean like they're wrong or they're bad people per se, even though we do come across horrible fucking people. And I tell them to their face every day, you're a horrible human being. Right, but it doesn't mean that that's not necessarily what everyone is walking around trying to do. They don't automatically have that ulterior motive to harm you at first sight. They just believe in that shit really strongly,
Sometimes they don't even know that they believe, because
Yeah,
they haven't read this book and they have no idea that they've subscribed to some bullshit. But
right.
I in the interview, the magazine interview the other day, I was telling Jerry, like, I'm a big picture person, and to me, I feel like that's a weakness, because when I look at something and I think about something, I spread it out, right? And I'm like, oh, that's connected to that, and that's connected to that, and I can see that, and that's connected to that. But Fee, one thing that I absolutely love about Fee is that I can give a big picture, and Fee will come in and say what Thinker is saying, and then she will concise it down,
Yep.
like just straight line it to where everybody can understand it, and that just shows the different minds that that people have. People can that You have people who can see the big picture, and people who can take that big picture and take it and chop it up into step by step to help people see the plan and figure out where we need to go, right? And I think, like, if you look at the different deconstruction spaces, you'll see that's those are the conversations that's being had right now. And so I agree with Rhea. Like, these conversations have been going on for so long. I do think that the Black community is just getting to the point to where we are able to have these conversations out in the open. And then I'm starting to see, even in West Africa, right, they're starting to have the conversations. They're starting to post on social media and and talk about it, where before it was scary to do. But more and more of our community is starting to come out and say, hey, we feel this here God, this here religion is harmful to us, and take the wins, right? Like the little wins. It's happening, and we don't want to do anything to fuck up any forward moving progress.
And
Because we've got to shut the motherfuckers up that's talking about they gonna side with fucking white supremacy.
Okay.
that part. And thank you for saying that, Thinker. And I think I say all the time, the beauty of this community is in the diversity of the minds that comprises the community. Because Ria just said something I had never thought about: the fact that I have always recognized that deconstructing has to be done from a place of privilege. But if we fumble this ball, then there's people on the continent that will never have access to this information because they can't. It's people in communities and cultures that don't allow this type of questioning. So if we continue to perpetuate this idea of, oh, outside of God, there's nothing but hate and anger, there's nothing but fear and baby eating and things like that, even though that anger has a source, all feelings are welcomed, all behavior should not be. And I think it behooves us to remember what we're fighting for. Like Thinker was saying, attack the belief and not the person. Because if in this country where we do have freedom of speech, where we can ask these questions, that is small, but it's spreading. I remember when I first started coming in these lives, so many like older Black people would come up and I can't believe I ain't never heard nobody say nothing like this about Jesus. That doesn't happen as frequently now. And that's not that they're not out there, but these conversations are getting more prevalent and more popular. And I think in order for us to be able to ensure that people understand that there is community outside of this God, there is love outside of this God and this religious system, and be able to engage with it honestly. And that's why I say too, how as non-believers, we have to check ourselves to make sure that we're not being myopic. Because to think, I was talking about this before, we can't say that there's no good, have no good or positive impacts to society from religion. We know that that's the case. Like it's been the scaffolding of society for so long, but until we're able to show people that this building can stand without it and the things that they got from it can be built outside of it, they're not going to be willing to listen to us. And so we've got to keep that in mind when we have these conversations as well.
No, I feel like one thing that's also because I actually heard someone else was talking about the fact like we have the privileges to do certain things that people before us was not allowed to do. I think it's also kind of like messed up with religion that we put so much more glory into like, you know, Jesus and systems rather than, you know, the ancestors and people who like lived through certain like time frames where it was a much more horrible. And I feel like we're not necessarily putting in, you know, giving them enough credit for the things that they went through so that we could even be on here talking on live. I think
Absolutely.
I think it's very messed up that as a community that this is the type of I just think it's messed up. And I think it equates to also people who say like, you know, I'm not black and I'm not this, and the fact that they actually gave up, you know, exactly who they were or who they are just to conform to this identity that society has put onto them. That just never made sense to me.
I agree. That's why I like to see that person say, you know, that they would side with white supremacy. Like they're saying, I would harm my own community because I don't like gay people, because I don't like transgender people. So I would harm my own community to harm or stomp out what my God said is abominable. That's dangerous as fuck because that person is not only agreeing uh, to cause harm to one community of people, but they're agreeing to cause harm to their own community of people. And they don't see that they are being harmful. They think that they're doing what their God wants them to do.
And just to hear them like justify certain things, like the fact like a lot of Christians believe that, you know, it's justifiable to unalive a bunch of innocent children and babies just because God said it was for the collective good. I don't believe that. I believe that a child who doesn't even who just literally just started life, who aren't able to do anything for themselves, they deserve to get unalived for the crimes that other people committed.
Y'all want to know a download I got the other day? Yeah. So you know how like with
Oh,
my podcast, I call them download because I don't know what to call it. um, I was thinking about my podcast, and you know, like what he just said, right? Thinking about how can Black people, right, in our society with all of the history, with all of the pain, all the things that we know that our ancestors, people that look like us, talk like us, have been through, right? Hold on to that, right? We know that as Black people. Maybe some people, maybe a handful, are a bit ignorant about that. Cool. But Black people know, right? But my thing is, they still will follow the religion. They still would side with white people. They still will vote against themselves, right? But then I thought about it as how do people in cults, because we don't necessarily see mainstream religion right now as cults per se, right? We don't call them cults. But when you take it and just make it a lot smaller and then look at how the cults operate, this man Rock, he's on one of my episodes. This was the Ant Hill Kids. He was the founder of the leader, the messiah for the Ant Hill Kids. And he used to make these people, trigger warning, not only eat their own feces, they would lay down and let him, even though maybe sometimes restrained, they would let him perform surgeries on them, you guys, and a lot of
What the fuck has to be wrong with a person's mind to do some shit like
oh wait,
that?
thinker, wait. That's not the amazing part. The part is
While that's happening, there's no anesthesia, there's no medication, there's no sterilization, and these people don't feel pain. They don't feel it. While he's doing that with knives and razors and utensils, they've literally laid there. That is what someone is able to do to your brain. So there's nothing, no medication whatsoever.
I thought
And
that's what
they,
Netanyahu was talking about when he was
man,
there. He was like, wash their brains. He's like, if you
oh,
wash their brains and you tell them that they're doing it for a greater good, whether that greater good be race, ethnicity, or religion,
man.
they will blow up a bus of innocent people for you.
And with that, like I thought about the depth of bro. And literally there like someone cut off his member, his third thingy. It was cut off and he did it because the guy said so. He said, do it. That is your punishment because I am Messiah. I know I have talked to God. God says, cut it off. He did it. Just cut it off. And I'm just like, imagine this for, he had this quote from maybe 15 years. All right, let's say, I'll give the guy 20 years, let's say, right? Starting from how he started to be charismatic, talking to people. Let's give him 20 years with this quote. Imagine that being done to people for hundreds of years. This is like, how do you think the black people that are able to see this right now? I don't think you understand the amount of work your brain has done. I don't think you understand how powerful that organ on your that top guy. You don't understand how it can shape your reality to men. So you think the fact that black people right now are voting against themselves, taking food out of their own mouths, just completely unaware of the harm that they're causing and even aware of it, are okay with it. You don't understand the amount of work your brain has done. But that does not
There's a
mean.
black guy named Mr. Real Andrew. Have y'all seen his videos?
Mm-hmm.
I fucking cannot stand that man.
Yeah.
He's a black guy and he calls black people nigga bitches.
Who?
Like,
His name is the real Mr. Andrew.
and TikTok will keep it up.
It was
What?
he was like, you nigga bitches. Like he
What?
does not like black people.
TikTok will
And
keep it up.
his bio literally says anti-black and anti-black culture. That's his bio.
TikTok is fine with that.
Hmm. I blocked the shit out of his ass the other day. Yep.
Like
They
I
the internalized racism
it's
and how they
no.
push white supremacy. And then he said he told this black lady, he stitched her videos like, you a dumb bitch. He's like, you up here talking about how black people would have been better off had white people not come to Africa. He's like, you dumb motherfucker. We'd probably still be like the Senegalese, still throwing bow and arrows. He said, you a motherfucking lie. Saying that we would be better off. He said, black people don't have what we have. We wouldn't have what we have if it wasn't for the white man coming into Africa and bringing our, like, just
Mm.
ew. Just ew.
Imagine a full continent of that thinker.
Yep. The real Mr. Andrew.
Imagine millions of people. Like on this in this country, sometimes I'm like, I get it, right? These motherfuckers are right in your face. But on the continent,
Yeah, he got a large following.
ah,
Yeah, he got a following.
people follow. Why wouldn't TikTok keep his account up? Of course. They're making money from it. Who cares?
Like, like the fact that he can call black people nigga bitches and that shit not be taken down. That is some wild shit. I'm not saying his name again, but
Right.
that's some wild shit.
I'm just saying, like, not to feel bad or anything. Please, at the point where you understand like how people can be brainwashed to that point, when you ask the question, why would a black person do that? Think about that. That's why.
Yeah, I think that because even just like think about some of the most extreme examples, like when we talk about people like Jim Jones, for example, right? Like I think that people don't necessarily understand that when it came to the drinking the Kool-Aid saying, I don't think that when people say that they're necessarily telling the whole story, because even the people that were part of his congregation, you had some people who were like, who would keep going towards his beliefs, and they'll do anything that he'll tell them to do. But then you did have a section of people where by the time they ended up finding out what he was really about, they actually were not for what he was teaching. So, but at the same time, by the time they ended up realizing what his real motives were, it was already too late. They was already at Jonestown, or that place that he led them to. And of course the kids were first, and they just made sure that I just don't think it tells the full story. So I think, to add to your point, that the fact that you can actually change somebody's mind like that is crazy. But I also think it's also to the point where, like, I don't even think that a lot of people who are Christian or religious even know what they're signing up for. But I know that if they keep going a certain direction, a lot of people can get hurt by what they teach, and that's just one real life example of a bunch of people who unalived. But by the time they ended up realizing it for themselves, what it was all about, it was too late, and their whole family has paid for it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why like sometimes atheists will come in here and they'll think that it's, stupid that I focus on teaching what the book actually says, or teaching the real history behind it, the archaeology, like explaining how to research, how to find peer reviewed studies. Um, several of us in here are studying Hebrew. Sometimes atheists will think like, well, if the God ain't real, like you're just wasting your time. No, because you have people who believe this. You have people who believe that a God actually said these things, and so, how do you reach those people if they give authority to it, right? Especially like if they come to you and they say God said, and you have no fucking idea what's in that book, you have no idea what it actually says, like, like what it means historically, then you're just as powerless as them, right? Like you have to be able to attack what they're teaching, attack the belief with knowledge, because knowledge is power. Knowledge isn't the only power, but knowledge is powerful, and it can also sometimes be more powerful than like a physical weapon, because as we see, the brain is a powerful thing.
You can the brain. When I say this, like my wife usually is like, she'll sit and hear me, listen to me talk about this. But as much as I've learned about psychology, I think I want to go into neurology a little bit, because you can quite literally shape a brain to do whatever you want it to do. And I'm like, that's not funny, haha. It's funny weird. Okay.
It is. I'm taking neuroscience and psychology right now.
Oh my God.
Fascinating stuff.
Oh,
Fascinating stuff. Oh my goodness.
I
you
don't even.
It's like,
can wire a brain to
mm-hmm.
just you talking about robots? Man.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of people
It's wild.
yeah, a lot of people, they believe that, like, addiction and things, and they think that just applies to, like, alcohol and smugs and things like that. But no, that does apply to literally anything that you consume in your life.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times, because people are not taught to do that, they're taught to look at everything outside of them. A lot of people don't necessarily understand all the ways that they're being conditioned all the time. based off the things that they consume on a daily basis. But also, I don't even think it's necessarily just the brain, but it's also just the entire body, because I think that the body itself also teaches us what is and is not for us. And like, again, they teach us to look at everything outside of us, and we ignore those things on the inside, like a gut feeling that tells us, that pulls us away from something, that makes us feel nauseous, but we continue to ignore it because we want to justify and, go to something else over here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That's the hard part, right? Like they make you feel shameful for even communicating with yourself or, knowing who you are because your body does talk to you and it tells
Yes,
you
you're
you're sick.
demonic.
It tells you, yeah, because you're not giving that authority to something outside of yourself, whether that be, this God outside of time and space, or whether it be a pastor who is connected to that God outside of time and space.
Yes, and literally like shun you from your community, your family, and basically say that you're not enough.
Like I don't. Fee was talking about the being excommunicated, like from the J Dub, and every time I hear them talk about the excommunication thing, like it makes me wonder how a person could agree to no longer, communicate with their daughter, their son, their mother, their sister, their brother, their grandmother, their grandfather, their cousin, their aunt, a friend, because they no longer believe the same thing as them. How do you turn love off like that?
I have a friend who I don't know if I could say he was deconstructing at this time, but he wasn't an active witness, and we had a conversation where he was saying that he understood the practice of disfellowshipping because he likened it to a person who lives in a village that got sick and putting them outside of the village to protect everybody else in the village. But my question to him was, how the fuck do you spread fornication? Like, how do you spread masturbation? Like, all of the things that people get disfellowship for. How do you spread a thought crime? And so I think instead of them seeing it as turning love off, what they see it as is protecting the person by shunning them for the purpose of getting them back to God, which to them is loving. It's a total, like Rhea says all the time, it's upside down AF. Like it is absolutely upside down. It makes absolutely no logical sense. It's psychological manipulation at its best. But I think that's what they do. Like I've known people, I've seen parents sit in the Kingdom Hall the first time that their child came to the meeting after the announcement of being disfellowship was made, and they sit there with tears streaming down their face because they want to go to their child, but they don't. So I don't think the love is turned off. I think it's dampened, and it's dampened for the purpose of obedience to God, which is even more disgusting in my opinion.
And this is what I mean when I say when Jesus is like, you gotta, in order to be my disciple, you have to hate your son or your daughter,
Hmm.
your mother, your father, your wife. Like, in order to allow yourself to hurt and excommunicate, someone in your family, or and hurt them, to me it's the equivalent of Deuteronomy 13, where the God was telling them to kill their own son or daughter if they try to worship another god. It's the equivalent, because you have to love the God enough and hate them just enough to be willing to hurt yourself and hurt them.
Which is wild because if, I mean, just sitting through that or thinking through that thought process for 2 seconds would lead any logical person to realize that that's not loving. It would lead any logical person to realize you're telling me to hate somebody to show them that I love them. What, not only somebody, but my own fucking child? There's nothing about that that makes any goddamn sense. But I don't think any of this does. So
And then being willing to say it doesn't mean hate like that. He means put you first. That's what the fuck we just said. But just because you use words like put him first and not the word hate, you're still doing the thing. You're still agreeing to do the thing that constitutes the amount of hate that you have to allow yourself to have to be willing to do it. Like it's just, mm-hmm.
That's why I asked, to what end do you put him first. It's like, well, what does that entail? You got to look at the whole picture instead of you thinking it's all feel good. You have a book right there that has the stories in it that are supposed to be your quote unquote basic instructions before leaving Earth, that has instructions in it that tells you how to react to him telling you to unalive people, how it tells you how to react to him telling you to hate your family, tells you how to react to a child that's being disobedient. It gives you all of these things. It tells you how you should react to a man committing adultery and then sending someone off into war to have him killed so that you can cover up your misdeeds. It gives you all of those instructions, but you're going to ignore all of that because it doesn't fit. He doesn't fit the mold of the God or the Jesus that you placed in your own mind.
I was looking at, I've had some old like literature from Jehovah's Witnesses still, and I was looking at this book called Organized to Accomplish Our Ministry the other day. I don't remember what I was talking to my sister about when I pulled this out, but it
I
was
missed
talking about
the title fee.
disfellowshipping specifically. And I'm going to read this. Is it okay for me to read this paragraph?
Yeah, we didn't hear you though. Your phone cut out.
Yeah, you cut out.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, my bad. I was saying there's this book called Organized to Accomplish Our Ministry. Is one of the Jehovah's Witnesses books. And I was talking to my sister the other day about disfellowshipping, and I pulled this up, and I was asking if it's okay for me to read this paragraph to give you an
Yeah.
idea of the mindset. It says, when a judicial committee handling a case of wrongdoing reaches the conclusion that the unrepentant person should be disfellowshipped, how should they deal with him? It is appropriate for the committee to speak with him and let him know of their decision to disfellowship him from the congregation. They clearly state the scriptural reason for the disfellowshipping act. When informing the wrongdoer of their decision, the judicial committee should tell him that if he believes that a serious error in judgment has been made and he wishes to appeal the decision of the committee, he may do so by writing a letter clearly stating his reasons for the appeal. He will be allowed 7 days for doing this. If such written appeal is received, the body of elders should arrange for an appeal committee to rehear the case. Like, these people literally have positioned themselves as judge, jury, and executioner of every Jehovah's Witness that is in their congregation. And the crazy part,
You cut out. Fee.
I think she got a call.
my
I
bad, I cut.
thought my phone was fucking up. I was like, oh man.
No, my bad. Yeah.
Right.
The crazy part about it is that they also then position themselves above everyone in the congregation as though their decision cannot be questioned, because once that appeal is written and submitted, three additional elders are appointed to the committee, and then they have to hear the specifics again. So say you were accused, or your friend turned you in because you had sex with somebody at school, or you got caught by your mom or your dad like talking to a boy on the phone or something like that. You have to relive every single detail right there. And then after that, after the announcement is made, they say there's no need to say more. This will alert faithful members of the congregation to stop associating with that person. Like, that's how they see it. And you completely like unplug from a whole ass human being for what? So it is such psychological manipulation, because the idea is to keep them so very isolated from everything that they know, as Jehovah's Witnesses are not encouraged to have relationships with people outside of the organization, even your own family. So once you're that isolated, of course you're going to feel compelled to go back to the only thing that you know. It's public. You're right. It's public shaming and psychological manipulation.
That is crazy. Like, there's no way in hell that I would be willing to, you know, this fellowship or stop talking to my kids for something I ain't never seen. That's how I know. Like, this
Exactly.
just was never for me.
Mm-mm. That's what. Did you play? I was when the other guy was up. I was like, I hope you played I'm Black before anything, because
Oh, I didn't play it. Mm-mm.
yeah, because that in and of itself says everything. I'm not turning my back on actual human beings for imaginary beings. Get out of my face.
Exactly. And the crazy thing is, like, there is a scripture in this book that talks about, like, John is asking, why the fuck would you be willing to do that? Why? Like, how can you say you love a God who you have not seen, but hate your brother who you see every day? Like, that doesn't even make any logical sense. None at all. Y'all, is Christina live?
Yes.
Alrighty. Um, I will see y'all tomorrow. I hope y'all have a wonderful weekend. I am gonna play Black Before Anything because several people have asked in the comments. But I appreciate y'all so much for all of the likes, the shares, the comments, the gifts. I hope y'all have a great rest of the day. Have a great rest. Have a beautiful, great rest of the day. I'm like, the word "beautiful" is supposed to be in there somewhere. I'm like, what? my brain,
Bye,
my
y'all.
brain was making me feel like it was saying it. Have a beautiful, great rest of the day. Christina is live. Here is Black Before Anything, and I appreciate y'all so much.
Bye.
Love you guys.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Oh, where is it? Goodness gracious. What did I name it in here? This is my fault. Oh, I just named it Black. I was looking for All right.
Y'all ever say bye to somebody and then y'all end up walking the same direction?
Yeah.
Hate that.
Like shit.
I'm black before I'm Christian. What the hell is that? When you came out the womb, your ancestry was fed. No newborn delivered, cry, Christ is risen. That's an identity you learn, not the skin you live in. Christianity's a label, religion you adopt. With the melanin in your skin, it can't be swapped. Our bloodline speaks louder than the gospel they spin. Your faith you were taught, but your blackness is within. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy or proximity. If your savior needs blackness to live, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. They say Jim Crow is better, that's what some of them claim. And some of you black voices echo it like it's not insane. Trading ancestry for pews, putting blackness on the shelf, calling racism salvation while denying themselves. How you worship a Christ who ought to change you once new, but forget your ancestors who bled and died for you. You backburner your blackness just to fit in the faith, or to serve a God who erases your face. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. If your savior needs blackness to live, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. Our ancestors pray while they had chains on their hands, adopting a Christian identity at their slave masters' demand. Their voices in the rivers, their blood in the soil, and survival was their sermon. Be resistant, be determined. We are proof of the faith, their fight, their song, carrying forth with the legacy they dreamt of all along. Before your cross, before your church or amens, I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. It's blackness to leave, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before I'll be black again.
Bye, y'all.
Absolute
Oh,
fucking banger.
yes, sir. I'm telling you, I know my neighborhood. My neighborhood hates me because I come through blasting this all the
What?
time.
Volume on 35, nigga, I'll ride it.
Oh my gosh. I'll
Love
see y'all
y'all.
tomorrow. Love you too.
Bye.
Love you
Bye.
guys.
All right, love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you guys.
Saying bye bye. Oh, okay.